Old Li has passed away. The news rippled out like pebbles thrown into a pond, creating a few waves of commotion. Old Li was a notable figure within several miles, not just because he was an esteemed intellectual, but also due to his rigid and stubborn temperament. Years ago, developers had set their sights on the land in the village, intending to construct a luxurious housing complex. While other villagers gradually accepted their compensation and moved away, Old Li resolutely refused to budge. As opulent buildings rose, his two-story villa remained steadfast and isolated, like a stubborn nail driven into place. Wasn't that a blatant act of injustice? However, no matter the myriad of tactics employed by the developers, Old Li remained unmoved, causing the developers to become increasingly exasperated. Now, with Old Li having taken his last breath, the developers seized the opportunity. They brought in an excavator and summoned a group of suits to proceed with their scheme, planning to cut through the processes. The excavator rumbled onto the small dam in front of the house, crushing it beneath its heavy tires, its bucket ready to collide with the brick wall. Suddenly, a cacophony of gongs and trumpets erupted as a procession of mourners dressed in white suddenly arrived. The suits were about to intervene when a few of the mourners hurled firecrackers from a distance, causing chaos as the loud pops sent the suits scattering in disarray. Amidst the turmoil, a few strong men hoisted a large object labeled Duong, blocking the excavator's bucket. Upon closer inspection, it was a large, uncovered wooden coffin, with Old Li lying inside, more peaceful in death than he ever appeared in life. Modern firecrackers seemed poorly made. They fizzled out after just a few explosions. Nevertheless, the group of suits found themselves in a daunting predicament, the developers included. One firecracker soared through the air, landing squarely on the developer's slick hair, resulting in an abrupt hairstyle overhaul. His face turned dark with frustration, while the leader of the suits disregarded the damage to his attire, tearing open his collar to reveal his muscular chest and tattoos, and shouted, "You bastards." Before he could finish, a chorus of loud and clear voices from the mourners chimed in, "Oh dear, you've just departed, and already scoundrels are here to harass your descendants, taking your house." After this dutiful round of vocal protest, the old, young, men, women, and children gathered together, wailing as they showered paper money into the air. The young and strong stood at the periphery, revealing their own weapon steel pipes, cleavers, shovels, and table legs. "Bah!" The leader of the suits sneered, spitting on the ground. Ever since he entered this line of work, he had seen countless such displays. Did they think a few pitiful sticks and blades could intimidate him? He was the one who spray-painted his opponent's doorsteps with filth, who dared to throw firecrackers at him? Absurd! The chief flexed his muscles, poised to give these mourners a good show, but one of his subordinates hastily grabbed his arm. "What are you doing?" "Boss," the subordinate said, panic evident in his expression as he pointed towards the crowd. Upon closer inspection, the leader noticed a few young men hiding among the mourners, armed with shotguns. "Boss," he turned to the developer, "let's not lower ourselves to their level." Although one group aimed to protect their homes and the other sought to demolish them, both pursued monetary gain. Soon, both sides managed to haggle to a specific sum. Fearing any complications in the future, the developer directed his team to withdraw cash from the bank, and the Li family didn't refuse. They quickly began divvying up the money. Just a little for you, a little for me, until only a crumpled few pieces of cash remained in Li Chang'an's hand. Feeling somewhat shy about the small share, an aunt holding a child quickly assured him, "Chang'an, don't feel bad about the amount. We are all sharing according to headcount." "Ah, that explains why you've brought along children from your side of the family." Li Chang'an smiled, but said nothing. Having lost his father at a young age, he was raised solely by his grandfather, Old Li. Yet, much of his living expenses stemmed from the help of uncles and aunts, so he never intended to fight with his relatives over anything. "No need," Li Chang'an pushed the money back. "I will pick a few things from the house later." "Sure thing." The aunt swiftly snatched the cash, grinning widely as she stuffed it into her pocket, gratified. The valuable items in the house had already been cleared out. "1, 2, 3, lift!" Several stout uncles called out, hoisting the coffin. Meanwhile, mourners dressed in white surged forth, returning with pots, bowls, tables, and benches they had scavenged from the house. As Li Chang'an walked among the satisfied crowd, he turned to glance back. Amidst the deafening roar of the excavator, the little house, which held so many of his memories, crumbled into a heap of ruins. Along with it, it seemed, fell his last shred of affection for this land. "Forget it, let's head back." That night, the feast in front of the morning hall had come to an end. The older generation called friends over for a game of mahjong, while the younger folks gathered to play with their phones and watch television. Li Chang'an, alone, retreated to a bedroom, clutching an old, thread-bound book. This was one of the trinkets he had brought from his grandfather's home, mostly worthless, kept only for memory's sake. However, this particular book was different. He had selected it because he had no recollection of it at all. Having grown up in that house, every nook and cranny bore a familiarity he could not forget. This book lay quietly in the bookshelf, gathering dust like everything else, yet it left not a trace in Li Chang'an's memory. This puzzled him as he scrutinized the book. The cover was a yellow hardback, coated in dust, the pages yellowing with age. The spine was sewn haphazardly, as if the holes were made by a novice, threaded with coarse twine. Li Chang'an opened the first page. It was filled with tightly packed little characters in pairs, saturating the entire page, though the ink had faded over time. Li Chang'an turned up the light, reading each word with care. Communication with the eerie, driving off spirits, transporting mountains, forbidding water, borrowing wind, spreading fog, praying for fair weather, invoking rain. Isn't this the Taoist art of the 72 earthly transformations? The 72 earthly transformations, or perhaps with a more famous name, the 72 changes, were the prized techniques of the great sage Sun Wukong, constituting part of the Taoist transformation arts. This art of transformation was not merely about changing genders or forms, but rather about a vast array of transformative spells, such as controlling winds and clouds, moving mountains, boiling seas, and shifting days and nights, considered the foundation of all Taoist practices. Realizing what he was dealing with, Li Chang'an ceased further exploration of the page, turning to the next. To his surprise, it depicted a repulsive, sinister demon. Could this be a treatise on monsters? Li Chang'an flipped through the following pages, only to find them blank. How utterly baffling! He shook his head, preparing to close the book. But just as his gaze drifted from the pages, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and Li Chang'an's head suddenly grew heavy. He felt dizzy, the shapes around him distorting, colors melting together, creating a nauseating swirl that made him want to retch. From the periphery of his hearing came a cacophony of indistinct voices, clattering together in an indecipherable din, reminiscent of the chaotic sounds of various operas blending in a tumultuous cacophony. Just when he thought he might succumb to the overwhelming sensations, a clarity washed over him. Gripping the table, he gasped for breath, struggling to regain his composure. Huh? A table? Hadn't he been lying in bed just moments ago? Where did this table come from? He lifted his head, only to find himself in a state of shock. My heavens, where is this place? Li Chang'an realized he was inside a cramped, rudimentary room with rough, dirt-yellow walls, the bamboo strips faintly visible within them. The walls appeared to be a mixture of bamboo, straw, and earth and mud. Looking up, he saw logs forming the roof, though most of the tiles had vanished. The cold moonlight poured in, illuminating Li Chang'an's bewildered expression. Could it be? He muttered dully, lowering his gaze. The moonlight illuminated the demonic illustration on the page, and the strokes seemed to come alive, rendering the image even more vivid, as if it might leap from the book to consume him. Chapter 2. The head with a face. The moonlight seemed to breathe life into the malevolent specter outlined by its rays, as if it were about to leap forth from the pages of the book. A chill crept into Li Chang'an's heart as he leafed through the pages. On the front page, characters that had long since faded began to re-emerge. Tongyu? Li Chang'an murmured to himself. Literally, it implies a passage to the realm of spirits, a means to commune with the divine and the ghostly. But what could this signify? His thoughts were in disarray, leaving him perplexed by his current predicament. He was not one to simply sit idly when faced with adversity. Rising to his feet, he approached the door of the dilapidated shack. It appeared to have been untouched for ages, cloaked in a layer of dust and cobwebs. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open with a slow creak as the hinges protested. Instantly, a cacophony of bustling market sounds flooded his ears. Li Chang'an looked up in astonishment, in stark contrast to the desolate interior. The outside revealed an entirely different world. Before him lay a long street paved with compacted yellow earth, flanked by ancient Chinese-style edifices. Though it was the dead of night, with the jade rabbit at its zenith, the street was adorned with suspended white lanterns that cast a soft glow, harmonizing with the moonlight. The thoroughfare thrummed with life, and the attire of the passers-by was distinctly traditional, flowing robes and short hemp garments. Even the wares peddled by the street vendors, hairpins and candied hawthorns, betrayed no hint of modernity. It was as if he had plunged into the midst of a historical drama. A thin mist curled about the street. Although the lantern light remained bright, it grew dimmer the farther one stood back, rendering the pedestrians ethereal. as if they materialized from the void only to dissolve back into it. Li Chang'an wandered through the throng in a daze. Candied hawthorn, a hoary man called out, balancing a straw pole on his shoulder. Freshly picked mountain flowers today? A young girl in a simple linen dress passed by, a basket in hand. The absurdity of it all overwhelmed him as he brushed shoulders with a myriad of costumed figures. Where was this place? And why was he here? Customer! A middle-aged man draped in white cloth suddenly called out to him. Would you care for some noodles? Li Chang'an snapped back to reality, realizing he had unwittingly arrived at a noodle stall. Just as he was about to shake his head in refusal, having dined at his grandfather's funeral banquet earlier that evening, the fragrant steam rising from the pot wafted through the night air, carrying an aroma he had never encountered before. In an instant, the food in his stomach seemed to vanish, and before he knew it, he found himself seated at an empty spot at the stall. Customer, your noodles are ready, the vendor announced, placing a steaming bowl of vegetarian noodles before Li Chang'an. The noodles were of an unknown dark hue, sprinkled with chopped scallions, as the scalding broth cascaded over them. A cloud of steam infused with fragrance enveloped him. Li Chang'an inhaled deeply, feeling the enticing scent surge to his mind. He hastily grabbed a pair of chopsticks, eagerly preparing to dig in, but then paused to consider whether the vendor would accept his currency. At that thought, a sudden pang of discomfort surged in his brow, prompting him to close his eyes and rub his temples for a while. Just as he regained his composure, a raspy voice from the neighboring table interrupted him. Vendor, your broth has grown rather bland. Li Chang'an turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, noticing a hunched old man who was gingerly moving a bowl of noodles towards the large pot of boiling broth. Very well, the guests await. I shall enhance the flavor forthwith. Upon uttering these words, the noodle vendor cradled his head with both hands, and with a mere twist, astonishingly detached his own head from his body, proceeding to grope for the pot of noodles before unceremoniously plunging his own head into the bubbling broth. Li Chang'an nearly gasped in horror. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the flames beneath the pot were not crimson but a ghastly green, and what was burning was not timber, but rather an array of human bones. Such a macabre scene. Yet he observed no trace of astonishment among the surrounding patrons. A chill gripped his heart as he glanced towards the street. A girl in a simple floral dress, with a cheerful smile, extracted a severed hand from her basket and handed it to a pale-faced couple. Candy Hawthorne, here you go. An elderly man retrieved a bamboo skewer, not adorned with sugar balls, but rather with glistening red eyeballs. He crouched down, presenting the string of eyeballs to a child sporting a high ponytail. The child accepted the string of eyeballs, his mouth widening unnaturally, stretching to the point where the corners seemed to approach his ears, causing one of his own eyeballs to pop out, which he nonchalantly caught and stuffed into his mouth alongside the eyeballs. A crunch echoed as juices splattered. Li Chang'an shuddered, unable to look any longer. Turning back, he realized that the noodles before him were not noodles at all. The dark strands were unmistakably a mass of hair soaked in water, while the green onions were nothing more than maggots minced with a knife. This was no night market. It was a market of the damned. Li Chang'an pinched his thigh with considerable force. The pain somewhat alleviating his mounting dread, he scrutinized his surroundings, noting that as he approached the noodle stall, the white lanterns lining the street became increasingly sparse, and the pedestrians, if they could even be called that, were merely a sparse few. He must be nearing the end of the ghost market. Another glance towards the pot revealed the old man still standing in a stupor with his bowl, while the headless vendor stirred the concoction with a long-handled ladle, simmering the broth made from his own decapitated head. The aroma wafted into Li Chang'an's nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. He gently set down his chopsticks and quietly departed from the stall, avoiding the ghastly visages of the deceased lining the roadside as he hurriedly pressed forward. Sir, you haven't paid for your noodles yet. Suddenly, the vendor's voice echoed hauntingly behind him. In an instant, the street fell silent. The various specters that had been engaged in their own pursuits ceased their activities and turned their collective gaze upon Li Chang'an, slowly encroaching upon him. His path was obstructed. A cold sweat broke forth upon Li Chang'an's brow as he slowly turned around. The noodle vendor stood directly behind him, clutching his head under one arm, its surface damp and exuding steam. Sir, the head spoke, you wouldn't happen to be short on funds, would you? Li Chang'an swallowed hard. After a series of successive frights, his fear had somewhat diminished. That hardly matters, the head replied with a cheerful tone. as it reattached itself to the neck, wiping away the broth with a cloth. Perhaps having been boiled too long, the areas the cloth touched split open, revealing stark white bones beneath the flesh. Can guests settle their debts with other items? Settle debts? Li Chang'an murmured softly, feeling an inexplicable chill at the mention of the term in this context. Indeed, the noodle stall owner replied in a wistful tone, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. Anything can be used, can't it? As he spoke, a group of specters drew closer. Chapter 3. The old Taoist. As the shopkeeper's voice faded, the spectral figures surrounding Li Chang'an inched nearer. Some bore grotesque visages, while others exhibited a gluttonous and malevolent demeanor. An old ghost with bulging eyes fixated on his, while a flower-selling spirit coveted his hands. Their avaricious gazes roamed over every inch of his body, as though they intended to dismember him completely. Surrounded by these phantoms, Li Chang'an's fear surged to its zenith, only to be eclipsed by a wave of indignation. He glared fiercely, recalling the adage that ghosts fear the wicked, and the group of spirits momentarily faltered in their advance. He pointed at them, ready to unleash a tirade of curses. Suddenly, from the crevice of the phantoms, emerged a white lantern. "Excuse me, please make way." Following closely behind was a figure swathed in a heavy cloak. "I have covered his fare," the cloaked individual proclaimed, producing a handful of paper money and stuffing it into the noodle vendor's hands. Without delay, he seized Li Chang'an's wrist and urged in a hushed tone, "Come with me." With that, he led the way, the white lantern illuminating the path ahead. The throng of spirits parted, creating a passage. The cloaked man hastened forward, and Li Chang'an felt the scenery blur past him, the white lanterns adorning the streets gradually dwindling, while the ghosts along the roadside vanished from sight. At last, they came to a halt. The white lantern flickered a few times before glowing a warm, orange hue, akin to a return to the realm of the living. Li Chang'an glanced back, and the raucous ghost market was nowhere to be seen. What lay before him were merely a few dilapidated thatched huts flanking a narrow, winding dirt road, with sporadic emerald-green phosphorescence dancing in the air. A rustling sound echoed behind him as the cloaked figure loosened his garment to reveal an elderly Taoist priest with grizzled hair and beard. Just as Li Chang'an was about to express his gratitude, the old Taoist suddenly erupted into a tirade. "You young rascal, do you have a death wish? Is the ghost market a mere promenade? If it weren't for me." With that, the Taoist jabbed at Li Chang'an with the wooden handle of the lantern a few times, threatening, "Your heart, liver, and lungs would be snatched away for their vile purposes, and your bones would serve as firewood." Li Chang'an quickly recoiled a few steps, pondering momentarily before performing an awkward fist salute. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." "Grateful?" the Taoist huffed, his irritation seemingly unquenched. He appeared to disdain such superficial niceties. "If you truly mean it, speak candidly." He scrutinized Li Chang'an, who had just finished his meal and bathed, now clad in nothing but white undergarments. The Taoist shook his head and remarked, "Given your wretched appearance, perhaps it's best to let it go." Without another word, he turned to leave, leaving Li Chang'an bewildered at the spot. He surveyed his surroundings. In the clear moonlit night, the shadows of the trees danced like specters. "Why are you still here?" The old Taoist turned back. "Are you staying to feed the ghosts? Going? Where would you go?" Li Chang'an forced a smile, feeling as though he had nowhere to turn. The old priest, upon hearing this, glared at Li Chang'an for a considerable time. "Very well, one must save a person to the very end." With that, he gestured for Li to follow him. This place, once bustling with life and commerce, had been ravaged by calamity. Even before the disaster had fully subsided, bandits had arisen, and with the emergence of banditry came the soldiers. After 3 rounds of turmoil, the living had either perished or fled, leaving behind only specters lingering in this desolation. As he spoke, the old priest led Li Chang'an into a dilapidated thatched hut by the roadside. Lighting an oil lamp, Li Chang'an observed that this hut was in a far better state than the one he had first encountered. Although it too was in ruins, with cracks visible in the walls, fallen window frames, and a roof peppered with holes, it at least offered some semblance of shelter from the wind and rain. However, as Li's gaze swept to the corner, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. There, 2 skeletal remains lay entwined in death, one large and one small. "Fear not." The old priest noted the change in Li Chang'an's demeanor and spoke with a smile. "These bones do not bite." After saying this, The old priest approached the remains and performed a respectful bow. "Honored spirits, this young man seeks refuge in your abode for the night. I hope for your understanding." Yet, unbeknownst to the old priest, Li Chang'an's astonishment stemmed not from the skeletal remains, but rather from the two ethereal figures hovering nearby. The spirit of a peasant woman holding the hand of a child, both clad in tattered garments with pallid faces. After the old priest's bow, they too returned the gesture with utmost decorum. The old priest and Li Chang'an laid down makeshift beds of straw in opposite corners of the room. The old priest then sat cross-legged upon his bed and introduced himself. "I am known as Xuanji, a wandering Taoist with the surname Lu, simply called Lu Taoist. And you, young man, what is your name?" "Li, with the name Chang'an," came the reply. "Li Chang'an, is it? Very well." Lu Taoist stroked his grizzled beard and spoke earnestly. "In these tumultuous times, since we share this roof, I must lay some ground rules." Li Chang'an straightened in response. "Please, speak, Taoist." "First," Lu Taoist extended a finger, "I am merely a wandering priest with no possessions to speak of." Secondly, he retrieved a long sword from his bundle, laying it across his knees. "This sword has accompanied me through many lands, having slain as many bandits as it has demons. If you—" The old priest's voice trailed off as the blade was drawn 3 inches from its sheath with a metallic clang. Lu Taoist's tone turned grave. "Do you understand?" Li Chang'an found the priest's posturing rather amusing. In his eyes, it seemed overly cautious to the point of timidity. Who threatens an unarmed individual by first proclaiming their own lack of riches? Nevertheless, recognizing the old man's life-saving grace, Li Chang'an refrained from revealing his amusement and simply nodded. "I am not one to lack discernment." Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, sunlight streaming through the cracks in the wall awoke Li Chang'an, illuminating his eyes. The turmoil of the previous night had left him utterly exhausted, and he had slept soundly, though the straw-covered floor had rendered his rest uncomfortable. Rising, he felt aches and pains throughout his body. He surveyed the room. Both the old priest and the skeletal remains had vanished, and beside his bed lay half of a hard, stale bun. Outside, faint sounds of sizzling could be heard. Li Chang'an pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to behold the old Taoist priest laboriously digging a hole with some farming tools he had mysteriously procured. Beside the pit, the skeletal remains were meticulously wrapped in the cloak the old man had donned the previous night. Upon witnessing this, Li Chang'an hastily set down his bun and approached to lend a hand. After interring the bones, the Taoist priest straightened his attire and recited the sutra for the deceased. To the revered deities of the 10 directions, as numerous as grains of sand, transforming forms across the realms, universally saving sentient beings, gathering vital energy to accumulate merit, together voicing the salvation of the world. The final words of the sutra resonated through the air. The spirits of a mother and child materialized, their garments vibrant, their faces now radiant. They bowed in gratitude towards the 2 men before gradually fading away. Turning back, Li Chang'an discovered the old Taoist gazing at him with uncertainty. "Young man, can you see ghosts?" Li Chang'an had no intention of concealing the truth and nodded in affirmation. The Taoist's eyes sparkled with excitement as he circled around Li Chang'an, exclaiming, "From where do you hail? Young brother? From where do I come? Can I confess that I have traversed time?" Li Chang'an was reluctant to fabricate a tale, simply waving his hand and offering a wry smile in silence. "And where are you bound next?" The Taoist persisted, undeterred. "Where am I headed? Perhaps only it knows," Li Chang'an mused, feeling the yellowed booklet in his pocket. Uncertain of how to respond, he countered, "And where are you going?" "Taoist, I—" The Taoist brushed off the dust from his garments. "I am off to Yulin." Chapter 4. The painted skin outside the city of Yulin. Wang Shan and his wife were tidying up the guest rooms of their inn. In these tumultuous times, travelers were increasingly scarce, and their establishment merely managed to scrape by today. With the storm raging, it was likely that no guests would seek shelter at tea that moment. A youthful lad with rosy lips and white teeth pushed open the door and entered, revealing himself to be Wang Shan's only son, who typically assisted in attending to guests. "Father," the young man called, ushering in a young girl behind him. She appeared to be in the bloom of youth, donned in a green silk dress and a white scarf atop her head, her countenance quite charming. She curtsied gracefully to Wang Shan and his wife, saying, "I am but a humble girl from Wangzi Township, located 10 miles to the south. My husband passed away prematurely, and with no children to my name, I was cruelly cast out by my heartless and dash laws. My parents have long departed this world, and I have come seeking refuge with my aunt, only to discover that she, too, has met her end. Now, I find myself adrift, particularly as the rain begins to pour. I beseech you, kind innkeepers, to show mercy and grant me shelter for the night." As she spoke, the young woman appeared overwhelmed by sorrow, covering her face as she wept softly. Wang Shan, moved by her plight and noting her drenched state, could not help but feel a pang of compassion and agreed to her request. After sharing a meal, the young woman proved to be industrious, eagerly assisting in the clearing of dishes and, in the end, even helping Wang Shan's wife sew garments. The clothes she crafted were stitched with exquisite precision, a testament to her remarkable skill, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Wang Shan's wife, upon observing this, could not help but marvel, "With such beauty and talent, your in-laws must be quite foolish at this." She gazed at the girl with increasing fondness and, half in jest, remarked, "If only you were my daughter-in-law." Unbeknownst to her, the girl shyly lowered her gaze. "If you do not mind the chaos of the world, ordinary families do not hold such strict standards." Wang Shan and his wife hastily made arrangements, and that very night, welcomed the girl and their son into the bridal chamber. Wang Shan's son was merely 13 or 14 years of age, still an innocent youth. Why did the lady hold a wooden beam? At this moment, the woman stood by the door, gripping a thick wooden beam in her hand, resembling a stalk of rice, with numerous thieves lurking nearby. Vigilance was imperative at night. After speaking, the woman propped the beam against the door and gazed at the groom seated by the bed. "How remarkably tender his skin is." "What?" The young man was momentarily taken aback by her words. "I meant to say, the groom is truly handsome." Upon hearing this, the young man's face flushed with embarrassment. Mustering his courage, he looked up at the woman and declared, "Yet you, dear sister, are even more beautiful." The woman smiled softly, approached, and sat upon the bed, grasping the youth's hands. The young man hurriedly exclaimed, "The red candle has yet to be extinguished. Pay it no mind." With that, the woman pulled the youth onto the bed, and with a swift motion, the blanket enveloped them both. Within the confines of the blanket, a commotion ensued, suddenly expanding in size. The flickering candlelight cast moving shadows, while the blanket writhed violently. Faintly, a chilling sound reminiscent of gnawing could be heard. "Mother, the bride is a ghost." Wang's wife, drenched in cold sweat, jolted awake from her nightmare, where she had just seen her son, disheveled and bloodied, crying out to her. She quickly shook her husband awake to relay the events of her dream. "You must be delirious with joy over having such a fine daughter-in-law." Wang Shan scoffed dismissively, turning over to return to sleep. His wife, however, soon followed suit, only to be awakened once more. "Mother, our son is to be devoured by a ghost." Wang's wife bolted upright, the echoes of her son's anguished cries still ringing in her ears. Once could be mere dreaming, but twice. She hastily shook her husband awake again, and Wang Shan, feeling a pang of unease, rose from the bed with his wife. They approached the newlyweds' chamber, only to find flickering candlelight within, yet there was no sound. Exchanging glances, they quietly pressed their ears against the door. They could faintly discern the sounds of gnawing and chewing. In a sudden fright, they leaped back and called out loudly, but the interior remained eerily silent. They charged against the door, which was barred by the wooden beam, refusing to yield. The commotion attracted the attention of the nearby neighbors. A group of young men rushed to force open the door, only to be met with screams of horror. The gathering of onlookers recoiled in shock as they beheld a sight of carnage within. A ghastly creature, entirely azure, with round eyes and serrated teeth, sat upon the bed, cradling a severed head and consuming its brain matter greedily. Observing Wang Shan and the others shouting from outside, it merely cast a glance with its copper bell-like eyes, its jagged mouth stretching into what appeared to be a grin, before casually tossing the skull towards the door, landing squarely in Wang's wife's embrace. "Child?" Wang's wife stared in horror at the skull in her arms, letting out a blood-curdling scream before fainting. The crowd outside erupted into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the malevolent spirit burst forth from the door, scattering the crowd in terror, vanishing into the night, leaving only the echoes of Wang Shan's anguished cries. Outside Yulin City, two peculiar Taoist priests arrived. The elder appeared somewhat normal, bearing the marks of age upon his weathered face, his hair and beard a mix of white, clad in a tattered robe that had seen better days, resembling a mendicant. The younger, however, was odd. Though dressed in an old robe, his delicate skin and youthful countenance resembled that of a wealthy young master, his hair cropped short like a monk's. This peculiar duo was none other than Lu Laodao and Li Chang'an. At this moment, nearly a month had passed since the ghost market incident. Under the tutelage of the old Taoist, Li Chang'an's ability to commune with the ethereal, gleaned from the yellowed texts, was regarded as a remarkable talent, prompting the old Taoist to consider accepting him as a disciple. However, Li Chang'an was at a loss regarding his future, and given that the old Taoist had saved his life, he felt it was only fitting to acquiesce to the offer. Yet, the old Taoist sect had a rule that required a minimum observation period of 6 months before accepting a disciple. Thus Li Chang'an had not yet been formally inducted. As the two traversed the official road, they observed a pair of soldiers stationed at the city gate, rigorously questioning the pedestrians entering and exiting the city. The old Taoist retrieved a folded document from his bag and handed it to Li Chang'an. Upon unfolding it, Li Chang'an discovered a license bearing the name of a Taoist known as Xianxiao. Who is Xianxiao? Your master's uncle. Where has he gone? Devoured by a monster. The soldiers at the city gate not only enforce strict scrutiny but appear to be on high alert, ready to draw their weapons at the slightest disturbance. After being thoroughly searched, the two were still denied entry into the city. Instead, a bowl of water was brought to them. The soldiers shoved the bowl into Li Chang'an's arms and commanded, "Drink!" Li Chang'an accepted the bowl, peering at the murky liquid and frowned as he inquired, "What is this?" To his surprise, the soldier scowled, "Drink it if I say so. No need for your nonsense." The old Taoist quickly restrained Li Chang'an, sniffed the air, and reassured him, "It's nothing to worry about, merely talismanic water." Upon hearing this, the soldier's demeanor softened significantly. He cupped his hands in respect towards the old Taoist and remarked, "It seems you possess genuine abilities." Taoist. Once inside the city, do take a moment to peruse the notices. The notice board was situated right by the city gate. After entering, Li Chang'an paused to examine it. Most of the notices were outdated, offering bounties for bandits, but 2 new ones caught his eye. One announced that a prominent family within the city was plagued by ghosts and sought an adept to exorcise them, while the other offered a reward for the elimination of a menacing specter outside the city, complete with a vivid depiction of the malevolent spirit, characterized by its azure hue, round eyes, and sharpened teeth. Upon entering the city, they found a modest inn. The old Taoist ventured out to procure some wine to appease the restless spirit of alcohol within him, while Li Chang'an remained in the room, his expression shifting restlessly. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled deeply and retrieved the yellow-covered book he had kept close at all times. Over the past month, the book had not changed much, except that the illustration of the malevolent spirit had gradually gained color. Li Chang'an flipped the pages, revealing a vividly rendered image of a fearsome demon, its azure body, round eyes, and sharpened teeth identical to the depiction on the city wall. Chapter 5. The uniform. The innkeeper prepared a meal just as the old Taoist returned with the wine. The two did not rush to eat. Instead, they first unearthed the ancestral tablet from their belongings, respectfully lighting incense and candles. The old Taoist then produced a talisman from his robe and placed it before the tablet. This talisman, crafted on yellow paper with vermilion ink, bore intricate golden threaded patterns along its edges. It was the most precious item the old Taoist possessed, a protective talisman passed down from his forebear, meant to safeguard his life. He then opened his wine gourd at his waist, extracting a smaller gourd from within. This smaller gourd also contained wine, yet it was not the inferior brew purchased from the market, but rather a fine fungio, which he typically spared for offerings to his ancestors. He uncorked the bottle and inhaled the rich aroma of the wine deeply before cautiously pouring a glass, which he reverently placed before the altar of the ancestors. Then, the old priest began the daily rituals with Li Chang'an. Once completed, he meticulously stored away the various items, even pouring the remaining wine back into the gourd. Not one to waste, he lifted the small cup that had contained the wine, took a whiff, and sipped the inferior brew. With his eyes half closed and a look of contentment on his face, it seemed as though he were indulging not in the subpar wine from the large gourd, but rather in the finest fungio from a small flask. Li Chang'an could hardly bear to watch. "Can't you just rinse the cup and drink from it?" "What do you know, young man?" the old priest replied leisurely. "Rinsing it would yield but a single cup. Savoring the aroma allows one to enjoy an entire gourd." After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the old priest leisurely remarked, while procuring the wine, "I inquired about the local happenings. Presently, there are only two matters worthy of attention in Yulin City. The first involves a haunted household of the Zhou family in the northern part of the city, which I inspected. It is merely a case of a deceased person lingering on, lacking any real significance. The second pertains to a prominent Zhang family. Shortly, we shall investigate this further. Such urgency? Li Chang'an was taken aback. After their arduous journey, he had hoped for a brief respite upon entering the city. Urgency? The old priest stroked his beard and shot Li Chang'an a glare. Let me ask you, what is the most crucial aspect of wandering the world? Li Chang'an pondered this carefully. Through their month-long journey together, he had discerned the old priest's true nature. His abilities were modest, and his courage even more so. However, he possessed an exceptional talent for avoiding misfortune, able to detect danger from afar, circumventing peril long before it approached. His previous reckless rescue of Li Chang'an had been dictated by the unspoken rules of the ghost market, and as he claimed, it was due to the ancestral spirit's will to take on Li Chang'an as a disciple. Thus, Li Chang'an confidently declared, "Safety is paramount." Nonsense. The old priest retorted with a dismissive spit. Of course, the most important thing is to eat. Let us go, he said, gathering his belongings. We must seek out some funds for our meal. The two meandered around the vicinity, deliberately avoiding the Zhang family's entrance, instead veering into a narrow alley beside their residence. The alley was devoid of passers-by, affording the master and disciple a certain degree of privacy. Their intentions were not malicious. Rather, their forthcoming actions were not particularly dignified and did not align with the image of a revered figure, making it unwise for others to witness. The old priest produced a talisman, performed a set of hand gestures, and chanted an incantation, causing the talisman to ignite spontaneously without any wind. He drew a few circles beneath his nose with the talisman and then fervently sniffed. This practice was known as Shangjiangmen, a technique derived from the 3 parts of Tai Wei, 8 sceneries and 24 true talismans, where scenery refers to deities corresponding to various parts of the body. The talisman he employed was the Chonglong Yushan talisman, which he relied upon to summon the nose deity, Chonglongjiu, for the purpose of discerning and tracking down demons and spirits. The old priest pressed his entire body against the wall, guiding his head along the scent trail. Before long, he discovered a small hole at the base of the wall, raised his rear, and inserted his head into it. However, he quickly withdrew, rolling and scrambling away. His nose and mouth wrinkled in disgust as he waved a hand in front of his face. Li Chang'an surmised. It must be quite foul. The elderly priest could only nod in response, unable to articulate an answer. A rotting corpse? He shook his head. A yellow weasel? He continued to shake his head. Before Li Chang'an could continue guessing, the priest finally regained his composure and angrily declared, "It is dog feces." It seemed that possessing an overly keen sense of smell was not always advantageous. Observing the priest's irritation, Li Chang'an wisely chose to turn the page on that topic. "Are there any demons or ghosts?" "Yes," the priest affirmed, displaying his exceptional skills by uncovering a clue amidst the overwhelming stench. "Is it dangerous?" "Just a minor spirit." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he proclaimed himself ready to vanquish evil. Li Chang'an, filled with excitement, turned ahead towards the Zhang family's entrance, but was promptly pulled back by the priest. "You are going the wrong way." "Isn't the Zhang family in this direction?" "Forget the Zhang family. We're going to the Zhou family in the northern part of the city." "Ah?" "The Zhou family's wife is truly pitiful. Indeed, her husband was a ne'er-do-well in life, and even in death he continues to cling to her, leaving her and her children in a dire predicament." On the street, several older women huddled together, whispering among themselves, their topic of discussion being the Zhou family's wife, who held several young children, her face etched with worry. Unbeknownst to them, a young man stood beside her, gazing at the mother and children with a look of deep affection. Upon overhearing the women's gossip, he shot them a fierce glare, but quickly averted his gaze, cautiously looking towards the side where Lu Laodao stood, holding a talisman in one hand and a long sword in the other, exuding calmness. The priest beckoned to the male ghost with a crooked finger, and the spirit, albeit reluctantly, moved to the center of the courtyard, turning to reveal his form. The onlookers, who had been chattering excitedly, were suddenly struck with terror and scrambled away in fright. Conversely, the young child in the Zhou family's wife's arms reached out toward the man, calling out in a small voice, "Daddy." The Zhou family's wife, her expression complex, looked at the male ghost and called out, "Husband." The male ghost opened his mouth but could not utter a sound. The priest glared sharply at him. The male ghost resignedly nodded, turning away from his wife to reveal his horrifying visage. He had incurred a significant gambling debt in life and had been brutally beaten to death to settle accounts. His appearance ghastly and his body marred with bloodstains, leaving the entire street in stunned silence. The Zhou family's wife covered her children's eyes, her voice pleading, "Priest." The priest nodded, brandishing his sword, and recited aloud, "Respect to the deities of the 10 directions, as numerous as the grains of sand, transforming in the realms of 10 directions, universally saving all sentient beings, gathering virtue and power, together saving the world." Upon hearing this, the male ghost was momentarily taken aback, then immediately knelt and began to bow his head in reverence. It is known that the rituals of a priest to exorcise spirits generally encompass 3 methods: banishment, extermination, and transcendence. Among these, banishment is the simplest and most common, and extermination permanently eradicates future troubles, while transcendence consumes great mental and magical energy, thus most priests refrain from undertaking it lightly. The male ghost, realizing Lu Laodao was willing to expend his magical energy for his transcendence, could not help but feel immense gratitude. Amidst the chanting, the male ghost ascended to the heavens. Once the ritual concluded, the Zhou family's wife approached the priest with a bamboo basket, only to suddenly kneel and bow her head in reverence. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the venerable Taoist for performing the rite of transference for my husband. However, our household is not particularly affluent, and the expenses incurred for my husband's funeral have depleted our resources significantly. I can only offer these humble items as a meager contribution toward the costs of the ceremony, and I kindly request a few days' grace for the remainder." The Taoist hastily assisted her to her feet and surveyed the contents of the basket, which contained merely a collection of grains. Noticing the timid children peering at him from behind the woman, the Taoist retrieved an egg from the basket, laughing heartily as he declared, "This trifling matter is hardly worth mentioning. With this egg alone, it suffices." Having said this, he turned and his expression transformed back into one of solemnity. As he took a few steps, he spotted Li Chang'an approaching from a distance and promptly detained him. "Where have you been hiding?" It turned out that Li Chang'an had vanished just as the ceremony commenced. As he began to speak, the Taoist's keen eyes caught sight of a piece of yellow paper clutched in Li's hand, instantly raising his alarm. "What is this?" At that moment, a portly middle-aged man with a bushy mustache suddenly appeared from the side. The Taoist was caught off guard as the man clung to his leg, pleading, "Please, save my master's life." After hearing the man's lamentations, the Taoist realized that he was the steward of the Zhang family. It became clear that Li Chang'an had merely gone to announce the yellow list and had inadvertently brought along the steward. The steward had fortuitously witnessed the entire sequence of events from the moment the male specter manifested to its exorcism. "Rest assured, my friend, as practitioners of the Tao, we would never allow malevolent spirits to wreak havoc." The Taoist spoke with righteous fervor, momentarily intimidating the steward. He then pulled Li Chang'an aside, his demeanor fiery with urgency, and whispered, "What mischief are you concocting?" Li Chang'an, however, was taken aback. "Master, did you not say it was merely a minor ghost? Is a minor ghost any less fearsome?" Pointing at the steward, the Taoist insisted, "You must promptly dismiss this matter." Yet, Li Chang'an remained rooted in place, turning to Lu Laodao with a query, "Master, how much remuneration did you receive for the Zhou family's rights?" Lu's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that his earlier pretense of affluence had been observed by his disciple. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, asserting, "What have I taught you? Our sect is dedicated to the alleviation of suffering and the salvation of souls. The practice of rituals is not about monetary gain." Li Chang'an sighed, having witnessed Lu's habitual kindness toward the needy. Despite Lu's capabilities, his cautious nature prevented him from engaging in more lucrative endeavors, compounded by his compassionate heart that could not accept the earnings from impoverished families. "Master, we are running low on funds," Li Chang'an remarked earnestly. Chapter 6. The ghostly infant. The rotund steward moved ahead. By the time the master and disciple arrived at the Zhang residence, the grand doors were wide open. Upon seeing the two figures, a throng of people rushed forth, respectfully ushering them into the house. The air was thick with the sense of dread that the Zhang family had suffered significantly at the hands of the malevolent spirit. Upon entering the main hall, the old Taoist scrutinized the multitude within the hall. Although most appeared haggard, there were no signs of having suffered from malevolent afflictions. He turned his gaze towards Li Chang'an, who also shook his head, indicating that his keen eyes discerned no spectral presence. The proclamation clearly stated that the one beset by ghosts was the head of the Zhang family. Thus, Li Chang'an directly inquired, "Might I ask where Mr. Zhang is?" Consequently, the group eagerly ushered both men into a private chamber. Inside, several grand chairs were arranged, and in the principal seat reclined a lavishly dressed man, his countenance a sickly green, with deeply sunken eyes, a clear indication of imminent demise, and a wonder he had not come forth to greet them. This must indeed be Mr. Zhang, tormented by spirits. As the old Taoist prepared to pay his respects, Li Chang'an abruptly seized him, pointing toward Mr. Zhang's shoulder. Perched there was a diminutive specter, its skin an ashen hue, its body bloated like that of an infant. It frolicked nonchalantly upon Mr. Zhang's shoulder, occasionally pressing its darkened lips to his ear, causing Mr. Zhang to shudder with each puff of air from the creature's cheeks. The old Taoist withdrew a talisman from his sleeve, this time a spirit-summoning talisman designed to awaken the spiritual vision. He waved the paper before his eyes and focused on Mr. Zhang's shoulder, his expression instantly turning grave. Mr. Zhang still possessed a modicum of strength to speak, having been terrorized by the ghost. Noticing the old Taoist's somber demeanor, he could not help but voice his concern. "Reverend Xuanji, is this ghost truly beyond your capabilities?" The old Taoist, evading the question, simply replied, "Very ominous indeed." This disappointment washed over Mr. Zhang's features, and he sighed deeply, for no apparent reason. What malevolent spirit seeks to take the life of Zhang? What malevolent spirit? The old Taoist chuckled. "Surely, it is one that demands a hefty price." Mr. Zhang's expression remained unyielding. "Reverend, do not jest." "Jest?" the old Taoist retorted. "Has Mr. Zhang not drowned infants in recent years?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, a glimmer of resignation flickered in his gaze. In the primitive era of limited productivity, the abhorrent practice of infanticide, particularly of female infants, was prevalent in many regions. With even affluent families not exempt, it appeared that the Zhang family was no exception. Clinging to a thread of hope, Mr. Zhang implored, "Is there truly no other way? I beseech you, Reverend, save my life." To his surprise, the old Taoist offered a starkly different response. "Who says there is no solution? I shall conduct a ritual." In this realm, Taoists and monks have long been the primary exorcists of malevolence and demons. However, monks have consistently found themselves outmatched by Taoists. Why? Because when Taoists find themselves unable to resolve a matter, they can convene a ritual, summoning various ancestors and deities to lend their strength. There is a saying in the industry, "No problem exists that cannot be resolved by conducting a ritual." If there is, then simply raise the altar higher. Furthermore, this phrase originates from Li Chang'an. He instructed the Zhang household to prepare the necessary items for the ritual. Li Chang'an leaned closer to the old Taoist and inquired, "Is this little ghost truly so formidable that only a ritual can resolve it?" Throughout their journey, the notion of conducting a ritual had merely been a verbal suggestion from the old Taoist, never actualized, primarily due to his apprehension. Yet, conducting a ritual did not guarantee resolution. Unexpectedly, the old Taoist, who had previously exuded an air of wrath, let out a deep sigh and pointed at the ghostly infant, lamenting, "What a tragedy! That poor child must have been reincarnated into the Zhang family countless times, each time meeting a watery demise. It is impossible to fathom how many times it has perished, accumulating such deep resentment." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an fell silent for a moment before continuing to inquire, "Then what kind of altar shall we establish?" A ritual altar cannot be opened haphazardly. Each type possesses its own specific talismans, magical implements, procedures, and scriptures. The various intricate techniques are closely guarded secrets of the different sections. The Shangjing sect is merely a minor Taoist faction, with only 2 or 3 types of ceremonial altars passed down. The old Taoist had previously provided a general explanation to Li Chang'an. "Shall we employ the Zhenma altar ceremony?" The old Taoist turned his gaze towards the ghostly infant for a considerable time, his expression wavering. Finally, he sighed once more and replied, "Let us utilize the Shazui Chao Hua altar ceremony in the Zhang family's courtyard." The entrance was securely shut in the eastern corner of the yard. A ritual altar was set up, complete with ceremonial flags, memorial tablets, talismans, and various other essentials. The master and disciple stood vigil beside the altar, prepared for the task at hand. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the courtyard, Zhang Yuanwei reclined in a chair, appearing utterly drained, having fallen into a deep slumber. "Master?" Li Chang'an pointed towards Yung. "Oh, not worry." The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. "Sleeping is far better than being awake." He then signaled his disciple to prepare, stepping into the 7 stars formation while reciting the incantation. Yuan Shi Shang Di, True Talisman Decree. Yuan Shi Taizhen, 5 Spirits Exalted. Tai Wei Bright Radiance. Illuminating the 8 Gates. 5 Elders Command. None in the shadows go unheard. After performing a series of rituals, the old Taoist exchanged a knowing glance. Li Chang'an, who had been waiting anxiously, quickly fetched a small wooden basin and placed it in the center of the courtyard. The basin contained freshly procured human milk mixed with frost sugar, a combination particularly enticing to children, intended to allure the ghostly infant away from Zhang Yuanwei, thus allowing the old Taoist to perform the rites. The old Taoist formed a specific hand gesture, and it seemed as though the ghostly infant caught a whiff of something enticing. It crawled down from Zhang Yuanwei, babbling softly as it made its way to the basin. Under the vigilant gaze of Li Chang'an and the old Taoist, the infant first sniffed the air, circled around the basin a few times, and ultimately succumbed to its innate desires, diving headfirst into the basin. The milk was infused with specially prepared talismanic water, and upon contact, the ghostly infant appeared somewhat dazed. With a significant step forward in their plan, Li Chang'an felt a weight lift from his chest. But just then, the old Taoist's urgent voice rang out, "Hurry!" The old Taoist had already cast a command talisman, moving with fervor as he recited the incantation. Vermilion bird ascends, divine might expands, mountain sources 4 towns, ghostly soldiers flee. Startled, Li Chang'an sprang to the side of the ghostly infant, deftly looping a red thread around it. Fearing to startle the infant awake, he did not dare to bind it too tightly. Instead, he loosely secured it before nailing the thread to the ground. Upon drawing closer, Li Chang'an noticed the ghostly infant's skin was a dark, bluish hue, with faint white patterns beneath the surface. Its swollen body had expanded significantly, yet its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose remained unclouded by the swelling. However, the eye sockets were void of eyeballs, and its mouth lacked a tongue, rendering its features mere inky voids, which appeared all the more terrifying. As Li Chang'an stepped back, a chill ran down his forehead, and upon wiping it with his hand, he found it covered in cold sweat. All that could be done had been accomplished. Only the final rite of purification remained. The smooth execution of the preceding steps allowed both master and disciple to exhale in relief, and the subsequent purification proceeded without a hitch. With the assistance of the venerable Taoist, the malevolent aura of the ghostly infant gradually dissipated, its form slowly transforming from a bloated, lifeless visage to that of a normal baby. After the span of a single incense stick, only the lower half of the ghostly infant remained somewhat swollen. But suddenly, a chilling scream. It was Zhang Yuanwei, who had awakened from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a baby with a lower body mottled in shades of dark purple and blue, and instinctively let out a cry of terror. Realizing the inappropriateness of his outburst, he hastily covered his mouth. However, the ghostly infant was already roused. Chapter 7. Stubborn Resolve Ghost. Upon hearing this exclamation, Li Chang'an immediately sensed a shift in the situation. The ghostly infant lifted its head from the wooden basin, tilting it as it scanned its surroundings. Soon coming to the realization that it had been ensnared by the Taoist, it suddenly contorted its face in anger, opened its mouth, and a deep, piercing shriek erupted forth, leaving listeners dizzy and breathless. Amidst this cacophony, it reverted to its previous ghastly, swollen appearance and turned to glare menacingly at Zhang Yuanwei. Zhang Yuanwei, horrified, fell to the ground along with his chair. The venerable Taoist quickly shouted to Li Chang'an, "Protect Zhang Yuanwei." Yet, the ghostly infant twisted its body and lunged directly at Lu Laodao. The old Taoist, caught off guard, frantically grabbed the nearby incense burner and talisman, haphazardly striking at the creature. These mundane objects, devoid of any magical enhancement, merely passed through the ghostly infant without hindrance, failing to impede its advance. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly infant stood before the old Taoist. "My life is forfeit," he thought in despair, closing his eyes. Just as the moment seemed dire, a hand shot forth from the side, seizing the ghostly infant by the nape of its neck. Li Chang'an had arrived just in time. The realms of the living and the dead are not only separated by the inability of humans to perceive ghosts, but also by the fundamental impossibility of physical contact. Yet, during this encounter, Li Chang'an discovered that he could not only see the ghost but also touch it. This peculiar ability, bestowed upon him by the mystical tome, had now saved the old Taoist's life. The ghostly infant struggled in Li Chang'an's grasp, its skin damp and repulsive, yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to release his hold. However, after a brief flurry of thrashing, the infant suddenly ceased its movements. What trickery was afoot? Li Chang'an felt a surge of unease rather than relief. As anticipated, a series of unsettling cracking sounds echoed as the ghostly infant's head rotated a full 180 degrees, now facing Li Chang'an. Its mouth transformed from a gaping void into something resembling a human's, but upon opening, it revealed a cavernous maw devoid of a tongue, lined instead with rows of serrated teeth. With a bite like that, it could easily render flesh and bone to mere pulp. As the ghostly infant prepared to bite, Li Chang'an quickly tossed a small white object into its mouth, causing it to reflexively close its jaws, a look of tranquility washing over its face. Li Chang'an had brought little with him from his journey, aside from the mystical tome and a pocketful of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and milk candies pilfered from a banquet. After a month, only a single piece of the famed white rabbit candy remained. Earlier, when mixing talisman water into the milk, he had inadvertently coated the candy with some as well. Little did he know it would prove crucial in this moment. "Master!" Li Chang'an called out loudly. Oh! Still enveloped in the lingering danger of the recent ordeal, the seasoned practitioner hastily regained his composure. He clasped his hands to form a ritual gesture, using his thumb to press down on the talisman brush, intoning. With one stroke, the heavens tremble. With 2 strokes, the Master's sword appears. With 3 strokes, the demons and spirits flee 1,000 miles. Immediately thereafter, he dipped the brush in vermilion and marked the forehead of the ghostly infant, bypassing the second stroke entirely, letting his brush dance like a dragon or serpent, thus completing the talisman in a single stroke. At long last, he managed to subdue the ghostly infant once more. The master and disciple dared not grow complacent, hastily continuing the rite of exorcism. This time, fortune favored them, and no further mishaps occurred. Gradually, the ghostly infant faded amidst a glow of rosy light. The two of them collapsed onto the ground, as if their very frames had disassembled. Glancing back at Zhang Yuanwei, they found him unconscious once again. The malevolent spirit that had plagued Zhang Yuanwei had been exorcised by the practitioner, leaving him to recuperate in peace. After soothing the family of Zhang, they settled into a small courtyard arranged by the Zhang household, dismissing the attending servants. The practitioner then turned to Li Chang'an and remarked, "Zhang Yuanwei's days appear numbered. His vitality has been nearly entirely depleted, else the ghostly infant would not have been so easily subdued by you." As he spoke, the practitioner retrieved a fine wine bestowed by the Zhang family, pouring it into a large gourd he always carried, while imparting tales of his experiences in the martial world to his disciple. "You've witnessed the peril this time. It is prudent to avoid taking on tasks from wealthy households whenever possible. Do these malevolent spirits not prefer the affluent over the destitute?" Li Chang'an pondered, momentarily perplexed. The practitioner scoffed quietly, saying, "Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its rightful owner. Wrongdoing inevitably brings retribution. What sins can ordinary folk commit? What malevolence can the affluent perpetrate? Look around. How many servants lie buried beneath the mansions of the wealthy? How many maidservants fill the wells? For commoners, a haunting may cause a ruckus, but for the affluent, it leads to the ruin of families." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, prompting Li Chang'an to reflect inwardly. "I did not perceive him as an old firebrand." The old firebrand struck the table emphatically, concluding, "The wealthier the family, the more heinous the spirits." "What of the blue-skinned malevolent ghost advertised at the city gate?" Li Chang'an inquired suddenly. "That blue-skinned ghost is exceedingly ferocious." The practitioner replied dismissively, shaking his head. "According to the proclamation, that blue specter has attained corporeality. It may very well be a formidable spirit, perhaps even a yasha. Your Master's abilities are insufficient for such a foe." The practitioner shook his head in silence, yet he noticed Li Chang'an was intently listening, nearly jotting down notes. "This lad usually feigns indifference when I speak of such matters. When did he become so earnest?" The practitioner mused to himself. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden clamor of gongs and suona horns erupted from outside. The practitioner turned to observe his disciple, whose face was already etched with regret. The practitioner sprang to his feet, darting to the door in 2 or 3 strides, and flung it open. To his astonishment, the small courtyard was thronged with people, a cacophony of musicians mingling among them, the leader of whom was a gentleman clad in a green robe. The gentleman bowed respectfully to the practitioner, stating, "I am Wang Diyuan, the magistrate of Yulin, and I have come to pay my respects to the Master of Mysteries." "Master of Mysteries, me?" The practitioner was momentarily taken aback, unable to return the gesture of courtesy. The county magistrate Wang remained rather indifferent. In an era where demons and monsters roamed the earth, countless monks and Taoists flaunted their superiority. Thus, he regarded the old Taoist as a figure of true mastery. The blue-skinned malevolent spirit wreaked havoc in the countryside, leaving the citizens of Yulin in a state of constant anxiety. The mysterious Master Xuanji was willing to step forward, unafraid of peril, to rid the people of Yulin of this scourge and restore peace to the land. I, Wang Diyuan, express my gratitude on behalf of the people of Yulin to Master Xuanji. With a clang, the old Taoist's eyebrows and beard quivered, causing the gourd in his hand to tumble to the ground. Go eliminate the blue-skinned demon? Me? As the old Taoist felt dizzy and overwhelmed, his disciple Li Chang'an emerged from behind him. This malevolent spirit was originally a yaksha from the underworld, who had seized the opportunity to escape to the human realm, transforming into a beautiful woman to feast upon the living. However, having just fled the underworld, she was famished and weakened, resorting to deception. Now, having satiated her hunger for human flesh, her very presence instilled terror in the onlookers, who gasped in alarm at the thought of a ravenous spirit still capable of devouring humans. The old Taoist, observing this scene, felt utterly powerless. The art of intimidation through fanciful words was a skill he had imparted to Li Chang'an, yet now the lad was employing it for his own ends. Li Chang'an, noticing the effectiveness of his ruse, decided to add more fuel to the fire. Yesterday, he had consulted the local city god and learned that this demon had a particular taste for tender, delicate youths. Upon hearing this, several young boys, who had accompanied their fathers for a bit of excitement, screamed in terror. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a clever one suddenly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Master Xuanji, save me!" Soon, a wave of others followed suit, falling to the ground in a pile, babbling incoherently. The old Taoist, however, found himself at a loss for words. "You call for my assistance? Who shall I turn to for help? What manner of disciple have I taken on?" Yet Li Chang'an paid no heed to his master's distressed expression, smiling as he said, "My master is the esteemed headmaster of Shangjingmen. How could a mere yaksha trouble him personally?" With that, he stepped forward, standing beside the old Taoist. "Such trifles are naturally beneath me." The old Taoist's complexion suddenly changed. He finally grasped his disciple's intent. Li Chang'an intended to confront the blue-skinned demon alone. The old Taoist seized Li Chang'an, pulling him back into the room and shutting the door, urgently whispering, "Are you seeking death?" The old Taoist himself, with decades of experience, would not dare to confront that demon, while Li Chang'an had yet to even enter the fray. Was he not merely courting disaster? "Master," Li Chang'an understood the difficulty of his predicament and could only attempt to explain. "I have my own compelling reasons to proceed." "Master, master." But the old Taoist would not listen to Li Chang'an's justification. His voice filled with anger as he declared, "I shall not be a master to a corpse. Do you know what is most crucial in our line of work?" Li Chang'an recalled their earlier exchanges. "Eating? Nonsense." The old Taoist sputtered with indignation. "The utmost importance is safety." As he grew animated, the old Taoist began to poke Li Chang'an's forehead insistently. Li Chang'an, knowing he was in the wrong, did not evade. "Without a neck, how can you expect to eat? Do not act recklessly. Do not act recklessly." The old Taoist paced back and forth, exclaiming, "How many times must I tell you? Do not act recklessly. The talisman of the dragon spirit I taught you is employed by your fellow disciples to pursue demons and spirits, yet I alone utilize it to evade such entities. They mock my timidity, but in the end, who remains standing? It is I." The old priest retrieved a small gourd and took a generous swig. "Indeed, I speak of your esteemed master, Xian Xiao, who flaunted his bravado throughout his life, only to be devoured by a demon in his twilight years, leaving not even a bone behind." As he spoke, the old priest's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He raised the gourd once more, this time revealing a hint of sorrow, and after taking a modest sip, he carefully sealed it and returned it to his bosom. Li Chang'an hesitated, then silently spread out the notice in his hand and turned the small yellow book to the page depicting the malevolent spirit, placing the two side by side. Although the depictions of the evil spirit varied slightly, a comparison of the features made it evident that they were unmistakably the same fiend. The old priest stared at the two illustrations, finally grasping why Li Chang'an felt compelled to assert this. He understood his disciple's obsession with this image, as he would often peruse it during idle moments. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed his palm on the table. "If you seek death, then by all means pursue it. I shall consider you no longer my disciple." With that, he stormed out in a fit of rage. On the table where he had struck, a talisman outlined in vermilion with golden filigree lay quietly. After a prolonged silence, Li Chang'an exited the room, observing the anxious crowd outside. He called over County Magistrate Wang with a smile and handed him a drawing. "Please expedite the crafting of this. It is a magical tool for exorcising evil." Chapter 8. Desolate mountains, ruined temples, and fair maidens. A peculiar group arrived at the Wang family inn. Most of this entourage wore expressions of furtiveness, constantly on alert for the slightest rustle in the surroundings, while leading them was a young Taoist priest clad in a ceremonial robe, adorned with protective gear. This priest was, of course, Li Chang'an, who had selected some armor and weaponry from the Yulin treasury before departing the city, with Magistrate Wang even dispatching a few constables to assist him. Wang Shan? Indeed, it is the common folk. A man with a haggard countenance and graying hair clasped his hands in greeting. Li Chang'an was taken aback. He had previously learned that Wang Shan was no more than 30, yet now he appeared as though he could easily be 60, the ravages of sorrow having so thoroughly worn him down. "My son?" A heart-wrenching cry suddenly rang out. The already tense constables behind Li Chang'an became like startled birds, each drawing their blades or brandishing clubs, creating a cacophony of chaos. Who goes there? Step forward." Wang Shan hastily interjected, "Gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. That is my wife." With a sigh, he added, the look of despair deepening on his face. "Ever since my son was devoured by that demon, my wife." Li Chang'an raised a hand to quell the constable's disgraceful display and inquired of Wang Shan about the whereabouts of the demon. Regrettably, although Wang Shan's anger was palpable whenever the demon was mentioned, he possessed no useful leads. Li Chang'an had not harbored any great expectations, so he could not be said to be disappointed. He directly articulated his primary purpose for being there. "Might I be permitted to examine the room where your son met his tragic fate?" For reasons unknown, Wang Shan decisively sealed off that room. Upon prying open the wooden bars that secured the doors and windows, a pungent odor of mildew assailed Li Chang'an's senses as he opened the door. Once the noxious stench dissipated somewhat, he ventured inside. The room lay in utter disarray, with the bed and floor marred by extensive dark stains. It appeared that after the incident, Wang Shan had neglected to tidy up the dwelling, which now provided Li Chang'an with the perfect opportunity to employ his magical abilities. While it typically takes ordinary individuals years of diligent practice to cultivate a Tao heart and another decade to refine their magical prowess, Li Chang'an, upon his arrival in this world, had surprisingly acquired a modicum of magical energy. Recognizing this, the old Taoist had imparted to him some rudimentary techniques. Li Chang'an produced a talisman, intending to invoke the old Taoist's prized spell, the dragon-charging jade talisman. Mere moments later, he was fleeing the room, hand over his nose, and bolted into the yard outside. The stench was unbearable. Taking deep breaths of fresh air, a grin spread across his face. He had caught a whiff of that supernatural odor. With his nostrils flaring, Li Chang'an followed the scent left by the apparition, forging ahead. The path narrowed progressively, and the terrain grew increasingly secluded. By the time the daylight waned, he found himself at the foot of a small mountain, evidently long abandoned by human presence. The path through the hills had been overtaken by wild grasses. To proceed, he had to gingerly traverse the area, testing each step for depth. Here, the scent of the ghost became ever more pronounced, only to abruptly disperse. Li Chang'an took a moment to sniff the air attentively, nodding in realization. Clearly, the malevolent spirit was nearby. With that thought, he was about to ascend the mountain when a timid voice interrupted from behind. Taoist turning back, he saw the leader of the constables among the group. "It's getting late, and my brothers are weary. Should we not return tomorrow morning?" Li Chang'an squinted at them, observing the 10 or so men, their faces pale with trepidation, some trembling like quails in fear. This was not mere fatigue. They were plainly terrified. However, reflecting on his own initial encounter with the ghost market when he had been utterly shaken, he recognized that it was natural for ordinary people to fear the supernatural. Had it not been for the month he spent alongside the old Taoist, witnessing various demons and spirits, he himself would hardly have had the courage to confront the blue-skinned specter. Moreover, this endeavor was a gamble for his own life. If he triumphed, all would be well, but if he failed, there was no reason to endanger these common folk. Thus, with a smile, Li Chang'an addressed them. "Esteemed gentlemen, I wish to linger here a while longer. Kindly relay a message to my master, assuring him of my safety." "Certainly, certainly," the leader nodded vigorously, promising to convey the message. With that, he and his companions swiftly vanished from sight. After sending the constables away, the twilight deepened. Alone in the desolate outskirts, Li Chang'an was left with only the sound of the wind rustling through the thatched grass. As darkness fell, the search for the specter became perilous. Fortunately, he discovered a dilapidated temple at the end of the mountain path. The head of the mud statue inside had long since vanished, and it was unclear which deity it represented. He bowed before the statue, skillfully tidied the altar, spread out some straw, and ignited a bonfire. After completing these tasks, the night had fully descended. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted beside his ear, followed by a brilliant flash of white light that briefly illuminated the world. Then, a rolling thunder resonated, and with a swish, the Milky Way appeared inverted, bringing with it the scents of water, earth, and decayed leaves, all swept in by the wind. Li Chang'an silently stoked the campfire to a greater blaze. The night was spent in a dilapidated temple as a sudden storm approached. After a long day of toil, Li Chang'an could no longer withstand the fatigue and finally succumbed to sleep upon the altar. Yet his heart was troubled by the fear of malevolent spirits, rendering his slumber restless. In the haze between dreams and wakefulness, he suddenly perceived a faint sound. "Who goes there?" Li Chang'an jolted awake, swiftly rolling off the altar. Outside the door, there was no response, only a gasp echoed through the night. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow and barked, "Come forth." Amidst the pitch-black storm, a trembling woman slowly emerged. Li Chang'an glanced at the talisman affixed near the door, meant for protection, and noted it remained undisturbed. He breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned the woman inside. Illuminated by the firelight, he discerned her features. She appeared to be in the bloom of youth, her beauty enchanting, her figure graceful, yet drenched from the rain, her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her allure. Perhaps chilled to the bone, she shivered slightly despite being near the warmth of the fire. Her disheveled hair fell across her face, lending her an air of poignant vulnerability. Li Chang'an, disregarding his own comfort, promptly removed his robe and offered it to her. The woman took the robe and changed behind the statue, emerging to bow gracefully to Li Chang'an, saying, "I am the daughter of the Wang family from Yulin. I had come out for an excursion with a few friends, but unfortunately, we became separated and lost our way in the mountains. Fortuitously, I encountered you, revered Taoist. Indeed, it is fortunate you met me first. Had you encountered a malevolent spirit instead?" Li Chang'an smiled, choosing not to frighten her with his words. "A malevolent spirit?" Miss Wang gasped, her hand instinctively clutching her chest, the loose robe revealing a slight quiver of her delicate skin. Why the instinct of a man? Li Chang'an's gaze inadvertently wandered. "Taoist." Miss Wang covered her chest, a playful reprimand in her tone. "I cannot help it. I cannot help it." Li Chang'an chuckled softly. "Is there truly a ghost?" Miss Wang seemed quite intrigued by the question. "Indeed," Li Chang'an responded, tapping the armor he had removed. "I have been specially summoned by County Magistrate Wang to exorcise this very malevolent spirit." Miss Wang was about to inquire further when Li Chang'an rose. "Enough, the hour is quite late. You should rest. Miss Wang, I shall escort you back to Yulin at dawn." Li Chang'an relinquished the altar to Miss Wang and made a makeshift bed by the fire. They both surrendered to sleep. The night deepened further. The firewood in the hearth was nearly spent, leaving only a dim flicker, casting a faint glow within the temple. Outside, the sounds of wind, thunder, and rain intertwined. Inside, only the gentle sound of Li Chang'an's snoring broke the silence. Suddenly, Miss Wang stealthily descended from the altar. She gazed at Li Chang'an's sleeping form, a smile gradually blossoming on her face, widening until, pop! A fissure unexpectedly appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a booming thunderclap, a brief flash of lightning illuminated the blue flesh beneath the crack, as well as the yellow talisman slowly igniting at the door's edge. Chapter 9. Miss Wang let out a silent laugh in the darkness. The flickering, feeble flames cast her shadow upon the headless idol, creating an illusion that the entire room was filled with lurking demons, poised to spring into action. She loosened her belt, allowing her flowing robe to cascade to the ground, revealing her snow-white skin and youthful, alluring figure, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Yet, the on her face rendered this scene both bizarre and terrifying. She then loosened her hairpin, allowing her raven-black locks to tumble down, parting and gathering at her chest as her hands reached back with a soft rip. Her scalp was peeled away as if it were mere fabric, unveiling a colossal blue demon's head beneath. This demon, with eyes like brass bells, fixated its gaze upon Li Chang'an, who remained seemingly oblivious, lying motionless with his back turned. The demon's mouth gaped wide, revealing teeth as sharp as a rasp. It grasped the scalp, cautiously tugging it downward. Before long, a massive creature, towering a full, leapt forth from Miss Wang's petite form. Miss Wang, or rather the blue-skinned demon, first collected the shed human skin with care, neatly laying it upon the altar. Only then did it traverse the fire pit to approach Li Chang'an from behind, moving with a feline grace despite its immense size. The demon's greedy gaze roamed over Li Chang'an, hesitating as it contemplated which part to feast upon, his thigh, arm, back, or waist. After all, the first bite is always the most delectable. Ultimately, the demon's gaze settled upon Li Chang'an's neck. As the demon inched closer, its maw slowly opened, foul saliva dripping from its razor-like teeth. Just then, a voice, calm and detached, echoed, causing the demon to freeze mid-dash motion. It turned its neck, scanning the temple swiftly, only to discover that the speaker was none other than the slumbering Li Chang'an. With the sound of thunder, the dilapidated temple was engulfed in a stark whiteness. It turned out that Li Chang'an, reclining, held a book in his hands, its pages open to a vividly illustrated depiction of a grotesque demon. Entirely blue, with eyes like round bells and teeth resembling chisels. The demon's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. Was this not its likeness? For a moment, the demon faltered, wary of the peculiar spells that Taoists wielded. Knowing that carelessness could spell doom at the hands of malevolent spirits, in its hesitation, the creature instinctively took a step back, inadvertently stepping on the armor that Li Chang'an had discarded. The armor crumbled underfoot, losing its form entirely. This jolted the demon back to reality, a surge of anger rising on its grotesque visage. What power could a mere Taoist, relying on mortal armor, possibly possess? It opened its mouth wide, preparing to pounce. Yet, Li Chang'an, though still facing away, immediately had a response. Without turning his body or looking back, he produced an object and pointed it at the demon. Thunder rumbled once more. A brilliant light illuminated the temple. The object was a stout iron tube, the rear fitted with a wooden handle, from which a cotton wick had burned down to its end. The demon paused, momentarily stunned. With a resounding bang, flames erupted. A torrent of fine iron sand burst forth from the tube. The demon, caught off guard, was struck entirely. The demon's thick, resilient blue skin absorbed most of the iron sand, which merely penetrated the skin, becoming lodged within its muscles. Though the sound of the fire gun was formidable, the damage it inflicted was merely superficial. Yet, the pain, it pierced the heart. The itch, it penetrated to the very marrow. However, it could not move a single muscle, not even the slightest roll of its eyes. Once struck by the iron sand, an invisible force immobilized it. Thud. The malevolent spirit fell back, rigid and lifeless, its massive body causing the dilapidated temple to tremble slightly. Li Chang'an immediately sprang to his feet, his demeanor and actions far from the calmness he had previously exhibited. Struggling, he flipped the malevolent spirit over, moved a large stone, and elevated the spirit's head. Exposing its thick neck then, seizing the great axe he had brought, he cut his thumb, using his blood as vermilion to swiftly inscribe a blood talisman upon the axe's blade. Heavenly calamity shines bright. Earthly calamity is just. With this stroke, I command the annihilation of myriad ghosts. After chanting the incantation, he smeared the blood onto the axe's edge. Aiming for the spirit's nape, he swung the heavy axe. Ha! In the desolate mountain and crumbling temple, amidst the swirling winds and rain. There was a moment of stillness between the flashes of lightning. I in the darkness. The man's heavy breathing echoed. Within the temple, Li Chang'an was drenched in blood, sweat pouring down his back. After a month with the old Taoist, Li Chang'an's greatest gain was not merely learning a few rudimentary talismans, but realizing that ghosts were once humans, and demons were flesh and blood. He did not let his guard down, instead taking a few steps back. Even after a month of following the old Taoist, he remained cautious. It was only when the malevolent spirit's body ceased its slight twitching that Li Chang'an finally relaxed. The task was accomplished. Absent the exhilaration of vanquishing a ghost, he now felt exhausted, fearful, yet relieved. He had chosen to spend the night in the dilapidated temple as bait to draw out the malevolent spirit. This fire gun had been procured through the influence of County Magistrate Wang, who had summoned skilled craftsmen to hastily produce it, and the iron sand had been prepared using the ancestral talismans left by the old Taoist. Li Chang'an had made ample preparations, waiting for the spirit to arrive. How absurd that the ghost had concocted a tale of a lost young lady. Such trickery might deceive talismans, but it could not fool Li Chang'an. As expected, after feigning sleep for half the night, the ghost ultimately revealed its true form. Yet even so, this gamble with his life was fraught with peril. For instance, the moment he had shown the ghost the image from the book was not an act of bravado. It was a desperate measure when the fuse burned too slowly, forcing him to stall for time with words. Fortunately, this ghost preferred to transform into a beautiful woman to lure victims, displaying some cunning. Had he encountered a brutish ghost, he would have met a gruesome fate, his blood spilling upon the ground. After resting for a while, Li Chang'an struggled to rise. He flipped onto the altar, retrieved the yellow-covered book, and began to meticulously leaf through its pages. No changes? Li Chang'an was taken aback. The reason he had sought out the blue-skinned malevolent spirit was to hope for a transformation within this book, perhaps even a means to return to his original world. But now, Li Chang'an was skeptical of such beliefs, and he meticulously examined the book inside and out once more. Unbeknownst to him, as he scrutinized the pages, the body of the malevolent spirit was slowly dissolving. Finally, it transformed into a pool of thick blood. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness, akin to that felt a month prior, washed over him once again. When Li Chang'an regained his senses, he found himself in a simply furnished room, complete with a mattress, wardrobe, and table and chairs. He flicked the switch beside the bed, illuminating the room with bright daylight. In such a mundane setting, Li Chang'an was overwhelmed with excitement. Jumping and shouting, "I am back!" The door was abruptly flung open, and my uncle stormed in with an imposing presence. Upon discerning who was within, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Chang'an? When did you return? What has happened here?" The dilapidated temple lay in disarray since Li Chang'an's departure. The dawn barely broke, and a deliberately lowered, aged voice resonated from outside the temple. "You little rascal? Are you inside? You little rascal." Subsequently, a cautious figure slipped in. The old priest, wielding a long sword, stealthily entered the crumbling sanctuary and was met with a gruesome sight. Blood spattered across the ground, alongside scattered armor and axe blades. Li Chang'an remained oblivious to the old priest's search for him, nor could he fathom the old man's thoughts upon witnessing the carnage. At that moment, he stood before the grave of the elderly. "Grandfather, rest in peace. I shall return to visit you another day." He bowed several times respectfully, then rose to grasp an iron shovel. Beside the grave lay a freshly dug small pit, within which rested a yellow-covered book encased in transparent gel. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately swung the shovel. Though the world teeming with demons, sorcery, and adventure appeared resplendent and thrilling, it was simultaneously rife with suffering and uncertainty. In contrast, Li Chang'an opted for this ordinary, mundane existence, which, though unremarkable, promised a semblance of safety. "I am sorry, master." With a gentle sigh, he strode away. Yet, when fate strikes, it is akin to encountering a torrential downpour in the wilderness. Where can a humble mortal seek refuge? Chapter 10. The haunted house. Li Chang'an slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the computer screen. Despite his choice of modern society, it was regrettable that such a reality was not without its flaws. In brief, Li Chang'an found himself in dire straits. He had previously held a job with a monthly salary just above 2,000, but a conflict with his employer arose when he took leave to attend his grandfather's funeral. Upon returning, He discovered that although the timelines were not synchronized, a month had passed on one side while 7 or 8 days elapsed on the other, leading to a delay in his company's operations. Upon his return, Li Chang'an was informed that he had been dismissed. Misfortunes seldom come alone. As he calculated how long his meager savings might last, he received a call from his landlord. "Li, are you still awake?" Li Chang'an glanced at the clock. It was precisely 8 p.m. "What is it?" "You've been unreachable for days, and I couldn't find you." After a lengthy monologue from the landlord, the true matter at hand emerged. "In a few days, my son is getting married." "Ah, oh, congratulations, thank you. What I mean is, my daughter-in-law does not wish to live with the elderly that marriage house." "All right," Li Chang'an understood the implication. He would need to move, and it appeared he had to do so swiftly. Though a surge of unexpected anger coursed through him, he recognized that the rental agreement had to run its course, and he had no intention of disputing matters with the landlord. He readily acquiesced. However, this meant that Li Chang'an would have to promptly seek both new accommodation and employment. He opened a housing rental website. Scanning through the listings, the satisfactory options were prohibitively expensive, while those within his budget fell short of his criteria. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated his mind as a newly posted rental listing appeared before him. The following afternoon, Li Chang'an lifted his gaze to the golden characters adorning the entrance of the community. "Chunhua apartment. This must be the place." He opened his phone to find the message detailing the address. "Chunhua apartment. Building 2, room 4-4. This was indeed the location of the rental he had seen the previous night, and the property was quite appealing. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, fully furnished with appliances, a deposit of 1 month's rent with payment up front, a pleasant environment, convenient transport, and most importantly, it was affordable, just a little over 1,000 yuan, practically a steal. Although Li Chang'an found it hard to believe such good fortune could be true, he decided to take a chance and called the number provided. The voice on the other end responded eagerly, indicating that the apartment could be viewed at any time, but with one condition. The viewing had to take place during the day, preferably at noon. Thus, after a quick bowl of instant noodles for lunch, Li Chang'an squeezed onto a bus bound for Chunhua apartment. This complex, a bit aged, featured stair-only buildings devoid of elevators, and there were no signs marking each structure. As Li Chang'an pondered whether to call the landlord for assistance, he was interrupted by a voice nearby. "Young man, are you here to rent a place?" Turning his head, he noticed a pavilion nearby, where a group of elderly men and women were playing cards. One of the onlookers, a woman, addressed him. "You have a keen eye. I'm indeed here to view an apartment," Li Chang'an nodded, feeling a twinge of curiosity. "How could you tell?" "Oh, it's nothing special. This community has plenty of rental properties." The woman waved her hand dismissively, yet her face beamed with pride. "I saw you looking around, so I figured you were likely in search of a place." "Young man, which building are you planning to rent from? I can show you the way." "Thank you, ma'am." Li Chang'an quickly retrieved his phone, pointed to the screen, and read aloud, "Building 2, room 14-4, after stating the address. He was met with an unusual silence. Puzzled, he looked up only to find that the entire pavilion of elderly onlookers was staring intently at him. The woman who had offered assistance appeared increasingly flustered and, after some hesitation, finally said, "Young man, about that apartment it has a slight." "Are you Li Chang'an, Mr. Li?" She was interrupted by a man who suddenly emerged from the side. This man, thin as a reed, wore glasses perched on his nose and introduced himself. "I'm Lu, the one you spoke with on the phone last night. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Come, this way in a hurry," he urged Li Chang'an along. Li Chang'an followed with a smile, though a sense of doubt crept into his mind. Was there something amiss with this property? Room 4-4 was located at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Its door was quite worn, with patches of paint peeling away to reveal rust beneath. The ground in front of the door was thick with dust, suggesting that this section had been deliberately avoided during cleaning. It had evidently been unoccupied for a long time. The man named Lu chuckled awkwardly, turning his head to mutter a few complaints about the property management under his breath. Li Chang'an remained unconcerned as he lifted his gaze to the door, where a mirror and a broom hung. This was a local custom employed to ward off evil spirits during housewarming occasions, a tradition still upheld by many elderly individuals. However, his attention soon returned to the door itself. In a typical household, one might find a character for fortune affixed, yet on the door of room 4-4, a portrait of Zhong Kue was displayed. Noticing the increasingly peculiar expression on Li Chang'an's face, the man with the surname Lu hastily offered an explanation. This house previously belonged to my father-in-law. Being an elder, he was rather superstitious as he spoke. He fumbled for his keys. Let's hurry inside to inspect the house. With that, he inserted the key and, after several jarring attempts, finally managed to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a musty odor rushed forth, assaulting the senses. No one has lived here for far too long. It simply needs ventilation, Lu explained. Stepping inside, Li Chang'an, however, did not follow immediately. He paused at the threshold, his gaze sweeping across the interior. No wonder it was so inexpensive. The place was teeming with unsightly entities. This property boasts ample space and decent decor. Had I not been in urgent need of funds, would I have rented it out at such a low price? Upon entering, Lu incessantly promoted the merits of the house, blissfully unaware that Li Chang'an's attention was entirely elsewhere. His eyes roamed the small room, where an array of spectral beings seemed to lurk. In the left corner, one spirit bore a dark bruise encircling its neck, its tongue grotesquely elongated, likely a ghost of one who had hanged. To the right, beside the television, another entity appeared bloated and pallid, reminiscent of a water ghost. Following Lu closely, a third specter exhibited a ghastly sight. Its midsection was a gruesome mess, with intestines and organs partially visible, perhaps a victim of a truck's crushing wheels. It was a rare sight indeed to witness such a congregation of spirits in a single room. Li Chang'an observed with fascination, while the spirits, unaware of his ability to perceive them, assumed he was merely inspecting the house. After a moment, the water ghost, huddled beside the television, greeted him. Several other apparitions then converged, forming a small circle, whispering among themselves. Li Chang'an seized a chair, sat beside them, crossed his legs, and began to eavesdrop with unabashed curiosity. How should we frighten these two living beings this time? One proposed. Let us use ghosts to obscure their vision. Will that truly work? Another queried. How could it not? How many city dwellers have ever encountered true darkness? Suddenly covering their eyes will leave them in pitch blackness, ensuring they'll be terrified to the point of losing control. Who shall we frighten first? Let us start with the lanky one, the hanged ghost decided, intent on giving him a frightful experience to deter him from bringing others into their domain. Oblivious to the fate that awaited him, Lu finally ceased his chatter. Mr. Li, the quality of my house is unparalleled. If you miss this opportunity, you'll find no second like it across all of China. He patted his chest earnestly, yet Li Chang'an remained non-committal. Indeed, it was true that a dwelling filled with so many spirits was a rarity, not just in China, but globally. What are your thoughts? Lu pressed, but Li Chang'an merely smiled and pointed towards the direction of the living room window. The man bearing the surname Lu, under the impression that Li Chang'an had discovered some form of damage, hurriedly glanced over. However, upon his first look, a wave of cold sweat instantly enveloped him. In the living room, facing the morning sun, there stood a large window. When the two had entered the room, they had opened the window to allow for ventilation. Yet now, that very window was gradually closing on its own, with the curtains slowly drawing shut as well. Finally, the thick curtains descended, blocking the outside sunlight. The wind outside was fierce, and it seemed the curtains were in disrepair. Lu trembled uncontrollably, his voice quaking as he stammered, "You should go outside." Suddenly, the door he had deliberately left ajar slammed shut. His face turned as pale as death. He attempted to utter more, but the water demon had already concealed itself behind him, covering his eyes with a swift motion, transforming his words into a piercing scream. His trousers visibly darkened as moisture spread rapidly, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, fainting from sheer terror. The multitude of spirits in the room erupted in raucous celebration, while the water demon raised a hand to signal silence, casting a glance towards Li Chang'an. The ghost of the hanged man, who had long been lurking by Li Chang'an's side, received the CUE.IT appeared to be nervous, as if it were experiencing fear for the first time, and it took a deep breath, its long tongue swaying before its chest. It extended its hands, circling to Li Chang'an's left. Li Chang'an turned to regard it, a smirk playing across his lips. The ghost hesitated, inhaled deeply again, and shifted to the right. Li Chang'an's gaze followed suit. The ghost blinked, hesitating as it moved back to the left. This time, Li Chang'an's eyes did not follow, allowing the spirit to exhale in relief, nearly convinced that this man could perceive it. It wiggled its long tongue a few times, mustering the courage to extend its hand toward Li Chang'an's eyes. But suddenly, Darkness engulfed its vision, a fist, as large as a clay pot, smashed into the center of its face. Crack, crack! The fiery pain on its visage roused Li Chang'an from his stupor. Blinking in confusion, he first saw the smiling face of Li Chang'an. "Mr. Li," he mumbled, bewildered. "Have you also perished? Not awake yet?" Li Chang'an's expression darkened as he raised his hand to deliver another blow. Li Chang'an hurriedly shielded his thin face, exclaiming, "I'm awake. I'm awake." At this moment, he finally registered that he was in the hallway, with the door to 4 not far behind him. A shiver coursed through him, and he suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. "Mr. Li, what about that ghost?" Li Chang'an interrupted him with a smile, his eyes unblinking. "You suddenly fainted just now. I intended to take you to the hospital. However, as soon as I dragged you to the door, you awakened." "Dragged?" Li Chang'an pondered the implication of that word. Before he could fully digest this, Li Chang'an continued, "There are no ghosts in broad daylight. Nonetheless, your condition appears precarious. Fainting suddenly could indicate either a heart condition or a cerebral hemorrhage, especially at your young age." Li Chang'an shook his head with a sigh, then inquired of the dazed Li Chang'an, "Did you bring your belongings?" "What? The rental contract," Li Chang'an replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "This place is quite nice. I've rented it." Chapter 11. The willow branch's deception. The rusted door creaked open slowly. Li Chang'an stepped into the room, a hand draped over his shoulder. Instantly, the air was filled with a haunting wail. "You are so cruel. My death is utterly tragic. Will you come to accompany me?" Following the cacophony of ghostly cries, a body clad in white descended from the ceiling, its long tongue swaying gently through the air. A prolonged groan echoed as a man, lacking a lower half, crawled out from behind a table, leaving a trail of crimson on the floor. A disheveled woman floated by, gathering her hair to reveal a face that was relatively fair, yet in an instant, blackish-red blood erupted from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Li Chang'an maintained a calm demeanor, as if spectating a lackluster film. Several ghosts flailed their limbs in a futile display, only to regroup. "Wu Laoda, this is of no use." With a clenched jaw, Wu Laoda retorted, "If words fail, we shall resort to force." Yet, he seemed to possess some mastery of sorcery. "What? We have encountered monks and Taoists before." But the hanged ghost, having taken a punch to the face, hastily interjected, "But his tongue is uncooperative. My words are not coherent. That is a fake, but this one is real. What is there to fear? With so many of us ghosts, can we not overpower a single individual?" Upon uttering this, Wu Laoda let out a fierce roar and charged at Li Chang'an as he ran. His bloated form jiggled incessantly, droplets of water cascading from him. Li Chang'an, unfazed, revealed a slender, flexible willow branch concealed behind his back, its elongated leaves swaying gently, freshly plucked from downstairs. It is said that willow branches can diminish a ghost's form by 3 inches, implying that striking a ghost with one can disperse its corporeal essence. In reality, the efficacy of willow branches against ghosts is not so potent. Yet one can never dismiss the weight of old adages. Li Chang'an swung the willow branch at Wu Laoda's swollen face. A piercing scream erupted as Wu Laoda recoiled, clutching his head. Though willow branches might not literally reduce a ghost's stature, the pain they inflict is undeniably intense. A smile spread across Li Chang'an's face as he waved the branch, gradually advancing amidst the terrified gazes of the spectral assembly. "Crouch down and cover your heads." As Li Chang'an brandished the willow branch, several ghosts, with a sense of resignation, huddled in a corner, their hands clasped atop their heads. 1, 2, 3.7, Li Chang'an counted. There were 7 ghosts in total, yet upon entering, he had perceived at least 10. "Where are your companions? Bring them forth immediately." He flicked the willow branch to the ground, startling a few ghosts who shrank back, half their bodies embedding into the wall. "That they're gone. Just us few." Wu Laoda replied stubbornly, and the others echoed his sentiment. "Oh, so you ghosts possess a sense of loyalty? It seems I must show you something memorable." Li Chang'an chuckled softly, finding the tone amusingly reminiscent of a villain from television. "Never mind." He waved dismissively and withdrew a dragon-chasing jade talisman from his pocket. "Allow me to handle this myself." With the invocation of the talisman, the ghosts stood before Li Chang'an, their forms rendered transparent. He lifted his foot and pulled out a vague figure from behind the television. After taking a few steps, he rummaged through the cupboard to retrieve a bloodied apparition. Then, bending down, he extracted a pallid figure from the crevice of the cabinet. Li Chang'an had once come across a humorous quip online, asserting that ghosts were merely transformed humans, and even the most lowly among them would not resort to crawling through toilets. Yet, in this world, there exists no lowest point, only an even lower one. He gazed languidly at the yellowing toilet before him, beckoning to the hanged ghost and the water spirit behind him. "You too, pull him out for me." In room 4-4, there were 10 male ghosts, 5 female ghosts, and 3 juvenile spirits. They stood in 2 rows, the shorter ones in front and the taller ones behind. Standing in military formation against the wall, Li Chang'an found a chair and sat before them, deep in thought. The willow branch in his hand instinctively tapped against his palm, and with each tap, the assembly of ghosts quivered in trepidation. He had rented this house from Li Chang'an, initially drawn by the remarkably low rent, but also out of curiosity. Ever since returning to the modern world, he had yet to encounter a ghost, and he had not anticipated that today he would face an entire room full of them. The old Taoist had once imparted to Li Chang'an a fundamental method of guiding breath and energy, yet his attempt in this realm nearly left him choking. The spiritual energy in this world was so sparse it bordered on non-existence. Permeated by a plethora of impurities, it is crucial to understand that whether it be demons, spirits, ghosts, or the arts of Taoism, all rely on the most fundamental essence of spiritual energy. Were it not for his yellow-shelled book granting him a body attuned to the ethereal, allowing him to generate his own magical power, once his ancient powers were expended, he would have been utterly incapable of replenishing his abilities, for magic itself is merely the transformation of spiritual energy. Thus, when a modern individual perishes, should they cling to the mortal realm without immediately transitioning to the underworld, they become like fish out of water, their souls swiftly eroding. Even with the most fervent of attachments, it would only serve to prolong their existence for a fleeting moment. Therefore, in this environment where spiritual energy is so thin, the congregation of so many ghosts within this house stood out like an oasis in a desert. "How did you all come to gather here?" The assembly of spirits exchanged glances, then erupted into a cacophony of indistinct voices, rendering their words incomprehensible. Li Chang'an swiftly gestured with his hand, pointing the willow branch at Big Wu. "You speak." Big Wu reluctantly called out, glancing at the willow branch in Li Chang'an's hand, ultimately shuffling forward, scratching his head. "I can't explain it well. I just remember that after I died, a weight lodged in my chest that I couldn't shake off. I drifted aimlessly in the city, on the verge of losing my soul. Somehow, I ended up in this house, and upon entering, my soul no longer dissipated. Instead, it began to stabilize. However, I soon discovered that this house could only be entered but not exited, and due to the erosion of my spirit, I can hardly recall the events preceding my arrival." Big Wu recounted his tale with a hint of lamentation. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an felt a vague understanding beginning to crystallize in his mind, and he inquired of the other spirits, "Is this true for all of you?" The spirits nodded in unison. "Oh, nurture our souls. We can only enter but not exit." Li Chang'an faintly recalled the old Taoist speaking of a peculiar terrain. The terrain known as soul-binding ground, also referred to as ghost cage, serves as a natural haven for spirits, possessing the capability to nurture souls, yet simultaneously ensnaring any unwary specters that might trespass. As time progresses, the accumulation of spirits within this realm becomes increasingly dense, and due to their prolonged confinement, many of these spirits descend into madness, preying upon one another, akin to the cultivation of a venomous insect, ultimately giving rise to a formidable ghost king. At this juncture, the soul-binding ground finds itself powerless to contain the very monarch it has nurtured. In the realm of the old Taoist, certain malevolent spirits that wreak havoc in their domains have emerged from the depths of the soul-binding ground. However, Li Chang'an still sensed an underlying inconsistency. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed his surroundings. The furniture within the room appeared quite antiquated, particularly the television in the living room, which was an old, bulky model. He vaguely recalled that the houses in this area had seen better days. As the buildings around Chunhua apartment seemed to be nearing 2 decades in age. 2 decades? An epiphany struck Li Chang'an, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Which of you has been here the longest?" The crowd of spirits exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward Wu Laoda. Reluctantly, this spirit raised his hand. "I have been here for approximately 7 years. Only 7 years? This timeline does not align. If the soul-binding ground existed from the outset, who would dare to undertake renovations within such a house?" No, let alone renovations, the very construction of the house would be in jeopardy. If it formed later, how did it come to be? Was it a result of natural evolution? Or was it orchestrated by human hands? Li Chang'an found himself momentarily vexed, his instincts warning him that this could be yet another enigma. Nevertheless, he swiftly dismissed the thought, prioritizing the more pressing issue of his immediate financial concerns over these ethereal mysteries. In the ensuing time, he immersed himself in the pursuit of employment. For the potential hazards of this house in the future. That could be addressed later. Chapter 12. Nightmare. Li Chang'an wandered through the darkened town. He carried a white lantern, stepping alone onto a small wooden bridge. The rushing river beneath him howled, while the dim yellow moon cast a faint glow, its shadows dancing upon the water's surface, resembling a lurking creature beneath the bridge. Suddenly, a splashing noise echoed from the bridge's edge. Who was there? Li Chang'an took a step forward, the wooden planks creaking underfoot. Who goes there? He lifted the lantern to peer into the darkness. But its feeble light failed to penetrate the shrouded gloom. Splash! Another sound resonated, and from the depths of the shadows emerged a pair of dark, mottled hands, the long, curved nails akin to a beast's claws. Following were arms, then a head crowned with disheveled strands resembling tangled grass, followed by a torso clad in white garments, and finally, bare feet caked in mud. The figure, rigidly extending its arms, leaped forth from the darkness, landing upon the wooden bridge. Creak, creak, the bridge swayed, and the lantern in Li Chang'an's grasp emitted an eerie green glow. This spectral light, paradoxically, illuminated the apparition more vividly, revealing a face covered in fine, white fuzz, with elongated fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, a zombie. Li Chang'an was struck with terror, hastily rummaging through his pocket for talismans, yet before he could utter the incantation, the talisman disintegrated into ashes. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of white fuzz and black fangs looming before him. Li Chang'an jolted awake from the nightmare. He grasped the bottle of mineral water from the bedside and gulped down more than half of it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the flicker of trepidation crossed his features, yet it was largely overshadowed by a burgeoning fury. Since his return to the modern world over 10 days ago, he had managed to secure a job that resembled normalcy, albeit sharing his dwelling with spirits. Life had seemingly resumed its course. However, just a few days prior, he was beset by a nightmarish vision of encountering a zombie on a wooden bridge. The creature drew ever closer in his dreams, and now it loomed ominously at the forefront of his mind. How could he repeatedly find himself in an unfamiliar setting, dreaming of a zombie he had never seen? Li Chang'an let out a cold, sardonic laugh. It was likely the doing of that yellow-shelled book. If it could transport someone to the ancient world for a month, then inducing dreams from 1,000 miles away was certainly within its capabilities. What scheme did it have in mind this time? Did it intend for Li Chang'an to traverse back to the ancient realm to slay this zombie? Nevertheless, he would not be coerced by such means. With a resolute determination, he braced himself against the impending dread. Contemplating a method of resistance, he pushed open the bedroom door, only to be greeted by a dismal assembly of specters blocking the threshold. As he swung the door open, the ghastly visages of the deceased turned in unison to gaze at him. What was the meaning of this early morning intrusion? The remnants of his slumber were swiftly dispelled by their ghastly presence. If there was something amiss, they ought to have knocked. Several of the ghosts pointed towards the talisman affixed to the bedroom door. It was then that Li Chang'an recalled having delineated boundaries within his abode, using talismans to prohibit the spirits from entering certain areas, including the bedroom. "What on earth are you all up to?" "It's bad," murmured the swollen Wu Lauda. "What's bad?" "The television is broken." He pointed towards the bulky set in the living room. Li Chang'an's comprehension dawned. The house had been uninhabited for years, thus devoid of water and electricity, rendering the television a mere ornament. Now that he had moved in, the television was once again functional. These spirits had not experienced genuine entertainment in years, and the sudden opportunity to watch television had led them to binge-watch through the night. Given that the television was an antiquity, it was only natural that it would succumb to failure under such excessive strain. Though he had little desire to engage with them, the pitiful gazes of the ghosts were rather unsettling, prompting him to dial Lu Zhugan's number. The contract explicitly stated that the appliances were fully operational, and as the landlord, he bore the responsibility of repairs when the television malfunctioned. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu? This is Li Chang'an." "Li Chang'an?" Lu Zhugan on the other end seemed to have forgotten this rather unpleasant encounter. The tenant of apartment 4-4 in Chunhua residence, right? Oh, Lu Zhugan suddenly recalled, hastily adding, I apologize, but the contract stipulates that deposits are non-refundable upon moving out. Move out? I have no intention of vacating. I'm calling because the television is broken. However, Lu Zhugan continued unabated, even if you seek to lodge a complaint, I can only refund you half. What? I said the television is broken. The television is broken? Lu Zhugan finally grasped the situation, and even across the phone line, Li Chang'an could sense his astonishment. You're still residing in 4-4? Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Li Chang'an opened the door to find Lu Zhugan standing at a distance, his figure outlined against the morning light, eye in his hand. He held a crucifix, a peachwood sword was sheathed at his waist, and prayer beads hung around his neck. An array of talismans and charms from various cultures and epochs, employed for exorcising demons and dispelling evil spirits, adorned his form nearly in entirety. Mr. Li? He inquired cautiously. Are you still human? Are you a fool? It was only when two masters entered the room, carrying a new television while removing the old one, that Lu Zhugan finally believed Li Chang'an had not transformed into a ghost. Of course, the newly acquired television was a substantial model as well. Yet, he remained reluctant to step inside, lingering at the threshold, his gaze flitting over the talismans affixed to the walls. Li Chang'an had thought he would not have to see Lu Zhugan's gaunt face for quite some time. However, unexpectedly, the very next day, he found him at his door again. This time, he mustered the courage to enter, not only stepping inside himself but also bringing along a middle-aged man. This man was of average build, with a rounded belly and a gold chain adorning his neck, donning sunglasses even as he entered. This is Boss Lu, Mr. Lu, Lu Zhugan introduced with a cheerful demeanor. Li Chang'an was uncertain of the purpose behind their visit. He merely poured them each a glass of water. There's something you need? Li Chang'an asked, wishing to avoid wasting time with pleasantries. Mr. Li, we're here primarily to request a small favor from you. Our Mr. Lu has recently embarked on a project, acquiring a piece of land to construct a facility, but there seems to be a bit of a complication. Lu Zhugan's thin face contorted momentarily, as if searching for the right words, something rather unclean. Unclean? Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow, realizing they must have encountered a ghost and sought his assistance to exorcise it. Just as he was about to inquire further, Mr. Lu suddenly slammed the table, removing his sunglasses to reveal heavy bags under his eyes. Mr. Li, I've heard from Xiao Lu that you possess genuine skills. I 1T beat around the bush. My project has hit a snag. It seems I've disturbed someone's ancestral grave, and a restless spirit has emerged to create turmoil. He gestured to himself. I am not the least bit afraid, but my subordinates are terrified. They refuse to work, and the project has stalled midway, costing us a significant amount of money each day. If you could assist me in resolving this matter, he extended a hand, wiggling his 5 fingers. I could offer you this sum. 500,000? Li Chang'an asked calmly. Hearing this, Mr. Lu's face twitched, and he hurriedly replied, Mr. Li, I'm only constructing a rural leisure facility. Li Chang'an scoffed. Why didn't you mention that sooner? With the way you spoke, I thought you were erecting a skyscraper. So, how much are you willing to offer? Mr. Lu quickly responded, at most, 50,000. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment. 50,000 was not an insignificant amount to him at present, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. Talismans and swordsmanship. With a tranquil mind and spirit, he gathered his tools, brush, water, paper, inkstone, and vermilion, and began the incantation. As he recited the spell, his brush dipped in the vermilion. On a foot-long piece of yellow paper, he first drew the head of the talisman, then the body, and finally inscribed the foot in one fluid motion. A talisman for dispelling evil and exorcising spirits was completed. Placing this talisman alongside the 3 he had previously drawn, Li Chang'an found himself somewhat fatigued, his internal energy nearly depleted. The art of talisman crafting relies not only on channeling the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, but also on invoking the might of ancestral deities. Li Chang'an, possessing only a meager amount of magical prowess, was further hindered by the scarcity and impurities of spiritual energy in the modern world, rendering him reluctant to draw upon it in the ancient realm. He had not formally entered any sect, thus could not be regarded as a disciple of the Jingmen, and the revered deities would pay him no heed. Consequently, when crafting talismans, he was compelled to rely solely on his own limited powers, managing to sketch out all the talismans he knew by the end of the day. After a month of following the old Taoist, Li Chang'an had mastered 4 types of talismans: the Chonglong Yushan talisman, the Shoujing Dingshan talisman, the Pashazuxia talisman, and the Zhenzai Anjia talisman. The Chonglong Yushan talisman required no embellishment. It was the old Taoist's most treasured skill. Although Li Chang'an could use it with some effort, his lack of formal initiation meant its efficacy was uncertain. The Shoujing Dingshan talisman, as its name implies, serves to calm the mind. It is particularly suitable for those who are frail or weak-willed and have been startled by spirits. The Pashazuxia talisman was the very one Li Chang'an inscribed on his axe when he vanquished a ghost. It is employed to dispel malevolent energy and subdue evil forces. Many itinerant Taoists, when negotiations with spirits falter and resorting to blade becomes necessary, find this talisman indispensable. The Zhenzai Anjia talisman, when affixed within a dwelling, prevents malevolent beings from entering. Li Chang'an had placed one in his rented bedroom, restroom, and kitchen. Aside from the Chonglong Yushan talisman, the other 3 were rather commonplace. In the realm of martial arts novels, they would be akin to iron shirt or iron sand palm techniques, their effectiveness wholly dependent on the practitioner's cultivation. After allowing the talismans he had drawn that day to dry, he gathered them with the others he had created over the past few days, totaling around 10. Preparations for the commission from the esteemed Lu. Furthermore, Li Chang'an bent down to retrieve a long black cloth strap, untying the knot at the bag's opening to reveal a sword within the ancient world, where the state of affairs was dire. One encountered not only demons and monsters in the wilderness, but also numerous bandits. Having learned a few sword techniques from the old Taoist, Li Chang'an procured an iron sword for self-defense. Throughout that month, whenever he had to sleep outdoors, he would invariably embrace his sword. Upon returning to the modern world, the sensation was initially unremarkable, until he accepted the task of exorcising spirits, when he felt an unsettling lack of reliable equipment at his side. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had a friend who was an enthusiast of cold weapons, and he borrowed a long sword from him. This sword was far from being a mere decorative piece. It exuded a rustic charm, with a wooden sheath coated in black lacquer and a hilt intricately wrapped in hemp rope. As he placed his hand on the hilt, a sudden change overcame his expression. In that instant, an inexplicable sensation akin to a visceral connection surged forth. What an extraordinary feeling! Li Chang'an drew the long sword and held it across his chest. It was a multifaceted Han sword, crafted from modern steel. With a blade, sheath, and hilt as unadorned as could be, the edges sharpened by its owner. This was a fine sword, yet certainly not a treasured or divine blade. That moment, a surge of impulse surged within him, prompting him to form a sword gesture, and he began to practice sword techniques in the confines of the room. He initially meandered through the furniture of the room, his steps slow and hesitant, as he unsheathed his sword with deliberation. However, gradually, his pace quickened until he was ultimately running and leaping, the long sword in his hand dancing with increasing urgency. The sound of the wind whooshed throughout the room, yet curiously, amidst such fervent swordplay, not a single piece of furniture was touched. Li Chang'an weaved through the limited space with grace, his sword's momentum flowing like a gentle stream, its light shimmering like water. There were no intricate martial arts techniques that conjured 3 blossoms of swordplay with a single thrust. Rather, he executed simple actions: chop, stab, point, lift, twist, sweep, and flick. Yet, with the sword in hand, it felt as if an extra arm had materialized, every glance translating into movement, every movement translating into the sword's strike. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a mosquito buzzing nearby. In a moment of inspiration, he twisted and thrust, silencing the incessant buzzing. Crouching down, he picked up the severed mosquito from the floor, his expression devoid of joy, instead furrowing his brow. A typical steel 8-sided Han sword weighs around 3 pounds, a burden too heavy for an ordinary person to wield steadily. To accurately strike a flying mosquito with such precision was nothing short of miraculous. Li Chang'an was acutely aware of his own abilities. Although he had learned a few sword techniques from the old Taoist, his experience was still limited. He merely relied on his robust physique to intimidate the malnourished denizens of the ancient world. Had he possessed his current skills in swordsmanship back then, dealing with that blue-skinned fiend would have required no intricate scheming. Armed with 2 fine swords, he could have effortlessly decapitated that blue head and kicked it like a ball. Thus, he concluded that this was certainly not his own skill. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this newfound ability and motivation to that yellow-covered book, Within the 72 earthly fiends' techniques, there was indeed a transformation that aligned perfectly with his present circumstance, a technique aptly named swordsmanship. So, was this ethereal connection merely a beginner's boon, while this swordsmanship served as a quest reward? For a moment, Li Chang'an found himself amused yet bewildered. However, he soon relinquished his internal struggle. What is a blessing if not a curse? And what curse can be evaded? In all matters, one merely meets force with force, and barriers with barriers. He raised his head with a light demeanor, only to be taken aback by the sight of the spirits huddled in the corners of the room, staring intently at him. "What are you all doing?" he inquired. The spirits immediately began chattering amongst themselves, ultimately revealing their fear of being accidentally harmed by the sword. Li Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle. Spirits lacked corporeal forms, rendering them immune to conventional weaponry. Even with his ability to connect with the ethereal, it was limited to his own body. Thus, while he had been careful to avoid striking the table, chairs, air conditioner, and television, he had inadvertently neglected to steer clear of the spirits in his home. He chose to interpret their behavior as mere cowardice. "What are you so afraid of? This sword cannot." But before he could finish, he caught sight of Wu Laoda turning away, revealing his back to Li Chang'an. Suddenly, his words caught in his throat as he noticed a long gash opened along Wu Laoda's swollen back. Of course, this swordsmanship was indeed a form of transformative power. It could not simply be viewed as a technique for wielding a sword. Wu Laoda struggled to muster a look of grievance on his bloated face, prompting Li Chang'an to laugh heartily. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "It was my mistake. How about I treat you to a chicken leg?" To compensate for having harmed him with a mere chicken leg was not a sign of stinginess on Li Chang'an's part. This was no ordinary chicken leg. Spirits, lacking a physical form, could not savor the myriad flavors of the mortal realm. However, if the food undergoes special treatment, the spirits to whom it is offered can savor the delicacies of the offerings. This processed food is collectively referred to as fashi. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist Wu immediately extended 2 fingers. "Very well," Li Chang'an nodded in agreement, but added, "You must assist me with a favor." "What?" Li Chang'an chuckled softly, merely gesturing towards the window. "Would you like to step outside for a moment?" As the appointed time arrived, Li Chang'an received a call and descended the stairs. Upon exiting the community gate, he spotted a lean figure in glasses leaning against a small car, smoking a cigarette. Lu Zhugan, upon noticing Li Chang'an's emergence, hastily discarded the cigarette, and approached him. Li Chang'an nodded, glancing around. "Is it just you?" His inquiry was not meant to belittle his landlord, but rather stemmed from the initial agreement with Mr. Lu, who had promised to personally come and fetch Li Chang'an. Now, however, only Lu Zhugan had come. Li Chang'an raised a hand to silence Lu Zhugan's impending explanation. "Time waits for no one. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return." The two climbed into the car, yet Lu Zhugan could not help but steal glances at the large black umbrella resting beside Li Chang'an. Noticing Lu Zhugan's frequent gaze, Li Chang'an simply handed the umbrella to him. Lu Zhugan, perplexed, accepted it, wondering why one would need a large rain umbrella on such a sunny day. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Mr. Li, is this umbrella for a friend?" Li Chang'an replied with a half-smile. "Would you like to meet him?" Lu Zhugan shuddered violently, as if holding a hot potato. He hastily tossed the umbrella back, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a complete thought, merely shaking his head vigorously. Throughout the journey, he kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to shift his gaze even slightly. Chapter 14. The ghostly face. The small car wound its way out of the city, traversing several towns before veering into the mountainous terrain. The elevation increased, human habitation dwindled, and the sky grew dimmer. Gazing through the car window, one could see only rocky cliffs and dense forests. Were it not for the comfort of the sedan, Li Chang'an might have believed he had returned to an ancient world. Bored from the prolonged journey, he reclined in his seat, tapping his fingers rhythmically and softly humming a tune. The bright moon spills its light. The chilling wind whispers through the willow lanes. Wandering souls traverse the desolate paths, seeking a substitute, as the cold wind blows under the moonlight. The melody flowed. The black umbrella resting on the seat swayed gently, seemingly in rhythm with the tune. "Mr. Li," Lu Zhugan's voice trembled. "Could we change the song?" "Why?" Li Chang'an feigned ignorance. "It's quite unsettling." Lu Zhugan averted his gaze from the black umbrella, his tongue quivering. "Very well," he acquiesced. And Li Chang'an readily switched to a new song. I in the midst of July, life and death know no boundaries. Amidst the commotion, solitary souls and wandering ghosts, laughter amidst the remnants of life's dreams. Now, the black umbrella danced even more exuberantly, while Lu Zhugan's expression grew increasingly pained. If he had appeared like a bitter gourd before, he now resembled a piece of bitter herb. Fortunately, as the car rounded a mountain bend, Li Chang'an ceased his humming, for they had arrived at their destination. Sitting up straight, he rolled down the window, and a dazzling array of lights greeted his eyes. Before them stood an ornate archway, embellished with intricate carvings and sweeping eaves, beyond which stretched a panorama of illuminated buildings. This was no mere countryside retreat. It was clearly a grand estate. Li Chang'an stroked his stubbled chin, pondering, the price is too low. What a loss! Upon entering the farmstead, Lu Zhugan guided Li Chang'an into the visitor's hall. As Li Chang'an observed his surroundings, he noted that despite the bright lights illuminating the space, it was eerily devoid of any human presence. The expansive hall was attended only by two receptionists, who visibly relaxed upon seeing Li Chang'an. I thought you had already closed for the day, he remarked. Not at all, Lu Zhugan whispered, gesturing towards the window. The haunting occurs only on the back mountain. This area is perfectly safe. Li Chang'an gazed in the direction Lu indicated, where shadowy outlines of buildings loomed against the backdrop of the night-clad mountains. However, Lu Zhugan shifted his tone, revealing that they typically refrained from operating due to safety concerns, but had made an exception today to accommodate Mr. Li. Accommodate me? Li Chang'an replied with a playful smile. The guest has arrived. Where is the host? Lu Zhugan found himself at a loss for words. Just then, as if summoned by his mention, two sedan cars pulled up at the entrance. Lu Boss emerged from the lead vehicle. Scanning the waiting Li Chang'an and Lu Zhugan without pausing, he proceeded directly to the second car, where he welcomed an elderly man and a young beau. Li Chang'an was taken aback by their attire. Both wore their hair styled in traditional buns and were clad in Taoist robes. Could it be that he had encountered fellow practitioners? Including the drivers and bodyguards, Lu Boss and his entourage of 5 entered the hall. While Lu Zhugan had already approached them, it was as if Lu Boss had only just noticed Li Chang'an. Mr. Li, you have also arrived. My apologies for the wait, Lu Boss said, though his expression betrayed no genuine remorse, indicating a mere formality in his words. Without delay, he turned to introduce the elderly Taoist beside him. You must have heard of this Taoist, the 65th generation disciple of the Heavenly Master's estate at Longhu Mountain and vice president of the Yangqing Taoist Association, Zhang Suxuan. Heard of him? Li Chang'an blinked. I must confess, I haven't. Yet, he understood the sudden shift in Lu Boss's demeanor. It seemed he had found a more reliable ally. Li Chang'an scrutinized Taoist Suxuan, noting his slender frame and the white robe that billowed gently in the mountain breeze. His silver hair elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, and his complexion radiant and healthy in stark contrast. Li Chang'an himself was clad in casual attire. A pair of flip-flops, jeans, and a t-shirt, with a small document bag containing talismans slung over his shoulder. A long sword wrapped in a black cloth bag at his back, and an oversized black umbrella in hand, which felt quite out of place. While Li Chang'an could not claim to be a serious practitioner, he could discern a vast difference in appearance between himself and Taoist Suxuan at that moment. Lu Boss pointed towards Li Chang'an, introducing him. This one is impressive, indeed. Taoist Suxuan interjected suddenly. Lu Boss, who had intended to continue the introduction, was momentarily taken aback. What is it? What seems amiss? He pressed urgently. Observe the contours of the mountains, Taoist Suxuan responded, gesturing towards the back mountain. His fingers traced the undulating landscape. The winds conceal malevolence, and the waters harbor poison. What a fierce dragon battling a famished tiger. The winds conceal malevolence, the waters harbor poison. Li Chang'an found himself utterly perplexed, yet something about this rhetoric felt oddly familiar as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What should we do? Boss Lu was already in a state of panic, entirely devoid of the shrewdness he had displayed in front of Li Chang'an. It seems that appearance and reputation hold significant weight in the realm of charlatans. Mr. Lu, do not be alarmed, Taoist Suxuan reassured him. To ascertain the specifics of the situation, I must investigate the scene thoroughly. However, based on the accounts provided earlier, the situation has not yet reached a point of no return. Upon hearing these words, Boss Lu's countenance brightened slightly. Yet, turning to his apprentice, Taoist Suxuan commanded, bring down the magical instruments from the vehicle. Which instruments? The apprentice queried. All of them. As soon as the command was uttered, both the apprentice and boss Lu wore expressions as bitter as unsweetened lotus root. Here we are. 7 individuals stood before a building, flashlights in hand. This was the rear mountain, where construction was still underway. The streetlights had abruptly ceased midway, enveloped in a thick canopy of clouds. The moonlight dimmed, compelling the group to navigate by flashlight. This was the very location where the haunting first began. Initially, the workers heard a woman's voice. I assumed it was a female employee slacking off and paid it no mind. Gradually, they began to see a woman's shadow at night, yet I still dismissed it. Eventually, the workers clamored to halt operations, claiming there was a ghost. I was skeptical, believing it to be a prank, and thus I stayed overnight with a few people to keep watch. As he spoke, Boss Lu began to tremble. Taoist Su Xian approached him, gently patting his back, and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, there is no need to fear. I consider myself somewhat capable." Boss Lu nodded in gratitude and continued. Then, I truly encountered. His voice grew dry. I had never believed in such things before, but now it matters not. Taoist Su Xian interjected with a smile. After all, seeing is believing. Let me confront this malevolent spirit today. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the building. Boss Lu hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and following suit. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, the Taoist's apprentice, and 2 bodyguards struggled to lift a cart laden with talismans and peachwood swords, forming a small mountain of magical instruments. Last in line, Li Chang'an swept his flashlight across the structure. It was a 3-story building, halted midway through construction. The first floor had been tiled and fitted with doors and windows, while the upper 2 floors remained mere skeletal frames. The night wind whistled through the framework, producing an eerie sound. Li Chang'an retrieved a yellow talisman from his bag and held it in hand as he stepped inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a grand hall, where several flashlights were flailing about. Li Chang'an seized Li Chang'an's arm. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the switch." The first floor had been wired for electricity, specifically for their visit, yet no one was familiar with the layout, leading to a flurry of frantic searching for the switch. Suddenly, a bodyguard let out a shriek. The beam of several flashlights converged on the rugged man, rendering his face pale as a ghost. There. His lips trembled, unable to articulate the next word, only managing to point towards the direction illuminated by his flashlight. 6 flashlights pivoted in unison. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the room. At the window, a ghastly, pallid face stared coldly at the group within. Chapter 15. Do not turn on the lights in the darkness. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the frantic pounding of hearts. A ghastly visage pressed against the window, peering into the interior. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers as they struggled to suppress their mounting terror. Suddenly, with a soft click, the lights in the hall illuminated the space as brightly as day. The screams that had been poised on the lips of the crowd retreated in unison. What had initially appeared to be a spectral face turned out to be nothing more than a grotesque drawing affixed to the window, a visage that was part human, part fox, elongated and distorted. Lu Boss and his companions, already on edge, were startled by the sudden revelation. Which miscreant is responsible for this absurdity? If I discover their identity, I shall ensure they vacate this place immediately. Lu Boss exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation, nearly shouting in fright. He vented his frustration for a moment before noticing Taoist Su Xian's peculiar expression and promptly inquired, "Taoist, is there something amiss with this drawing?" "Oh, no. Not at all." Taoist Su Xian seemed to regain his composure, hastily waving his hand. "Fear not the external demons. I recognized it at a glance as merely a painting. I intended to warn you." But this young man had already turned on the lights. With that, he cast a cheerful glance in the direction of Li Chang'an, the one who had indeed illuminated the space. Lu Boss finally remembered that he had yet to introduce Li Chang'an. "This is Li Chang'an. Though he is quite young, he possesses remarkable skills." Yet, his words faltered, as he struggled to articulate what those skills entailed. All he had heard from Li Chang'an was that this individual resided in a haunted house yet remained lively and sprightly. However, Lu Boss had visited the so-called ghostly abode and found little more than a few talismans plastered about, devoid of any other peculiarities. At this moment, he caught sight of the bodyguard, who remained fixated on the drawing, and the anger he had just managed to suppress surged once more. The embarrassment he felt was compounded by the presence of this raucous buffoon. "What are you staring at? Do you think you can bring that painting to life with your gaze? He scolded. The painting is alive. To his astonishment, the bodyguard turned his stiff neck, revealing a pallid face, his lips trembling as he spoke. Its eyes are moving. Lu Boss's heart leapt to his throat, and he instinctively turned to look, only to find the painted eyes shifting to meet his gaze. Fu Xian, he called out, his face drained of color, but received no reply. Panic rising within him, he grasped the Taoist's sleeve. Oh! Taoist Su Xian appeared to recollect his purpose, his earlier calm demeanor replaced by a flustered urgency. His voice, once steady, now quivered as he exclaimed, "What sort of demon is this?" "Well, one might as well be reciting lines from a period drama," Li Chang'an quipped, casting a sidelong glance at the Taoist, whose voluminous robe fluttered with every tremor. It seemed this fellow was on the verge of collapse from sheer terror. Li Chang'an finally discerned that Taoist Su Xian was nothing more than a charlatan, devoid of any genuine magical prowess. It was laughable that he had been eager to encounter practitioners of the arcane arts in this realm. Yet, given the air here was so thick and tainted with impurities, it was hardly surprising. Even the most formidable of spirits would struggle to take form. Observing the Taoist quaking while attempting to maintain an air of authority, Li Chang'an shook his head, picked up a half-brick from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and with a mighty swing, hurled it toward the painting. Crash! The glass window was suddenly shattered, creating a large hole, accompanied by a sharp cry akin to that of a wailing infant. As a yellow shadow flitted past the backdrop, Li Chang'an brushed the dust from his hands, having detected not a whiff of ghostly presence from beginning to end. Retracting his gaze, he met the astonished eyes of those present and remarked with a smile, "It seems to be a fox." After a series of bizarre occurrences, opinions varied, with some deeming it a mere misunderstanding. However, the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly tense, and even the glances exchanged between Su Xian and his disciple were tinged with skepticism. Were it not for Su Xian's impressive titles and considerable reputation, it was likely that Boss Lu would have instructed his two bodyguards to throw the pair out. Perhaps in an effort to salvage his image, Su Xian proposed a more thorough investigation on the second floor. The second floor was merely a skeletal framework of steel and concrete, lacking even walls, allowing the night breeze to rush in from all directions, filling the air with a mournful whistling sound as they traversed the dimly lit space, illuminated only by a few flashlights. A sense of unease crept over Boss Lu and his companions. Meanwhile, Su Xian pressed on with determination, occasionally pausing to ponder, frowning in contemplation, his fingers performing intricate calculations. Suddenly, he halted and called out to Boss Lu. Perhaps having prepared a script to further mystify his audience, he spoke in a grave tone. "Mr. Lu, what troubles you here may not be a mere ghost." However, Boss Lu did not immediately respond, instead regarding him with a look of suspicion. Undeterred by the awkward silence, Su Xian continued to expound a lengthy string of esoteric jargon. Observing the transformation of Boss Lu's expression from doubt to bewilderment, he concluded, "The malevolent energy in this mountain is quite potent. I have just deduced that a demon lies hidden within. Your recent endeavors have awakened it, and the vengeful spirit you encountered in this room was but a warning manifested by it." Upon finishing his words, the expressions of everyone, save for Su Xian, morphed into a peculiar mixture of incredulity and disbelief. While the notion of a haunting was somewhat acceptable, the claim of a demon seemed far-fetched. Was it not prohibited for creatures to attain such sentience after the founding of the nation? Yet, Su Xian displayed a self-satisfied demeanor, calmly asserting, "Have you forgotten about that fox below? What normal animal would dare to hide behind a ghostly visage to spy on humans? That fox is the eyes of the demon dwelling within the mountain." At the mere mention of the fox, the skepticism etched on the faces of the crowd slowly began to dissipate. Indeed, the fox was exceedingly peculiar. If it were a demon, it would make sense. Boss Lu wrestled with his thoughts, uncertain whether to continue placing his faith in this Su Xian. Suddenly, he glanced toward Li Chang'an, who offered no response. They had agreed from the outset that regardless of the existence of ghosts, he would be compensated. This was also why Boss Lu had hastily summoned Su Xian to take over the task, a fact Li Chang'an had not minded. After all, if he could coast along, why not? Noticing Boss Lu's subtle movements, Su Xian feigned nonchalance, shifting his stance to block Boss Lu's line of sight, adopting an air of effortless superiority. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I have already discerned the essence of the demon lurking in the mountain. With me here, it dares not reveal itself. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden, light laughter, a woman's giggle, floated in on the night breeze. Who? Where? Who was laughing? Caught off guard, a group of individuals suddenly fell into a state of panic. As several flashlights swept chaotically around, Li Chang'an abruptly spoke up. Master Su Xuan, where is your disciple? It was only then that everyone realized the young Taoist, Su Xuan's apprentice, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. The crowd grew even more frantic, and Lu Boss hastily inquired, "What shall we do, Master Su Xuan?" Yet Su Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. He had merely intended to jest, never anticipating the situation would turn serious. At that moment, he was more flustered than anyone else. Lu Boss, sensing that he could no longer rely on Su Xuan, turned to Li Chang'an. Mr. Li Chang'an, having observed the farce for a while, recognized that the financier had spoken and thus ceased to be idle, leading the way in a particular direction, with the others hastily following suit. However, after a few steps, they realized that the laughter seemed to be growing ever closer. Before they had the chance to question it, they rounded a corner and collided with the source of the laughter. To their surprise, it was not the female ghost they had imagined, but rather the very young Taoist who had gone missing, standing with his back to them, perched on a balcony, mimicking a woman's laughter in a high-pitched voice. Lu Boss's gaze towards Su Xuan had turned decidedly hostile. He was not the ostentatious tycoon he appeared to be, having made his fortune in real estate. Su Xuan, well acquainted with such individuals, quickly approached and seized his disciple. "What on earth are you doing?" Yet, upon tugging him around, the expression on the young Taoist's face sent chills down one's spine. He wore a puppet-like, frozen smile, while tears incessantly rolled down his cheeks. This pull seemed to jolt the young Taoist from his nightmare, and he ceased his bizarre laughter, though the tears continued to flow as he muttered repeatedly, "There are ghosts." Su Xuan felt a flush of embarrassment. He had just confidently asserted that there were no ghosts, and now it seemed to slap him in the face. What ghosts? Where did these ghosts come from? It's a demon. You should have been diligently cultivating your practice. Have you now been bewitched by a monster? However, his disciple did not acquiesce to his attempts at rationalization, instead letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "Master, are there really ghosts?" Li Chang'an found it amusing. What did it mean that there were truly ghosts? Had his disciple previously believed there were none? Was this not a revelation of his master's shortcomings? Su Xuan cleared his throat and hastily explained, "My disciple has been accompanying me in exorcising evil spirits since childhood. It is my negligence that has allowed him to be frightened, resulting in a sort of affliction that has affected his mind. Yes, he is merely unwell." Su Xuan labored to save face for a while, but to no avail, and he had no choice but to temporarily sidestep the matter. "It seems it is getting late, and I have exhausted quite a bit of my spiritual energy. Let us return for today." This suggestion was met with general agreement. However, as the group reached the staircase, they found themselves unable to take another step. The lights downstairs had been turned off by an unknown hand. "It could be that the voltage here is unstable." Lu Boss swallowed hard and spoke slowly. His words seemed less an explanation and more a self-soothing mantra. He scanned the faces around him, realizing he could not command either Li Chang'an or Su Xuan and his apprentice, while the two bodyguards were tasked with ensuring his personal safety. As for Li Chang'an, "Xiao Lu, you go down and turn the lights back on." "Ah? Is that such a trivial matter?" With a fierce glare, Boss Lu caused Li Chang'an to feel a sense of grievance as he trembled down the stairs. Each of his hesitant steps seemed to be measured in triplicate as he slowly made his way to the switch, positioning himself accurately before swiftly pressing it. Light returned to the realm of men. Only then did he exhale in relief, muttering a few curses under his breath before donning a sycophantic smile and turning to glance at his employer. However, he found no expression of satisfaction on Boss Lu's face. Instead, it was one of sheer terror. A faint yet abrupt chuckle echoed in his ears. Li Chang'an shuddered violently and turned around. Beside him stood a woman, her hair disheveled and her white dress stained with splotches of blood. Motionless save for the dripping chunks of flesh she cradled in her hands. Chapter 16. The Fox Ghost. A high-pitched scream, elongated like a eunuch's proclamation, suddenly pierced the air, causing the others to retract their own impending cries. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. He had heard enough screams that night to nearly burst his eardrums. Shining his flashlight into the crowd, he sought the source of such a peculiar sound, only to find Taoist Su Xian, hands clasped before him, singing with fervor. Well, if he could still salvage this situation, it would indeed be a miracle. Clatter on the other side. Lu Zhugan's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing his fall, the ghostly woman inched closer with a sinister giggle. Surprisingly, Boss Lu retained a semblance of conscience, refraining from making a hasty exit. Li Chang'an nodded, unsheathing the long sword from his back, gripping the scabbard firmly. With a twitch of his nostrils, he sneered, "A ghost? I see nothing but trickery." With that, he leapt down the staircase. The ghostly figure, noticing his descent, abandoned Lu Zhugan and lunged toward Li Chang'an. Before she reached him, she hurled the chunk of flesh in her grasp, which Li Chang'an deflected with his sword, catching sight of a few tufts of hair clinging to it. When he returned his gaze, the ghost was already upon him. Her long hair streamed wildly, and her blood-stained white dress was a chilling sight in the dead of night, enough to induce cardiac arrest in any unsuspecting observer. Thus, the screams from Boss Lu and his entourage escalated even further, prompting Li Chang'an to rub his ears, vowing that should such an occurrence arise again, everyone must don earplugs. Yet as he faced the advancing specter, a smile crept upon his lips. There was not a trace of ghostly essence about her. How dare she masquerade as one? With a swift sidestep, he evaded her attack and, with a deft kick, sent the woman tumbling to the ground. Before she could rise, he stepped over her, securing her arms behind her back and pinning her down. The ghost writhed beneath him for a moment, but soon ceased her struggles, only managing to emit a series of eerie chuckles. Li Chang'an freed one hand to push aside her disheveled hair, revealing a grimy, middle-aged woman's face. Indeed, she was human. He twisted her face toward the others, asking, "Does anyone recognize her?" To his astonishment, the expressions of Boss Lu and the others did not relax. Instead, they grew even more horrified. Boss Lu trembled, pointing at Li Chang'an's back. "Mr. Li, behind you. Behind you." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chang'an rolled forward, simultaneously turning his body as his longsword was drawn in a fluid motion. However, as he peered into the empty space before him, he found nothing but the enigmatic woman who had been playing tricks. Perplexed, he glanced towards Boss Lu, eager to inquire further. Yet, just as he turned his head, he was met with a series of high-pitched screams. As Boss Lu tumbled down the stairs, scrambling away in a frantic dash. Meanwhile, Lu Zhugan, clutching the back of his head, struggled to rise from the ground. Li Chang'an was about to greet him when Lu Zhugan's eyes widened in terror, prompting him to leap up and flee. Li Chang'an blinked in confusion, scanning the surroundings for some time, only to find nothing amiss. He opened his black umbrella, and from beneath it emerged the rotund and swollen figure of Wu Laoda. Having spent the better part of the night cramped within the confines of the umbrella, he had yet to stretch his swollen limbs and inhale a breath of fresh air before Li Chang'an seized him and inquired, "Is there any malevolent presence here?" Wu Laoda was taken aback for a moment, then protested, "I am not unclean." "You are not a thing," Li Chang'an retorted casually. "I'm in aside from you." Though Wu Laoda sensed something was amiss in Li Chang'an's words, he nonetheless conducted a thorough search of the vicinity. Nothing. Truly nothing? Indeed, nothing at all. "This is quite strange," Li Chang'an remarked, furrowing his brow. He detected no ghostly scent, and Wu Laoda had found no kindred spirit. What could have caused Lu Zhugan and the others to wear such expressions of terror? Was it a collective hallucination? Just as Li Chang'an pondered this, he suddenly heard a series of high-pitched calls. It was the female ghost, having risen from the ground once more, clutching a piece of flesh and crouching down to gnaw at it. Upon noticing Li Chang'an's gaze, she swiftly hid the meat behind her back, tousling her hair in front of her, and began to babble incoherently at him. A wave of sympathy washed over Li Chang'an. He had initially thought she was a rival or an enemy of Boss Lu sent to wreak havoc, but now it seemed she was merely a deranged and pitiable soul. Is this truly the ghost? Wu Laoda floated alongside the woman, asking out of curiosity. During his time within the umbrella, his perception of the outside world had been limited. What ghost? Merely a wandering lunatic, he concluded. Lunatic? Wu Laoda murmured, circling her twice before suddenly reaching out his hand towards her face. With a twist of his wrist, he thrust his hand into her nostrils. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in shock. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Laoda retracted his hand, using his other hand to brush down his arm to the tips of his fingers, revealing a clump of something strange. What is it? Li Chang'an inquired, Moving closer for a better look, in Wu Laoda's palm lay a handful of peculiar, sticky yellow hair. I could tell something was off at a glance. Wu Laoda chuckled. She is not mad. She has been enchanted by something. Li Chang'an recalled the yellow shadow he had glimpsed behind the painting, suddenly coming to a realization. After acquiring the powers of and swordsmanship, both his reflexes and perception had significantly improved. In that fleeting moment, he had discerned that the yellow shadow was, in fact, a fox. The creature known as the fox possesses an uncanny essence. In comparison to other animals, it is particularly prone to becoming a spirit. Consequently, in ancient folklore, the most frequently appearing figure is that of the fox spirit. Even if it has not fully transformed into a demon, a fox that lives for an extended period may exhibit some bewildering abilities that can ensnare the unsuspecting. No wonder, then, that recently, Mr. Liu and his companions have been so easily frightened. Even the apprentice of the Suxian Taoist has exhibited peculiar behaviors, culminating in a collective hallucination. It turns out that upon entering and encountering the ghastly visage depicted in a painting, they fell victim to its enchantment. Coupled with the surrounding atmosphere and subsequent incidents, they found themselves ensnared ever deeper. However, such abilities are hardly formidable. While they may induce hallucinations in Li Chang'an and his peers, they do not deceive the magically endowed Li Chang'an. Preoccupied with his search for ghosts, Li Chang'an failed to notice the fox's mischief. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman, having extracted the remnants of fur from her being, has already liberated herself from the fox's enchantment. Perhaps due to excessive exertion, she has succumbed to a deep slumber. Li Chang'an gently arranged her, intending to leave her in the care of Mr. Liu and the others, while he ventured forth to confront the fox's malevolence. Upon exiting, however, he found no sign of the others. His attempts to contact Li Chang'an by phone were met with silence. Yet the tranquility of the mountains allowed him to faintly hear a distant ringing. Following the sound, he soon spotted a glowing posterior. As he approached, he discovered Li Chang'an had toppled headfirst into a ditch. Nearby, Mr. Liu was frantically racing around a crooked-necked tree, panting heavily and on the verge of frothing at the mouth. Li Chang'an illuminated the scene with his flashlight, revealing the other individuals scattered about in disarray. He extricated Li Chang'an from the ditch, examining him closely. Though the landlord's expression was contorted, he still breathed. With a sigh of relief, Li Chang'an tossed Li Chang'an back into the ditch, then rose to seize the now frantic Mr. Liu, applying a talisman to his forehead to quell his turmoil. Instantly, Mr. Liu fell silent, yet remained motionless, his expression vacant and his eyes devoid of focus. Mr. Liu? Liu Zong? Li Chang'an called out several times, receiving no response, and contemplated whether to summon Wu Laoda for assistance. Suddenly, Mr. Liu erupted into a fit of tears, collapsing to the ground while clinging desperately to Li Chang'an's leg, incoherently crying out for help from Master Li. Li Chang'an, lacking interest in comforting a middle-aged man, exerted his strength to dislodge him. In the meantime, Wu Laoda had checked on the others one by one. How are they? Nothing serious, Wu Laoda shrugged. They were merely scared senseless. Li Chang'an felt a measure of relief. It seemed the fox was not a malevolent spirit after all. Awakening each individual one by one proved too cumbersome, so Li Chang'an opted to apply a talisman to each of them. Under the yellow talismans, they gradually regained consciousness, except for the Suxian Taoist, who remained steadfastly asleep, seemingly unaffected by the talisman. Left with no choice, Li Chang'an resorted to physical methods. He struck the Taoist's cheeks with 2 resounding slaps. Yet the man remained unperturbed. As Li Chang'an contemplated administering another blow, he inadvertently noticed the Taoist's hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his flesh. A smirk appeared on Li Chang'an's face. It seemed he was not unable to awaken, but rather unwilling to do so. One cannot help but ponder whether to deem this individual as shameless or overly sensitive. Li Chang'an chose to disregard him, turning to address the others, stating, "That creature has already fled. You may return." After taking a few steps, he recalled that another individual lay within the house, and thus turned back to say, "Do remember to bring the lady from inside the house." "Master Li," Boss Liu exclaimed in a flurry, "where are you going, me?" Li Chang'an replied without glancing back, "Having taken your money, I am, of course, off to attend to your business." He then circled to the rear of the house. Big Wu discovered an A4 sheet beneath the window and hurriedly brought it over. Upon receiving it, Li Chang'an found it to be the earlier ghastly portrait. A closer inspection revealed that the artistic skill displayed was abysmal, lacking any semblance of structure, resembling the scribbles of a child. Yet, within the twisted lines and strokes, one could sense the artist's silent dread. Li Chang'an tucked the drawing away, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight as he searched. Finally, beneath a thicket, he stumbled upon a strand of yellow fur. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a faint, otherworldly scent beneath the overpowering stench of blood. Chapter 17. The white fox bows to the moon clutching a vine. Li Chang'an leapt across a ravine, landing deftly upon a rocky outcrop. The mountain's dew soaked through his clothing, and the night breeze chilled him to the bone. He paid little heed to the cold, focusing intently on discerning the various scents wafting through the mountain air in pursuit of the fox's trail. He was drawing near. Following the scent left by the fox, he ventured into the ancient forest behind the farm. The terrain was rugged, devoid of paths, and after several hours, even Li Chang'an felt fatigued. He exhaled slowly and sat cross-legged to rest. Through the gaps in the forest canopy, he could faintly see the lights of the farm. Now far behind him, Li Chang'an switched off his flashlight, suddenly aware of the moonlight's clarity in the mountains. Has the moon risen? He wondered, glancing upwards to behold a full moon at its zenith. It appeared somewhat larger than usual. However, Li Chang'an was not one to indulge in sentimental musings about the moon's size. He reopened his black umbrella, releasing Big Wu once more. The spiritual atmosphere of this realm was not conducive to the activities of ethereal beings, which was why he had earlier returned Big Wu to the umbrella while on the move. Given the events that had transpired, it was likely that Big Wu would require a significant amount of time to recuperate at home. When Big Wu emerged again, he let out a soft "eh?" "What is it?" Li Chang'an inquired, sensing that the scent of the fox was now quite close, which made him cautious. "Nothing," Big Wu replied, attempting to scratch his head only to find it too swollen to reach. So he settled for scratching his chest instead, feeling quite comfortable. Comfortable? Li Chang'an mused. Perhaps the spiritual energy of the deep mountains is less tainted than that of the city. He paid little mind to this, pointing towards the mountain and stating, "The fox's lair should not be far from there. You go ahead and scout. Once you find it, return and inform me." He feared that if he were to charge in directly, the noise might startle the fox. Hence he entrusted the initial reconnaissance to Big Wu, as an incorporeal spirit was most suited for covert observation. Before Big Wu departed, Li Chang'an cautioned, "Once you find the fox, do not act hastily. Return and bring me with you. Be careful not to reveal yourself." Big Wu nodded and vanished into the thicket. Li Chang'an sought out a level stretch of ground, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate his spirit. Approximately half an hour later, Wu Laodao returned to the grove. As soon as he emerged, the first sound that reached his ears was the sharp, resonant clang of a sword being drawn from its sheath. He turned towards the sound, and beneath the dim moonlight filtering through the trees, he discerned a vague silhouette, within which a pair of eyes and a portion of a blade seemed to emit a faint yet piercing glow. Wu Laodao recognized the outline as Li Chang'an, yet the glimmer of those eyes and the sword instilled a sense of trepidation that held him back. Conversely, upon recognizing Wu Laodao, Li Chang'an sheathed his sword and stepped out from the shadows. "Well, did you find it?" Li Chang'an inquired. Wu Laodao exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded hastily. "I found it, however." "However what?" Li Chang'an pressed for clarification. Wu Laodao scratched his chest, struggling to articulate his thoughts for a moment before finally saying, "I can't quite express it. You'll understand once you see it for yourself." The two of them, one human and one ghost, cautiously made their way towards the direction of the fox. Before long, Wu Laodao whispered to Li Chang'an, "It's just ahead." Li Chang'an carefully parted the reeds before him to peer ahead. Before them lay a sheer cliff, with a small platform at its edge, and there sat the fox. Yet, what caught Li Chang'an's attention first was not the fox nor the cliff, but rather the resplendent moon above. It was astonishingly large, occupying a quarter of the sky, its light cascading down not like mere illumination, but flowing as if a crystal-clear mountain spring were trickling from the moon itself. The moonlight enveloped the cliff like a tranquil pool in the luminous glow. There were 7 foxes, each adorned with a skull upon their heads. 6 of the foxes formed a circle, their elongated bodies twisting and trembling beneath the stark white skulls. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a peculiar rhythm and grace in their movements. An absurd thought flitted through Li Chang'an's mind. Were they dancing? The 6 foxes twirled in a dance around the center, where an elderly white fox stood, its fur trailing to the ground. It too bore a skull, yet remained still, cradling an object that, from a distance, resembled a ceramic wine vessel. Suddenly, the elder fox called out, its voice rising and falling in a melodic cadence that struck Li Chang'an as somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the rhythm of incantations. As the elder fox called out, the surrounding 6 foxes abruptly fell to the ground, extending their forepaws in a gesture of reverence, raising them only to bow down again. They were, astonishingly, mimicking human kneeling. The elder fox's calls continued, and the 6 foxes persisted in their reverent motions. Then, with a long, melodious cry, the elder fox lifted the wine vessel high above its head. The moonlight, like water, truly began to drip down from the moon, cascading into the vessel. With each drop that fell, the moon diminished slightly, its luminescence waning. Eventually, the shallow vessel was filled to the brim, and the moon returned to its original form, while the night breeze ushered in a veil of clouds, partially obscuring the moon. Throughout this entire spectacle, Li Chang'an had held his breath in rapt attention, finally exhaling in relief. Yet, his expression soon turned grave once more. The wind had shifted, the 7 foxes, their skull masks turning in unison towards his direction. Initially taken aback, Li Chang'an quickly composed himself and smiled. They were merely a few uncivilized foxes, so why the fuss? He emerged nonchalantly from behind the thatch. Then, 6 foxes erupted into a cacophony, rummaging on the ground for sticks and bones, charging at him like primitive beings. Was that it? Li Chang'an did not unleash his full might. His sword remained sheathed as he wielded the scabbard, striking precisely 6 times. The foxes whirled in circles before collapsing to the ground. Was that the conclusion? This outcome left Li Chang'an, who had been poised for action, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly regained his composure. There was still a boss to confront. As all the little foxes lay defeated, the white fox finally stirred and removed the skull from its head, standing upright on its hind legs, and approached slowly, mimicking human gait. 1 step, 2 steps, Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes. 3 steps. For steps, he was already contemplating where to strike. Yet, the old fox suddenly dropped to the ground, placing its paws atop the wine cup on its head. What did this signify? A legendary tigress prostration? Wu Laoda burst into laughter, declaring that the old fox had surrendered. Li Chang'an remained silent. The white-haired fox before him began to tremble. For such a ragtag bunch, what had compelled him to traverse this lengthy mountain path at such an hour? He sighed deeply and bent down to take the wine cup. The old fox sprang up, neither fleeing nor attacking, but instead gesticulating wildly, seemingly attempting to convey something. Li Chang'an watched in bewilderment, while Wu Laoda, perhaps due to a peculiar affinity between spirits and foxes, translated after a moment. It appears to be offering you this wine cup in exchange for sparing their lives. Can you comprehend? Not really, just a guess. Observing the fox, it performed a flip, exposing its belly to Li Chang'an. This was certainly not a fox spirit but rather a dog. He tentatively inquired, "Do you wish to use this to plead for your lives?" The old fox eagerly nodded. It truly understands human speech. Li Chang'an was somewhat astonished. With such intelligence, it would likely have achieved great spiritual cultivation in a world rich with spiritual energy. How unfortunate for the creatures of this realm. A splendid fox spirit had to resort to feigning a dog to beg for its life. Li Chang'an gazed at the wine cup in his hand, its round form devoid of decorative patterns. The cup was shallow, only slightly larger than a palm, filled with moonlight that emitted a delicate and elegant fragrance of wine. His throat rolled, his body urging him to drink. He pondered for a moment. Although these foxes had certainly caused considerable trouble for the villagers, they had ultimately not taken any lives, indicating they were not malevolent beings. Of course, the primary allure was the intoxicating moonlight-infused wine. Thus, Li Chang'an nodded. Very well, as long as you refrain from causing further disturbances. The old fox rolled over and repeatedly bowed its head. He chuckled, bringing the wine cup to his lips and drinking slowly as the liquid within the cup diminished. He felt no sensation of liquid flowing down his throat. Instead, a coolness coursed through his limbs, returning to gather in his chest, leaving behind a serene and elegant essence akin to moonlight. Most remarkably, Li Chang'an sensed that his meager magical power was subtly increasing as he was taken aback. His peripheral vision caught sight of Wu Laoda gazing eagerly. "Would you like a drink?" Li Chang'an inquired, to which Wu Laoda nodded fervently. Observing the remnants of the liquor at the bottom of the cup, Li Chang'an passed it over. Wu Laoda hastily accepted it, as if fearing that Li Chang'an might change his mind, and tilted his head back to gulp it down, subsequently closing his eyes in prolonged savoring. Remarkably, the substantial essence he had consumed throughout the day began to gradually solidify. Li Chang'an reclaimed the cup, astonished. This truly is a treasure. He turned to the old fox and asked, "How does one utilize this item?" The old fox, in a flurry of gestures, eventually pointed at the cup, exclaiming, Li Chang'an flipped the cup over, revealing a few faintly glowing characters at its base under the moonlight. "I am the gentle moonlight. Enter my cup." He softly uttered these 8 words. Li Chang'an felt a stirring within, as though an invisible thread connected him to the moon above. Information regarding the cup seeped into his mind. This cup, known as the moon cup, could transform moonlight into exquisite wine, requiring only the full moon night and the recitation of the 8 words, but it could only be used once per night. This extraordinary sensation left Li Chang'an in a state of reverie. This moon cup might indeed be deemed a magical artifact. He called out to the old fox, who was about to make a hasty retreat. "Where did you acquire this?" The old fox led Li Chang'an through a series of twists and turns, ultimately returning to the vicinity of the farmhouse. Navigating through dense thickets and parting thick vines, they surprisingly discovered a fissure in the mountainside large enough for passage. Once through the crevice, a hidden world unfolded within. However, the ground was strewn with bones and remnants of food, exuding a foul odor. Evidently, this was the den of the foxes. In a wonder, they had been causing a ruckus at the farmhouse. They had returned to their doorstep. Venturing further inside, they arrived at a stone chamber, furnished with a stone bed, table, and stools. On the shelves lay remnants of ancient texts, regrettably weathered into fragments. Seated upon the stone bed was a skeleton. Upon entering, the old fox reverently bowed 3 times before the skeleton, then carefully removed its skull and placed it back upon the neck of the skeleton. He then pointed towards the bones, chattering away at Li Chang'an. Without the need for Wu Laoda to translate, Li Chang'an understood that this was where the items had originated. He searched around but found nothing of value. Unable to endure the stench within, he exited the mountain fissure. Perhaps this was the resting place of a bygone practitioner, who, due to the thinning spiritual essence, ultimately found himself trapped within the mountains. He glanced back at the stone chamber, sensing an unease. It appeared somewhat out of place, as if it had been forcibly wedged in. Upon returning to the farmhouse, Lu Laoban and his companions had been waiting for some time. Li Chang'an merely reassured him that the trouble had been dealt with, alleviating his worries. The hour had already passed midnight, and arrangements were made for him to rest in the farmhouse's quarters. In the master bedroom prepared by Lu Laoban, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Once again, he found himself in that dark night, upon that wooden bridge, confronted by that very zombie. Li Chang'an jolted awake from his dream. But this time something felt amiss. A peculiar odor infiltrated his nostrils, reminiscent of rotting pork. He turned his head, only to find a face covered in white fur looming beside his bed. Chapter 18. The Ambush. A zombie? Awakening abruptly from his slumber, Li Chang'an was jolted into full consciousness, the remnants of sleep dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The zombie loomed ominously beside him, its arms outstretched, uncomfortably close. He could discern the tattered rags that clung to its form, the fabric caked with grime and decaying leaves, and the fine white hairs sprouting from its pallid skin. Its rigid arms hung over Li Chang'an's head, fingers tipped with black, razor-sharp nails. The creature leaned forward, its mouth agape, revealing a putrid maw lined with 2 pairs of yellowed fangs. Though its eye sockets were obscured by a milky film, the murky yellow glimmers within sent a shiver through Li Chang'an. The zombie was assessing him, contemplating how best to end his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled towards the opposite side of the bed. As he moved, a chill crept down his neck, followed by the ominous sound of tearing fabric. Li Chang'an tumbled to the floor, glancing back to witness the zombie's arms ensnared within the mattress. With a sudden retraction, the creature's limbs expelled the shredded remnants of fabric, foam, and springs, which flew chaotically into Li Chang'an's face. Almost immediately, the zombie bent its knees and launched itself in a rigid leap over the bed. Its arms thrust forward like arrows, its entire body resembling a lethal projectile aimed at him. Li Chang'an, prioritizing survival, rolled yet again. He heard a heavy thud behind him, followed by a series of sharp cracks. Scrambling to the door, he risked a glance back. The wardrobe, which he had inspected upon entering the room, was now a splintered wreck, the solid wooden structure reduced to a heap of debris. with two distinct indentations in the wall, evidence of the zombie's brutal assault. A chill of dread washed over Li Chang'an. Had that impact struck him, even through steel, it would have spelled his doom. After this harrowing encounter, the zombie seemed momentarily disinclined to pursue him. It pivoted, its eyes concealed by a white haze, as if surveying Li Chang'an with a predatory gaze. Thus began a tense standoff between man and monster. Though Li Chang'an maintained an outward calm, internal turmoil surged within him. How had this creature materialized so suddenly? Had he not awakened just in time? He too might have been reduced to mere splinters, like the wardrobe. What to do? Li Chang'an refrained from fleeing immediately, opting instead to assess the situation. With the mastery of the mystical arts and swordsmanship he had recently acquired, his skills had sharpened considerably. Had he possessed his sword, he might have dared to engage the zombie in combat. Regrettably, he had neglected to retain the prudent habit of sleeping with his sword by his side. Prior to retiring for the night, he had removed his sword and talismans, placing them on a shelf situated just behind the zombie. Unarmed and vulnerable before this undead foe, he feared he would hardly last 3 seconds. Calculating the distance between them, he concluded that attempting to bypass the zombie to retrieve his talismans and sword would likely result in 2 puncture wounds along the way, or perhaps one after acquiring his weapon. Recognizing the futility of the endeavor, he decisively turned and fled, ensuring to close the door behind him. Listening to the sound of the door splintering under the zombie's assault, he felt a wave of relief that he did not have the habit of sleeping in the nude. He hastened down the stairs, determined to escape the clutches of the undead. To the reception desk, 2 young women were present, but now only one remained, staring at her dark circles, embodying a visage of sleepiness mingled with trepidation. Startled by the sudden appearance of Li Chang'an, she jumped in surprise. Upon recognizing him, she awkwardly bowed. Before she could finish, Li Chang'an interjected, "Quickly activate your fire alarm." Huh? The front desk attendant appeared utterly bewildered. "There's no time for explanations, hurry and press it, or everyone inside will be in peril," Li Chang'an urged, his urgency palpable. Only then did the receptionist flail about in a panic to locate the alarm. In an instant, the entire building was enveloped in a shrill cacophony of alarms, with red lights flashing throughout the corridors. Li Chang'an pulled the receptionist out of the building, his eyes fixed intently on the exit. Noticing his demeanor, the receptionist, trembling with fear, inquired, "Mr. Li, is it another ghostly incident?" "Not a ghost, though. That's a relief," she sighed, her tension easing. "It's a zombie." Her eyes widened in shock. 2 bodyguards, the master and apprentice of Su Xian, along with Lu Zhugan and even that seemingly deranged woman, came rushing down. However, Lu Laoban and the other receptionist were nowhere to be seen. Li Chang'an asked, "Where are your boss and colleague?" The receptionist, blushing and lowering her head, could only stammer in silence. Just as Li Chang'an was about to press further, another woman burst forth from the building, barefoot and sobbing, clad only in a loose bathrobe that revealed glimpses of her form as she ran. Capturing the attention of several M.E.N.T. was the other receptionist. Yet, Li Chang'an could not afford to be distracted by the sight. He stopped the woman. "Where's Lu Laoban?" The woman continued to wail, unable to provide a coherent response. What in the world is happening? At that moment, others began to gather, having merely responded to the alarm without understanding the gravity of the situation. Finally, the woman ceased her cries, though she still hiccuped between sobs, managing to utter one word: "Zombie." That word seemed to possess an invisible power, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. "Master Li, please." The woman grasped Li Chang'an's arm, pleading, "He's still inside." After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Xian and his apprentice. "Do you have a sword?" The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. After returning from the back mountain, Su Xian had brought back a collection of talismans, stowing them in his vehicle. The apprentice rummaged through the car and returned with a sword in hand. Li Chang'an accepted it, only to discover, "It's made of wood, with a sliver of hope," he asked. "Is it made of peach wood?" The young apprentice responded with a perplexed expression. Undeterred, Li Chang'an pressed on, "Has it been consecrated?" The apprentice remained equally baffled. Just as Li Chang'an was about to inquire further, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within the building. "Damn it!" Clutching the flimsy wooden piece, he dashed into the building, illuminated by the flickering red lights and the incessant wailing of alarms. In that moment, he wished more than anything to be known as Dugachum as he charged into the corridor. He collided head-on with Lu Laoban and the zombie. Lu Laoban was being choked by the undead creature, his feet dangling off the ground, held aloft. The white zombie bared its fangs, poised to bite down in a split second. Li Chang'an leaped forward, thrusting the sword, which pierced between the zombie's teeth, countering its lethal bite. With a powerful kick, he struck the zombie's leg, but the creature remained utterly unyielding, leaving Li Chang'an with a tingling sensation in his own foot. He retreated a couple of steps and then charged forward, finally managing to shove the white zombie aside, causing Boss Lu to clutch his throat and collapse to the ground. Lu coughed a few times, and before he could utter a word of thanks, Li Chang'an seized his collar and hurled him backward. "Hurry!" he commanded. Without delay, Li Chang'an darted to the side of the zombie, gracefully maneuvering around it like a butterfly, occasionally thrusting his sword. Although his attacks caused little damage, they gradually diverted the zombie's attention. Boss Lu, in a disheveled state, clambered to his feet just as he managed to escape the building. With a loud crash, Li Chang'an leapt from the second-floor window, his body covered in shards of glass. Boss Lu hurried over, clasping his hands together, his face etched with fear. "Master Li, had you not arrived in time, my life would have been forfeit. I am truly grateful." "Enough," Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "What use is your gratitude to me? Initially, it was said to be a haunting, then it morphed into a monster, and now we find ourselves beset by zombies? My friend, you ought to increase my pay." "Absolutely. I will," Boss Lu hastily affirmed, pounding his chest in earnest. "Now that your life depends on this individual, I would agree to anything, even if it meant running naked through Kaoshinman. Let us not rush to discuss the pay." Li Chang'an pointed towards the building. "What about that entity still causing turmoil inside? What shall we do about it?" Boss Lu's face fell into a grimace. Unlike everyone else present, he could not simply walk away. His vast enterprise was at stake. Each day of delay would result in significant financial losses. Li Chang'an surveyed the surroundings and suddenly noticed several bundles of steel cables piled in a corner. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I have an idea, but it carries some risk." He briefly outlined his plan, and upon hearing it, the others displayed expressions of hesitation and dread, save for Boss Lu, who clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Excellent. Let us proceed." Chapter 19. The fight with the zombie. The fire alarm had been silenced. In the vast, empty building, all other sounds had faded, leaving only the distant thuds of thump, thump. Gradually, a second sound emerged in the corridor. Bang, bang, banged. Li Chang'an stood alone in the hallway, the hilt of his sword rhythmically striking against the door. The thumping noises were drawn closer by his knocks. Finally, around the corner of the hallway, a dim shadow emerged, elongating until two stiff arms sprang forth. Before the lone figure of Li Chang'an, the zombie did not immediately lunge forward. Instead, it twisted its neck, seemingly scanning for any hidden ambush. Indeed, Li Chang'an scoffed. The yellow-shelled book had not prepared him for such a formidable adversary. Ordinary zombies were merely beasts in pursuit of flesh, with knowledge of their weaknesses and a well-laid strategy. A few grown men could easily vanquish them. However, this white zombie's mind was evidently not fully decayed. But what of it? A leopard cannot change its spots. Li Chang'an drew a small knife and made a gentle incision on the back of his hand, crimson blood welling forth. Simultaneously, the zombie's dim eyes ignited with a fierce red glow. The blood of a sorcerer possesses an enchanting fragrance, does it not? Roaring, the corrupted vocal cords erupted in a cacophony of chaos. The white zombie leapt forth. Upon closing the distance, its arms swung like iron rods towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, reluctant to confront the onslaught with his wooden sword, deftly crouched aside. The zombie's sweep collided with the wall, tearing a gaping hole in the structure, scattering cement debris in all directions. Relying on his agility, Li Chang'an engaged in a fierce struggle with the frenzied zombie, retreating while battling until he reached a small hall. This mezzanine, nestled between two floors, was adorned with stout support columns. After a prolonged skirmish, although Li Chang'an managed to evade peril at the last moment, either through his nimble physique or the sword in hand, his strength began to wane. The white zombie, however, seemed like a perpetual motion machine, invigorated by Li Chang'an's blood, its eyes glowing ever brighter, growing increasingly ferocious. Suddenly, Li Chang'an found his footwork faltering for an instant, his movements slightly delayed. He could not evade in time and was caught by the residual force of the zombie's actions. sending him hurtling through the air. His chest and abdomen struck the concrete pillar with a heavy thud, the pressure violently expelling the air from his lungs. Though he did not lose consciousness, he struggled to rise. The zombie seized this opportunity to pounce, poised to spill blood at any moment. Move! A furious roar echoed from behind the concrete pillar. A steel wire loop ascended from the ground, ensnaring the zombie's leaping legs. That moment, the white zombie, caught off guard midair, crashed to the ground. Two bodyguards emerged from behind the pillar, each grasping one end of the rope, dragging the zombie backward. As the creature was pulled a few steps, it howled, bending down in a futile attempt to sever the rope with its claws. Yet, two more loops flew in, ensnaring its arms. Boss Lu Zhugan, and Su Xian, the master and disciple, swiftly appeared from behind the pillar. They exerted all their strength, tightening the loops, and the zombie was unexpectedly restrained in a cross-like fashion, suspended in midair. Master Li, are you all right? The zombie's struggles were immense, and Boss Lu secured the steel wire around the pillar, bracing himself against it. Li Chang'an waved his hand, rising from the ground, but was unable to suppress a few coughs, his throat filled with the taste of rust. He approached the zombie, fully aware of its monstrous strength despite its limbs being bound. Boss Lu and the others displayed strained muscles and flushed faces, evidently unable to endure much longer. Li Chang'an, unwilling to delay, bit his finger, urging his essence to flow, swiftly inscribing a blood symbol onto his wooden sword. Heavenly calamity shines bright, earthly calamity stands firm. With my pen I now inscribe, may myriad demons perish. Upon completing the blood symbol, Li Chang'an thrust the sword with all his might toward the zombie's heart. Crack! Li Chang'an could not halt his momentum, tumbling into the embrace of the zombie, spitting out the foul muck and decayed leaves from his mouth. He focused his gaze to find that only a portion of the sword's tip remained embedded in the zombie's chest. This was decidedly not a peachwood sword. Enraged, Li Chang'an hurled the hilt to the ground, bellowing, "Is there anyone formidable among us?" "Indeed." A bodyguard immediately responded. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chang'an seized the rope from his hands. "Quickly, bring it here." Engaged in a battle of strength with the zombie, every passing second felt like an eternity. Yet none dared to relax, for a single lapse could cost them their very lives. The bodyguard, a man of integrity, soon returned, panting heavily. He lifted a sizable object in his hands. "This contraption is formidable, isn't it?" To his astonishment, it turned out to be a chainsaw. Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. After all, no ancestral master of any sect had ever instructed him on whether a chainsaw could be employed to sever a zombie's head. Nevertheless, there was no choice but to experiment. He exchanged grips with the bodyguard and commanded, "Lay it flat." At his instruction, the others sprang into action, turning the zombie onto its back and laying it down on the ground. Li Chang'an pressed his knee against the creature's back, biting his finger once more to draw blood, and began inscribing a blood talisman upon the chainsaw. "Heavenly calamity shines bright, earthly calamity stands firm. With my pen, I decree the demise of 10,000 ghosts." Upon completing the talisman, a wave of dizziness washed over him, a consequence of excessive blood sacrifice that could potentially harm his cultivation. Yet, in this critical moment, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He revved the chainsaw, and amidst its deafening roar, he aimed it at the zombie's neck. The zombie's flesh appeared decayed, yet it surprisingly retained a robust resilience. Ordinary weapons would surely prove ineffective against it. However, Li Chang'an wielded a chainsaw. He succeeded in his endeavor, discarding the chainsaw to the ground as he collapsed in exhaustion. This night had been a tumultuous blend of fox hunting and battling a zombie with a chainsaw. And now, as the tension dissipated, every muscle ached and each bone creaked. The others were similarly affected, succumbing to fatigue one after another, only to soon cry out in pain. Previously, during their desperate struggle against the zombie, their palms had been shredded by steel cables, but the excitement and terror had masked the pain. Now, with adrenaline fading and blood-soaked hands, the sensation of pain returned with a vengeance. Summoning the women from outside to tend to their wounds, Li Chang'an rested for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any lychee wood available?" Boss Lu hesitated before responding, "We only have newly transplanted lychee trees, Master Li." "What do you need the lychee wood for?" "To burn it," he declared, before sprawling out on the ground. "Please chop some for me. I'm utterly exhausted." Ultimately, they refrained from harming the lychee trees, as Li Chang'an remembered that a batch of lychee saplings remained in the storeroom. The group piled the saplings into a makeshift pyre, tossing the zombie's body atop. However, no one dared to touch the gruesome head, forcing Li Chang'an to rise and hurl the zombie's head into the pile himself. He had initially worried that the saplings might be too damp to ignite, yet the encounter with the lychee tree acted as an accelerant, igniting the pile in an instant. The sudden blaze startled everyone. While the others retreated to their rooms to rest, Li Chang'an, fearing further complications, resolved to endure his fatigue and guard the fire. By the time the flames extinguished, the zombie had been reduced to white ash. It appeared that lychee would indeed possess remarkable efficacy in dealing with zombies, validating Lu Laodao's seemingly boastful claims. Observant as ever, Li Chang'an spotted a black object amidst the ashes, its surface smooth and lustrous like jade. Unlike any charcoal left from charred wood. Picking it up and comparing its shape, he realized it was a fragment of the zombie's ulna, inexplicably spared from incineration and instead exhibiting a glossy black hue. Li Chang'an shrugged, opting not to investigate further, and found a suitable item to store it, intending to return it alongside the painted skin for safekeeping. Just as he secured it, Boss Lu arrived, having caught wind of the commotion. "Master Li, how are you now?" Li Chang'an let out a long yawn, gesturing towards the zombie ash behind him, indicating for others to look. Boss Lu glanced from a distance, then approached to probe the branches, confirming that everything had indeed been burnt clean. Allowing himself to relax, he turned and noticed Li Chang'an's weary expression, thus suggesting, "Why not take a moment to rest?" With the dawn already breaking, Li Chang'an shook his head and replied, "Forget it, no sleep for me. Let us head back directly." Boss Lu hesitated. Caught in a dilemma, Li Chang'an discerned Lu's concern that something else might emerge. If he were to leave, they would be left in a precarious situation. He chuckled and said, "Rest assured. What would you do if something strange popped up again?" Boss Lu hurriedly sought his counsel. Li Chang'an patted his shoulder, jesting, "Perhaps you should simply hand this estate over to the authorities." After teasing Boss Lu, Li Chang'an retreated to his room to tidy up. As soon as he closed the door, a cloud of gloom descended upon his face. He understood well that this zombie was not a local peculiarity of Boss Lu's estate. It was strikingly identical to the one from his dreams. No, it was unmistakably the very same zombie. "If I do not venture up the mountain, will the mountain come to me? Damn it!" Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. Having awakened from a nightmare this time, would he be able to wake up in time next? To lose his life in a state of confusion while dreaming? Fortunately, this time it was merely a haunted farmhouse, a frightening experience without any fatalities. But what if it were in a bustling market next time? Li Chang'an could scarcely fathom that scenario. What was this? A warning not to think that burying the book would allow him to escape. He felt as though fate had a hidden puppet master silently mocking his naivety. In a fit of rage, Li Chang'an kicked the wall several times, ultimately resigning himself to the inescapable reality. Tomorrow, he would return to his hometown and unearth that book. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned around to find a yellow-covered book quietly resting on the bedside table, innocuous, resembling a bedtime read. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse aloud. A few days later, in his rented accommodation, Li Chang'an donned a Taoist robe, surrounded by an array of supplies and equipment he had gathered over the past few days. He opened the yellow book and, as expected, on the page following the illustration of a blue-skinned demon, there was a depiction of a white-haired zombie. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him once more. However, this time it was not as intense as before. If previously it felt like a forceful tug, now it seemed more like a gentle invitation. Li Chang'an took note of the source of the dizziness, as a vortex materialized before him, towering at his height. This must be the thing that pulled him in. With a mountain of supplies weighing him down, he cautiously approached the vortex. Then, he was expelled. He discarded some items and tried to enter the vortex again, but it resisted. After shedding more, he still faced rejection. Finally, he raised his middle finger at the vortex, grabbed the precious rice wine Boss Lu had splurged on, and, sword in hand, boldly stepped through. Chapter 20. Mountain Spider. In these chaotic times, the people of Wang's village remained unconcerned. The area around Snake Head Mountain was quite remote. For the farmers here, whether times were prosperous or not, the royal grain tax remained unchanged, and during lean years, the village could not yield more profit. The only concern for the villagers of Wang was the harvest. This year has proven to be a bountiful one. with favorable winds and timely rains resulting in an abundant harvest. Yet, the villagers remained steeped in sorrow. Wang Laolu loaded a sack of grain onto the ox cart, his hand lingering on the sack with a sense of reluctance. He turned to the elder of the clan and inquired, "Are we truly to surrender the fruits of our labor to those bandits?" The elder's face, etched with deep furrows, reflected his inner turmoil as he sighed heavily. "If we refuse, they will come down and seize it by force. At least this way, lives may be spared," he refrained from uttering. Just days prior, a minion from the bandits atop Shitu Mountain had come down, astonishingly demanding taxes from the village. If they did not comply, he threatened them with a blade. The yield from the fields had already been claimed by the imperial tax and the landlord's share. Now the bandits sought their tribute as well, leaving but a pittance for each household. Would the children of the village survive the harsh winter with such meager rations? A bitter taste lingered in the elder's heart. It appeared that this winter, he and the old men of the village would have to venture into the mountains. If only Daoist Xianxiao were nearby. Wang Laolu exclaimed suddenly. This Xianxiao was a recently emerged hero of the region, known for championing the oppressed and having vanquished numerous highwaymen and scoundrels. It was said he had even slain many of the malevolent spirits lurking in ancient graves deep within the mountains. However, the elder shook his head. There are over 100 seasoned bandits on Shitu Mountain. No matter how formidable Daoist Xianxiao may be, what can one man with a sword accomplish against such odds? Just as he was about to voice his dissent, a sound of jingling bells echoed across the fields. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Emerging from the mist that hung between the furrows was a Daoist riding a donkey. A copper bell dangled from the neck of the large blue donkey, ringing melodiously. Upon noticing the village, the Daoist urged his donkey closer, halting 7 or 8 paces from the crowd. "Good sir, I have heard that nearby lies Shitu Mountain, where a mountain spider resides. Could you kindly direct me on how to reach it?" As these words left his lips, the villagers displayed signs of unease, with some discreetly reaching for their machetes and hunting bows. The elder cast a stern glance over the anxious crowd, and only then did the eager youths relent. It was no wonder they appeared so tense. The mountain spider was no mere arachnid, but rather a notorious bandit leader. Known for his swift blade, he wielded it with the ferocity of 8 arms, coupled with a ruthless disposition and a peculiar obsession for spiders. Should anyone dare to harm a spider in his presence, they would surely meet a gruesome fate at his hands. Hence, the bandits had bestowed upon him the moniker Mountain Spider. Yet, in these tumultuous times, the distinctions between man and demon had become increasingly blurred. The very bandit chief extorting taxes from the village was indeed the Mountain Spider. The Daoist before them was tall and bore a sword upon his back, clearly a skilled swordsman, likely seeking to make his mark on Shitu Mountain. However, considering the 100 seasoned brigands that resided there, what could one man wielding a sword possibly achieve? Moreover, this Daoist appeared notably peculiar, lacking even a proper topknot, his head adorned with a sparse layer of hair, only slightly more than that of a monk. Short hair. Wang Laolu stared at the Daoist's cropped locks for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Are you Daoist Xianxiao?" The Daoist turned sideways on his large blue donkey. "You recognize me?" The venerable elder recounted the present plight of the village, and as he spoke of their hardships, several wives and daughters discreetly shed tears, while the eyes of a few men glistened with emotion. Xianxiao pondered for a moment before suddenly tossing a small object into the air. The elder fumbled to catch it, and Xuanqiao's voice echoed in his ear, "Old man, how about selling me this cart of goods?" The elder looked up in bewilderment, opening his palm, which immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the villagers. Nestled in his hand lay a pearl, its lustrous hue akin to jade, perfectly round and roughly the size of an eye. It was evident to all that this single pearl was worth far more than the entirety of the cart's contents, let alone the entire village. As for the band of mountain bandits, upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes remained transfixed on the pearl's brilliance. Xianxiao, undeterred, chuckled, "What if I purchase everything together?" The elder, mesmerized by the pearl's radiant sheen, did not fully grasp Xuanqiao's words and merely nodded in agreement. Little did he know that the pearl was, in fact, of negligible worth, easily obtainable for a mere handful of coins. Only Li Chang'an could procure such a finely crafted imitation. Upon returning to the ancient realm, Li Chang'an discovered that several months had passed. The old Taoist had long since departed from Yulin, leaving no trace behind, save for a grave adorned with his garments. Thus, Li Chang'an buried the bottle of Limao within his own grave and set forth alone. The reason he bore the name of Xianxiao was twofold. Firstly, the old Taoist had interred his talisman among the relics, which Li Chang'an had casually appropriated. Secondly, it was a means to create a stir, allowing the old Taoist to know he was still alive. He sought the newly emerged demons documented in the Huangqiao book, yet the book offered no clues to their whereabouts, forcing him to charge ahead blindly, responding to whispers of the wind. Along the way, whenever he encountered injustice, emboldened by his lack of ties, he intervened, slaying both men and beasts, thus garnering a reputation. Consequently, even this remote village had come to know of his name. In light of this, Li Chang'an resolved to take action. At Snake Head Mountain, there existed a natural cave. Had it been in a more auspicious location, it might have been claimed by some cultivator as a dwelling. Yet at present, it had been transformed into a den by a band of foolish thieves who had refurbished it into a hall of alliance. Within this hall, a lavish banquet was underway. The leaders of Snake Head Mountain feasted heartily, with roasted pig, stewed chicken, and mutton gracing the tables. Though sourced from the mountains and fields, it was still quite a sumptuous spread. Additionally, each leader was flanked by a disheveled woman, adding a touch of merriment to the feast. These women wore forced smiles, adorned in rustic attire, yet each possessed a pleasing appearance, their origins unknown. In the center of the hall, a dancer clad in sheer fabric swayed gracefully, her every movement radiating allure. Her smiles and frowns seemingly infused with the essence of spring. The heads of the bandits watched with greedy eyes, wishing to rush forth and indulge, yet none dared to act, for this woman belonged to the burly leader seated at the head of the table, the infamous mountain spider. Just as the dancer reached the pinnacle of her performance, her delicate veil poised to slip away, a raucous voice burst into the lively banquet. The mountain spider cast a disdainful glance at the petty leader creating this dismal atmosphere, patting his thigh, prompting the dancer to sway her hips and approach. "What is all this ruckus about?" The petty leader, seemingly oblivious and lacking any discernment, replied boisterously, "The offerings from Wang's manor at the foot of the mountain have arrived." The mountain spider waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. "Oh, what if they have arrived? Why bother reporting such trifles?" he continued. "A Taoist has brought the items." This piqued the mountain spider's interest ever so slightly. "He claims to be delivering a treasure for the big boss." The petty leader ushered Li Chang'an into the grand hall and then retreated, leaving only Li Chang'an, several leaders, and the women accompanying them. Upon entering, he was met by a barrage of hostile gazes. As he glanced back, he noticed the leaders, neglecting their meals and ignoring the women, were fixated on him with piercing stares, a rather feeble attempt at intimidation. Li Chang'an remained unfazed, secretly deriding their efforts. Among the women, particularly the one beside the mountain spider, each was more striking than the last. Li Chang'an twitched his nostrils. "Taoist, you have dampened my spirits." The mountain spider, seated with an imposing presence, glared down at Li Chang'an. "That trinket of yours had better be a genuine treasure. Otherwise," a cruel, mocking smile crept across the mountain spider's face. "I shall take your precious gem, simmer it into a broth, and restore my spirits." At this proclamation, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Li Chang'an stood leisurely, treating their laughter as mere background noise, extending his hand forward. Suddenly, the cacophony fell silent, akin to a chicken's neck being wrung. All eyes in the hall were fixated on the palm of Li Chang'an's outstretched hand. There lay a bead. Indeed, it was the larger one from the set he had purchased online to present to the old clan leader, albeit of inferior craftsmanship, resulting in a less than favorable review. "Quickly, shut the door." The air in the hall remained quiet for a considerable time, until Li Chang'an pretended to retract his hand, prompting the mountain spider to leap up from his seat. His first command was to close the door, ensuring the minions outside could not catch a glimpse. The leader at the back hurried to secure the door. The mountain spider continued, "Barricade the door with everything you've got." Li Chang'an observed the thick wooden beams, robust enough to withstand external threats, now repurposed to shield against their own subordinates. The leader fumbled to secure the door tightly, while the mountain spider eagerly called out, "Bring it to me." The leader hastily took the bead and approached. Several leaders could no longer contain their excitement and left their seats to gather around. The mountain spider, utterly captivated, repeatedly exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Amidst their fervor, Li Chang'an unexpectedly spoke, "I have another item to present to you all." What other treasure could there be? At his words, the mountain spider abruptly looked up, his gaze betraying an insatiable greed and eagerness. The first item was already a priceless gem. What could possibly follow that? The mountain spider's impoverished imagination could scarcely conceive of anything more valuable. I present to you all. Li Chang'an paused mid-sentence, unfastening the cloth bag he carried, revealing a rustic sword hilt within. He gazed at the bandit leaders, trapped in their confined quarters and cut off from their subordinates, and with a casual smile declared, I offer you a passage to the blissful afterlife. Chapter 21. Slaying demons. I offer you a passage to the blissful afterlife. The leaders exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter, with the mountain spider sneering, I initially thought you were a benefactor of wealth, but it appears you possess the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Just right for a feast of flesh and wine. Li Chang'an chose not to respond, instead slapping his forehead, feigning a look of distress. I've misspoken. With that, he retrieved a stack of papers from the bag, unfolding them to reveal wanted posters adorned with likenesses. Mountain spider Li Dahu, formerly a military household in Guaxian, lusted after the beauty of the wife of the bailiff Suda, committing unspeakable crimes against his wife and daughter, slaughtering his entire family. Leprous Zhang Fei Gu Xiong, from Shangtian village in Guaxian, killed his neighbor Wang Er over a dispute. Fearing retaliation from Wang's kin, he gathered accomplices to annihilate over 20 members of Wang's family. Li Chang'an read aloud the misdeeds of each bandit leader from Shitu Mountain, letting out a deep sigh. You are all steeped in wickedness. It seems you are destined for the underworld, to take a turn in the cauldron of oil. No sooner had he spoken than leprous Zhang Fei, his temper flaring, turned crimson with rage. You insolent fool! He hurled his hat to the ground, revealing a large patch of leprous skin on his forehead, and seized his weapon, striding forward with determination. Let me show you what Gu Grandpa can do. Gu Xiong wielded a long staff, though merely a common white wax rod. Its brass-wrapped end could still deliver a devastating blow. Before he even arrived, the staff came crashing down, propelled by a fierce wind. At that moment, Li Chang'an leisurely drew his sword. Meeting the overwhelming force of the staff, his blade moved gracefully, akin to a fish navigating turbulent waters, effortlessly redirecting the blow then, with a quick thrust along the staff. He retracted the sword. The tip pierced like a plum blossom, and Gu Xiong collapsed, clutching his throat. The mountain spider's pupils constricted sharply. Gu Xiong, known for his valor and strength, had always been his most formidable subordinate. To think he could be felled in an instant. Strike while the iron is hot. Comrades, with that, the mountain spider charged forward. Skilled in the dual wielding of blades, he spun his arms in a whirlwind, crafting a curtain of gleaming steel before him, the sound of slicing air resounding ominously. Li Chang'an, however, could not help but chuckle. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the turtle fist he had used in childhood brawls. While you employ the turtle fist, I see you wield the turtle blade. Perhaps you should rename yourself Mountain Turtle. Fuming, the mountain spider's face turned a shade of green. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated his assault, evoking a semblance of an eight-legged spider. Li Chang'an, bantering with wit, did not falter with his sword. He deftly evaded several attacks from the leaders, intertwining his sword into the curtain of blades. This dense barrage parted slightly, allowing the sword's tip to slip through the gap. Moments later, the ground was littered with corpses. Li Chang'an's robe bore several slashes, and new wounds adorned his body, blood staining his garments crimson. He paid no heed to the wounds upon his body, nor did he sheathe his sword. Instead, he found an untoppled table and placed the still dripping blade beside him, making do with the remnants of food that lingered upon it, devouring hungrily. The commotion from the struggle within had already aroused the suspicion of the bandits outside, who shouted the names of several leaders in a cacophony. While the heavy door was pounded with a resounding thud, Li Chang'an remained focused solely on the feast before him, having journeyed for days without tasting meat. Meanwhile, the women in the hall huddled together, their eyes reflecting a mixture of 1 part glee and 7 parts terror. The satisfaction stemmed from the corpses strewn on the ground, while the fear arose from the very individual responsible for their demise. The scene of the voracious Taoist, the scattered bodies, and the trembling beauties possessed a peculiar sense of harmony. Suddenly, Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. The man feasting at the table had displayed a shocking lack of decorum, as a piece of pig's trotter had carelessly fallen into the wine. The women, already pale from the sight of the dead, trembled even more at the sight of Li Chang'an's frown. Only the dancer appeared somewhat emboldened. Biting her lip, she mustered a modicum of courage and cautiously ventured, "Might the Taoist be dissatisfied with the meal?" Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chang'an, without even glancing in her direction, languidly retorted, "What are you waiting for?" The dancer, bewildered and at a loss, seemed not to comprehend his words. Yet, Li Chang'an had already cleaned the pig's trotter from his plate and was tearing into a chicken leg. "The moment you entered, I could detect the scent of your enchantment. Why do you still feign innocence?" "Enchantment?" The dancer gasped in horror. "There are monsters here." Li Chang'an chuckled softly, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth on a clean spot of his robe. "No amount of fragrance or floral waters can mask the putrid scent of a spider." The dancer's expression froze in shock, gradually transforming into a frigid demeanor. The surrounding peasant women, witnessing her change in countenance, scattered like startled birds. One of them, in a frenzy, dashed towards Li Chang'an, seemingly intent on throwing herself into his embrace. "Taoist," thud. The woman gazed down in disbelief. The long sword Li Chang'an had set beside him had plunged steadily into her chest. "If I cannot be deceived by a great demon, what makes you think a mere sprite could fool me?" Li Chang'an withdrew his sword, and the woman crumpled to the ground, green blood oozing from her wound. The peasant women, who had initially fled in terror, stopped in their tracks, glaring at Li Chang'an with malice. Their skin cracked, revealing an eye beneath the fissures. Their bodies began to swell rapidly, and ultimately, they burst apart. Li Chang'an sidestepped the splattering remnants of flesh still wrapped in fabric, and upon looking back, he found no beauty, only several monstrous spiders sporting the heads of the women. He laughed heartily, lifted a jug of wine, and downed it in one go, brandishing his sword as he stepped into the blood-soaked battleground. A spider woman lunged at him from the left. 8 dark, claw-like appendages, like iron spikes, would leave 8 gaping holes upon contact. Yet, Li Chang'an boldly reached out, seizing one of its limbs, and with a fierce shout, he hurled it against another that was approaching from the right. With a deft flick of his wrist, the glint of his sword flashed, cleaving both of them in half. Meanwhile, another spider woman stealthily launched an ambush from above. However, to her surprise, Li Chang'an was already prepared. With a deft motion of his long sword, she fell to the ground. Before she could rise, a heavy foot came crashing down upon her, causing the beautiful creature to spew forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Along with the curse that escaped her lips, a sharp sword tip emerged, as the long sword pierced through her skull and exited from her mouth. Once Li Chang'an withdrew his blade, the grand hall was left with only him and the dancer as the remaining living beings. "What are you waiting for?" This phrase echoed once more, but Li Chang'an added another remark, "A few little spiders won't exhaust my strength." With a mischievous giggle, the dancer suddenly erupted into laughter, all the while unfurling 8 grotesque claws from behind her. Following this, her abdomen expanded and finally, her thorax morphed into form, a towering spider, nearly 2 meters tall, astonishingly emerged from the diminutive shell of a human female. Fortunately, this assembly hall had been transformed from a naturally pocket-shaped cave. Providing ample space, as Li Chang'an beheld the enormous spider, he understood that engaging in a contest of strength would be exceedingly unwise. Thus, when the spider charged at him like a truck, Li Chang'an decisively executed his treasured technique, rolling. He nimbly evaded the spider's onslaught and its sharp claws, swinging his long sword in a fluid motion. The two passed by each other in a swift exchange. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, sensing that the previous strike felt amiss. As though obstructed by an invisible force, he turned to glance back, and indeed, the spider remained unscathed. "Ha ha!" The spider demon cackled, her spider head emitting a distinctly feminine voice. "Wretched Taoist, I am shielded by demonic power. Mundane iron cannot harm me." Yet, regrettably for the spider demon, she found no horror reflected upon Li Chang'an's face. "I am well aware," he replied nonchalantly. Throughout his journey, he had slain numerous demons and monsters. Occasionally encountering those with the power of great spiders, he had resorted to a newly acquired transformation after dispatching a zombie. However, he was reluctant to employ this transformation unless absolutely necessary. And now, necessity had arisen. Li Chang'an gently flicked the spine of his sword, which seemed to resonate in response, emitting a delicate tremor. He then extended his hand to form a sword gesture, gliding his finger along the blade. Where his finger passed, a subtle azure light emanated. This glow was faint and ethereal, like a dream, yet the spider demon appeared to perceive something terrifying within it, with a shriek that reverberated through the air. She charged once more at Li Chang'an, executed the same maneuver, rolling his body and, in one fluid motion, swung his sword again. Once more, they passed each other. The same action, the same position, but this time, as Li Chang'an swung his long sword, a spray of green blood erupted forth. The spider demon let out a muffled groan, and the claws on one side of her body were severed cleanly, while her abdomen burst open, spilling forth a long wound, green demonic blood pooling upon the ground. Severely wounded, the spider demon writhed on the floor, her remaining claws scraping against the hard rocky surface, creating showers of sparks. Li Chang'an circled to her injured side, preparing to finish her off. Suddenly, the spider demon spat out a mass of white substance towards him, which unfurled in the wind into a web. Caught off guard, Li Chang'an found himself ensnared in its grasp. Yet the spider demon did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it utilized its remaining legs to ascend to the top of the hall, where the chieftain's tiger skin seat resided, and then hurled itself against the stone wall behind. To his astonishment, the wall crumbled as if it were made of paper, revealing a dark, gaping hole. In a matter of moments, the spider demon vanished into the depths of the cavern. Li Chang'an stood in a daze. Surprised by the creature's cunning, he casually tore the web from his body. During his journey, he had already dispatched several spiders, most of which had spat webs at him. Thus, he had initially evaded their traps. Merely wishing to catch the spider demon off guard, Li Chang'an did not immediately pursue. He simply dissipated the azure light from his sword. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale with a tinge of green, and his body swayed as an overwhelming sense of emptiness and fatigue enveloped him, akin to having exerted himself excessively overnight. This was the after-effect of the transformation technique he had employed. Known as demon slaying, this technique was specifically designed to counter various malevolent energies, yet its usage exacted a tremendous toll. Each time he employed it, Li Chang'an felt as though his vitality had been thoroughly drained, leaving him feeling akin to one suffering from kidney deficiency. Consequently, he preferred to avoid its use whenever possible. After resting for a moment, he began to feel slightly better. Meanwhile, the blood pooling in the hall had flowed out into the entrance, where the bandits outside grew increasingly frantic, attempting to force the door open. Unfortunately, the bolt was exceedingly sturdy, and it would likely take time before they could breach it. Otherwise, Li Chang'an could have waited. Undoubtedly, their expressions would have been amusing upon discovering their leader and the demon lifeless together. With a faint smile, he took a torch and ventured into the underground passage. Chapter 22. Hollow Shell. The cave was deep and winding. Li Chang'an brandished the torch as he pursued, its flickering light illuminating the damp rock walls. The cavern was constricted, barely allowing passage for a single person, and even in the wider sections, only 3 or 4 could walk side by side. Were it not for the trail of green blood, Li Chang'an would have questioned whether he had fallen victim to the demon's illusions. How could such a massive creature maneuver within such a cramped space? Yet the bloodstains on the ground and the pungent aroma of spider demon energy wafting through the air were indisputable. Beneath the dragon jade charm, no scent could conceal its trail. However, he pinched his nose, for the stench was truly unbearable. Nevertheless, despite the foul odor, the air was not as foul as he had anticipated. Suddenly, Li Chang'an's expression shifted. He wiped an unknown blood across his body, raised it to the air, and felt a slight chill on his fingertip. This cave was ventilated. This indicated that there might be an exit on the other side. With no time to be overly cautious, Li Chang'an steeled himself and hastened deeper into the cave. "Who goes there?" Li Chang'an abruptly halted his run. He extended the torch forward, and in his peripheral vision, he discerned some indistinct figures. After a protracted silence, when no response came from ahead, Li Chang'an readied his sword, watching as these silent shadows gradually emerged into the light. His pupils constricted, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. To his astonishment, what he had expected to be a solitary tunnel had revealed a throng of people. The cavern suddenly widened significantly, yet it was completely blocked by the crowd ahead, leaving only a narrow gap in the center. The individuals, men, women, and children, ranged widely in appearance, including itinerant merchants, farmers, woodcutters, and even bandits, yet they all shared a singular trait. Their expressions were vacant, and they stood utterly motionless. Li Chang'an cautiously inquired, Demons? No response was forthcoming from the other side. Living beings? Motionless on the opposite side, Li Chang'an gradually approached, suddenly thrusting the sword sheath towards a man clad in the garb of a mountain bandit. Upon contact, the man soared through the air like a balloon, colliding with the rocky wall and immediately flattening against it, ultimately collapsing onto the ground like a deflated doll. It turned out to be merely a skin. Li Chang'an spoke with a nonchalant tone, yet his heart felt a chilling dread. The predatory method of a spider involves injecting venom into its prey, allowing the flesh and innards to decay before draining it entirely, leaving behind only a thin outer layer. These densely packed figures were nothing more than empty shells, the remnants of victims. As Li Chang'an navigated through these hollow forms, he instinctively slowed his pace. Enveloped in a profound coldness, realizing that the thin spiritual essence of the modern world was, in fact, a stroke of fortune, for it spared him from these horrifying demons. Suddenly, in the flickering light of the torch behind him, the lips of a corpse began to twitch, slowly expelling a sharp black object that extended towards Li Chang'an's back. It was a spider demon's razor-sharp leg. This appendage aligned itself with the back of Li Chang'an's head and struck down with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Li Chang'an swiftly sidestepped, the leg grazing past him. His sword emerged from his armpit, plunging into the hollow shell. A piercing wail erupted from within, and a dark shadow burst forth, crashing through numerous remnants before disappearing into the depths of the cave. Li Chang'an flicked the hem of his robe, wiping the foul green blood from his sword, and chuckled. I was just waiting for that move. With that, he hastened forward, but after just a few steps, he halted. The cavern had reached its end, where the spider demon awaited him. Yet, Li Chang'an revealed a playful smile. At the terminus of the cave lay a small stone chamber, its ceiling punctuated by a small opening through which a beam of sunlight cascaded, illuminating the woman lying in the center. Draped in sheer fabric, her skin was whiter than snow. As she turned her face, she appeared pitiful, her beauty surpassing that of any dancer by a third. Li Chang'an couldn't help but express a fond gaze. Unfortunately, a flicker of pride and malice flashed in the woman's eyes as her crimson lips parted. Taoist? She exclaimed, before incredulously spitting out a mouthful of demonic blood. Li Chang'an had already withdrawn his sword from her heart, wiped away the blood, and sheathed his weapon. It was a pity that such an exquisite beauty had been consumed by a monster. This sword finally eliminated the spider demon, revealing its true form. A massive spider that burst forth from the beautiful woman's skin, filling the entire stone chamber. Li Chang'an retreated deeper into the cave, illuminated by the torchlight, and retrieved a yellow-covered book from his robe. As he opened it, he found a grotesque depiction of a large spider. Not again, he muttered, somewhat disheartened. Unlike the previous illustrations of the skin-wearing specter or the white corpse, this page of the spider was devoid of color, marked only by monotonous lines. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted in front of him. Li Chang'an closed the yellow-covered book and lifted his gaze, finding a large group of mountain bandits blocking his path. Kill this foul Taoist, avenge our leaders. But this Taoist is formidable. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. He has slain all the leaders. Yet he is wounded. If he can defeat a demon, he must possess magic. The mountain bandits fell into an immediate silence, their experience with bloodshed making them more fearful of the supernatural and sorcery than of martial prowess. Observing this, Li Chang'an felt a subtle sense of relief. After a series of intense battles, he was considerably fatigued. However, a voice emerged from among the bandits, breaking the stillness. Have you forgotten the 8th rule of the Yinzhou Green Forest? A low murmur swept through the bandits as the voice continued. To avenge a brother means inheriting all that he possessed. The breath of the bandits quickened, and the doubt in their gazes towards Li Chang'an diminished, replaced by a ravenous greed akin to that of famished wolves. At last, one bandit could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Damn it, you spineless cowards, don't even think about competing with me. With that exclamation, he advanced menacingly. This action seemed to serve as a signal. Take down this bull-headed fool. Avenge our brother. I shall become the leader. The band of bandits erupted into a chaotic frenzy of shouts. Yet, the one who had led the charge suddenly slowed his pace. Li Chang'an sighed, partly due to the prospect of further toil, and partly at the foolishness of these bandits, so easily manipulated into becoming pawns. In such a confined space, how much could their numbers truly count for? Instead of retreating, Li Chang'an pressed forward, drawing his sword, the chilling gleam of the blade casting a cold light within the cave. Blood blossomed forth as he struck down the loud-mouthed bandit. Within the Hall of Unity, the crimson blood of the fallen mingled with the greenish essence of the demons, forming a singular hue. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the dark depths of the cave, as a group of panicked bandits fled, their legs trembling, glancing back in terror as if pursued by some dreadful specter. The foremost among them stumbled, tripping over a corpse, causing a domino effect as the bandits tumbled over one another, falling into the fetid blood and the chilling cadavers. One bandit, with a severed hand, pointed towards the cave, exclaiming, "Demons! Demons!" Li Chang'an, just emerging from the cave, momentarily faltered, his body drenched in blood, his cloth shoes soaked, leaving a long trail of crimson footprints behind him. "Are they referring to me?" he mused, feeling a moment of disorientation. In the narrow cave behind him, amidst the flickering firelight, the bandits charged forward in disarray, their ferocity undermined by glaring openings in their formation, as if they were unwittingly presenting their vital parts to the tip of Li Chang'an's blade. "How many have I slain?" he pondered. 70 or 80. In his daze, he could not recall clearly. He only remembered that he had nearly lost his grip on the sword, yet no one dared to take even a single step closer to him. With each step he took forward, the cowardly bandits retreated 10 paces. Upon exiting the hall, the bandits stood frozen, cowering at a distance. When Li Chang'an turned his gaze towards them, they trembled in fear. "Where is my donkey?" The bandits exchanged glances, one seemed poised to speak, but was hastily pulled back by the others. It was absurd. Did they intend to inform this harbinger of death that his donkey had been taken to the kitchen because it was too plump? With no response forthcoming, Li Chang'an grew disinterested in further inquiries. He whistled, and a series of jingling bells rang out. Before long, a large, glossy black donkey came bounding from a corner, happily munching on leaves. Immediately following, a corpulent figure emerged, his face adorned with folds of flesh, lying sprawled with his chest exposed and his bosom revealed. In his hand, he wielded a butcher's knife, and upon his visage was an enormous hoof print caked in mud. He huffed and puffed as he pursued, yet could not even graze the donkey's rear, resorting to cursing, "Damn beast." Just as these words escaped his lips, the mountain bandits had already surged forth, swiftly silencing him with their collective strength. Li Chang'an did not even cast a glance in his direction, slowly mounting his donkey's back. The sound of copper bells tinkled as he meandered out of the village gate. Chapter 23. The Mountain Feast in the Stillness of the Deep Night. Beneath the dense forest, the moon hung delicately atop the treetops. The moonlight flowed gently like water, and with the passing mountain breeze, it seemed to stir ripples in the air. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged amidst the moonlit glow, his chest and abdomen rising and falling rhythmically, engaging in cultivation under the luminous beams. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. Rustling sounds began to emanate from the grass, the flower thickets, the treetops, and the crevices of rocks. These were the little spirits drawn by the moonlight. Most of these diminutive beings were manifestations of the essence of plants and mountains, posing no threat. Li Chang'an paid them no mind, merely lifting a moon cup to gather the moonlight. He then took a sip of moon wine, the refreshing essence seemingly easing his wounds. Upon setting down the cup, he noticed a daring little spirit lying at his feet, evidently having succumbed to slumber after a delightful moonlit bath. This tiny creature was a flower spirit, birthed from the essence of blooms, resembling a little girl, albeit only the size of a finger, with wings folded behind her made of 2 delicate jasmine petals. Amused, Li Chang'an poked her cheek with a blade of grass. She swatted away the grass, rolled over, and covered herself with her petals. Finding her antics even more endearing, he poked her again. The little flower spirit raised her hand, only to freeze suddenly. She gently lifted a petal, peeking out to find a large face beaming at her. "Ah!" she exclaimed, scrambling up in a flurry, using hands and feet to hide beneath the grass. Unfortunately, the blades were too small to conceal her entirely, leaving her rear exposed. Li Chang'an chuckled as he tapped her backside, prompting her to tuck it under the grass, revealing her head instead. He was about to tease her further when he noticed her tiny frame trembling violently. Realizing that his momentary amusement had caused her fright, he ceased his antics, instead offering her a blade of grass dipped in moon wine. The little spirit immediately caught the scent of the moon wine, momentarily forgetting her fear as she nimbly emerged from the grass. Her face still glistening, and eagerly clutched the grass stem, burying her face in the droplets of wine. With a few swift sips, she drained the drops completely, then looked up at Li Chang'an with pleading eyes, as if to say, "Please, may I have another drop?" At that moment, a dark, bulbous head suddenly popped up. Oh dear. The little spirit gasped again, this time having learned her lesson, retreating into the underbrush. The large donkey snorted, ambling over to Li Chang'an, its mouth agape as it reached out its tongue to lap up the remaining moon wine in the cup. Li Chang'an made no effort to stop it, merely patting its head. "You stingy creature, how much can a little one like that possibly drink?" The great blue donkey shook its head, and with a small lick, revealed an expression of intoxication akin to that of a seasoned drunkard. This donkey was no mythical creature or celestial beast, merely an ordinary blue donkey acquired at the horse market. Yet, having inadvertently tasted moonshine, it seemed to have gained a modicum of sentience. Li Chang'an found this rather amusing. After all, often solitary in the desolate wilderness, having a donkey to converse with was a welcome reprieve. Suddenly, the great blue donkey perked up its ears that a clear, melodious male voice unexpectedly resonated, prompting Li Chang'an to assume a serious demeanor. However, he remained composed as he retrieved his sword, resting it across his knees before turning his head. Beneath an ancient tree ahead stood a middle-aged man adorned in a formal robe and cap. "Would you care to join the wine gathering?" Li Chang'an squinted at the man, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the sword sheath. After a prolonged moment, he unexpectedly smiled and replied, "Certainly." Li Chang'an followed the man, sword in hand. Under the man's guidance, the treacherous mountain forest of the night seemed considerably easier to traverse. Though the moonlight was obscured by the thick canopy above, a myriad of fireflies emerged from the woods, surrounding him and illuminating his path, alleviating any concerns of stumbling in the darkness. Li Chang'an silently produced a Chonglong jade talisman. In the dead of night, deep within the dense forest, the man's impeccable attire suggested he was no ordinary individual. As Li Chang'an activated the talisman, the yellow paper burned quietly, yet a puzzled expression crossed his face. There was no scent emanating from the man, only the earthy aroma of mud, the freshness of water, and the fragrance of trees lingered. There was neither the scent of a demon nor that of a human. Since learning the Chonglong jade talisman, this was the first time he had returned empty-handed. "How shall I address you, sir?" The man did not turn. "You may call me Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong. Mr. Hu is a fox demon. Mr. Huang is a weasel demon. Lord Lu is a wolf demon. Officer Yu is a tiger demon. And young Master Wu Chang is a crab demon. What kind of entity is Mr. Hong?" Li Chang'an pondered, keen to discern the man's true nature. "Mr. Hong is but a humble man," he replied. "My secular surname is Li, and my Taoist title is Xian Xiao. Might I inquire what gathering I am being invited to?" "What compels you to invite me?" Mr. Hong continued to walk without looking back. "As long as there is fine wine, anyone may partake." It seemed he was enticed by the remnants of moonshine in Li Chang'an's cup. Just how alluring could this moonshine be to demons? Could even what the donkey had licked be acceptable? Surprisingly, this remark caused Mr. Hong to halt, turning around with an air of indifference, saying, "What a donkey has consumed is no different from what a human has." "Well, as long as you do not mind, that suffices," Li Chang'an thought. Ever since acquiring the abilities from the yellow-shelled book, his already considerable courage seemed to have burgeoned further. Even if he could not rival Zhao Zilong, he was nearly on par with Jiang Boyue. In the depths of the mountains and forests, he dared to attend a perplexing wine gathering with a mysterious demon. He resolved to exercise more caution in the future. However, for now, having arrived, he would proceed. Li Chang'an calmly trailed behind Mr. Hong into a grove, where a sizable clearing awaited. In the center lay a great blue stone, from which a small pool had been chiseled. Mr. Hong walked directly to the edge of the pool, producing a small gourd. Upon uncorking it, a rich aroma of wine wafted forth, its fragrance warm and lingering. Even magnified many times over within Li Chang'an's keen sense of smell, it bore no trace of impurities, a truly rare and exquisite wine. Mr. Hong, however, displayed no hesitation whatsoever, pouring all the wine from the gourd into the pond, before finding a spot to sit cross-legged and closing his eyes to meditate. Li Chang'an called out several times, but receiving no reply, he opted to mimic Mr. Heng's actions, emptying the remaining wine from his cup into the pond and placing his sword upon his lap. Before long, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Li Chang'an turned towards the source, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. He beheld a giant, towering 3 stories high, emerging from the woods with a massive barrel. The giant, oblivious to his surroundings, opened the barrel, and Li Chang'an's nostrils flared as he caught the scent of fine wine within. The giant tipped the barrel, pouring its contents into the pond, which possessed an air of enchantment. For despite the copious amount of wine, the water level rose only slightly as the giant settled down. A small bird flew in, from which leapt a diminutive figure clad in official robes, a mouse, cradling a tiny wine jug, which it too poured into the pond. Subsequently, a myriad of creatures arrived, ranging from enlightened beasts to sentient plants, yet they all shared a singular trait. They brought with them exquisite wine. They mingled together, unreserved even among natural adversaries such as snakes and frogs. To Li Chang'an's surprise, a large rabbit, donning a short coat, took a seat beside him. Puzzled, he mused, while the rabbit was undeniably adorable. Braised rabbit head was also a delectable dish. He felt an urge to inquire, "Rabbit spirit, I am a Taoist. Do you not fear that I might subdue you and use you as a companion for my wine?" In a fleeting moment, the clearing was filled to capacity, and the pond gradually brimmed with wine. Suddenly, Mr. Hung opened his eyes and spoke. "They have arrived." "Who has arrived?" Li Chang'an queried, perplexed. The rabbit beside him shot him a glare with its crimson eyes, urging him to be silent while pointing at its ear, bewildered. Li Chang'an experienced his first rebuke from a rabbit but complied, quieting down to listen intently. The mountains were tranquil, save for the faint sound reminiscent of shattered jade in the mountain breeze, soft and intermittent. Gradually, the sound intensified, as if it were filling the forest. Abruptly, before Li Chang'an's eyes, a small bud emerged from the tip of a drooping branch, followed by a sound akin to ice cracking and jade fracturing, culminating in the blossoming of a small flower. 4 petals, semi-transparent with a hint of blue to tea that moment. The moonlight was perfect, casting a gentle halo around the translucent petals. Before Li Chang'an could fully absorb the sight, a second and third flower burst forth from the branch, and in an instant, the tree was adorned with blossoms. Contemplating, Li Chang'an lifted his gaze, and the forest transformed into a sea of flowers. The semi-transparent petals quivered delicately on the branches, resembling waves of moonlight swaying gently at this moment, beneath the flowering trees. Whether human or spirit, be it flora or fauna, all were entranced by the beauty of the night. It was not until Mr. Hung clapped his hands that figures resembling flower spirits emerged from the floral expanse, akin to the small flower spirit Li Chang'an had encountered earlier, albeit much larger in stature. Each held a wooden bowl the size of a palm. They gathered around the wine pond, then dispersed, their bowls brimming with wine. They distributed the bowls to every guest present, treating all with equal regard, regardless of size or the quantity of wine they brought. The smaller beings leaned against their bowls as if they were bathtubs, while the larger ones carefully balanced theirs with their fingertips. Li Chang'an found the scene amusing when suddenly, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped him, and a wooden bowl filled with crystal-clear liquor was presented before him. Li Chang'an accepted it, slightly taken aback. While the other guests' bowls were only 8/10 full, his was brimming to the point of overflowing. He lifted his gaze to see a flower spirit with wings resembling fluttering jasmine petals winking at him before joining a group of flower spirits and disappearing into the sea of blossoms. "To our health!" Mr. Hung raised his wine bowl high, and Li Chang'an mirrored the gesture, cautiously lifting his bowl in unison with the other guests to partake in the drink. As the liquid flowed down his throat, it felt as if a multitude of flavors swirled within him, coalescing into a vibrant essence that radiated warmth and comfort throughout his entire being. Tingling sensation arose, prompting him to scratch at the itchy spots. Dislodging a scab in the process, Li Chang'an rolled up his sleeves. The wounds from the fierce battle at Snakehead Mountain had already healed. Remarkably, only half of the vitality contained in the wine had dissipated. The remainder merging with his body, he was astonished. Such miraculous effects could easily be deemed a divine elixir. Suddenly, the large green donkey nudged its head into his embrace, extending its tongue towards the bottom of the bowl. That foolish creature! It had made a habit of licking the bottom of bowls. Li Chang'an affectionately patted the donkey's head, allowing it to savor the remnants. However, after a few licks, the donkey stumbled backward, its body stiffening as it collapsed onto the ground. Li Chang'an hurriedly looked over. Although the foolish donkey lay on the ground, it was snoring, seemingly merely intoxicated. He sighed in relief, but his expression soon hardened. Strange sprouts began to emerge from the drool at the corners of the donkey's mouth, and a vine of morning glories slowly appeared from its ears, with green shoots seemingly stirring beneath its fjord. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Could this foolish donkey be transforming into a potted plant? Just then, Mr. Hung reached out and tapped the donkey's head, causing all the flowers and green shoots to fall to the ground. The foolish donkey wobbled back to its feet, its ears perked up as if it were still trying to comprehend the situation, and it leaned its head once more toward the wine bowl. Li Chang'an quickly swatted it away. Did it not have enough of being a potted plant? The foolish donkey let out a few plaintive brays before trotting off to graze. Meanwhile, the various creatures in the gathering had already left their original spots, clustering in groups to admire the flowers and drink. Li Chang'an, feeling isolated with no one to converse with, suddenly had an idea. Although he had no leads on the spider demon, with so many fairies around, perhaps he could inquire with them? Despite feeling somewhat fanciful, with nothing else to occupy his time, Li Chang'an boldly approached a few of the seemingly amiable spirits. The spider? This demon stood only half a human's height, its body mostly transformed into human form, yet it bore two thin, gossamer wings on its back, suggesting it was a type of insect that had attained enlightenment. Was it one of those repugnant creatures with 8 legs and numerous eyes that ensnared prey in traps? The insect demon's face contorted in disgust, yet Li Chang'an felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was a chance. Such revolting beings must be plentiful. In the mountains and beyond, where mortals dwell, they were everywhere. Those who have become demons. There are quite a few, indeed. In the mountains and beyond, where mortals dwell, they are everywhere. Li Chang'an blinked in astonishment. Could there really be that many? I inquired about the great spider. Li Chang'an recalled the illustration of a spider in the yellow-covered book, depicting the creature ensnaring a living person in a cocoon, the individual being only slightly larger than a chick. He glanced around and ultimately pointed at the colossal figure sitting cross-legged, point one as large as him. Oh, several monsters craned their necks, directing their bewildered admiration toward the giant's perplexed face. Such a gigantic spider. Where did you see it? The insect monster eagerly asked, astonishment and fear etched across its visage. Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. Am I not inquiring of you? Ah, I do have a vague recollection, chimed in a round-headed, fragrant monster, patting its forehead. A few days ago, I overheard a passing yellow oriole mention that a formidable spider has emerged in a mountain in Minzhou, a vicious creature that has devoured all the nearby little monsters. Li Chang'an's eyes brightened, and he hastily asked, which mountain? The round-headed monster's bulging eyes widened in surprise. I wouldn't know. Just as Li Chang'an was about to press for further details, a cool drop fell upon his nose. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a tiny flower petal. Sensing something, he looked up. The mountain breeze, laden with the essence of the hills, swept into the forest, causing delicate flowers to detach from their branches, resembling a gentle rain under the moonlight, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. In a fleeting moment, Li Chang'an's shoulders became adorned with petals. That instant, the earth trembled as the giant, who had been seated, rose to his feet. He clasped his hands in greeting and, with thunderous footsteps, strode away. The banquet had come to an end. The vibrant floral spectacle felt like a fleeting dream. A beautiful reverie now dissipated. In an instant, the forest returned to its desolate state. Li Chang'an remained rooted in place, not out of reluctance, but pondering over the intelligence he had just gathered. Minzhou? He took out a map he had acquired at a high price, examining it under the moonlight for a while before nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, Minzhou is here. However, he scratched his head, realizing that according to his plan, he should have been traveling along the main road. Yet now, as he looked up, he saw mountains upon mountains, trees clustered together, but all he could perceive were strange rock formations amidst the thick woods, devoid of any signs of human habitation. In other words, he had long since lost his way. Taoist, what are you observing? Turning to see Mr. Hung, who appeared rather elusive, Li Chang'an awkwardly smiled, candidly sharing his predicament. A rare flicker of amusement crossed Mr. Hung's serious countenance as he pointed to a location on the map, saying, "You are here." Upon glancing at the indicated spot, Li Chang'an's embarrassment deepened. The location marked on the map was called Yuheng Mountain, a far cry from where he had anticipated. That moment, Mr. Hung spoke again. If you follow the mountain path to the left, you will descend the mountain. Once down, you will reach the main road. Continue north along that road, and you shall arrive at Minjo on a mountain path. Surrounded by trees intertwined with shrubs and vines, where was there a mountain path? Li Chang'an looked to the left and was astonished to discover that the trees were indeed sparser, revealing what seemed to be a faint trail. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and Mr. Hung nodded in acceptance, pondering for a moment before handing him a wooden token. Temporarily borrow this, Li Chang'an took the plaque in his hand and discovered that although it appeared to be made of wood, its texture was significantly more solid, lying somewhere between wood and stone. Elegant and vigorous characters were outlined with ink on the plaque. Li Chang'an could not decipher them, yet they struck him as somewhat familiar. As he pondered, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Those characters bore a striking resemblance to the talisman left behind by his ancestral master, Yun Zuan. Li Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his gaze as the wind rustled through the trees. Leaving him alone in the surroundings, without further hesitation, he expressed his gratitude aloud. "Thank you," and then led his azure donkey down the mountain. As he traversed the mountain path, Li Chang'an began to recognize the miraculous nature of the wooden plaque. Wherever he stepped, the branches of the trees arched overhead, forming a canopy for him. The wild grass lay flat, and the thorns cleared his path. When he encountered steep slopes, the trees extended their branches as handrails. When he met ravines, vines intertwined to create a crossing. And when he approached streams, the water receded to reveal the stones beneath. It was not merely him walking along the mountain trail, but rather the very essence of nature yielding a path for him. In just a few hours, Li Chang'an had emerged from the dense forest and set foot on a desolate official road. "Why Yu Hung Mountain? Mr. Hung." A sudden clarity washed over him. He had been guided by the spirit of Yu Hung Mountain. He placed the wooden plaque upon a piece of green stone at the mountain's foot, sincerely bowed in reverence, and then mounted his great azure donkey to head north. Chapter 24. Flying Sword. Does the body still move after death? Indeed, it does. This man likely perished from a fall while foraging for herbs. His body was covered in bruises, now rotting and infested with maggots. Even though he was tightly bound with hemp ropes to a cart, he continued to writhe and struggle. Li Chang'an murmured softly beside him. "Respect to the revered ones of the 10 directions, their numbers like grains of sand, transforming into forms across the realms, universally aiding and delivering beings, gathering energy to accumulate merit, together voicing salvation for all." Gradually, as his spiritual power waned, the movements of the deceased began to subside. Finally, Li Chang'an lifted a bowl of talisman water, within which a talisman for calming and settling spirits had manifested, barely sufficient to soothe the soul. He dipped a willow branch into the talisman water and sprinkled it over the corpse, then gently closed the deceased's eyes. The battered body finally found peace. He had departed. The onlookers exhaled in relief, but one woman began to wail bitterly. An elder stepped forward, presenting a ceramic bowl filled with copper coins. "Thank you, Taoist, for the transcendence of the Shijia child." After that day's banquet, Li Chang'an had followed Mr. Heng's guidance along the way. The journey was desolate, with villages in ruins. After a long while, he came across a settlement and sought to purchase food and water, only to stumble upon a corpse rising from the dead. Li Chang'an had initially intended to behead the revenant with a sword, but he could not resist the pleas of the man's wife. Lacking formal training in transcendence, he could only recall the methods of old Taoist Lu and improvised. Unexpectedly succeeding in the endeavor, Li Chang'an glanced at the copper coins in the elder's bowl. Some were smeared with black soil, others clung to fine chaff, some bore worn inscriptions, and some were tinged with green rust. These must have been the meager savings gathered from each household in the past. He had mocked the old Taoist for being soft-hearted and taking dirt. Now, in his own plight, how could he bring himself to seize the only savings of these unfortunate souls? However, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, he pondered, shaking off the dust from his tattered Taoist robe. He had been reluctant to carry extra clothing, and this robe was still the one from Snake Head Mountain. Although he had washed away the bloodstains in the mountain stream, the numerous tears had yet to be mended. Thus, Li Chang'an gently pushed the back into the old man's embrace, smiling as he said, "A wandering monk requires not such a sum of money. If it is not too much trouble, could you spare some scraps to mend my robes?" Half an hour elapsed. The old man dispersed the children who had gathered around Li Chang'an to listen to his tales, and handed over the repaired Taoist robe. Li Chang'an accepted it, shaking it open, revealing a garment adorned with numerous patches, nearly transformed into a 100-stitch robe. The mended areas were stitched with meticulous care. Although the fabric was coarse, its quality was not entirely lacking. As Li Chang'an raised his gaze, he noticed that the old man's collar had shrunk considerably. With a sigh in his heart, Li Chang'an refrained from saying much, merely nodding before taking his leave. Upon exiting the village, however, the old man hurried after him. "Is there something else?" Li Chang'an inquired. "There is one matter I forgot to mention to you, Taoist," the old man replied, clasping his hands. "A few days ago, some bandits came to the village inquiring about." He lifted his gaze to scrutinize Li Chang'an's hair. "Have you seen a young Taoist with short hair?" As the sun dipped in the west, Li Chang'an mounted his donkey and departed the village, passing by an inn. This night marked the final full moon of the month. Although the bed would provide greater comfort, for the sake of the moon wine, he resolved to spend the night in the grass, accompanied by mosquitoes. At that moment, an aged voice suddenly spoke from nearby. "Little Taoist, the road ahead is fraught with peril, and at night, bandits and phantoms abound. It would be wise to take shelter in the inn for the night." Turning to look, Li Chang'an saw an elderly man sitting on the threshold of the inn, weaving a bamboo basket. Li Chang'an surveyed him for a considerable time before breaking into a smile, saying, "Do not trouble yourself, venerable elder. My swordsmanship is sufficient for self-defense." With that, he strode away. After walking 100 meters, however, the smile on Li Chang'an's face gradually faded. That old man was no ordinary individual. If he were a bamboo weaver, his hands would bear the scars of years spent with the splinters. If he were a farmer, his back would not be so unnaturally straight. Most telling was the meticulously groomed goat beard he sported. Coupled with the words of the elderly man from the village, the identity of this individual became glaringly apparent. An assassin. Someone sought his life. Li Chang'an felt a twinge of surprise, yet he was not frightened. The bravado of drawing a sword in the face of injustice is indeed romantic, yet one must also recognize that each unsheathed blade breeds a new enmity. Today's assassin was surely a matter of time. Without lamenting fate, Li Chang'an continued on his journey, albeit with heightened vigilance. After traversing a stretch of road, he entered a small grove. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the air. Without turning his head, Li Chang'an drew his sword from its sheath. Crack! An arrow was effortlessly severed in two. Almost immediately, he discerned a shadow darting through the woods, arrows raining down upon him. Li Chang'an merely pivoted, allowing his donkey to proceed while he deflected the arrows one by one. In the end, he even caught an arrow aimed at his eye with his bare hands. After this display, it seemed the assailant was deterred by Li Chang'an's nonchalant prowess. For no further arrows were loosed from the forest. Li Chang'an looked up. The woods were silent, the shadow had vanished. Assuming the adversary had retreated, he urged his donkey onward. Not having ventured far, an abrupt cacophony of wind and thunder resonated behind him. Accompanied by the sound of breaking branches, Li Chang'an turned in alarm, only to behold two streaks of lightning racing towards him, slicing through the trunks and severing the branches in their path. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance and arrived before Li Chang'an. He hastily drew his sword in defense, yet the two flashes of light suddenly dispersed, swirling around him in the forest, their brilliance flickering as if a tempest were upon him, the sound of the wind roaring and leaves rustling softly. Suddenly, the two lights converged, entwining as they surged forth. Li Chang'an managed to deflect one with the blade of his sword, while the other was barely diverted with the hilt. Although the latter was pushed aside, it grazed the neck of the great blue donkey, shearing off a sizable tuft of mane. The donkey, feeling a chill on its neck, raised its head and brayed in protest. Just then, the two lights interlaced once more, seemingly poised to strike again. Li Chang'an quickly called out, "Hold on!" At his words, the two lights came to an abrupt halt. As if the storm had ceased and tranquility returned to the woods, with only the sound of fallen leaves whispering through the air. It was then that Li Chang'an discerned that the two flashes were, in fact, two small swords, each no wider than 2 fingers and half a meter long, their blades delicate as they danced in the air. A renowned term echoed in his mind. Flying swords. At that moment, the two small swords completed a circuit around him before gradually soaring in a singular direction. Li Chang'an had no choice but to urge the donkey to follow. Upon reaching a small clearing, he found himself face to face with the elderly innkeeper. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the two small swords orbiting him playfully, much like children at play. Observing the obediently approaching Li Chang'an, he smiled and remarked, "Little Taoist, emboldened by a modicum of swordsmanship, do you recognize the art of my flying swords?" Chapter 25. Flying swords? Little Taoist, emboldened by a modicum of swordsmanship, do you recognize the art of my flying swords? The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Li Chang'an, however, appeared somewhat taken aback. Emboldened? How could that be? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Li Chang'an inquired, "Elder, could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? I have never acted recklessly with my swordsmanship." "Mistaken you?" the elder retorted. "Has the little Taoist forgotten the 137 souls who perished beneath the swords atop Shitu Mountain? Shitu Mountain? Those bandits? 137? Have I truly slain so many?" Li Chang'an exclaimed, "Elder, while you lament the bandits of Shitu Mountain, have you no sympathy for the innocent people they tormented and slaughtered?" Assuming the elder disapproved of his past actions, he proceeded to explain. "Moreover, the bandit leader even raised monsters." To his surprise, the elder waved his hand dismissively, sneering, "No matter how wretched Shitu Mountain may be, its bandits are still the lackeys of my esteemed master. Right or wrong, it is for my master to judge. How dare you, a mere wild Taoist, meddle?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an finally grasped the elder's true identity. It turned out that he served the bandits. The elder, unperturbed by Li Chang'an's words, furrowed his brow and stated, "My master, known in the Jianghu as Jia Jinliang, is the leader of the Green Forest in Hebei, commanding respect from both the righteous and the wicked. How can you simply refer to him as a bandit?" Li Chang'an could not help but chuckle. "Is a rogue not a rogue?" The elder's expression darkened, and he scolded vehemently. The young Taoist babbled nonsensically, and the old man, considering the rare skill possessed by the youth, declared that should he experience a sudden epiphany and willingly submit to his tutelage, all past grievances would be forgiven. Yet, the audacity with which the young man flaunted his words incensed the elder, who felt compelled to deliver a few hundred slaps before allowing him to bow 1,000 times at the grave of his bandit ancestors. The elder's tone suggested he assumed Li Chang'an had already surrendered, ready for his execution. However, Li Chang'an sighed and remarked, "I believe my earlier utterance of hold on may have led to a misunderstanding. I merely wish to ensure the safety of my donkey." He dismounted, gently patting the head of his big blue donkey, which affectionately nuzzled against him before trotting away. "I merely wish to avoid any harm to my donkey. As for our affair." Li Chang'an drew his sword and offered a slight nod of respect to the elder. "When words fail to resonate, further dialogue is futile. Allow me to experience the prowess of your flying sword technique." The elder's expression shifted abruptly, his voice turning icy as he exclaimed, "Ignorant fool." Almost instantly, 2 small swords soared into the air, encircling the elder before darting towards Li Chang'an. Unlike before, they did not approach him directly. Instead, they executed a cunning maneuver, one high and one low, as if 2 skilled combatants were coordinating a simultaneous attack. Fortunately, Li Chang'an's agility allowed him to wield his sword with remarkable synchrony, delivering strikes from the most improbable angles to counter the onslaught. Yet, one of the advantages of flying swords is their ability to strike without a wielder behind them, leaving Li Chang'an to endure the blows without the opportunity to retaliate. Before long, his well-patched Taoist robe bore several new tears. With no other recourse, Li Chang'an feigned weakness, retreating step by step towards the elder. However, the elder, a seasoned trickster, saw through Li Chang'an's ploy and, with a smirk, took a leisurely 10 steps back. Does he still possess a semblance of the sword immortal's demeanor? Li Chang'an fumed internally, yet he soon realized that perhaps the elder was not a sword immortal after all. The swords wielded by the elder were rather feeble, not in comparison to Li Chang'an, but rather when juxtaposed with the legendary flying swords. Old Lu had mentioned the distinction between sword immortals and flying swords in their conversations. In his description, a sword immortal could be likened to a true terrestrial deity, transforming a thrown sword into a dragon, conjuring rivers upon the ground, and exhibiting divine powers that could split mountains and part seas. Not to mention, the ability to sever a head from 1,000 miles away with the speed of lightning and the force of thunder was a mere basic function. But be frank, if Li Chang'an were to encounter a true sword immortal, he would likely find himself, before he could even react, split in twain by a flash of azure light. That is the true essence of the flying sword. Yet, The elder's flying swords were merely two swords that could soar through the air. A flicker of inspiration crossed Li Chang'an's mind, and as he nimbly maneuvered, he suddenly let a talisman slip from his possession. The elder, originally standing with an air of assured confidence, shifted to a serious demeanor upon sighting the talisman. He realized this Taoist possessed some magical abilities and quickly whistled in response. The talisman ignited at one corner, and the two small swords, having abandoned their pursuit of Li Chang'an, intertwined in a dazzling display before shredding the talisman into fragments. The elder chuckled triumphantly, convinced that no matter how profound the Taoist's magic, if it could not be utilized, it was of no consequence. Yet, as his gaze shifted, he noticed a faint glow of fire emerging from Li Chang'an's sleeve, with a sprinkle of ash drifting through the air. He had fallen into a trap. Upon raising his head, he was met with the beaming eyes of Li Chang'an, who was clearly reveling in the moment. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. The old man's expression instantaneously transformed into a tapestry of intricate emotions. 7 parts were filled with shame and anger, 2 parts with astonishment and rage, and the remaining fragment was tinged with a subtle hint of dread. He was utterly perplexed by the spell that Li Chang'an had cast and the potential consequences it might unleash. Gritting his teeth, he let out another sharp whistle, the sound piercing and urgent, propelling the two small swords into a more aggressive assault. In contrast, Li Chang'an found himself increasingly at ease, for the spell he had employed was merely the dragon-repelling jade talisman, a charm devoid of lethal power, yet it had afforded him a complete understanding of the so-called flying sword's essence. The two small swords approached menacingly, one from the left and the other from the right. The one on the right moved with a strange, elusive grace, seeking an opportune moment to strike, while the left launched forth with the ferocity of a thunderclap. Unperturbed, Li Chang'an raised his hand to meet the oncoming sword from the left. Somehow having grasped the sword sheath in an instant, the small sword, unable to halt its momentum, pierced straight into the sheath, where Li Chang'an securely held it in place. Meanwhile, the other small sword, waiting for its chance, swooped down with a howl. Li Chang'an had been poised for this moment, expertly aiming to cleave downward with a forceful strike, the blade parting the air and igniting a cerulean aura, as he invoked the demon-slaying technique. When the two blades collided, there was no clang of metal. Instead, a chilling shriek erupted, as if an invisible entity had been cleaved in twain by Li Chang'an's blow. The small sword fell to the ground, flopping like a fish out of water, struggling briefly before succumbing to stillness. Meanwhile, the small sword ensnared within Li Chang'an's sheath writhed violently, but with a mere casual tap of his sword against the sheath, it settled down, trembling lightly within as if terrified, akin to a frightened creature. Though the sword itself harbored no fear, it was the entity clinging to it that quaked in trepidation. Li Chang'an turned his gaze toward the elderly man, whose face had drained of color, rendered motionless and rigid, seemingly unable to comprehend the swift turn of events. How audacious for a third-rate sorcerer to declare himself a sword immortal. With that thought, Li Chang'an abruptly pivoted, closing the distance of 10 paces in a heartbeat. The old man, lost in a daze, was caught unawares. By the time he reacted, Li Chang'an's sword tip was already pressed against his chin, severing his meticulously groomed goatee in one stroke. The elder did not even glance at the sword poised at his throat. His eyes were fixated on the small sword on the ground, gradually losing their luster until, with a deep sigh, he closed them. It seemed the old man had underestimated the Taoist. He requested a more merciful withdrawal of the sword. Li Chang'an, however, nonchalantly sheathed his long sword and simultaneously released the small sword trapped within, which, upon regaining its freedom, darted behind the old man without a backward glance. "Old man," he remarked with a smile, "the road ahead is fraught with peril. You would do well to return to your countryside and enjoy your twilight years." Upon uttering this, he also let out a whistle. The sound of jingling bells filled the air as a big blue donkey, munching on leaves, trotted back, its large eyes regarding the elder with a shake of its head and a snort. In full view of the old man, Li Chang'an leisurely returned his sword to its sheath and climbed atop the donkey, which playfully flicked its tail, inadvertently swatting the old man's face. Li Chang'an tapped its head gently and rode off at a leisurely pace, while the old man remained pallid and motionless throughout the encounter. Once distanced from the elder, Li Chang'an plunged into the embrace of the forest. Today marks the final full moon of the month, an occasion not to be missed. As for that elderly man, though he may be a mediocre sorcerer, he commands a certain respect among ordinary bandits. After a previous encounter, it is likely he has come to understand the extent of his prowess, and Li Chang'an surmises that the path ahead should be considerably more tranquil. On the following morning, Li Chang'an emerged from the forest and set foot upon the official road leading to Minzhou. Not long into his journey, he came across a fork in the path. Glancing left and right, he noticed the absence of any signposts. Just then, he spotted a pavilion by the roadside, where an old monk was seated, seemingly resting. Approaching on his donkey, Li Chang'an observed that the monk's hair and beard were completely white, and his kind countenance radiated the aura of a venerable sage. It was perplexing to see such a figure alone in this place. Thus, he respectfully performed a gesture of greeting, preparing to inquire about directions. To his surprise, the old monk burst into hearty laughter, rolled up his sleeves to reveal sinewy arms, and, clasping his hands in salute, addressed Li Chang'an. "Forgive me, Taoist Xianxiao, for the folly of my old companion yesterday. Ah, so he is also a leader of bandits." Chapter 26. Feifei. Li Chang'an shook his head, merely asking, "Is there any tea available?" This seemingly nonsensical query caught the old monk off guard. He paused for a considerable time before unfastening a water pouch from his waist and tossing it over. Li Chang'an caught it and eagerly drank from it, feeling parched after an early start. Observing his thirst-quenching indulgence, the old monk inquired, "Since you know I am one of the forest dwellers, why do you remain so composed?" Li Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no reply, but suddenly drew his sword. This action seemed to stir a hornet's nest. From the surrounding bushes, a horde of about 100 armed bandits emerged, many wielding bows and crossbows. A cursory count revealed no fewer than 100 weapons ready to unleash a lethal barrage upon the pavilion. Yet, just as the bandits made their presence known, Li Chang'an sheathed his sword with an air of nonchalance and took another deep swig from the water pouch. The previously tense bandits exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Observing the old monk's demeanor and listening to his words, it became apparent that he was either a leader of a notorious faction or at least closely associated with one. Such a bandit leader, once aware of Li Chang'an's formidable reputation, would undoubtedly have made preparations. Indeed, Taoist Xianxiao's reputation is well-deserved. The old monk nodded in admiration, gesturing for the bandits to lower their weapons. "I must apologize for the jest, but truth be told, our original intent was to ambush you here." Li Chang'an remained unfazed, simply tossing the water pouch back, wiping his mouth and asking, "What caused you to change your mind?" If the intent had still been to ambush Li Chang'an, the old monk would not have been present at the pavilion. "My old companion overestimated his abilities, and we are grateful for your mercy, Taoist." Bowing deeply, the old monk continued, "How could we repay kindness with enmity?" Li Chang'an scoffed lightly, casting a meaning-laden glance at the bandits who had emerged from hiding. Yet, the old monk merely chuckled. "I have come to invite you to my Lanrua temple for a brief chat. As a token of my gratitude, as for those ruffians," the old monk chuckled with an air of nonchalance, though he was undoubtedly concerned for my safety. "After all, among our kind, who would dare to present themselves alone before the esteemed Taoist Xianxiao? To speak such words with such candor is indeed a skill in itself." Li Chang'an leisurely surveyed his surroundings. The bandits had already encircled the pavilion, rendering it impenetrable, although they had sheathed their weapons. Over 100 pairs of eyes were firmly fixed upon him. It seemed that the moment he made any move, he would be met with a flurry of blades, reducing him to mere pulp. Yet, if he were to strike now, how many adversaries could he take down before his own demise? This thought flickered momentarily in Li Chang'an's mind. Unconsciously, he rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, a gesture that intensified the tension in the atmosphere to a near breaking point, with beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of the nearest bandits. Returning from his reverie, Li Chang'an glanced at the anxious bandits, almost on the verge of combustion, and let out a scoff, choosing to disregard them, instead addressing the old monk. "Is their meat? Freshly hunted elk from yesterday, and wine. A fine batch of aged fungio awaits." "Since there is good wine and fine meat," Li Chang'an remarked with a grin, "I suppose I shall play the part of a guest after all." The bandits escorted Li Chang'an to a temple. Upon entering, the old monk guided him into a side hall. The hall was devoid of the usual Buddhist figures, yet there stood a statue of Guan Gong upon the Buddha's throne, with a sign atop the statue proclaiming, "Acting on heaven's behalf." Shouldn't it read "Acting as thieves on heaven's behalf"? Li Chang'an mused silently, casting a cursory glance around. The space once occupied by the bodhisattva had been transformed into a banquet table laden with breads, cured meats, and fruits, while in the center of the hall, a whole deer roasted, dripping its fat into the flames, heedless of the aroma wafting towards the Buddha's nose. The old monk invited Li Chang'an to take a seat of honor, which he accepted without hesitation, eager to see what scheme this old bandit leader was concocting. Soon, more guests arrived, quickly filling the seats. At the forefront was the elderly man wielding the flying sword. The old monk introduced each one. This is Guer Tuzi from Luofan Mountain. This is Wu Dayo from Haifeng's High. This is Mei Wei from Hengshui Gang. One by one, he called out their names. Good heavens! The heads of most of Hebei's mountain bandits and ruffians were gathered here. Once the introductions concluded, the old monk sternly commanded, "You should all come forth to greet Daoist Xianxiao." The bandit leaders below erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Confusion, jealousy, hostility, and indifference. Various glances exchanged among them. Li Chang'an merely snorted a few times through his nostrils in response, focusing instead on eating and drinking. It must be said, the roasting of the deer was truly commendable. Eventually, as the guests dispersed and Li Chang'an, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, lazily patted his belly and inquired, "What does this mean, old sir?" The old monk chuckled, transforming once more from a figure of authority into a humble Daoist monk. "I merely wished for my underlings to meet the Taoist. Should they inadvertently offend you in the future, I hope you might spare them for today's goodwill." Li Chang'an, however, merely shook his head. The old gentleman jested, stating that atop Snake Head Mountain, he relied on the advantageous terrain. However, if he were to venture into the open, a mere dozen bows could easily turn him into a sieve. Despite the flattering demeanor of the other party, Li Chang'an was acutely aware of the reality. What significance does one's martial prowess hold? Demons and monsters would not engage in a duel with you. The bandit leader would not challenge you to a one-on-one confrontation. Though, indeed, someone had come to do just that. Nevertheless, how could the chief of the Green Forest of Hebei possibly be troubled by a solitary individual wielding a sword? When courtesy is extended, there must be an ulterior motive. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. The Taoist was being modest. The old monk pondered for a moment, then shifted the conversation, admitting that he indeed had a request. He clapped his hands and called out, "Fei Fei, come forth and pay your respects to the Taoist." This, a lad of around 16 or 17 entered from outside. The old monk explained, "This is my only son, Fei Fei, the son of a notorious thief." Li Chang'an could not help but scrutinize the youth. Clad in a long green robe, with his gaze lowered, the boy's face, though rough and yellowed, bore an air of tranquil composure. At first glance, one would easily mistake him for a Confucian scholar. Had it not been for the old monk's introduction, no one would have imagined he was a little brigand. The old monk dismissed Fei Fei and turned to Li Chang'an, asking, "How do you find my son Fei Fei? Not much resembling your lineage." Li Chang'an thought to himself, but replied coolly, "Your son possesses a clear mind, unlike one tainted by malevolence." The old monk was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter, revealing a hint of the bandit's audacity. The Taoist jested, "With my golden beam standing here, what demon dares to cause mischief?" Li Chang'an shot him a glance, but said nothing. He was not mistaken. Indeed, most generals from the battlefield and formidable bandits exuded an overwhelming aura, causing ordinary demons to shy away. Although Li Chang'an was unversed in the art of divination and could not perceive this aura, the golden beam, reputed to be the chief of the Green Forest in Hebei, undoubtedly possessed a formidable presence. At that moment, however, the old monk suddenly sighed, piquing Li Chang'an's curiosity. This individual had been oscillating between the persona of a martial arts overlord and that of a venerable monk, and this was the first time Li Chang'an had witnessed him say, "I shall not conceal it from you, Taoist. I also bear another name, Su Chongdao." "Su Chongdao? The benevolent Su?" Li Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment. His reaction was not unwarranted. Had it been anyone else present, they might have dropped their jaws in disbelief. Although Li Chang'an had not been in this realm for long, the name Su Chongdao resonated with great familiarity. He was renowned as the wealthiest man in Hebei and also celebrated as its most benevolent figure. When disasters struck the south, he donated. When drought afflicted the north, he contributed. During military upheavals, he offered his wealth, and when the Turkic invaders threatened the borders, he provided aid. His charitable endeavors, such as repairing bridges and roads and assisting the needy, were countless on the road. Li Chang'an often heard people say, if one could not survive, they should seek refuge with the benevolent Su. Little did he expect that this paragon of virtue was, in fact, a great bandit, with all his donations acquired through robbery. The old monk pressed his palms together and recited a mantra before continuing. Having been in this line of work for so long, I have accumulated some surplus wealth, yet I recognize that this is not a sustainable path. Now that I am aging, I feel the weight of my sins deeply and contemplate retiring to cleanse my hands of this trade, to amend my ways, and to practice more acts of kindness. Li Chang'an lowered his gaze, dismissing his words as mere nonsense. Yet Fei remained adamant about not retreating from this life, fixated on becoming a great bandit, regardless of how he was persuaded. Though he is still young, his skills are rapidly approaching my own. The elder generation finds it unacceptable, while the youth cannot contend with him. I fear for the safety of my family in the future. With these words, the old monk rose from his seat and solemnly bowed to Li Chang'an, beseeching him to rid him of this malevolent affliction. The old monk then led Li Chang'an into the great Buddha hall. The hall was spacious, with towering wooden pillars, yet at its far end stood a bronze Buddha, its head nearly brushing the beams above. Beneath the Buddha's downcast gaze, Fei stood poised with a sword in hand. He had exchanged his azure robe for a fitted black outfit, and in this moment, his gaze was sharp and fierce, a stark contrast to the earlier demeanor of humility and warmth. Li Chang'an felt a throbbing headache. He was no fool to rid me of this malevolent affliction. If the old monk truly intended to do so, he would likely not emerge from this den of thieves. Moreover, the monk's words were unmistakably clear. An elder who refuses to concede, and a youth who cannot best him. He sought to assert his authority while also indulging in flattery, evidently hoping for Li Chang'an to teach his son a lesson, to make him aware that there are always greater forces at play, thus extinguishing any thoughts of becoming a great thief. As the door creaked shut, the hall was enveloped in darkness, with only the dim light filtering through the thick paper of the windows. Before the Buddha's altar, a solitary oil lamp flickered, casting a sinister smile upon the visage of the Buddha. Just as Li Chang'an prepared to greet him, Fei, without uttering a word, produced a slingshot. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Li Chang'an raised his sword to shield his face, hearing the clash of metal, and as he tightened his wrist, several iron balls ricocheted off the floor, one rolling to rest at his feet. Fei, arching his neck, let out a cold snort, then retrieved a grappling hook, tossing it towards the rafters. With 3 deft pulls on the rope and 2 powerful pushes against the pillar, he ascended to the beams. Disappearing into the inky shadows above, Li Chang'an gazed upwards. The dim light within the hall rendered Fei's figure nearly invisible in his dark attire. Yet Li Chang'an knew he was silently searching for a flaw, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He stood resolutely in the center of the hall, calm and composed, anticipating Fei's move. Indeed, a 16 or 17-year-old youth could hardly contain his impatience. The sharp whistle rang out again. Li Chang'an effortlessly deflected the incoming iron ball, and before the first could land, another followed closely behind. The shrill sounds echoed throughout the dim hall as Li Chang'an wielded his long sword, parrying and blocking, the metallic clangs resounding, occasionally igniting sparks. Suddenly, the whistling ceased. The iron balls lay scattered across the floor. Has it stopped? Li Chang'an's ears perked up. Amidst the subtle sound of slicing air, a ball sped toward the back of his head. He swiftly executed a Su Qin backsword maneuver, and with a soft thud, he realized the impact of this ball was considerably lighter than before. Following the trajectory of the ball, he noticed a dent on the pillar. A warning! Li Chang'an promptly twisted his sword. The cold blade grazed his ear as Fei's sword clashed against his, producing a cascade of sparks. Fei, agile as a cat, landed silently on the ground, then rolled aside. Positioning himself behind Li Chang'an, aiming to slice at his calf, Li Chang'an remained steadfast, simply reversing his grip on the sword and thrusting backward, the tip of his blade resting against Fei's sword hilt. Fei's long-anticipated strike was abruptly intercepted by Li Chang'an's sword, which seemed to soar through the air with an otherworldly grace. He retreated swiftly, casting a glance at Li Chang'an's blade before examining his own sword hilt. Disbelief etched across his face. Only then did Li Chang'an leisurely turn around, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Is this where it ends, then?" In response, Fei's expression shifted to one of indignation. Stamping his foot in frustration, "What nonsense from this insufferable Taoist! I will not." With that, He hurled his slingshot toward Li Chang'an. The latter deftly tilted his head to evade the projectile, while Fei Fei seized the opportunity to thrust his sword towards Li Chang'an's throat. Without flinching or blocking, Li Chang'an retaliated with a direct strike of his own. Fei Fei, merely 16 or 17, had yet to fully develop his physique, and his sword was shorter than Li Chang'an's. The tip of his blade failed to reach Li Chang'an, whose own sword was already poised before his eyes. Forced to withdraw, Fei Fei repositioned himself and launched another relentless assault. The ferocity of Fei Fei's attacks surged like a tidal wave. Yet to Li Chang'an, they posed less threat than the slingshot projectiles fired from the rafters. As they exchanged blows, Li Chang'an treated the encounter as a mere exercise, allowing his mind to wander slightly. Truth be told, swordsmanship was rather straightforward. Regardless of how it was dressed up in mystique, it ultimately boiled down to speed, precision, and lethality. With the sword in his grasp, Li Chang'an moved as if it were an extension of himself. His mastery of transformation techniques bestowed upon him both strength and agility, while his swordsmanship granted him quickness and sharpness. The only aspect he lacked was combat experience, yet this gap had been bridged through his recent skirmishes with malevolent creatures and thieves. In the realm of martial arts, few could surpass him as for feats such as splitting mountains with a single strike or unleashing sword energy with a sweeping blow. Such abilities did exist, but they were generally classified as sorcery. Despite his sudden rise from an ordinary individual to a martial arts prodigy, Li Chang'an remained acutely aware of the folly of pride. After all, demons and monsters would not engage in a fair duel. Li Chang'an, lost in thought, was oblivious to the way Fei Fei had keenly observed his momentary lapse of focus. Young men, possessing a fiery sense of pride, could hardly tolerate being underestimated, and Fei Fei, with his particularly arrogant disposition, was incensed. His neck flushed crimson, and his eyes blazed with fury as he charged forward, sword aimed directly at Li Chang'an. Without overthinking, Li Chang'an resorted to the same tactic, relying on the length of his blade to counter. Unexpectedly, Fei Fei gritted his teeth, slightly twisting his body to evade the fatal blow. He chose to allow his flesh to collide with the sword's tip rather than relinquish his strike. Intent on creating a scenario of mutual destruction, at this moment, Li Chang'an's attention sharpened. The two were now perilously close. There was no time to retreat. Remaining calm, he kicked the ground, sending several beads skittering towards Fei Fei's feet. As Fei Fei stepped on one, he stumbled, causing his sword to veer off course. Li Chang'an seized the opportunity to entangle the blade with his own, forcing it from Fei Fei's grasp. At that juncture, Li Chang'an's sword, poised to pierce Fei Fei's chest and fulfill the old monk's wish, ultimately stayed its course. In a flash of instinct, he redirected the blade, yet his body could not evade the impending collision, and Fei Fei crashed into him. The impact was unexpectedly gentle. Fei Fei seemed lighter than the average youth. Li Chang'an instinctively glanced down into his arms and was somewhat astonished to discover that although Fei Fei sported a rough, yellowed visage, the skin around his neck was remarkably fair and tender, a stark contrast to the coarseness of his face. Li Chang'an merely attributed this to the ravages of wind and rain, dismissing it without a second thought. However, after their bout, Fei Fei's collar had become slightly loosened, and as Li Chang'an's gaze inadvertently swept over it, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a thick layer of white cloth wrapped around a subtly protruding chest. Surely, it couldn't be this melodramatic. A jolt of alarm shot through Li Chang'an's heart as he prepared to cast Fei Fei from his embrace. "Don't move!" Fei Fei barked sharply, revealing a slingshot gripped firmly in his hand, the rubber band drawn taut, with a steel ball poised for release. "Move again, and I shall replace your eyeball." After this fierce proclamation, his expression shifted instantaneously from ferocity to elation. "Did I win?" Li Chang'an, with a sense of resignation, nodded. "You won that I won," Fei Fei exclaimed joyfully, leaping from Li Chang'an's arms. After taking a few steps, he abruptly halted, turning to gaze intently at Li Chang'an before clasping his hands behind his back and skipping back and forth. Suddenly, he tossed the slingshot over to Li Chang'an. "Master Taoist, this is for you." Fei Fei hummed a merry tune as he exited the grand hall, leaving Li Chang'an to scrutinize the slingshot in his hands, which was adorned with gold and silver, clearly a valuable item. Alas, a soft sigh emerged from beside him, prompting Li Chang'an to glance sideways. The old monk, having lowered himself from the beam with a hook rope, had evidently been hiding there all along, witnessing the entire spectacle. This family truly shared a lineage. Even the Taoist had been outwitted by that little scamp. Thus, no one could hope to restrain him now. In response, a rare smirk of derision appeared on Li Chang'an's face. In this world, demons and monsters run rampant. He cast a fleeting glance at the old monk, pondering how the presence of a mere flying thief could be of any consequence. Weighing the slingshot in his hand, he casually tossed it towards the old monk. Consider this a gift. Chapter 27. Yuan Huansha having been delayed by the old monk's affairs, Li Chang'an feared he might miss the closing hour for entering Minzhou City. Thus, at the old monk's warm invitation, he decided to rest in the lodgings for the night. On the following morning, a distant bell tolled, piercing the tranquility of the mountain with its resonant sound. The morning bell, accompanied by the dawn's first light, painted a picturesque scene of a secluded temple in the mountains. Yet, no matter how enchanting the ambience, it was still a disturbance to his peaceful slumber. Li Chang'an rolled over, pulling the blanket over his ears, but the relentless tolling of the bell continued to invade his consciousness, forcing him to rise, yawning as he left the bed. Upon opening the door, the first rays of morning light greeted him. The rooster had only just begun to crow, and Li Chang'an felt the weight of low blood pressure and the irritability of waking. What business does a false monk's temple have with morning bells? He muttered. Good morning, Taoist. In the corridor, a young novice sweeping the floor quickly pressed his palms together in greeting upon seeing Li Chang'an. Good morning, little master. Li Chang'an responded casually, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly froze. Oh, a little monk? He turned abruptly, startling the young novice so much that his broom fell to the ground. Li Chang'an stared at the novice's awkward demeanor and his shiny bald head. Well, a true monk. After his encounter with Fei Fei the previous day, Li Chang'an had strolled around the temple with an air of confidence. Yet, despite his wandering, he had not encountered a single monk. Only bandits were plentiful. After all, even the bodhisattva yielded a seat to the wine and meat. Li Chang'an regarded this temple merely as a den of thieves, yet unexpectedly found himself amused, turning to exit the courtyard and approach the main hall. Upon leaving the hall yesterday, Li Chang'an had observed a multitude of ruffians in a drunken stupor sprawled across the ground. Today, however, the brigands had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few monks engaged in sweeping. The sound of chanting reached his ears, guiding him toward the very side hall where the banquet had been held the day prior. He strolled into the hall, where the bodhisattvas on either side had returned to their rightful places, exuding compassion or casting fierce glares as appropriate. The Buddha sat with lowered brows and a gentle smile, and the plaque proclaiming heaven's thief had been replaced by one illuminating with the Buddha's radiance. Before the Buddha, an elderly monk clad in robes was leading around 10 monks in reciting scriptures. In the span of a night, the den of bandits had reverted back to a monastery. This world truly is a spectacle of the bizarre. The old monk spotted Li Chang'an and approached him. Amidst, the Taoist has awakened. Li Chang'an smiled lightly, disinterested in engaging in pretense, and frankly stated that he had come to take his leave. Please wait a moment, the old monk replied, instructing the monks with a few words before guiding Li Chang'an to a side courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he cast aside the facade of a venerable monk and, clasping his fists, proclaimed loudly to Li Chang'an, Yesterday, my little rascal's affairs truly troubled you. Taoist, I have prepared a small token of appreciation for your journey. He clapped his hands, and 2 bald-headed ruffians with scarred foreheads carried in a large chest. They set the chest down beside the old monk and opened it. Li Chang'an peered inside, his expression becoming peculiar. Noticing the sudden shift in Li Chang'an's demeanor, the old monk imperceptibly furrowed his brow but continued to smile heartily. Is the Taoist dissatisfied with this gift? He initially presumed Li Chang'an found it insufficient, thinking to himself that this Taoist appeared carefree, yet was privately so grasping, which caused him to harbor a slight disdain. However, as he turned, he too was taken aback. It was not that the items within the chest were particularly valuable or ingeniously crafted. They were merely some pieces of silk. This was inconsequential, given that this world had a custom of treating silk as currency. The issue lay in the fact that Li Chang'an, a wandering Taoist, carried such a bulky chest with him. Wasn't that a burden? Most importantly, the old monk's prepared gift was not silk at all. With a sullen expression, he summoned the bearers of the chest closer and whispered sternly, What is the meaning of this? Where is the silver I arranged? The bearers, with faces filled with distress, leaned close to the old monk's ear, whispering something as the old monk listened. His expression fluctuated between anger, realization, and confusion, reminiscent of the ever-changing clouds in the mountains. Though this demeanor was complex, it was far from uncommon. Indeed, every time a parent learned of their mischievous child's latest mischief, they often wore a similar expression. Taoist, please wait a moment. I shall prepare another offering, there's no need. Li Chang'an waved a hand dismissively and suddenly strode over to the chest, holding a talisman that was quietly igniting. He bent down, buried his head in the chest, and after a few sniffs, he raised his head and nodded, saying, just as I thought. Upon opening the box, Li Chang'an's expression turned peculiar, not due to the fabric within, but rather because of the faint yet familiar scent wafting from it. Summoning the dragon-soaring jade talisman, he invoked the spirit of his sense of smell and approached to examine it more closely, confirming that the aroma of the fabric bore a striking resemblance to that found in the cave of Snake Head Mountain. It was unmistakably the scent of the spider demon. Li Chang'an then inquired, where did this originate? This is the renowned cloud-weaving silk of recent days. The man replied that it is said that this material, when woven, is pure white, impervious to dust and water, remarkably resilient, and yet, when worn, feels as light as air. However, it has emerged onto the market at a price that is unattainable. Even the officials in the city yearn to present this fabric as tribute to the emperor. Li Chang'an raised his hand to interrupt the man's incessant chatter. How is it that a mere bandit, who steals, suddenly becomes a salesperson? He retorted. I merely wish to ascertain the origin of this material. Li Chang'an pressed further, having just realized that the malevolent energy emanating from the cloud-weaving silk was not simply an external stain, but rather a quality intrinsic to the fabric itself. This led him to a rather astonishing conclusion. The raw materials of this fabric were likely sourced from the demons themselves. This fabric originates from Qi County. The man revealed. Qi County? Li Chang'an recalled that there was indeed a Qi County under the jurisdiction of Minzhou City. Precisely, the man continued, seizing the opportunity to elaborate. Qi County was once impoverished, with barren land and scarce water, unable to produce good crops. They could only marry off their daughters, never take in brides. However, it is said that a weaving goddess suddenly appeared in the mountains of Qi County, bringing with her a celestial shuttle that weaves the evening clouds, thus giving rise to this cloud-weaving mist fabric. Wait a moment, Li Chang'an interjected suddenly. What mountain? The man, momentarily taken aback, replied, Cloud Low Mountain. There is a mountain in Minzhou where a colossal spider has emerged, ferociously devouring the nearby lesser demons. Li Chang'an stroked his short beard thoughtfully. Could it be? He declined the old monk's offer to accompany him and took the donkey to leave the mountain gate. The temple was situated midway up the mountain. Although it was still early, the mountain path was enveloped in mist, yet there were already pilgrims arriving to pay their respects. Upon seeing Li Chang'an, they regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Who would expect a short-haired Taoist to emerge from a monk's temple? Unbeknownst to them, Li Chang'an found their gazes even more peculiar. In a world replete with countless temples and deities as numerous as the stars, why had they chosen to worship at this temple with a bloodthirsty deity? After descending the mountain and changing direction, he intended to visit Qi County to catch a glimpse of the weaving goddess before mounting his donkey once more. Suddenly, a piercing shriek cut through the air. An object hurtled towards him. An ambush? Li Chang'an gasped, momentarily startled, fearing the old monk had gone back on his word. Yet, even as he realized he was overthinking, the shriek persisted, echoing from a distance, reaching him in a weakened state. Rather than an attack, it resembled a mere greeting. Li Chang'an lightly raised his sword sheath, deflecting the incoming object, which landed squarely upon the broad back of his donkey. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a tuft of swirling mane atop which rested an iron ball. Alas! His head throbbed in the blink of an eye. A magnificent lion horse stepped forth from the roadside, upon which lounged a youth, smiling amiably. Taoist, I have heard that you intend to journey to Qixian. Lion's mane ambled closer, taking small, delicate steps. Upon the back of his steed, alongside Fei, there rested a substantial bundle, weighing heavily upon the noble horse, rendering its gait somewhat labored. Why do you appear as if you were setting forth on a long voyage? Li Chang'an felt a sense of foreboding in his heart, merely offering a perfunctory nod. I too shall visit Qixian. Fei seemed somewhat lost in thought, his gaze fixed vacantly ahead, lamenting that his father still refused to acknowledge him. Perpetually claiming his abilities were too meager and his experience scant. Why purpose in traveling to Qixian is to acquire the celestial shuttle wielded by the Weaver girl. As he listened, Li Chang'an's discomfort grew, prompting him to raise his hand in haste. In that case, I wish you success in your endeavors. May your journey bear fruit, and let us part ways with the hope of meeting again in the future. Upon uttering his farewell, Li Chang'an had already spurred his donkey forward, advancing more than 100 paces. When he glanced back, he saw that Fei remained stationary on his mount. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats reached his ears. Lion's mane, with its flowing mane, soon matched pace with the great blue donkey. Alas, Li Chang'an rapped the donkey's head, exclaiming, "Why do you not run a bit faster? You foolish beast? Is the Taoist challenging me to a race?" Fei, perched atop his grand steed, looked down upon Li Chang'an with condescension, inquiring, "Shall I allow you an additional several paces?" Alas, he rapped the donkey's head once more, lamenting, "Why could you not have grown taller?" The great blue donkey, feeling aggrieved, brayed pitifully, its large eyes blinking at its master, clearly conveying, "Master, I am but a donkey. Young master, if you wish to go to Qixian, then do so." Li Chang'an felt somewhat helpless, questioning why Fei insisted on trailing him, a mere wild Taoist. Fei silently rode alongside, and after a considerable time, finally spoke, albeit with an answer that strayed from the query. "Since childhood, my father has disapproved of my desire to learn his craft, yet I am drawn to it and excel rapidly. One day, he announced his intention to retire, and I declared my ambition to become a notorious bandit. Renowned throughout the world, he forbade me, yet I remained resolute. He summoned many to dissuade me, yet none could match my prowess." As Fei recounted this, he lifted his chin, exuding an air of pride akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. "It was only when my father's most formidable subordinate, my second uncle, was defeated by you that I realized he would undoubtedly summon you to contest with me. At that moment, I felt no trepidation, only elation, believing that if I could best you, my father would surely reconsider." Turning to Li Chang'an, Fei's voice took on a somber tone. "Taoist, have I emerged victorious?" "You have won," Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the trifling matter of victory or defeat, and found little interest in the trivialities of the bandit's familial disputes. "Yet my father claims my victory lacks merit, but does winning not equate to victory?" Fei gazed at Li Chang'an, his eyes clouded with confusion. Li Chang'an merely smiled, offering no response. This reaction incited Fei's ire. With a sudden flourish of his whip, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Li Chang'an and the great blue donkey remained unfazed, while Lion's mane nearly stumbled in fright. Fei hurriedly calmed his steed, and upon glancing back, he found Li Chang'an observing the scene leisurely, further fueling his anger. "You? Let us compete once more?" Li Chang'an continued to remain silent, simply smiling. That smile, in Fei's eyes, was particularly loathsome. Clang, he unsheathed the sword at his waist. "Yesterday, I conceded that you indeed held the upper hand in swordsmanship, but it was merely due to the advantage of your longer blade. This sword is 7 inches longer than the one I wielded yesterday and 3 inches longer than yours. This time, I shall ensure that you are thoroughly defeated." Fei positioned the sword horizontally before him, its gleam shimmering like autumn waters, truly a remarkable weapon. Alas, a duel is not merely a contest of lengths. One cannot ascertain superiority based solely on size. Furthermore, a swordsman must determine the length of the sword by the span of his own body, fully comprehending both the length and balance of the blade. Fei, in his haste, was blinded by urgency, and switching swords would not lead to victory, but rather hasten his defeat. Li Chang'an shook his head, disinterested in elaborating further, and urged the donkey onward. The heavens can change their demeanor in an instant. Without a hint of warning, torrential rain descended, forming a heavy curtain that confined them within a humble shelter. "It's all your fault. Instead of taking the main road, you insist on the narrow path. There wasn't even a place to seek refuge along the way. Why did you choose to follow me? And now you lay the blame on me?" Li Chang'an muttered to himself, shedding his soaked garment. Due to Fei's relentless persistence, Li Chang'an opted for a side path, wandering deeper into the wilderness. He thought that perhaps by allowing Fei to experience the hardships of the journey, he would relent and cease his pursuit, or at the very least, refrain from following him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Fei remained undeterred. While the heavens caught them off guard, as they traversed the mountain path, they found no shelter from the rain. And after enduring the downpour for half an hour, they finally stumbled upon a thatched hut. Li Chang'an hung his robe to dry and turned to see Fei huddled in a corner. His back turned, arms wrapped around himself as if trembling in the chill. Meanwhile, his oversized satchel lay nearby, showing no sign of being open. Li Chang'an understood all too well it seemed they would have to spend the night in this hut. I shall go seek some firewood. With that, he found an almost disintegrating raincoat, draped it over himself, and stepped into the downpour. At that moment of departure, Fei slightly turned his face, the yellow of his attire appearing significantly faded. After approximately half an hour, the rain lessened. Though the sky grew dimmer, still Li Chang'an returned to the hut, clutching the twigs he had gathered, only to be greeted by a blinding flash of sword light. He hastily threw the twigs forward, but the sword flickered and effortlessly shredded them into fragments. In that fleeting instant, Li Chang'an had already grasped his own sword. He furrowed his brow, observing Fei now donned in a fresh and vigorous outfit, provocatively gazing back at him. What is the meaning of this? I have stated that we must duel again, and now that we are trapped by the mountain rain, what else can we do but contend with swords? With that, Fei brandished his sword and charged. Indeed, this sword was exceptional. Wherever it passed, tables, chairs, walls, and beams were sliced through as easily as hot knives through butter. With not a hint of resistance, Li Chang'an cried out repeatedly, "Stop! Halt! Be cautious!" He was not concerned for himself. Though Fei's blade was of fine quality, the sword in Li Chang'an's hand was forged from modern steel. His apparent fluster stemmed entirely from the dilapidated state of the hut. This shelter was likely abandoned by hunters or woodcutters, long used for respite in the mountains, with many of its supporting beams in a state of decay. Fei recklessly wielded his axe with wild abandon, the sound of cracking reverberating through the air. With a thunderous crash, the roof seemed to sway like a drunken man before collapsing entirely. Emerging from the debris, Fei was beset by a shower of straw. Yet he and his lion-like steed managed to extricate themselves. Suddenly, a cheerful braying of a donkey reached his ears. Irritated, he turned to see Li Chang'an leading a sturdy blue donkey, calmly standing beneath a tree, draped in a straw raincoat. Moments before the roof's demise, Li Chang'an and his donkey had dashed out of harm's way, even managing to carry off a hanging Taoist robe. In stark contrast, Fei brushed away the remnants of straw from his head and brandished his sword. Poised to charge once more, Li Chang'an hastily gestured for him to pause, indicating the ominous, brooding clouds in the distance. Why not seek shelter from the rain first? Seek shelter? Look over there. Fei wiped his face, now smeared with rainwater and straw, and pointed towards a nearby village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Earlier, while searching for refuge, they had indeed spotted this village, but Li Chang'an had stood at the crossroads for a moment before turning away towards a small shelter instead. Fei was quite displeased with this decision, and now seemed the perfect time to head to the village. However, upon hearing Fei's suggestion, Li Chang'an remarked with a hint of significance, "That village is deserted." "Isn't that just perfect?" Fei replied, bewildered. Li Chang'an regarded him thoughtfully, stroking his short beard. "Very well, it's time you learned that the world is fraught with dangers beyond mere bandits and officials." Chapter 29. The Feast of Corpses. The village was even more dilapidated than anticipated. Concealed behind the heavy curtain of rain, its true state had been obscured, but now, as they drew closer and lifted the veil, it became painfully apparent that the village was riddled with crumbling roofs and collapsing walls, rotting timber sprouting fungi, while rainwater coursed down the walls, mingling with mud. The gasp escaped Li Chang'an's lips, and he turned to see Fei standing there with a stern expression. Beneath his feet lay a desiccated corpse, half submerged in muddy water, with only a severed arm lying far off. Wordlessly, Li Chang'an approached, retrieved the arm, and placed it back beside the skeletal remains before continuing deeper into the village. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon an array of coffins, each as decrepit and decayed as the village itself. Under the half-collapsed rooftops, they appeared somewhat sheltered, but those exposed to the elements were overrun with moss and wild grasses. Dark, shriveled hands and feet protruding from the shadows. Fei's expression became somewhat rigid. "What, are you afraid?" "Afraid? They're merely corpses," Fei retorted defensively, his neck stiffening. "I witnessed the Battle of Dinghai-Chuan in the 5th year of Tianjing, and the eradication of the White Lotus sect in Huzhou the following year. In fact, I have seen more dead than you have living." "Is that so?" Then you must have never experienced the spring festival travel rush. Li Chang'an replied, nonchalantly. Moreover, what do the living truly fear about the dead? It is not the corpses that instill fear, but what lies beyond them. Without further argument, they parted ways in search of shelter. Not long after, Feifei's voice rang out, Taoist, Taoist? Li Chang'an followed the sound and soon found him, excitement radiating from Feifei as he pointed towards a seemingly intact large house. Exclaiming in delight, Li Chang'an scrutinized the room carefully. It was a stone-built house with dark blue tiles, its sturdy door firmly shut. The roof and walls stood intact, standing out conspicuously amidst the ruins. Feifei indeed possessed a certain flair for thievery. Having swiftly located the rightful owner, in the brief moment of distraction, Feifei had already secured the horse and eagerly pushed the door open. Observing this, a playful expression crept onto Li Chang'an's face as he led the large blue donkey to a nearby lion-colored horse and patted its head. Be clever now, perhaps it was the first time away from home. Everything appeared novel to Feifei. He darted about the room, glancing to the left and right, unable to remain still for even a moment. Although there was nothing particularly remarkable within. This house served as the ancestral hall of the village, with a platform at the upper end adorned with spirit tablets, flanked by lampstands, their oil long since dried, leaving only brown stains. Near the roof by the entrance, there was a gaping hole, previously obscured by a high wall, which the two had failed to notice. The only peculiar feature was a large stone platform in the center of the room, standing starkly alone in the spacious hall, oddly prominent like the hall itself. Feifei, with great interest, spun around for a while before recalling the late hour, realizing he ought to prepare a bed. Fortunately, the stone platform was flat and of suitable dimensions, making it quite perfect for a bed. Just as he was about to step outside to retrieve his pillow from the saddlebag on the horse's back, he suddenly turned to Li Chang'an and declared, That platform is mine. Li Chang'an blinked a few times and replied with a smile, Feel free. Feifei abruptly opened his eyes wide. A ghostly green face loomed directly before him. He shivered, about to scream. But his mouth was swiftly covered, and his hand, reaching for the sword hilt, was restrained as well. A chill coursed through Feifei's heart, yet he was fiery in spirit. Unable to wield his sword, he lifted his chin. Ready to charge forward. It's me, the green face uttered in a low voice, sounding eerily familiar. Feifei halted in his tracks, focusing his gaze, and realized it was Li Chang'an. He stared at Li Chang'an for a long moment, then suddenly trembled, stuttering, You just died. You are the one who died. Even Li Chang'an found himself caught between laughter and tears at that moment. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and pointed towards their surroundings. Feifei, following his gesture, noticed that faint green flames had ignited upon the lampstands, casting an eerie glow that rendered the room ghostly. It turned out that Li Chang'an's green visage was not a result of death, but rather the reflection of the green light. His frantic emotions calmed slightly, yet vague memories of strange legends recounted by the elders began to surface in his mind. He inadvertently lifted his gaze, spotting a dim yellow moon with a blood-red edge nestled in the roof's hole. Resembling the eye of a monster, a shiver ran down his spine. Something was amiss here. Suddenly, he recalled Li Chang'an's earlier half-smile and the tales of exorcising demons. He must know something. Feifei snapped back to reality, gripping his sword tightly, and turned to search for the Taoist, only to find Li Chang'an by the door, beckoning him with a wave. He tiptoed over. You? Shoo! Li Chang'an gestured for him to remain silent, then pointed towards the crack in the door. Feifei gazed through the crack in the door, guided by Li Chang'an's. At that moment, the torrential rain had ceased, and the sky ought to have been clear and bright. However, a thin mist inexplicably enveloped the village. Murky light cascaded from the dim yellow moon, illuminating the fog, revealing indistinct shadows that seemed to be a throng of figures slowly approaching the ancestral hall. Who are they? Feifei turned to softly inquire of Li Chang'an, but she felt an unsettling dissonance in her own words. Li Chang'an remained silent, merely gesturing toward one side of the door's crack. Following his, Feifei's gaze fell upon a completely collapsed house, where a dilapidated coffin lay amidst the ruins. Suddenly, the coffin trembled slightly, its lid sliding open with a languid grace. A gaunt corpse emerged, its mouth agape as if it silently groaned. It stood up from the coffin, then staggered forward, merging into the misty throng. This Feifei's heart raced to her throat. A faint sound of friction echoed from within the room, and she felt her heart leap out. never to return. Slowly, she turned back. A narrow fissure had formed upon the stone platform in the room. The heavy doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, and the mist, mingled with a multitude of shadows, surged inside. In an instant, the green flame atop the lantern flared brightly. The fog dissipated, and the true forms of the figures were unveiled. What manner of beings were these, with hair as dry and tangled as withered grass? Emaciated bodies and decayed garments, they were unmistakably corpses that had just clawed their way out of coffins. This assembly of the dead stood orderly in the hall, as if alive, establishing a sequence of standing, before all collectively knelt before the stone platform, bowing in reverence. Amidst the dead's prostrations, the stone platform suddenly trembled, and with a sound of grinding, its surface began to shift. Simultaneously, a barely perceptible rustling emanated from the beam above. It turned out that Li Chang'an and Fei were hiding in the rafters, and upon witnessing the platform's opening, they feared that some malevolent creature might emerge and spot them, prompting them to cautiously shift their position. Fortunately, the commotion of the platform masked the small sounds they made. As the stone platform slowly opened, a corpse indeed sprang forth from within. Yet, this corpse appeared more robust than the others lying prostrate. Its hair retained a glimmer, and its skin bore a semblance of the living's. Li Chang'an's countenance darkened. This indicated that the corpse demon had acquired some form of supernatural prowess. Fei's expression turned even more pallid. Realizing she had unknowingly slept atop a corpse for the better part of the night, she shot a venomous glance at Li Chang'an, convinced he must have known yet failed to warn her. Meanwhile, a change occurred beneath the beam. After the corpse demon emerged, it closed the coffin behind it. Standing at the rear of the stone coffin, it raised a hand, causing the deceased below to rise in unison. With another wave, several corpses stepped forward. Moments later, outside the door arose a mournful whinnying of a horse, and a few corpses astonishingly bore a horse back into the ancestral hall. Fei was initially taken aback, but soon exhaled in relief. The creature brought in was not her prized lion stallion, but rather a short-legged horse. This short-legged horse struggled incessantly along the way, yet it was firmly restrained by several corpses, unable to move. The dead set it upon the stone platform before the corpse demon and then retreated. That moment, the short-legged horse ceased its struggles, merely whinnying mournfully, tears glistening in its eyes. The corpse demon extended its withered claws, gently resting them upon the neck of the diminutive horse, gradually lowering itself to bite down. Amidst the sound of slurping, the diminutive horse trembled incessantly, while the corpse demon's form visibly regained vitality. As it lifted itself, it had transformed into an aged figure who had lived for far too long. The corpse demon took a step back, which seemed to signal the horde of corpses to surge forward. Within a mere incense stick's burning time, the stone platform was left with nothing but a withered equine carcass riddled with wounds. As the corpse demon advanced a step, the dead discarded the horse's remains aside and returned to their original positions. With another wave of its hand, Li Chang'an felt his pupils constrict as he gripped the hilt of his sword. This time, what they brought forth was a living man. Chapter 30. The tide of corpses. The dead carried a young man, clad in a scholar's cap, resembling a mere student. The scholar's expression was one of panic, yet his limbs, as frail as bamboo, could not muster even the strength to struggle against the grip of the dead. When he was placed upon the stone coffin, his face had drained of all color. Li Chang'an had already crouched low, his hand clutching the sword hilt, but was soon firmly seized by his sleeve. Turning back, he saw Fei holding on tightly, fearful of alarming the corpse demon below. Daring not to utter a word, only signaling with his eyes, Li Chang'an smiled, understanding Fei's concern. The scholar was a stranger to him, and surrounded by such terrifying living corpses, leaping down would be akin to leaping into the underworld. But suddenly, the corpse demon raised both hands high. The green flames within the room surged accordingly. Instantly, the chamber was bathed in a resplendent glow, revealing Li Chang'an and Fei, who had been hiding in the rafters. Fortunately, none of the undead below glanced upwards at that moment, yet Fei's movements became rigid. The scholar, lying supine, gazed intently at the two, his eyes suddenly igniting with indescribable brilliance, while Fei's heart sank to the depths. Should the scholar utter even a sound, the two would have to confront the densely packed living corpses below. Yet, the scholar remained silent. The light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. He scanned the surrounding undead with a pained smile, sighed softly, and chose to close his eyes, awaiting death. Fei felt an immense urge to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet a complex turmoil in his heart left him at a loss. Li Chang'an, however, silently erupted into laughter. How could such a noble soul be left to perish? He unfastened the grappling rope from Fei's waist and leaped into action. In midair, his sword was unsheathed, the azure light entwined with the blade, aiming directly at the startled horde of corpses. With such remarkable skill, why hesitate in the face of peril? Caught off guard by Li Chang'an's sudden assault, even the corpse demon was taken aback. It had just raised its head, unable to register astonishment before. In a flash of azure light, a significant portion of its skull vanished without a trace. There was no spray of blood, only a few twitches of its brow and eyes before it collapsed to the ground. Seizing the moment before the living corpses could converge, Li Chang'an swiftly grasped the scholar. Securing a rope around his waist, he held the other end tightly, pulling with all his might, and the scholar was hoisted straight up to the rafters. Having accomplished this, Li Chang'an found it curious that the living corpses had not yet surged forward to interfere. There was no time for contemplation. He took a few running steps, launching himself off the wall, but suddenly, a tight grip ensnared his ankle, yanking him down from midair and crashing him heavily onto the ground. He bore the agony with great fortitude, fixing his gaze upon the ghastly creature, a decaying corpse with half a skull, grotesquely grinning. Its mouth gaped open, revealing a set of blackened, rotting teeth, and it lunged forward. Li Chang'an, wary of the threat, hastily raised his sword in defense, but the corpse suddenly emitted a foul cloud of putrid black mist. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by the noxious vapor. As soon as it touched him, a haze descended upon his mind, and he could only vaguely perceive the corpse's decayed teeth drawing ever closer. Panic seized his heart, yet his body remained unresponsive. Abruptly, however, a surge of vibrant life welled up within him. This vitality flickered momentarily before sweeping away the fog in his mind. With renewed clarity, Li Chang'an beheld the corpse's rotting teeth perilously near. He swiftly struck the creature's decayed maw with the hilt of his sword. Catching the corpse unawares, several of its front teeth were knocked out, and its head jerked backward. With a determined flourish, Li Chang'an wielded his sword, now enveloped in a shimmering azure light, and cleaved downward. The half-cranium of the corpse soared into the air, its body finally succumbing to silence. At last, a trickle of blood was released. With a sigh of relief, Li Chang'an noted the surrounding zombies erupting into peculiar howls, compelling him to turn, as they surged forth in a relentless tide. With nimble footwork, he evaded the grasp of a zombie's gnarled, ashen claw. Seizing the opportunity, he struck at the creature, his blade carving a deep gash into its withered form. Yet it remained wholly undeterred, lunging towards him without restraint. A decisive blow would surely vanquish the fiend, but such an attack would drain his energy significantly. Amidst the throng of zombies in the shrine, a single sword for each would surely exhaust Li Chang'an before long. Left with no other recourse, he evaded their advances. Yet the space was too confined, and the zombies too numerous. He was soon cornered against the wall. The nimble Fei shot down iron beads from the rafters, each strike capable of toppling a zombie, but those felled would rise again swiftly, their gaps filled immediately by their relentless kin. Thus, her support proved futile, almost striking Li Chang'an instead as he teetered on the brink of capture. Destined to meet a fate akin to that of a broken-down horse, he suddenly crouched low, rolling on the ground with his sword. He struck and twisted, miraculously squeezing himself free from the mass of undead. He took 2 or 3 swift steps towards the grand entrance, choosing not to escape but instead to close the heavy doors behind him. Then, he sprang up against the wall, narrowly scaling the beams before the horde could surround him. He patted his chest, ready to exclaim his joy to the astonished Fei. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, though his dismay. The section of the beam beneath him had been hollowed out by insects. With a sudden void beneath his feet, he plummeted downwards into the throng of writhing corpses, yet instead of panic, a flicker of enlightenment surged within him. This seemed to be the end of all things. However, in that critical moment, his wrist tightened. Just as he was about to fall, he was halted mid-descent. Glancing upward, he saw Fei had ensnared the beam with her foot, her hands gripping him tightly. "Taoist, you now owe me a life," she exclaimed. "The Taoist's life is of little worth," Li Chang'an chuckled in reply. "But perhaps it could be worth a bowl of wine, as long as there is wine." Fei Fei exclaimed, pulling him back onto the beam with all her might. Li Chang'an found his footing once more, ready to make use of his sword. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from Fei Fei's waist, gesturing for the two to step back. Then, with a single stroke, he cleaved the beam above. This particular beam, positioned diagonally above the entrance, was already askew, which had led to the roof's collapse. Li Chang'an's strike landed precisely at the support of the structure, causing the wooden beam and the azure tiles to tumble down. Effectively blocking the entrance, he returned the sword to Fei Fei and declared, "Very well, let us depart, depart." The scholar was momentarily taken aback, glancing around in confusion. "How do we leave?" Before he could finish his query, a kick to his rear sent him soaring, and he landed headfirst into the muddy waters. As he emerged, sputtering and coughing, he beheld a pair of thin, dark legs, a living corpse. "Help!" But before he could utter another word, mud filled his mouth, choking him further. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an descended from above, pinning the living corpse to the ground. With a deft twist of his blade, he severed the head from the body, then rose to survey his surroundings, discovering a scattering of living corpses still moving about the village. Fei Fei, on the other hand, was wildly striking the stone wall with her sword sheath, muttering in frustration, "These accursed dead." Mai Qinghua Bai was Fei Fei's endearing name for her steed. Yet the place where she had tethered it was now utterly vacant. Li Chang'an, unfazed, whistled, and the sound of a bell chimed. The spirited blue donkey galloped around a corner, this time not munching on grass but rather clutching a reins in its mouth, the other end of which was attached to Fei Fei's lion steed. "Well done." Li Chang'an patted the donkey's head. "Next time, I'll give you a whole bowl to drink." At that moment, the scholar finally managed to rise from the mud, wiping his mouth before bowing respectfully to the two. "Thank you both." Unfortunately, he was cut short as Fei Fei grabbed him by the collar and tossed him onto the horse's back. "What are you dawdling for? Let us hurry." With that, she mounted and spurred the horse into a gallop as they burst out of the village. A chilling howl erupted from the living corpses within. The low, eerie wails echoed through the valley, as if countless undead were responding in kind. Simultaneously, they noticed that with the haunting cry, arms like trees began to stretch from the ruins, and in an instant, innumerable living corpses emerged from the earth, merging into the horde that pursued them, creating a dark, overwhelming wave that felt as though they were being chased by a relentless tide. Fei Fei was taken aback. "How can there be so many?" Li Chang'an suddenly chuckled. "Have you heard of Yugong Yishan?" "What?" Perched upon the donkey, he mimicked the sage, his head swaying. "Though I perish, my children will endure, and my children shall bear grandchildren, and so forth. Children begetting children, grandchildren begetting grandchildren." He gestured towards the frenzied tide of corpses behind them, a never-ending lineage. Fei Fei stared in astonishment, at a loss for words. It was the scholar, however, who, lying across the saddle, raised his head and solemnly remarked, "Taoist, at such a time, do refrain from jesting." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an burst into laughter without offering a reply, merely urging the donkey to gallop away, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake, enveloped in dust. This was the scenario Li Chang'an had envisioned. However, the donkey, oh the donkey! I had always believed that two-legged creatures could never outpace those with four legs, yet today, Li Chang'an shook his head, thrusting his sword to topple a living corpse that was about to gnaw at the donkey's rear. The big blue donkey, surprisingly, did not make a sound, tucking its tail and sprinting forward with all its might. It was also unexpected for him that these living corpses could run quite swiftly, relentlessly pursuing them. As another living corpse drew near, Li Chang'an was just about to raise his sword to strike. Suddenly, a familiar shrill cry rang out, and the living corpse collapsed in response. Li Chang'an turned to look. Under the crescent moon, a dashing knight emerged from the mountain path. It was Fei Fei, returning like the wind. In a flurry, he sped to Li Chang'an's side, drawing his slingshot and firing several shots, taking down the closest of the relentless living corpses one by one. "Taoist, you owe me 2 lives." Indeed, Li Chang'an nodded. 2 rounds of drinks, perhaps. This time, mere drinks will not suffice. Fei Fei laughed heartily, racing alongside Li Chang'an, rewarding each advancing living corpse with a metal pellet. For a moment, Li Chang'an found himself with nothing to do. He simply sheathed his sword, noticing the wild fruits by the roadside, their vibrant red hue inviting. He plucked a handful and tossed them into his mouth, savoring their pleasantly tart and sweet flavor. You, Fei galloped over, looking at him with an air of indignation. What's the matter? Li Chang'an blinked in confusion. Fei opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly gave a light knock on the scholar who was perched on the donkey's back. The scholar, with a resigned expression, looked up at Li Chang'an and said, Taoist, this is somewhat inappropriate. Mid-sentence, Li Chang'an offered him some wild fruits. Would you care to try? Oh, thank you. Just what I needed, for I am somewhat hungry. Just as the scholar was about to take them, Fei snatched them away, galloping off into the distance. The taste is delightful. It's worth half your life. Though the horde of corpses was in hot pursuit, for reasons unknown, after passing a boundary marker, they ceased their chase. However, the group dared not linger and hurried onward. At last, upon escaping the forest, they beheld the first light of day, revealing a city nestled between mountains and water, with the tightly shut city gates emblazoned with two prominent characters, Qi County. Chapter 31. Anticipation. This morning, an unusual event transpired at the inn in the southern part of the city. Early in the day, before the place could be tidied up, with only one door ajar, a whirlwind of peculiar individuals swept inside. Leading the charge was a short-haired Taoist riding a donkey, accompanied by a yellow-faced youth on horseback, who also had a young scholar clinging to him. This motley crew was smeared with mud and littered with twigs and leaves, looking as if they had been chased through the streets by a giant goose. Yet they were extravagantly generous, ordering 3 upper rooms without hesitation. Upon entering their quarters, they did nothing but bury themselves under their covers, not emerging even by midday. Hey! Arriving at the inn this early, as if hastening to take a nap, the innkeeper, having managed the establishment for decades, had never witnessed such a spectacle. He shared this oddity with a familiar guest. Could it be that they encountered that? The guest, with a conspiratorial air, pointed vaguely in a direction, yet his words were shrouded in ambiguity. Alas, who would know? Beside him, another patron exhibited a more forthright demeanor. Upon encountering that village, he mused, there was still a chance of survival. Just as the conversation reached this juncture, he abruptly ceased speaking. The wooden staircase creaked, and a short-haired Taoist descended. The Taoist chose a seat by the window, ordered an extravagant feast of wine and delicacies. But after only a few bites, he summoned the waiter with an urgent inquiry. Young waiter, have there been any strange occurrences of late? The waiter chuckled politely, responding, Dear Taoist, how could there be anything unusual during this festive season? A time for universal celebration? The waiter smiled charmingly, though his words were not entirely sincere. Li Chang'an discerned the underlying meaning but chose not to expose it. Instead, he followed the conversational thread, asking, Festive season? What festive season? Why? It is the Qiqiao festival. The waiter's voice rose an octave, brimming with enthusiasm. You simply must witness it tonight. Our Qiqiao festival is unlike any other, far more lively, and there will be a lantern festival this evening. The waiter gestured for Li Chang'an to look out the window, where a few ox carts appeared, laden with silk and colorful lanterns, as several attendants adorned in finery busily hung decorations along the street. Goodness! This ox half-city is indeed prosperous. They will spare no effort to please the weaver girl. Such good fortune for them. If I were to encounter the goddess descending to earth. The young waiter left unsaid what would happen to him. Yet the dreamy expression on his face spoke volumes. The weaver girl? Ox half-city? Li Chang'an's interest was piqued, and just as he was about to inquire further, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Shortly after, a group of sword-bearing men surged up the staircase, dispersing to reveal a portly middle-aged gentleman clad in fine silk. This gentleman surveyed the room, previously filled with raucous chatter, which fell abruptly into silence. He then strode to the nearest table, where several burly men had been seated, their chests bared and voices loud, boasting about the widows of the East and the maidens of the West. Their demeanor akin to that of fighting cocks, likely the local ruffians. However, upon the arrival of the armed men, the ruffians quickly transformed from braggarts into frightened birds. As the portly gentleman approached, they squirmed uncomfortably, as if seated upon a scorching iron plate. Soon unable to endure, they hunched their shoulders and stood, ready to plead for mercy and relinquish their seats. Yet, the middle-aged man produced a portrait from his breast pocket. Have any of you seen the person depicted herein? A young gentleman, fair-skinned and beardless, riding a short-legged horse? Li Chang'an chuckled and shook his head. I do not know him. The gentleman sighed, clasped his hands in resignation, and, accompanied by his entourage, descended the stairs, having queried everyone present without success in locating the young man on the short-legged horse. Not long after they departed, a scholar discreetly covered his face with his sleeve and crept over, lowering his head as he settled into his seat. Li Chang'an teased, originally, no one suspected anything, but with such furtive behavior, are you not revealing your own guilt? Huh? The scholar blinked, glancing around to find that indeed no one was paying him any mind. After a moment's reflection, he looked down at himself, still clad in the same soiled scholar's robe from yesterday, hardly befitting that of a gentleman. He exhaled in relief and finally lowered his sleeve. To be candid, I need not elaborate further. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, for he had never been one to indulge in the trivialities of others. He merely poured a cup of tea for the scholar. Thank you, the scholar expressed, mistakenly believing that Li Chang'an was showing him understanding, and was about to take the cup. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, snatching the tea away, and promptly, another person settled into the adjacent seat. It was none other than Fei Fei. Scholar, I heard from those below that. Fei Fei leaned closer, a mischievous grin illuminating his face. They were seeking someone who rides a pony. Lower your voice, the scholar urged, waving his hands in protest. Yet, Fei Fei continued with a grin. Those fellows clearly hail from affluent families. As he spoke, he scrutinized the scholar for a moment. To his surprise, after having seen him in dim light the night before. Today, with a clean face, the scholar appeared quite handsome. Now tell me, did you take their money? Or perhaps you've stolen someone's heart? Or, dare I say, both? Young lord, you jest, the scholar sighed, a hint of melancholy in his tone as he replied. I doubt I have run away from home. Fei Fei's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my! You've run away from home too. In that instant, it seemed as if they had found a kindred spirit, and as they exchanged words and cups, a profound sense of camaraderie emerged, both feeling as though they were fellow wanderers in a world of misfortune. Since childhood, I have loathed studying, yet my father insisted I pursue my education to attain a degree. But in this day and age, what use is it to be an official? Indeed, what significance does studying hold? The notions of yin and yang, the distinctions between genders, utter nonsense. It is far more exhilarating to wield a sword. As they conversed, their excitement grew, but suddenly, they both turned to Li Chang'an and inquired, What about you, Taoist, me? Li Chang'an, who had been savoring his drink in tranquility, was taken aback by their sudden interest in him. A monk, free from worldly entanglements, should not bear such troubles. He raised his cup. Let us speak of tonight's lantern festival instead. He drank heartily, laughter spilling forth with carefree abandon. Yet beneath that smile lay a heart tinged with a hint of melancholy. Which child has not defied the expectations of their parents and kin? The scholar's family wishes for him to excel in studies and become an official. Fei Fei's father desires him to abandon his dreams of becoming a notorious thief. And what of Li Chang'an himself? He let out a barely perceptible sigh. Upon reflection, he realized that the expectations he bore were perhaps lighter than those of the scholar and Fei Fei. Were those who held such expectations still alive, the disappointment they would face might be even greater. Chang'an, oh Chang'an, he pondered, this little bit, even you have failed to achieve, have you not? Chapter 32. The Lantern Festival. The east wind releases 1,000 trees of blossoms at night. As it blows down, stars fall like rain. Jia Xian's Qingyuan captures the splendid scene of the Lantern Festival. Although tonight's celebration is neither during the Lantern Festival nor in linen, the vibrancy of the festivities echoes threefold through his verses. Though the moon has reached its zenith, the city buzzes with jubilance. Lush flower trees line both sides of the streets, with myriad colored lanterns illuminating the night. The throngs of pedestrians surge like a tide, laughter and chatter filling the air, while various vendors line the streets. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums erupts as a grand procession makes its way down the street. A magnificent statue of a goddess, towering at 3 to 4 meters, adorned with colorful ribbons and lanterns, led the procession. Behind the statue followed a lively throng of drummers, stilt walkers, fire breathers, and lion dancers, forming a vibrant dragon-like spectacle. The air was filled with a chorus of melodious laughter. From within this serpentine assembly emerged a girl, around 11 or 12, her beauty akin to finely carved jade. Hey, slow down, she exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, a graceful young woman joined her. The elegance and attire of these two individuals were a rarity in this small county, yet the passers-by seemed oblivious to their presence. instinctively veering away as they approached. How fragrant! Suddenly, the girl lifted her delicate face, her nose twitching in the air, and followed the enticing aroma to a wonton stall. Old man! Old man! She called out twice. But the elderly vendor, preoccupied with other customers, offered no response. With a quick turn of her eyes, she sweetly addressed the woman following her. Sister. The woman replied, forming a gesture with her hands. It was as though the old man had only then noticed the two, momentarily stunned by their beauty and demeanor before coming closer. What would you like to order, ladies? Old man, what are you cooking in your pot? The girl eagerly pulled the woman to sit, pointing at the iron pot, which looked utterly delectable. You have a keen eye, little girl. The old man beamed with delight. This bowl of wontons is a time-honored specialty of the city. Even the bodhisattva would declare it delicious. Though his self-praise was excessive, the girl's face gleamed with excitement. I'll have 2 bowls. Certainly. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of wontons were placed on the table. The girl eagerly grasped her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling, and lifted one to her lips, exclaiming before even tasting it, delicious. The flavor transcended mere taste. It was a revelation of freshness. The woman observed the girl indulge joyfully, her own chopsticks untouched. Once the girl had nearly finished, the woman gently said, It's time to return. Master is waiting anxiously. Upon hearing this, the girl's exuberance dissipated, and with a reluctant glance at the bustling street, she nodded but suddenly inquired, Mother says that in the realm of mortals, one must pay for what they take. Should we pay? Pay? The woman's face was a portrait of astonishment. Evidently, the concept of payment had never graced her lexicon. Embarrassment flickered across her features. But I have no money. The girl's eyes lit up. Old man. The vendor approached, and the girl produced a jade ring from her pocket. Will this suffice for the wontons? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. This jade ring could easily cover the cost of 2 bowls, and perhaps even buy the entire stall. Trembling, he reached out to accept it, but suddenly, a hand emerged from the crowd, deftly snatching the ring away. A bowl of wontons is not worth this price. Allow me to cover their bill. A Taoist priest, adorned with a fox mask, suddenly appeared from the throng. Tossing a few coins into the old man's palm, he then confidently tucked the jade ring into his bosom. The woman furrowed her brow upon witnessing the scene. Yet, the little girl suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed with excitement, Brother Taoist, where did you buy that mask? This form of address momentarily took the Taoist aback, but he nonetheless gestured toward the opposite side of the street. Over there, he indicated. The girl turned to look in the direction he pointed, where a small stall adorned with an array of peculiar masks hung enticingly. Sister, I want one. The woman cast a wary glance at the Taoist before turning away, her face filled with resignation. We have no money, if you do not mind. The Taoist interjected unexpectedly. I can help you purchase them. The woman frowned, ready to decline, yet the little girl clapped her hands in delight. That sounds great. The little girl eagerly tugged the woman toward the mask stall, first selecting a fox mask that mirrored the Taoist's, followed by a rabbit mask. With one mask perched atop her head and the other in hand, she exclaimed, Look at the candied hawthorn berries. So big, round, and sweet. A vendor of candied hawthorn berries sauntered past her. The little girl fixated on the vibrant strings of treats, her eyes sparkling with desire. She quickly turned to the Taoist and implored, Brother Taoist, could you buy me a string of candied hawthorn berries? With a smile in his voice, the Taoist replied, Of course, I in no time at all. The little girl donned 2 masks, one hand clutching the candied hawthorn berries while the other held a sugar figurine, along with a hodgepodge of other items that left the bemused woman struggling to carry everything. She took a lick of the candied hawthorn berry, then another of the sugar figurine. Brother Taoist, you truly are a good person. If my family weren't moving away, I would definitely invite you to my home. Moving? The Taoist, also holding a string of candied hawthorn berries, spoke somewhat indistinctly beneath his mask. Isn't this place fine? The little girl's tone turned somber. I think this place is wonderful too, but recently, a troublesome neighbor has moved in. As she spoke, she waved her snacks around animatedly, appearing all the more endearing. She is quite fierce. Mother says she will bring calamity upon us, and out of fear of consequences, we must move. Troublesome neighbor? Where? Just as the little girl raised her hand to point, the gentlewoman swiftly pulled her back. The The girl suddenly realized she had almost let something slip. "I won't tell you." She waved goodbye to the Taoist, saying, "Farewell, brother Taoist," before taking the woman's hand and dashing away. The Taoist waved back, glancing toward the direction the girl had indicated. A waning crescent moon hung amidst the clouds, casting a faint glow over the silhouette of a distant mountain. Slow down," the woman called softly. Yet, the girl, unfazed, continued to tug the woman along with unbridled enthusiasm, only to come to an abrupt halt. Ahead, a gracefully adorned young woman stood by the wall of a long alley, gazing over with a gentle smile. This woman exuded an air of elegance, her attire and jewelry resplendent, yet she seemed out of place amidst her surroundings. Despite her striking beauty, the passers-by did not halt to glance, instinctively veering around her, leaving an open space in her vicinity. "Mother!" The girl laughed joyfully as she dashed into the young woman's embrace. "It is so lively here, so much fun. Can we not move away? It's not that your mother does not wish to stay here." The young woman gently caressed the girl's head, her tone imbued with affection, as she lamented, "It truly cannot continue like this." Yet, what calamity could possibly befall such a harmonious scene? With a smile, she shook her head. "Calamity? Has it not already arrived?" She raised her gaze, and beneath the flowering tree, a Taoist clad in a fox mask nodded at her before melding into the bustling crowd. She patted the girl's back and took her small hand. "It is getting late. We must be on our way with that." She led the girl and the gentle woman, turning to step into the shadows of the alleyway. In the corner, there stood a row of copper statues, each no higher than a finger. These figures were crafted with exquisite detail and included a gallant warrior on horseback, musicians beating their drums, a coachman attending maidens, a portly lad carrying a burden, and a bullock cart laden with luggage. Strangely, as the three stepped forward, their bodies shrank dramatically, soon matching the stature of the copper figures. They approached the cart, opened the compartment, and astonishingly, squeezed themselves inside. Then, the copper statues sprang to life. The warrior galloped ahead, the musicians played their instruments, and the coachman cracked his whip, causing the wheels to begin to roll slowly. Before long, this procession of horse and cart vanished into the shadows. Chapter 33. The guest on the beam before a wonton stall, an old man held a few copper coins, somewhat dazed. "Boss, boss," a patron called from the side, snapping the old man back to reality. "Never mind," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I simply lack the fortune for prosperity." "Here it comes," he shouted, tossing a rag over his shoulder, only to turn and find himself face to face with a Taoist wearing a fox mask. The Taoist raised his hand and tossed a small object, which the old man clumsily caught, only to discover it was a jade ring. The item was indeed precious, yet it would be best to offer it at the temple of the great monk for a few days. After all, it was taken from the deceased, an offering. Upon hearing these words, the old man trembled, nearly letting the reclaimed treasure slip from his grasp. He hurriedly lifted his eyes, but the figure of the Taoist was nowhere to be found. In a quieter alley, the fox-masked Taoist stood alone in the shadows. Overwhelmed with joy, the old man, along with the smiles of the entire street, filled his vision. He removed his mask, only to let out a deep sigh. Who could have imagined that beneath the tranquil and vibrant scenes of the mortal realm, a pervasive aura of malevolence lay concealed? Due to the influence of Lu Laodao, Li Chang'an had developed a habit of sensing the atmosphere upon arriving at any place. Today, with the festival offering of the dragon jade, the pervasive malevolence startled him momentarily. Following the scent, he wandered throughout the city, unexpectedly discovering two distinct sources of this aura. Demons could be categorized into two types. The first being those who diligently cultivate their powers, possessing a clear and pure aura. The second being those who feast on blood and flesh, exuding a foul and murky presence. The aura surrounding the young girl and the gentle woman belonged to the former. Thus Li Chang'an merely brushed against it without difficulty. However, the pervasive aura throughout the city belonged to the latter. With deliberation, he donned a nocturnal garment, affixed his mask, secured his long sword, and ventured to the end of the alley. Ahead lay the area where the aura was most potent. Following the scent, Li Chang'an navigated through the alleyways, finding the malevolent presence growing increasingly intense, suspecting that he was approaching an abandoned mansion or dilapidated temple, only to unexpectedly collide with a brightly lit and bustling place. He cautiously leaned forward at the alley's entrance to peer inside. Before him stood the grand entrance of a wealthy household, its crimson lacquered door adorned with a bronze knocker, bustling with the comings and goings of carriages. The plaque above bore two characters, Niu Fu, Niu Bansheng. Instantly, Li Chang'an recalled the words and envious expression of the innkeeper's assistant. Reflecting on the sights he had encountered along the way, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. The collusion between officials and bandits, the intertwining of humans and demons. This spectacle was indeed absurd. He turned and slipped around to a secluded corner of the Niu residence. Deftly vaulting over the wall, Li Chang'an landed in a secluded courtyard of the estate, his masked face betraying a hint of excitement. This was his first experience of such clandestine escapades in the modern world. He had greatly enjoyed the game Berserker's Creed, and today, he finally seized the opportunity to partake in a real-life rendition. He stealthily concealed himself behind a tree trunk, surveying his surroundings. True to its name, Niu Bansheng exuded opulence. Within the county town, it was lavish beyond measure, with lanterns adorning the streets and illuminating the estate as if it were broad daylight. After a careful analysis of potential escape routes, he found himself in an awkward predicament. Having waited for a considerable time, no patrolling guards had yet appeared. He reluctantly acknowledged that Niu Bansheng was merely a local magnate, and such a residence hardly required stringent security. Resolutely, he emerged from his hiding place and strode boldly toward the area saturated with demonic energy. Entering a large room, Li Chang'an inhaled deeply, unsheathed his sword, and cautiously pushed open the door. However, the interior was devoid of life. No one was present, nor were there any demons, only stacks of wooden crates piled high. Upon opening one, he discovered it was filled with Yuan Huan Sha, revealing that this was merely a storage room, with the pervasive demonic aura stemming from these items. Disappointment washed over him as he contemplated seeking alternative leads. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. Li Chang'an glanced around and, finally, clung to a pillar, climbing up to the beams of the ceiling. "Hurry!" A man, resembling a steward, called to a group of servants, instructing them to carry large bamboo baskets into the storeroom. Suddenly, one of the servants stumbled over the threshold, causing a basket to crash to the ground. The steward rushed over, delivering a few kicks to the fallen servant instead of helping him. "I told you to be quick. You must also be careful. This is for the Lady Weaver tomorrow. If anything is damaged, I shall flay your skin." The servants scrambled to their feet, responding meekly. The Lady Weaver? Li Chang'an, hidden among the beams, felt a spark of intrigue. Once the group of servants had departed, he cautiously slid down the pillar and opened a bamboo basket, utilizing the faint light from the corridor lantern to inspect its contents. To his surprise, the baskets were filled with grains, alcohol, meat, fruits, and vegetables. How peculiar! Did these monsters, or rather, deities, require such an abundance of mortal sustenance? Was there perhaps a deeper mystery within? Just as Li Chang'an was about to reach in for a closer examination, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "What are you doing?" Startled, Li Chang'an spun around, sword drawn, and thrust in the direction of the voice. Clang! A spark flickered in the dimness, revealing a masked figure clad in black, wielding twin short swords that intercepted Li Chang'an's strike. In his very first attempt at real-life infiltration, he had been unexpectedly discovered. Panic surged within him, and his assault intensified. The man in black had not anticipated that as soon as Li Chang'an made his move, his assault would be as swift as a gale urging a fierce fire. With both hands wielding swords, even his most fervent efforts could not withstand the onslaught, forcing him to retreat while simultaneously fighting back. Before long, they found themselves at the edge of the bed, yet Li Chang'an, seizing the advantage, pressed relentlessly. In a brief moment, both men shattered through the window. The figure in black, struggling to defend himself while retreating, seemed to defy the laws of physics, nimbly evading with calculated agility. Had he been an ordinary skilled fighter, he might have escaped the sword's edge. One misstep, however, could lead to him being struck by a counterattack. Yet, Li Chang'an's sword danced with effortless grace, shadowing him closely. The man in black, after a few desperate struggles, soon found himself unable to cope, as Li Chang'an twisted his sword, forcing a short blade from his grasp, cornering him against the wall. Just as Li Chang'an was about to subdue him, the black-clad man swiftly formed a series of hand seals, uttering a few abrupt syllables, and suddenly struck the wall. The wall itself was adorned with an elaborate mural of a hunting tiger. As his hand connected with the tiger's head, it was as if he had breathed life into the artwork. With a thunderous roar, the painted tiger suddenly leaped from the wall. Unfazed, Li Chang'an lunged forward, sword poised. To his astonishment, the tiger swelled in size with the wind, transforming into a colossal beast in the blink of an eye. It opened its maw and swallowed Li Chang'an whole, sword and all. Moments later, the tiger's abdomen bulged, and with a brilliant flash of sword light erupting from beneath its fur, the creature's body exploded. Li Chang'an emerged unscathed from the carnage. There was no bloodshed, only a cascade of paint and wall debris falling around him. Ignoring the dust settling on his head, he grasped his sword, casting a vigilant gaze around, only to find that the black-clad man had seized the opportunity to flee. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Thief! A cacophony of shouts approached the courtyard, the sounds of their skirmish having alerted the inhabitants of the Niu residence. Glancing down, Li Chang'an spotted the short sword the man had abandoned in his haste, picked it up, and vaulted over the wall, returning to the inn. The scholar had long since retired for the night. While Fei was still nowhere to be seen, Li Chang'an lit an oil lamp, set the mask aside, and scrutinized the short sword carefully. The blade gleamed a pristine silver, the hilt and blade seamlessly integrated. Adorned with exquisite engravings, it bore no resemblance to a mere weapon of murder. Rather, it appeared to be a decorative artifact. Yet, the edge was remarkably sharp. As Li Chang'an lifted it and swung, the sturdy corner of the table fell away with a resounding thud. Its sharpness rivaled even that of Fei's prized sword. However, merely possessing a fine blade did not warrant Li Chang'an's concern. It was the monstrous tiger that had leaped from the wall that troubled him. That man was skilled in sorcery. It dawned on Li Chang'an that the figure in black was likely also probing the Niu residents for information, and their encounter had devolved into a chaotic skirmish. The sudden emergence of such a formidable adversary would undoubtedly complicate his already uncertain quest to vanquish demons. Chapter 34. The dance of sword and artifact. The following day had long since passed the hour of Chen, and the clouds enveloping Yunluo Mountain, which gazed across the river at Qixian, were thick with mist. The verdant mountains were shrouded in a profound silence. Meanwhile, Qixian was bustling with excitement, for the newly constructed weaving maiden temple had been completed. Niu Banqing hosted a grand banquet, inviting a troupe of performers, drawing all the pious men and women of the city to partake in the festivities. The scholar eagerly brought Li Chang'an and Fei to the venue. Securing a front-row position while awaiting the spectacle, it was not that he held any particular fascination for the commotion, but rather for the esteemed Taoist Li, young Lord Fei. His cheeks flushed with excitement. He exclaimed, "Look, it's Shuedejia." Fei yawned languidly, while Li Chang'an idly surveyed his surroundings. Shuedejia was renowned as a master of dance, an artist in the modern world, akin to a geisha in ancient times. The scholar's infatuation was indeed absurd. He had witnessed Shuedejia perform a mesmerizing dance at a banquet, and ever since, he could not shake the memory. His reasons for leaving home were twofold: a disdain for studying and holding an official position, coupled with the knowledge that Shuedejia would be performing in Qixian, prompting his desire to witness her dance once more. Ultimately, he lost his way and stumbled upon the village of the living dead, nearly losing his life in the process. When questioned about the worthiness of his endeavor and whether he regretted it, he thumped his chest, wearing an expression of pride. If he could behold Shuedejia's sword dance once again, he would gladly welcome the prospect of being shattered to pieces. Although Li Chang'an could not fully comprehend such a mindset, he refrained from interfering with another's thoughts and found himself somewhat intrigued by the notion of Shuedejia meeting such a fate. A grand stage was erected before the new temple, where performers of all kinds had taken their turns, and at last, it was time for Shuedejia to take center stage. Yet, before her appearance, 12 brawny men strode forth, each bearing a large drum. Only after their thunderous rhythm did Shuedejia gracefully make her entrance. Standing upon the stage, her face adorned with a touch of makeup, she radiated a captivating allure. Clad in a fitted outfit that showcased her elegance, she stood tall with her hands clasped behind her back, calmly absorbing the gaze of thousands below. Then, with a resounding thud, the 12 men struck their drums in unison. Shuedejia unfurled her arms, and gasps erupted from the audience. To their astonishment, she wielded 2 gleaming swords, each hilt bound with long silken ribbons, devoid of tassels. As the drums reverberated, Shuedejia swayed her waist, dancing with her swords in time with the beat. Her flowing garments and flashing blades created a mesmerizing spectacle, as she evoked an indomitable spirit despite her delicate frame. The scholar watched in rapt fascination, while Li Chang'an, lacking in appreciation for such artistry, merely noted the beauty of her form and grace. Beyond that, he could discern the semblance of genuine swordsmanship in her movements. Gradually, the rhythm of the drums intensified, and Xue Deijia's movements quickened. Suddenly, she released one of her swords, allowing the silken ribbon to guide it in a dance of its own. In that moment, the stage was filled with the shadows of her swords and her agile form. The spectators in the back, captivated by the scene, instinctively leaned forward, while those in the front, intimidated by the flashing blades, recoiled in fright. This collision of bodies caused a cacophony of complaints from the crowd squeezed in the middle. At that instant, Xue Deijia abruptly sheathed one sword, while the other she hurled into the audience below. Though the sword, tethered by the silk ribbon, merely skimmed over the heads of the onlookers, it instilled fear, prompting everyone to drop to the ground. The thrown sword cleaved through the crowd like the parting of the sea. Landing directly before Li Chang'an, he remained unfazed, gripping his own sword, while Xue Deijia deftly retrieved her weapon, using her body as a pivot. At that moment, Li Chang'an distinctly observed the smile that graced her face. Xue Deijia smiled at me, unexpectedly. The scholar beside him was the first to exclaim in excitement. Li Chang'an responded with a perfunctory nod, yet a smile escaped his lips. He glanced around, noting the crowd resembling gourd shapes that encircled him. Only the scholar, inexplicably bold, remained exuberant. What a fool! Meanwhile, on stage, Xue Deijia had already sheathed her twin swords and was taking her leave. The scholar, however, was still lost in the afterglow of the sword dance. Unable to extricate himself, murmuring, "Truly, truly." Seeing that he could not continue the conversation, Li Chang'an suddenly interjected. Like thunder, it gathers wrath. Like the Yangtze, it calms to clarity. The scholar's eyes lit up. What a splendid command of language. Taoist, Li Chang'an chuckled. Do I strike you as one who plays with words and ink? The scholar's expression froze. At a loss for words, Li Chang'an paid him no mind, merely watching the retreating figure of Xue Deijia. That sword, suddenly cast forth, and that inexplicable smile, there was a certain charm to it. After the performance concluded, Li Chang'an finally caught sight of Niu Banqing. Like many a wealthy landowner, Niu Banqing was clad in luxurious silks, his appearance portly. One could only wonder if his heart matched. He ascended the stage, delivering a plethora of meaningless chatter. Li Chang'an, feeling bored, contemplated whether to return at a later hour, perhaps around midnight, for a dose of genuine discourse. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the audience. Li Chang'an glanced over, discovering a young lad being restrained by several individuals, unable to break free. The youth struggled for a moment, then shouted, "The weaving maiden is not a deity. She is a monster. Not a deity. She is a monster." Before he could utter much more, those around him swiftly covered his mouth. Despite the quick actions of those silencing him, a stir arose among the crowd. Who is this boy? Who else but the offspring of Niu Kuo? While others lamented their inability to glimpse the goddess's visage even once, this young scion, relying on his lineage, had the privilege of serving the goddess on the celestial mountain, yet remained unwilling to return, leaving behind his mother and audaciously proclaiming the goddess a demon. Was this not sheer folly? Ungrateful? Oblivious to his fortune? The crowd below exchanged hushed whispers, all echoing the same denunciation of the youth, even implicating his mother. The boy's face flushed crimson, yet firmly grasped and silenced. He was rendered utterly motionless, unable to retort. Li Chang'an felt a pang of sympathy for his plight. Niu Banqing, noting the public sentiment inclined towards him, felt his countenance brighten a tad, yet in front of such a multitude, he could do little but wave his hand, instructing 2 servants to escort the lad home, urging his mother to discipline him properly. Skipping over this brief interlude, Niu Banqing resumed his lengthy, vacuous discourse. The scholar, having savored the sword dance for quite some time, finally regained his senses, yet found himself unwilling to listen to a single word from Niu Banqing. He decided to take his leave. Taoistly, he intended to call for Li Chang'an, only to realize that the Taoist had vanished without a trace. Fei Fei, young lord? He turned, only to discover that Fei Fei had also long since disappeared. Alas! As he turned his head once more, a portly middle-aged man stood behind him, accompanied by a group of burly men wielding swords and daggers, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Uncle Wang heir? Quick! Don't let De Lang escape. Chapter 35. The Miss Li Chang'an followed the three men to a secluded courtyard. Upon witnessing the two forcefully usher the youth inside, he decided to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Chang'an approached the small courtyard. Just as he reached the entrance, a woman's voice, choked with suppressed sobs, emerged from within. You unfilial son. Why do you provoke that bull from the half-city? Mother, the boy's voice trembled with agitation. You merely wish to have me watch helplessly as you are taken away as well? Then, the youth's voice, now subdued, replied, Mother, please do not be angry. I simply could not hold back for a moment. The woman sighed. Even if you cannot restrain yourself, we are but two solitary souls. How could we possibly contend with the Niu family? After a moment of silence, the boy's voice slowly returned. If only there were chivalrous heroes in Qixian, like those spoken of in tales, who would come to our aid. What chivalrous heroes exist in this world? How can you say that? There is a gallant named Xianxiao over in Yulin. Hearing his name mentioned unexpectedly while eavesdropping, Li Chang'an felt a momentary awkwardness and knocked on the door. The sounds of the argument within ceased immediately. Shortly after, the courtyard door creaked open. A slender woman emerged, her eyes slightly red, her features bearing a trace of beauty, though she was clad in tattered garments. The only notable adornment was a unique ring on her finger. Upon seeing a Taoist, she rubbed her eyes and forced a bitter smile, saying, Esteemed Taoist, please do not take offense. Our family is impoverished and struggles to make ends meet. If you seek alms, I kindly ask you to go elsewhere. As she spoke, she attempted to close the door, but Li Chang'an quickly placed his hand against it. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she questioned, What is your intention, Taoist? Madam, please do not be alarmed, Li Chang'an hurriedly explained. I merely wish to inquire about the Lady Weaver. To his surprise, the woman's demeanor grew even more frantic as she insisted on shutting the door. We have nothing to discuss. Do not panic, madam. Li Chang'an glanced inside, and upon hearing the commotion, the young lad rushed over with a firewood stick in hand. With a smile directed at the mother and son, he said, I just overheard someone mentioning Xianxiao. What a coincidence. My Taoist name happens to be Xianxiao as well. Do you not believe him? He pulled out a certificate from his bosom. This is my official document. Clang. The mother stood in stunned silence, and the son dropped his stick to the ground. That bull from the half-city is colluding with demons, having harmed my father and fellow villagers. I implore you, Taoist, help me seek vengeance. Upon entering the courtyard, the youth immediately knelt before Li Chang'an, forcefully banging his forehead against the ground. Li Chang'an hurriedly supported him. Yet the boy stubbornly refused to rise, compelling Li Chang'an to acquiesce. He then turned to the woman beside him. Madam, why do you believe that the Lady Weaver is a demon who caused your husband's demise? The woman bowed deeply and began to recount her family's misfortunes from the beginning. I, the humble wife of my lord, bear the surname Niu. Having received a modicum of education, I often assist others in reading and writing letters, while also engaging in needlework at home to supplement our household income. Although our circumstances are somewhat strained, we manage to get by. The woman's expression was hazy, as if she were lost in memories, yet in a fleeting moment, her resolve tightened. However, Niu Wucheng, that very Niu of the half-city, suddenly proclaimed that an immortal had arrived from the mountains, eager to send people forth to partake in immortal blessings. Initially, no one believed him, and he forcibly bound several individuals to send them into the mountains, among whom was my husband. Since that fateful departure, he has not returned. If that is the case, why do the others in the city harbor no doubts? Li Chang'an furrowed his brow as he inquired. He had subtly probed several residents in the city, and apart from outsiders, the locals all spoke highly of the weaving maiden. This is because the woman opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Taoist, follow me. Upon saying this, she instructed a young boy to guard the house and led Li Chang'an outside. They made their way directly out of the county town to a muddy bank by the river. Taoist, look here. Without her prompting, Li Chang'an had already noticed a row of small boats across the river. Each boat held two individuals, with the one at the bow wielding a long bamboo pole, stirring the water before pulling it out, revealing a coil of white silk thread wrapped around it. The person at the stern hurriedly gathered the silk and placed it into the boat, while the one at the bow plunged the bamboo pole back into the water. Is this the legendary Yun Huansha? Li Chang'an was somewhat astonished. The tales circulating in the outside world about this Yun Huansha were fantastical. even mentioning a celestial shuttle. Little did he expect it to be drawn from the water. Fei would likely be disappointed upon witnessing this scene, for no matter how skilled a thief may be, they could not pilfer an entire river. This so-called Yunhuansha is undoubtedly the handiwork of the demons, the woman said coldly. It is due to this Yunhuansha that Cherished has attained its present prosperity. Apart from those who have suffered losses among their kin, who would dare to speak ill of the weaving maiden? Li Chang'an surveyed the river, frowning as he asked, if that is the case, does this weaving maiden not also bring fortune to the region? Why then is she insisted upon being labeled a demon? What you do not know, Taoist, is that this silk harvesting does not occur at all times. It is only when a batch of people is sent to the weaving maiden that silk can be drawn from the river. Niu Wuqing claims this to be a blessing from the immortals. The woman scoffed, her voice growing more agitated. But what kind of immortal would conduct such a transaction? Li Chang'an nodded, remaining silent as he observed the river intently. Suddenly, he noticed that although mist swirled across the surface, it never quite reached the vicinity of those small boats. It appeared as though an invisible barrier separated the water. On the side closer to Cherished, the surface shimmered under a clear sky, while on the side nearer to Yunluo Mountain, dense fog enveloped everything. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the silk threads were not simply conjured from the depths of the water. They were evidently formed from the mist that had merged with the water. This fog is certainly peculiar. Meanwhile, the woman continued with her bitter words. Every so often, Niu Wuqing gathers some unsuspecting outsiders to send across the river, and to mask his deeds, he occasionally selects a few locals from humble backgrounds. Yet not a single one of his own kin has been sent to seek this immortal fortune. Taoist, if there truly are immortals on the other side, why would Niu Wuqing not allow his own family to partake in this divine opportunity? Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an expressed his astonishment. Isn't your family also among the descendants of the Niu clan? My husband indeed bears the surname Niu, yet our family originally fled here to escape disaster, having no connection whatsoever to the Niu family of Cherished. Nevertheless, my husband was forcibly included in their genealogy by Niu Banqing, falsely claiming him to be a member of the Niu clan and sending him to the Yunluo Mountain. Li Chang'an nodded, comprehending some of the underlying truths. He had never truly believed that the weaving maiden was a celestial being. The pungent aura of malevolence was unmistakably real. His intention was simply to clarify the particulars of the situation and understand why the malevolent energy pervaded the city. However, upon observing the silk gatherers on the river, he began to grasp the reasons behind it. It appeared that the monsters had not been active within the city. Rather, the malevolent energy within was a result of the silk gatherers bringing it back. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "You mentioned that people are sent across at regular intervals. When will the next group be dispatched?" "Today." Chapter 36. The Celestial Mountain? As the sun dipped in the west, a pleasure boat docked at the pier of Cherished. On the dock, a cacophony of sounds filled the air as the men and women of Cherished bid farewell to a group of individuals boarding the vessel. Their expressions a blend of anticipation and trepidation. These fortunate souls had been selected to serve the weaving maiden. After this group boarded, a throng of laborers surged forward, carrying large wicker baskets into the ship's hold. One young man, struggling under the weight of a basket, exhaled through clenched teeth. "Why is this basket so heavy?" As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to investigate. "Hey!" An elderly man, perhaps a former carter, admonished him as his old instincts kicked in. "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of incurring the maiden's wrath?" The young man quickly retracted his hand, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. I dare not. The laborers had all set out simultaneously, yet the two men found their basket to be particularly burdensome, and upon entering the ship's hold, they ended up being the last to board. Yes, they stretched their sore arms. Realizing they were the final group, they closed the hatch behind them. However, before long, the lid of the basket they were carrying was pushed open, and a living person emerged from within. With half-long hair atop his head, who else could it be but Li Chang'an? Having waited in the basket for a while, and seeing that there was no further movement at the hatch, he simply leapt out. He opened the other baskets, discovering them filled with grains and vegetables. "This is chives. I don't recognize this. This is a pear." He randomly picked a large one and wiped it on his sleeve. Just as he took a bite, a window was flung open, and a figure nimbly leaped into the hold, only to collide head-on with Li Chang'an, revealing a sallow face. "What are you doing here?" the two exclaimed in unison, engaging in a moment of wide-eyed surprise before finally breaking the silence. "Of course, I am here to seek the Jade Shuttle. What Jade Shuttle? That is. Li Chang'an urgently began to explain the situation regarding the demons in the mountain. Suddenly, the window was pushed open again, and another person tumbled in. This newcomer lacked the agility of the previous one. As he descended, his left foot tripped over his right, and he rolled onto the floor. Groaning in pain as he got up, he revealed a pale, beardless, handsome face. It was a scholar. Well, it seems the entire group has gathered. The scholar suddenly caught sight of two individuals within the cabin, and his face instantly lit up with delight. Daoistly, young Master Feifei, you are both well. Li Chang'an, feeling a throbbing headache, quickly raised his hand to interrupt him. What brings you here again? In response, the scholar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly replied. I have heard that the esteemed Shui family is to perform before the Weaver Girl, and they intend to present the peace page Yang Junman Tang Shi. Li Chang'an felt a wave of understanding wash over him. One was seeking an elusive treasure, while the other pursued a dancer, both audaciously daring to venture into a den fraught with peril. Just as he was about to explain, urging the two to leave before the ship set sail, a sound suddenly emanated from the cabin door. Someone was approaching with a swift motion. Li Chang'an snatched up the lid and leaped back into the bamboo basket, while Feifei sprang onto a ship's pillar, deftly clinging to the wall like a gecko. Only the scholar remained, dazed and uncertain of how to react. The cabin door swung open, revealing a lean, dark-skinned man, evidently a sailor accustomed to the harsh elements. As he descended into the cabin to check the cargo, he looked up and spotted the foolish scholar, momentarily taken aback before bellowing, "Boss!" Shortly thereafter, a scar-faced brute appeared, his gaze cold and penetrating as he scrutinized the scholar, causing beads of sweat to trickle down the latter's forehead, his speech faltering. Li Chang'an merely observed the spectacle, refraining from intervening, thinking it might be for the best if the ship's captain sent the scholar back to shore. However, he thought, having one more person aboard was not a grave matter. To his surprise, the captain seemed indifferent to the presence of an outsider, even displaying a hint of amusement. He waved his hand, beckoning all to come aboard. The scholar, still in a daze, nodded and was about to follow. Wait! From within the basket, a lid suddenly flew open, and Li Chang'an emerged. He pushed aside the vegetable leaves atop his head and reached out to pull Feifei down as well. There are two more here. The servant's eyes flickered, and he leaned closer to the scar-faced man, whispering a few words while fixating on the swords at Li Chang'an and Feifei's waists. The captain, growing impatient, shoved the sailor aside, but a derisive smile crept onto his face. It's of little consequence. A couple of weapons won't account for much in those mountains. Having said that, he gestured for everyone to follow and turned to ascend the deck. Once they reached the deck, they realized the boat had already departed from the dock, gliding smoothly toward the distant Yunlu mountain. Shrouded in mist, Li Chang'an observed the other passengers on board. The sailors appeared nonchalant, evidently accustomed to their surroundings, while the fortunate ones displayed a mix of anticipation and anxiety. As he glanced toward the front of the boat, a beautifully dressed lady flashed a smile over her shoulder. Li Chang'an nodded at the esteemed Shui family, his gaze shifting past her to the horizon. Not far from the vessel, the dense fog of Yunlu Mountain enveloped the river, resembling a wall rising from the water, slowly undulating. Just as the boat was about to enter the mist, achoo! The sudden, thunderous sneeze drew the attention of everyone on board, prompting Li Chang'an to hastily apologize. I beg your pardon, I caught a chill last night. As he spoke, he pretended to prepare for another sneeze, causing those around him to hurriedly dodge, yet he calmly produced a handkerchief to stifle the next one. He offered another apology as the boat plunged headlong into the river mist. Afterward, apart from the sound of water, no other sounds could be heard, and beyond the mist, nothing else was visible. After a while, the voice of the boatman suddenly pierced through the fog. He mentioned that he had almost forgotten to inform them about a crucial matter. The Lady Weaver is a deity of water, and she abhors the sight of fire. Therefore, any fire sticks, torches, or flint must be surrendered immediately. Upon his words, a sailor approached to conduct a search, and without waiting for any action, Li Chang'an and his companions handed over all their fire-starting items. The river was not particularly broad, and the boat, after a brief journey, soon reached the opposite shore enveloped in thick fog. Upon disembarking, they discovered two maidens had long awaited their arrival, seemingly attendants from the mountains. Behind these maidens, the mist shrouded all within the mountains. only occasionally revealing the jagged claws of strange rocks. There was no ethereal aura to be found. Instead, a sense of eerie dread prevailed. One curious soul could not help but timidly inquire, "Is this indeed the celestial mountain?" The two maidens exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously waved their hands, causing the mist to dissipate. Unveiling the true visage of Yunluo Mountain, it was as if a curtain had been drawn back, revealing pavilions, towers, flowing waterfalls, and exotic flowers and stones all at once. In the midst of this, a winding mountain path led to the summit, where layers upon layers of palatial structures stood majestically. After this display, the maidens said nothing further, merely turning to ascend the mountain path. The boatman hurriedly followed, urging everyone, "Why are you lagging behind?" As they stepped onto the mountain path, the scenery was remarkably enchanting, eliciting admiration from the crowd, though occasionally, Li Chang'an would sneeze, which somewhat marred the beauty of the moment. Upon reaching the mountain, the maidens guided everyone into a palace, by this time. The sun had already sunk behind the western mountains. However, the interior was illuminated with a soft glow, as the lady weaver despised fire, and the hall was adorned with peculiar plants that emitted a gentle white light. Numerous tables were laden with an array of colorful delicacies, undoubtedly exquisite treats. Most of the seats were already occupied by those who had entered the mountains earlier, appearing to be seasoned guests. The maidens arranged for everyone to be seated. Originally, the guests were merely common folk, suddenly finding themselves as honored guests in such a celestial abode, feeling awkward and out of place. Yet, before long, a group of lively young maidens entered the hall, each radiating beauty, flitting among the guests, graciously offering drinks and attending to their needs. With some of the esteemed seniors setting an example and engaging in conversation, the guests gradually shed their shyness, and the atmosphere in the hall became lively. Li Chang'an, being notably taller than most, and the handsome scholar naturally drew the attention of the maidens. Li Chang'an accepted their attention with a smile, but when it came to the delicacies before him, he merely selected a few fruits, emulating the boatman's modest approach. As the banquet progressed, the hall descended into a state of delightful chaos. Suddenly, a woman resembling a court official entered, holding a folded paper, and began to call out names. Wang Er, Zhou Liu. With each name announced, the respective individuals joyously rose from their seats. Li Chang'an found it peculiar and turned to inquire of an elder beside him. "The newcomers are unaware. We are merely in the outer court. To truly experience the life of the celestial beings, one must venture into the inner court. At intervals, a select group of devout followers devoted to the weaver girl would be sent to the inner courtyard." This venerable figure, stroking his glossy beard, bore an expression of smug satisfaction in his eyes. Judging by his physique, he appeared to be a laborer of many years, yet within these mountains, he had managed to cultivate a degree of plumpness. It seemed that the time had come for me to take my turn. With that, he patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. "You still have to wait a while longer," the female official remarked after reciting her verses, suddenly addressing the esteemed Shui family. "The weaver girl wishes to witness a sword dance. You should come along this time." Li Chang'an observed everything in the hall with a discerning gaze, deep in thought. After the banquet concluded, everyone retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Along the way, the scholar maintained an air of lingering satisfaction. Several maidens had shown him particular favor during the feast, showering him with attentions and urging him to drink, naturally stirring his desires. Meanwhile, Feifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "There are so many treasures." Li Chang'an smiled but did not engage in her enthusiasm, occasionally suppressing a cough with a hand over his mouth. Upon reaching his room and closing the door, he inquired, "What do you think of this place?" The scholar and Feifei chimed in unison, "Truly, it is worthy of being a celestial abode." "A celestial abode?" Li Chang'an burst into hearty laughter, finding this to be the most amusing jest of the year. Meeting their puzzled gazes, he produced a paper talisman from his bosom, flicking his wrist to ignite the yellow charm. A faint crackling sound filled the air. Chapter 37. An appointment with beauty. It seemed as though something had been ignited in the atmosphere. Amidst the gentle sounds of crackling, a layer of ashes descended upon the ground. It was as if a delicate veil had been set ablaze, revealing a world previously concealed. Before them stood a magnificent dwelling, yet the portion consumed by flames unveiled a dilapidated mud-walled hut, rendering the entire space a juxtaposition of opulence and squalor. Feifei's eyes widened in astonishment as she darted forward to the ashes, brushing her fingertips against them. the texture so light it felt almost insubstantial. After a moment of careful observation, she realized that the impoverished side seemed to manifest more clearly before her. Is this fog? To their surprise, the mist they thought had dissipated was merely cloaking them with greater concealment. The scholar was likewise drawn closer. He knelt to touch the ground, noting that beneath the fog, there had once been wooden flooring, now revealed as a flat expanse of mud. Yet, the sensation of the wood's hard, smooth surface still lingered on his fingertips, echoing softly when tapped. Noticing this, Li Chang'an summoned 2 points of azure light and pressed them into the centers of their brows, awakening them from their mental haze. As the scholar felt the ground anew, it was undeniably solid earth. That moment, Li Chang'an's ears perked up. Someone is coming. Fei swiftly pulled the scholar back to the table, feigning a casual conversation. Li Chang'an waved his sleeve, dispersing the ashes from the floor. Just then, the mist began to gather once more, the illusions reconstituting. Yet Li Chang'an infused them with azure light again, preserving a glimpse of reality amidst the phantasmagoria. The two worlds of illusion and truth intertwined, leaving them both dizzy and disoriented. Knock, knock. Who is it? A soft, sultry voice drifted in from outside. Delivering bedding, Li Chang'an exchanged a knowing glance with Fei and Shusheng, signaling them to maintain their composure, then spoke. Please, come in. As the door swung open, a captivating figure in a crimson garment stood at the threshold. She was draped in sheer gauze, adorned in a low-cut ruchuan that revealed a glimpse of her snow-white décolletage. Her hair was carelessly pinned up, with tendrils cascading down her face, imparting an alluring charm, her eyes sparkling like spring waters. This was no mere delivery of bedding. She was clearly sent as a distraction. Suddenly, Shusheng let out an exclamation. The lady in red turned her curious gaze towards him, only to find his head nearly drooping into his lap. What he had just perceived was not the enchanting beauty he had imagined, but rather a grotesque creature with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a spider. On the upper half of her face, 8 crimson eyes were unevenly scattered, with no nose in sight, while her lower face bore a gaping maw from which 2 pincers protruded. That moment, she fixed her 8 eyes upon Shusheng, rendering him utterly breathless. Oh, my brother hails from a small town. Li Chang'an quickly interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension. Unaccustomed to such celestial beauty, he naturally felt flustered, mistaking her for the weaving maiden herself. My lord certainly has a way with words, she replied playfully, omitting any formal address for Li Chang'an, likely due to his casual attire donned before boarding. As she made a motion to step inside, her foot caught on the threshold. Oh dear, she exclaimed, tumbling into Li Chang'an's embrace, which he instinctively caught. Shusheng's lips quivered as he observed that the lady in red had not merely stumbled. Rather, her substantial abdomen had become ensnared in the doorframe, and she had forcefully squeezed herself through, landing in Li Chang'an's arms. He opened his mouth, almost letting out a cry, but Fei silenced him with a fierce glare, stifling his gasp. Nestled in Li Chang'an's embrace, the lady's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, or perhaps it was the movement of her pincers that added to her allure. My lord is truly robust, she remarked, sending a chill down Shusheng's spine, as the compliment echoed in his ears like praise for livestock. Yet Li Chang'an chuckled. I find myself in agreement. My lord is indeed quite amusing, she continued, her eyes playfully ensnaring Li Chang'an's attention. As the long night drew on, shrouded in the stillness of the mountains, her fingers glided along the collar of his garment. If he felt her whisper sweet nothings, she turned, leaving behind a silk scarf as she gracefully exited. Once she was gone, Shusheng, filled with urgency, yearned to pose his questions, but Li Chang'an silenced him with a gesture. Indeed, the lady in red leaned back in, winking at Li Chang'an and sending a flirtatious glance before finally departing. After a moment, once they were assured of her absence, the tension on Fei and Shusheng's faces could no longer be contained. They were brimming with countless inquiries, yet found their words stuck in their throats, which ultimately crystallized into 2 simple phrases. What was that? Illusions, deities, monsters. They exhaled deeply, a mixture of astonishment, anger, and trepidation coursing through them, as they contemplated the dilapidated pavilion and the enchanting beauty who was, in truth, a creature of the dark. Particularly Shusheng, who felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling the beauty that had nestled in his arms during the banquet. Banquet? Shusheng's face twitched as he trembled, asking in a quavering voice, What about the food? Fruits are still fruits, came the reply. Feifei's complexion shifted slightly, while the scholar let out a sigh of relief. The fruit remained merely a fruit. As for the other matters, Li Chang'an silently mused, it would be best if you remained oblivious for a lifetime. The scholar's expression changed several times before he ultimately accepted the reality, calming his emotions. Yet, within his gaze directed at Li Chang'an, a hint of complexity emerged. They had been ensnared by the illusions of a demon, unaware of the truth. Yet Li Chang'an perceived clearly, heard distinctly, and sensed acutely. Did he not feel fear, panic, or disgust when those spider women, burdened with their enormous abdomens, endeavored to entice him, whispering sweet nothings with their pincers near his ear? Taoist, you? Li Chang'an rolled up his sleeve and vigorously wiped his hand after it had brushed against the hand of the woman in red. What? There was no need for him to voice the question. The scholar had gleaned the answer from this action, thus shifting the topic. You are, in fact, not afflicted by a chill. Your occasional feigned sneezes and the covering of your mouth and nose are merely a pretense. Li Chang'an displayed the handkerchief, revealing several thick layers of damp cotton cloth. Since entering the mist, he had not inhaled a single breath of it. The figure at the bow of the boat seemed to be engaged in further conversation with the demon. Seizing the moment before the vessel departed, you should hasten to leave this place. With that, he drew his sword and pushed the door open. Where are you going? Li Chang'an waved the silk scarf left by the woman in red. A rendezvous with a beauty, how could one not attend? Naturally, Li Chang'an did not genuinely intend to keep the appointment. He stealthily exited the courtyard. Around him were no pavilions or towers, merely rough-hewn earthen enclosures, some of which lacked even that, with certain fortunate souls lying starkly upon the ground. He circumvented the spider demons along the path, following the source of the demonic aura, making his way stealthily toward the mountain's peak, eager to uncover the true visage of the weaver maiden. After treading cautiously for a while, he sensed the night deepening and the mist thickening. Fortunately, the mountain was dotted with luminous plants, providing some visibility along his path. Li Chang'an ventured into a forest filled with towering dead trees. As he navigated through the woods, he suddenly spotted white cocoons hanging from the branches ahead. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered a shriveled human head protruding from one of the cocoons. Taking another step forward, he found another head cocoon on the tree before him. The further he ventured, the more densely clustered the head cocoons became, until he could no longer resist halting his steps. The tree ahead was laden with cocoons, resembling an overabundance of mountain fruits. Just as he felt a chill creeping into his heart, a familiar exclamation echoed from behind. Could it be? He furrowed his brow and paused for a moment. Emerging from the dense fog were two figures, Feifei and the scholar. What are you two doing here again? Li Chang'an's tone grew urgent and stern. Did I not instruct you to return to Qixin? How could one return empty-handed after the first strike? Feifei, however, raised her chin defiantly, still arguing that the demon's lair might well contain treasures. The scholar timidly added, Shuedaijia is also here. Just as they began to speak, Li Chang'an's gaze suddenly sharpened. He straightened his posture and turned to look back. In the dark, thick fog, 8 clusters of crimson light flickered to life. Ah, how foolish I have been, he pressed down on the hilt of his sword. Where is there a spider that does not weave a web? This mist is its web. Chapter 38. The mountain spider amidst the dense veil of darkness, 8 orbs of crimson light flickered to life. Instantly, the mist surged like a tidal wave, the earth trembling incessantly as the heads of men cocooned in silk hurriedly fled from the branches. Accompanied by the thick fog, a colossal creature emerged from the shadows, an 8-legged behemoth resembling a small mountain. Its body was adorned with mottled hues, and its limbs, as thick as tree trunks, bristled with jagged spikes akin to swords. It elevated itself high on its 8 elongated legs, its enormous scarlet eyes surveying the world from above the withered woods. Clutched in the pincers on either side of its mandibles was a man, ensnared in silken threads, while the creature's claws twisted and rolled him mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, a living man was enveloped in a cocoon. Feifei and the scholar stood aghast, their faces drained of color, and even Li Chang'an felt a tremor coursing through his body for the first time. This was not excitement, but sheer tension and dread. As he perused the yellow-covered tome, he held but a simplistic impression of the spider demon, recognizing only its immense size. Yet, when confronted face to face, he truly grasped the magnitude of its presence. His cherished sword, which he relied upon, appeared no larger than a mere toothpick in comparison. Challenge, such a gargantuan fiend armed only with a toothpick. A sense of despondency washed over Li Chang'an. However, since acquiring his swordsmanship, he had encountered and vanquished demons and spirits alike, cultivating an indomitable spirit that would not allow him to retreat so easily. Having come this far, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and resolutely drew his sword, pointing it defiantly at the monster. Suddenly, the spider demon shifted its body, sweeping its long limbs in a horizontal arc, unleashing a torrent of mud and debris that struck like a deluge. Li Chang'an instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. But even with the barrier of his clothing, the impact of the muck and stones was painfully stinging. Once the onslaught subsided, he gritted his teeth and lowered his hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him, the path carved by the creature's limbs left giant trees splintered and boulders scattered, as if a chasm half a meter wide threatened to cleave the forest in two. Li Chang'an swallowed hard. Having come this far, it was time to leave. He turned and shouted, "Run!" Fei and the scholar, still dazed, snapped back to reality, hastily echoing his command as they fled alongside him. Yet, after just a few strides, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within Li Chang'an. The three of them, whether in the number of legs or their length, could not hope to outrun the spider demon. Would they truly escape? He couldn't resist glancing back, only to witness the spider leisurely hanging the cocooned head from its pincers on a treetop, before sweeping its limbs across the ground, sending a stone the size of a millstone hurtling towards them. The deafening rush of air from its violent approach filled his ears. It was too swift. Li Chang'an's feet shifted instinctively to evade the incoming projectile, but a sudden realization struck him. Fei and the scholar were still in front of him. Even if he warned Fei, she might evade it, but the scholar would undoubtedly be unable to escape. With a surge of determination, he twisted his body back, forcing it into position. His sword clashed against the massive stone, and though it was an act of desperation, in that fleeting moment, he exerted every ounce of his skill to dissipate the force. Nevertheless, the momentum of the stone surged along the blade and through his arm, causing a metallic taste to rise in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he exhaled with a grunt, ultimately redirecting the stone's trajectory, which grazed his calf before rolling away. That moment, a piercing howl echoed once more. Li Chang'an abruptly lifted his gaze, only to find that the spider demon had swiftly closed the distance, wielding its tree-trunk-like limbs in a sweeping motion towards him in a sudden contraction of his form. He sprang upward with the force of a coiled spring, defiantly advancing rather than retreating, and darted beneath the belly of the spider demon just before the limb could strike him. However, the spider demon's legs were far too lengthy, and Li Chang'an could not reach its body. Thus, he took 2 or 3 steps to the side of one of its limbs, swiftly retrieved a talisman inscribed with the intent to vanquish evil, affixed it to the blade of his sword, and bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to spill forth. Simultaneously, he formed a decisive gesture with his fingers, smearing a faint azure glow upon the sword. Then, gripping the hilt with both hands, he brought it down with all his might as if he were felling timber. The clash of metal rang out. Li Chang'an's palms split open, blood gushing forth. Yet, he tightened his grip on the sword, raising it high once more, and struck down again. With a slicing sound, the first blow severed the chaotic thrusts of the spider's limbs. The second strike, however, landed squarely upon one of the limbs, accompanied by a jarring tearing noise as the blade embedded itself, carving a deep and lengthy wound. The spider demon, unable to endure the pain, collapsed with a resounding wail. Li Chang'an broke into a broad grin, the sword gleaming anew with azure light as he pivoted, bringing the blade down upon the demon's abdomen. Its belly was far less resilient than its limbs, and the long sword pierced through effortlessly, spewing forth a foul, green blood that drenched Li Chang'an. He sheathed his sword at his side, poised to deliver an even more ferocious blow. Yet, the spider demon suddenly leapt high above the treetops, its 8 legs coiling inward, forming a tight ball. While still airborne, its legs unfurled with a frenzy, stabbing downwards with reckless abandon, in the howling wind. The ground was soon riddled with countless punctures. Although Li Chang'an relied on his agility to narrowly evade each attack, he found himself at a loss against the spider demon and had no choice but to retreat. He swiftly maneuvered out of the demon's striking range, but upon turning back, he nearly choked in astonishment. Fei and the scholar did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, they stood frozen in place, watching the spectacle unfold. Fei was utterly astonished by Li Chang'an's display. From daringly infiltrating the heart of the spider demon to wounding it and retreating with composure. This series of rapid maneuvers showcased courage and skill that transcended the ordinary. No. It should be said that both courage and skill had reached a level beyond humanity. This was a scene only found in tales recounted by storytellers, the scholar murmured. Little did Li Chang'an realize that his performance was so terrifying. Upon noticing the two fools still gaping at him, he could only bark, "What are you dawdling for? Run!" The blow Li Chang'an had just delivered not only failed to instill fear in the spider demon but instead ignited its ferocity. The group had scarcely run a short distance when they were suddenly met with a series of thunderous crashes behind them. Turning to glance back, their hearts sank in terror. The spider demon's 8 enormous eyes glowed an even more menacing crimson, as it barreled through everything in its path, be it boulders or trees, with unyielding force. The overwhelming menace surged forth. The group quickened their pace, yet 2 short legs could never outpace 8 long ones. Li Chang'an suddenly shouted, "Split up and run!" With that, he veered off in another direction, racing away without a moment's hesitation. "Taoist!" Fei turned back in alarm and exclaimed, "Run!" Li Chang'an merely responded briefly, falling silent thereafter. The spider demon, observing the group split into 2 factions, did not hesitate but instead pivoted its form, crashing into a massive boulder before pursuing Li Chang'an. Perhaps exhausted from the chase, Li Chang'an's pace abruptly slowed. In mere moments, the spider demon had closed the distance, lunging forward with a fierce attack, its pincers snapping menacingly. Given the spider demon's formidable size and strength, those pincers could effortlessly sever a person in 2. At this critical juncture of life and death, Li Chang'an, as if willingly walking into a trap, halted and turned around. The spider demon did not seize the opportunity to strike. Rather, it abruptly halted its charge. Its crimson gaze narrowing, Li Chang'an, sword in hand, was ready. The blade shimmered with an ethereal azure light. The spider demon's eyes flickered with anxiety, and in a moment of desperation, it attempted to elevate its body once more. Too late. With a hearty laugh, Li Chang'an reversed his grip on the sword, stepped forward, twisted, and swung his arm in one fluid motion. The sword flew from his grasp, slicing through the thick mists, precisely piercing a sphere of crimson light. Hiss! In a moment of excruciating pain, the spider demon collapsed, its 8 limbs thrashing wildly. Instantly, boulders were sent tumbling, and trees were splintered, as Li Chang'an sought to retreat beyond the reach of the spider demon's limbs. A sudden thunderous roar echoed in his mind, and a wave of weakness surged through his limbs and bones. A grave situation indeed. He had overexerted himself in vanquishing demons. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the menacing limbs of the spider demon sweeping toward him. Chapter 39. Desperation. Li Chang'an watched helplessly as the spider demon's limbs approached menacingly to that critical moment. A grappling rope coiled around his waist like a serpent. In a split second, it yanked him backward, sending him tumbling to the ground. He rolled several times before coming to a halt beneath a pair of moon-white trousers. When he looked up, he was greeted by the timely arrival of Fei. She leaned on her knees, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Breathless, she struggled to speak but still managed to smile broadly, raising 3 fingers in front of Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an blinked in surprise before responding with a grin. All right, 3 times. Suddenly, a flake of snow landed on the tip of Li Chang'an's nose. He glanced around, astonished to find the dense fog in the mountains swirling violently. As it churned, it thickened gradually, ultimately coalescing into white filaments that drifted gently through the forest. In an instant, the woods were draped in a thick, velvet-like covering. As the fog dissipated, the sky cleared, as if the first snow had just melted away. Meanwhile, the spider demon's frenzied movements had ceased. It lay motionless in the disordered forest floor. To assume it was dead would be a grave mistake. Rather, this stillness signified that it was gradually enduring the excruciating pain from its injuries, rendering it more perilous than ever before. Li Chang'an was acutely aware of this. He grasped Fei, who was eager to charge forward, and turned to leave. They hurried out of the barren woods and onto the mountain path. As the demon fog lifted, the true visage of the mountains was revealed. No exotic flowers or elegant pavilions, only withered branches and fallen leaves, dilapidated huts and pavilions. The spiderwebs were ubiquitous, and the Yunlu mountain had indeed taken on the appearance of a demon's lair. As the two hastened down the mountain, they encountered a scholar waiting by the roadside, looking utterly dejected upon seeing them. Li Chang'an's heart sank. What a predicament! The scholar forced a bitter smile and silently pointed towards the mountainside. In the direction he indicated, a dilapidated mountain deity temple stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by a chaotic array of thatched huts. This was indeed the very cluster of palaces glimpsed by the crowd at the foot of the mountain when Fang Xiaoshuan had disembarked, also serving as the lodgings for those fated to encounter one another. That moment, cries of anguish echoed through the palace complex, sporadically punctuated by the terrified shouts of individuals rushing outside, only to be ensnared by the long, scythe-like limbs extending from the threshold, dragged back within, and swiftly silenced. Li Chang'an, unable to bear the scene, could vividly imagine the horror. When the mist abruptly dissipated, all beautiful illusions were shattered like fragile bubbles. The grand edifices transformed into a tangled mess of straw huts, luxurious beds and soft pillows became mere stone slabs and muddy pits, and the enchanting beauties cradled in one's arms morphed into ravenous demons. After the illusion faded, tragedy invariably ensued. Yet, the scholar's gesture did not point to these horrors. Li Chang'an raised his gaze to see a pleasure boat departing from the shore, making its way towards the county town enshrouded in night. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation coursed through several hearts, prompting them to glance back. The dense fog rolled over the desolate forest. Their path was cut off, and pursuers were drawing near. Although the fog was thick, it did not envelop the mountain as it had upon their initial arrival. Now, it barely reached their waists. The spider demon stirred the fog as it descended from the mountain, appearing as if it were descending from the heavens. Fei and Li Chang'an sprinted with all their might, unwilling to flee along the mountain path, as it had transformed into a dining hall for monsters. They had no choice but to change direction and take a longer route down. However, the rampant thorns, gnarled branches, and scattered rocks seemed to conspire to hinder their progress. In mere moments, the two found themselves cornered before a cliff. Li Chang'an, having exhausted himself, realized escape was futile and collapsed onto the ground. In contrast, Fei turned defiantly to face the approaching demon, armed only with a slingshot, as his sword was nowhere to be found. The spider demon drew ever closer, and Fei could clearly discern its grotesque mandibles, the hard spines adorning its pincers, the gleaming tips of its pincers narrowing sharply, and its 7 eyes. No, now only 6. The thick fog surged with the demon's approach, enveloping Fei's chest and crashing against the cliff, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Amidst the roiling mist, Fei steeled himself against his fear, just as he had countless times before, aiming carefully before releasing. Whoosh! The iron pellet soared towards its seemingly insurmountable foe. Indeed, the pellet struck the spider demon, yet it elicited no reaction whatsoever. Fei's brow furrowed. No response? He swiftly retrieved another pellet, drawing back the slingshot once more. This time, his eyes widened as the pellet struck the demon's impenetrable head, embedding itself as if shot into a mound of cotton. Fei's face blanched in horror, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Wait!" At that moment, from atop the cliff, Li Chang'an, who had traded garments with the scholar, leaped down. In his hand, he wielded Fei's sword, its blade once more radiating a cerulean light meant for slaying demons. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his vision blurring, with the spider demon appearing as a mere blur of colors before him. This was his final strike. Should he fail, he would perish. The incessant drumming in his mind seemed to echo with the faint cries of Fei. What was he saying? Wait? Wait for what? Blurred patches of color finally engulfed his entire field of vision. Li Chang'an bit down hard on his lip, the pain momentarily rousing him from his stupor. He adjusted his longsword, leveraging the force of his descent to drive the blade into the crown of the spider demon. Yet, with a soft thud, the creature disintegrated into a flurry of scattered wisps. Li Chang'an found himself without any strength to stabilize his body, plummeting directly to the ground, where pain and exhaustion overwhelmed his senses. Just before losing consciousness entirely, he seemed to hear a mocking laugh. When Li Chang'an next opened his eyes, he was confronted by a grotesque and loathsome visage. This face bore some semblance of humanity, yet its hair was sparse and vibrant, horn-like protrusions sprouted from its skin. Eyes of varying sizes haphazardly adorned its forehead, chin, and cheeks. The owner of this abominable face reached out, prying open Li Chang'an's jaws and inserting a soft tube into his throat. Li Chang'an attempted to struggle, but his body was too weak and limp to move. Resigned, he lay still, coldly observing the creature's intentions. The monster, having noticed that Li Chang'an was awake, remained expressionless and pushed the tube deeper. Soon after, Li Chang'an felt a fluid seeping through the tube into his stomach. It was only when his abdomen could hold no more that the creature withdrew the tube and retreated from him. At that moment, Li Chang'an finally discerned the creature's true form. It was clad in tattered garments, its body still resembling that of a human, yet 8 arms sprouted grotesquely from its back, varying in length and girth. Some were segmented while others appeared as single appendages. This was not a spider demon, but rather an abominable human, a wretched being twisted by demonic energy. What was that? Li Chang'an rasped. Feed, the spider-turned-human replied in a monotonous tone, as lifeless as a withered branch or a stone. Feed? Li Chang'an disregarded the creature and turned his head to survey his surroundings. The most striking feature was a vast cavern, its entrance framed by towering dead trees. Only slightly taller than the cave itself, Li Chang'an found himself ensnared, wrapped in a cocoon of human heads suspended from the branches. Alongside him were Shuedaijia, Feifei, the scholar, and even that elderly survivor he had inquired about in the mountains, all hanging there. Every single one. Most of them, though encased in their cocoons, bore serene and blissful expressions, evidently lost in a dream, except for Feifei and the scholar, whose faces were drawn and pained. They were not dead. The spider-turned-human, sensing Li Chang'an's concern, remarked, "They are merely enduring some suffering." It inserted the tube into one of the head cocoons, adding slowly, "But it would be better to die than to live like this." Li Chang'an grimaced at this grim truth. Suddenly, the treetops trembled violently. The spider-turned-human hastily withdrew the tube, slid down the tree, and crawled on the ground. The spider-demon emerged from the cavern as it moved. The earth quaked, and a miasma of demonic fog swirled around it. It halted before Li Chang'an, its pincers waving ominously in front of him, a foul stench assaulting his senses. Yet, Li Chang'an raised his chin slightly, locating his long sword, which had embedded itself deep within the spider-demon's eye, leaving only the hilt protruding. A smile crept across Li Chang'an's face. "Does it hurt?" Chapter 40. How to survive in despair. Does it hurt? As the words fell, the demonic mist surged violently, and 7 eyes, as large as grinding wheels, glowed with a fierce red light. From the shattered eye, emerald demon blood trickled forth. Li Chang'an met its gaze with a cold indifference, allowing the clawed appendages to sway around his head. With a hiss, one of the claws sliced through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon Li Chang'an's cheek. However, the spider demon showed no further interest in this oblivious captive. Instead, it turned several times and suddenly, with a flick of its limbs, it retrieved a cocoon containing a human head and positioned it before Li Chang'an. Within this cocoon was a middle-aged woman, her coarse skin visible beneath the inferior quality of water-based paint, with crow's feet around her eyes that could not be concealed. She remained ensnared in an illusory slumber, her eyes and the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile. A cold smile lingered on Li Chang'an's lips, but his pupils constricted sharply. The spider demon extended one of its claws, which trembled slightly in the air, from its tip emerging a semi-transparent black syringe. With a gentle pinch, the syringe pierced through the woman's skull. Ultimately, she awoke from her dreamlike reverie, her head shaking uncontrollably as she lifted it slightly, her eyes widening in horror, her mouth agape in pain. Yet, she could see nothing and utter no sound, for her mouth, eye sockets, and even nasal passages were shrouded in a gossamer white membrane. Amidst the chilling sound of slurping, a viscous liquid was drawn from her skull through the syringe. The woman's tremors ceased, her body shriveling as if drained of life, resembling an empty juice pouch. The spider demon, however, was relentless, its claw probing deeper, forcing the withered head back into the cocoon, extracting any remaining essence as if a modern individual were savoring the last drops from a carton. Gradually, her head emerged once more from the cocoon, initially appearing shriveled and tilted at the neck, but then it began to swell, contorting back into the distorted visage of agony. This skin, akin to a balloon, was inflated by the spider, which then expelled a strand of silk to seal the wound atop her head, ultimately suspending this empty shell beside Li Chang'an. Next, the spider demon seized another cocoon, this time containing amidst extended the syringe again, but instead of consuming, it merely punctured the man's neck, injecting its venom before hanging him alongside Li Chang'an. The man seemed to be lost in an exquisite dream. His mouth slightly agape, as white filaments visibly sprouted from his lips in no time. These threads would form a membrane, sealing all his orifices. There was no need to worry about his ability to breathe or eat, for by then, he would have already been transformed into a bag of dense liquid. Li Chang'an could bear no more and turned his head away, only to be met by the ghastly visage of the woman. Truly a monstrosity, with a taste for the grotesque, he shut his eyes tightly. Fei Fei awoke from a series of nightmares, having dreamt of having her slingshot and sword taken from her, her arms filled with books and embroidery, only to find herself bound within a crimson palanquin. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that palanquin morphed into a fearsome spider. As she initially stirred awake, her entire body ached, her throat sore, and her mind thundered. She opened her eyes to the pale sunlight filtering through the gnarled branches, casting its light upon her bruised and battered face. The final fragment etched in her memory was of being tormented by that spider demon's wrath. Is this the underworld? Am I dead? This outcome is not markedly worse than the scenarios I envisioned in my dreams. Soon, she realized she was utterly immobilized, her head slightly bowed, eyes cast downward, her neck ensconced entirely in a white cocoon. Fei Fei has awakened. The owner of this voice was notably exhilarated. Who is this? Somewhat familiar. Fei Fei's mind faltered momentarily. Awakening at such a time is truly unfortunate. This voice was devoid of embellishment, as if its owner was utterly unperturbed by the world around them. It is the Taoist. A sudden spark ignited in her mind, and Fei Fei hurriedly turned her head to search. Li Chang'an dangled from a withered branch diagonally opposite her, swaying gently in the wind. Surrounded by a circle of cocoons, upon seeing the familiar short hair, Fei Fei felt an inexplicable sense of calm. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Why say it is an untimely awakening? Suddenly, dense fog engulfed the desolate forest. 7 blood-red giant eyes appeared before her. As the mist dissipated, the spider demon returned to its lair. Another human head cocoon was added to the branches beside Li Chang'an. Is this how one dies? Fei Fei's complexion turned pale. The scene of the spider devouring a person was indeed too horrifying. Is this how one dies? The scholar sighed. He had awoken slightly earlier, yet no matter how many times he witnessed it, he still found the cruelty of the world to be unparalleled. He noticed the fear and helplessness in Fei Fei's eyes and offered comfort. Consider the spider demon's intent. It aims to keep the 3 of us alive until the end, allowing us at least a bit more time. Fei Fei's smile was grim. Is that not a more tragic fate? The scholar's heart quivered, rendered speechless. Indeed, those who perished earlier could find peace in their dreams, while the 3 of them would endure torment before their demise. It would have been better to die at that moment. Suddenly, Li Chang'an, who had been silently listening to their exchange, spoke up. Death? Perhaps not. He turned his gaze downward, where the spider-turned human was clinging to the trunk with its back arm, inserting a soft tube into the mouth of a human head cocoon. Li Chang'an took a deep breath and called out, "Nyosho Kai." Upon uttering this, he fixed his stare on the spider-turned human, or rather, on its only normal arm. Upon that hand rested a uniquely designed concentric ring. This spider-turned human was filthy all over, save for this ring, which gleamed as if new. Fei Fei and the scholar exchanged glances, taken aback that Li Chang'an referred to the demon as Nyosho Kai. Could it be that this demon was an acquaintance of the Taoist? Both were filled with questions, and Fei Fei, unable to contain herself, was about to inquire, only to be silenced by Li Chang'an's gaze. He continued cautiously. Currently, Nyoban Chung reigns supreme in Qixian, with the local populace believing that the spider demon residing in the mountains is a celestial being descended from the heavens. Only Nyosho Kai's wife claims that the weaving maiden is a demon, and Nyosho Kai's only son has caused a ruckus at the weaving maiden's temple, repeatedly putting Nyoban Chung in a difficult position. Do you think Nyoban Chung might send that boy here instead? If he were to be sent, would he transform into a creature that is neither human, nor demon, nor ghost? Or would he simply be wrapped into a cocoon, reduced to an empty shell? After this discourse, the spider-turned human remained as unmoving as stone, showing no sign of reaction, merely repeating its monotonous daily tasks. Li Chang'an felt a hollowness in his heart. Could it be that he dared not call himself a scholar, merely a humble student? A mere utterance from the three of them was akin to grasping a lifeline amidst a raging torrent. Li Chang'an exhaled in relief. His wager had not been in vain. Just as he was about to speak, Niu Xiaozai interrupted him, saying, "No need for further words. I am aware of your intentions." As he spoke, his hands continued their meticulous movements, yet it proved futile, just as hope seemed to emerge from despair. This lifeline threatened to sever itself. Fei, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "You demon! How can you claim it's of no use, indeed?" The scholar chimed in, "Do you see the spider demon's eyes? They are the very ones the Taoist blinded." Niu Xiaozai cast a glance over the faces of the two, his tone remaining monotonous. "And what of that? Can you see my eyes? 8 in total. If one is blinded, I still have 7 left. What about you? Are you not left hanging from the tree, awaiting death?" With that, he turned towards Li Chang'an. "This entire mountain shrouded in mist is the spider's web. Even if I assist you in escaping its cocoon, you will not elude this veil of fog, unless—" Niu Xiaozai raised his head, and the 8 scattered eyes on his face glimmered with a fierce light. "You possess a means to slay this spider demon." "Slay the spider demon?" Both Fei and the scholar's expressions dimmed. "How could that be an easy task?" "I am aware," Li Chang'an replied with an air of tranquility. "Do you have a plan?" Niu Xiaozai pressed urgently. "I have no plan." Niu Xiaozai stood momentarily stunned, the spark in his eyes gradually extinguishing, on the verge of reverting to a lifeless state. Yet Li Chang'an smiled and said, "But that does not imply that others lack a solution. Am I not correct?" Suddenly, he turned to the empty branch beside him. "Shuedejia? Shuedejia?" The scholar glanced at the branch above him, where a beautiful maiden with a charming smile was perched. "Shuedejia is clearly right here." Li Chang'an responded, "How could a stunning beauty like Shuedejia reek of fish?" "Reek of fish?" Upon hearing Li Chang'an's remark, the scholar seemingly caught a faint whiff, the source unmistakably Shuedejia. "Coincidentally, the fragrance wafting beside me is quite delightful." No sooner had he spoken than a soft and alluring female voice echoed. "The little Taoist appears most earnest. I did not expect such sweet words from him." The scholar's eyes widened as he gazed. Witnessing ripples emerge from the mist in an instant, a figure of striking elegance yet captivating beauty leaned against the branch, delicately handling a silvery, exquisite short sword. It was indeed Shuedejia. Like a nimble cat, she gracefully leaped from one branch to another, casting the scholar a knowing glance and a light smile, leaving him momentarily entranced. She approached the cocoon of Shuedejia, frowning as she observed it, her smile adorably foolish. After a moment, she reached out and tapped Shuedejia's head, causing her to instantly transform into the likeness of Li Chang'an. With another tap, she morphed into an unfamiliar man, whose visage stirred a sense of familiarity in Li Chang'an. Upon closer reflection, wasn't he the ferryman from the cabin that day? No wonder there was a scent of fish. Having utilized the Longyu talisman frequently, Li Chang'an's sense of smell had become notably acute. He had long since discerned that the figure of Shuedejia hanging from the tree was merely an imitation. Yet, what of it? Even if he were to expose the truth, it would scarcely alter his current predicament. It was not until today that he caught a faint, elusive fragrance, prompting him to take a risk and unveil the identity of Niu Xiaozai. In fact, he had detected that same scent a few days prior, but it had flitted away before he had the chance to ponder it further. Now, the essence of Shuedejia had returned once more. Li Chang'an directly pointed out her whereabouts, surmising that she must have a comprehensive strategy in place. Shuedejia remained silent, instead leaping to Li Chang'an's side, playfully inquiring, "Little Taoist, what do I resemble?" Li Chang'an blinked, pondering how on earth he could ascertain such a thing, for he was afflicted with face blindness. However, he had heard it said that people from the north bore resemblances to cattle, sheep, donkeys, and horses, while those from the south resembled fish, crabs, turtles, and shrimp. "You, my dear, bear a striking likeness to a mountain turtle." This jest swirled within Li Chang'an's mind but did not escape his lips. Meanwhile, Shuedejia, seated on a tree branch with her knees hugged, began recounting a tale. "I hail from Lingnan in our land. 7 parts are mountains, 2 parts are water, and only 1 part is arable land. Each winter, during years of calamity, entire villages succumb to death. In prosperous years, it is one household after another that perishes. It is peculiar how humans, like wild grass, seem unyielding to extinction. My hometown is but a remote village, incapable of enduring much turmoil. Fortunately, in the neighboring hills and marshes dwells a large spider, whose silk sacs occasionally yield white pearls. The nobility of the Central Plains hold these pearls in high esteem. Acquiring just one can secure enough grain for the entire village to survive the winter. This spider is known as cherished, meaning a spider as large as a wheel, though that is the Han nomenclature. We refer to it as a Kyonaluo, meaning the man-eating monster. This cherished is formidable. Even 5 or 6 skilled hunters cannot match its prowess, and when faced with danger, it calls upon its kin. Yet, when it comes to survival, humans always devise a means. We discovered a herb named Su. If the spider consumes a small sprig, it will fall into a deep slumber. As she spoke, she produced a sprig of the herb, its verdant hue delightful to behold, and Li Chang'an recognized it. However, spiders are not rabbits, nor do they consume grass. Therefore, one must employ bait, allowing the bait to devour the Su, which would then be offered to the spider. At this juncture, she paused. Yet, in the dire straits of hunger, any edible creature would be consumed. One must wonder what bait could possibly suffice. The 3 individuals' expressions shifted. The answer was starkly apparent. Shuedaijia lingered on their faces for a moment, then chuckled softly and continued, whether in Lingnan or the Central Plains, the method by which this spider consumes its prey remains remarkably similar. First, it envelopes its victim in silk, then injects venom, gradually dissolving flesh and blood, before finally siphoning every drop. Curiously, the Su can also dissolve in the venom while retaining its potency. Once the spider takes a sip, it will succumb to slumber, allowing the spider hunters to rush in and extract the pearls. However, it is rather amusing. While she spoke of the humor in it, her expression unwittingly lost its mirth. After exerting such effort to capture the spider, one could not be certain whether it harbored any pearls within. What of it? One must continue to bait the hook. First, we shall use the elderly. Once they are exhausted, we will turn to the children, and when the children are depleted, only the young and strong will remain. At this juncture, we must deliberate carefully. If there are more men in the village, we shall employ them first. If there are more women, we shall use the women first. This will continue until we find the pearls or have sufficient food. The speaker delivered these words with nonchalance, yet the listeners felt a shiver run down their spines. In this chilling atmosphere, a sense of foreboding lingered. The scholar gazed at the enchanting Shui beauty, his face contorted in a bitter smile. Shui, you possess a solution, yet you torment us with such words. What does this mean? The scholar found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. You speak too soon, scholar. I have yet to finish, Shui replied with a teasing smile. I have no solution, no solution. How can that be? Did you not claim to possess the miraculous daylight hair? The most agitated among them was Niu Xiaozai, who clutched the soft tube tightly, yearning to rush forward and spit venomously in Shui's face. Yet he feared awakening the spider demon. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his task, albeit with his 8 eyes fixed intently on Shui. Shui, however, paid no heed to Niu, instead posing a question to Li Chang'an. Are you familiar with Yunhuanxia? Li Chang'an nodded. Of course, I am aware. Why do you inquire? After a moment's contemplation, Li Chang'an's expression turned grave. Blades and swords cannot harm it. Indeed, blades and swords cannot harm it. Shui sighed with a languid air. This spider demon is akin to a swine. After devouring a human, it retreats to its lair to slumber, ensconcing itself in silk threads during its repose. How thick is the web? I cannot say, Shui mused, resting his chin on his hand. I only know that when the spider ventures out, its lair is filled with silk threads. I imagine it is no thinner than the walls of Cherished. So thick, Li Chang'an calculated, realizing that even his demon-slaying blade would be inadequate to breach it. What about fire? Li Chang'an pondered before speaking. The scholar's eyes lit up. Precisely. The spider silk is known to be flammable. Is it not? When we entered the mountain, the boat crew even collected fire-starting tools from several people. Using fire, Shui contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. Though the daylight hair may render the spider demon into a deep slumber, even if it cannot perceive the fog nets within the mountain, a great fire nearby will inevitably rouse it from its slumber. The forest fell into a hushed silence, interrupted only by the occasional foolish giggle from those ensnared in their dreams. Suddenly, Li Chang'an broke the silence. I do have a rather foolish idea. Chapter 42. In pursuit of rebirth, what is this idea? Shui scrutinized Li Chang'an intently. as if she were attempting to reassess him. It was no wonder, considering that the solution Li Chang'an had just proposed was not something one would typically conceive unless one were accustomed to reckless abandon. It may prove useful, yet Shue's tone shifted. It necessitates a substantial amount of manpower and resources. While I could muster these, it would inevitably delay matters significantly, and by then, you may find yourselves nothing but bones. No, by that time, you might not even possess bones. Li Chang'an countered promptly. Why exert effort in gathering resources when we have ample means at our disposal right now? Are you suggesting? Shuedaijia cast a dubious glance at Fei, secretly pondering whether that golden beam had indeed arranged a contingent to escort them. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an remarked with an air of certainty, "Does the government not bear the responsibility of safeguarding the realm and purging malevolent forces?" Shuedaijia could not contain a chuckle, exclaiming, "I had thought you possessed some clever stratagem, little priest. The government? That rotund official in Qiqing's main hall. He wouldn't dare confront even the half of a city, let alone take on demons." It was then that Fei, who had been listening intently, interjected without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with mischief, suggesting that she might have partaken in such escapades before. However, Shuedaijia merely smiled in silence at Fei's proposition. Li Chang'an, somewhat taken aback, mused whether she might still be associated with officialdom. Nevertheless, he shifted his gaze toward the scholar. The scholar, unfazed by Li Chang'an's scrutiny, returned a nod with measured restraint before turning to Shuedaijia, instantly transforming into a sycophant. "There is no need for concern, Daijia. Simply seek out a man named Wang Qi at the tavern in Qiqing and relay our discussion to him. The county magistrate will undoubtedly acquiesce." The scholar's confidence was such that even Li Chang'an, who was prepared, found himself astonished. Though Li Chang'an was unaware of the scholar's precise identity, he discerned that he hailed from an esteemed lineage. He had heard whispers of the diminutive horses drained of blood in the village of the living dead. This breed, not native to the Central Plains, was a tribute from a vassal state known as Aichoi in these turbulent times. With trade routes obstructed and the Central Plains in decline, such diminutive horses had become a rarity, attainable only by noble families. Shuedaijia was equally astonished. Although Li Chang'an, a modern individual, had some understanding, it remained superficial. The county magistrate, known as the 100-Mile Marquis, was a veritable local sovereign in remote regions. While the magistrate of Qiqing might be a timid figure, the influence behind the scholar was enough to leave one astounded. She quickly ran through a list of powerful families in her mind and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The scholar had been awaiting this question and promptly introduced himself. "I am Wang Zifu of Guizhou." Upon speaking, he lifted his chin slightly, attempting to assume the guise of a privileged heir. But given that his lower half was entirely swathed in bandages and his face bore the marks of a recent altercation, he lacked the air of noble pride, instead appearing rather foolish. However, the mere mention of Wang Zifu of Guizhou seemed to carry considerable weight, prompting exclamations of surprise from both Fei and Shuedaijia. "An infatuated gentleman? A lovesick fool?" Their remarks momentarily shattered the facade the scholar, now referred to as Zifu, had tried to maintain, and he awkwardly retorted, "It is affection, not infatuation." Yet he seemed rather pleased with the moniker of lovesick fool, repeatedly downplaying it, stating, "Lovesick fool is merely a term of endearment from friends. I am unworthy of such praise." Despite his words, the eagerness in his tone betrayed his true feelings. With the plan now thoroughly devised, Shuedaijia quipped, "In that case, I shall invoke the Wang family name to intimidate that official. As for the three of you," she smirked, "I suggest you seek your own fortune." "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Fei urgently exclaimed. "Aren't you going to let us down first?" Upon hearing this, Shuedaijia displayed an expression of disbelief. "This little sister truly possesses a foolish charm, doesn't she?" As she spoke, she seemed to materialize from thin air, ripples forming in the void, and in an instant, her presence vanished, leaving only a lingering fragrance that slowly dissipated. "Shue, come out here." "What are you doing?" Fei struggled and shouted for a while, only to suddenly realize that she had referred to herself as a sister. "Habitually," she retorted. "What sister? I am a valiant son of the green forest, blind as a bat." Yet, midway through her words, she abruptly halted, her cheeks turning a vivid shade of crimson. In the past, her rough yellow complexion would not have revealed much. Alas, now her face was tender and fair, and when she blushed, she resembled a ripe apple. Previously, She may have used some concoction to achieve her coarse yellow skin. However, these past few days, trapped within the spider's web, her makeup had gradually worn off, and after a light rain that morning, her true appearance had emerged. A delicate girl with fair skin and a charming countenance, still in the bloom of youth. "You all," she hesitantly turned to explain to her companions, but upon seeing their expressions devoid of surprise, she couldn't help but squint her eyes. "You knew all along?" This scholar attempted to fabricate a few lines, but under Feifei's piercing gaze, he quickly surrendered. "Feifei, dear sister," he stammered, as the disparity in demeanor between males and females became quite apparent. "Oh, is that so? Feifei usually behaves no differently from the men, does she?" "Your eyes are far too discerning," Li Chang'an mused to himself, suddenly gaining insight into why the scholar had earned a reputation as a hopeless romantic. "A Taoist?" Li Chang'an turned his head, noticing that Feifei had shifted her gaze towards him, and he hurriedly nodded to appease her. Just the same, I certainly cannot reveal the truth and tell her that I saw her binding cloth." Feifei regarded Li Chang'an with skepticism, fortunate that he possessed a thick skin, boldly meeting her gaze in return. Only then did she begin to believe him, but she quickly retorted in annoyance. "Why hasn't that woman named Shui released us?" "Well," Li Chang'an explained with a wry smile, "firstly, she fears that releasing us might alert the spider demon. Secondly, catching spiders requires bait." Feifei gazed at him incredulously. Li Chang'an sighed and replied, "We are the bait." He glanced around the desolate forest, where the remnants of the living were few. The barren woods remained unchanged, the dim sunlight merging with the somber mist, enveloping the empty shells of spider cocoons that swayed in the wind atop gnarled branches. "Haven't they come yet?" The vitality that usually characterized Feifei's voice had dissipated, her eye sockets deepening, and her complexion a shade of ashen blue. The scholar appeared to be in and out of consciousness. In contrast, Li Chang'an, surrounded by the dead, though weary, still retained a semblance of composure. "They have already arrived," Li Chang'an said coolly, his gaze directed at Niu Shoukai. "Is that correct?" The scholar, who was busy clearing away the cocoons, paused slightly at the remark, yet did not respond. Feifei summoned her spirit, while the scholar struggled to awaken from his half-slumber. They lacked the energy to speak, merely waiting in silence for Li Chang'an to continue. The peculiar flavor infused in the food they consumed yesterday must have been that mi su. The three of them turned their gaze toward the ox scholar, who hesitated for a moment before finally responding. "Today, Niu Wu will deliver a group of people." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly leaped down from the tree and knelt upon the ground. A thick mist swirled, and the spider demon emerged from its lair to feast upon the living. To be honest, upon seeing Shueda's head impaled with a syringe, Li Chang'an felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, if the handsome boatman were merely a pawn of Niu Banqing, he would have brought it upon himself. If he were an innocent, unfortunate soul, there was little to be said. Death was death. The only pressing concern now was that the spider demon had hung Shueda's empty shell. According to its feeding habits, it would select the next victim and inject venom in advance. Li Chang'an surveyed the surroundings. The forest was desolate, with only the three of them remaining alive. The spider demon swayed its poison needle between Feifei and the scholar, ultimately resting atop Feifei's head. Her eyes instantly filled with despair. She opened her mouth but merely cast a deep glance at Li Chang'an before closing her eyes. Meanwhile, the scholar hoarsely shouted, "You, vile octopod! Remove your claws. If you wish to feast, then start with your royal grandpa." In his moment of desperation, the scholar resorted to crude street vernacular. Feifei, however, glared and retorted, "Silence. My plight at the hands of this monster is a result of my inadequate skills. It is none of your concern, scholar. Monster. If you intend to kill, then do so. If I so much as frown, I shall not." "Humph." Li Chang'an, taking his time, remarked, "What are you two bickering about? This foolish demon cannot comprehend human speech. Such creatures, spiders, gather sounds and rely on their legs to sense vibrations. They may hear sounds but cannot necessarily discern human words. Otherwise, Shueda would not have so brazenly emerged to converse with them. Nonetheless, attracting its attention might still be possible through sound. As the spider demon's poisoned needle grazed Feifei's head, Li Chang'an summoned his remaining strength and shouted. Indeed, upon hearing the sound, the spider turned its head. Spitting. The saliva Li Chang'an had been brewing for some time accurately struck its eye. Ha ha! Observing the spider demon's eyes ablaze with crimson light, Li Chang'an grinned, thinking to himself, using saliva is certainly a more efficient means. Come now. I, the Taoist, am on my way to the afterlife. He closed his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his neck. Chapter 43. The heavens are dry. Fire attacks are advised. The spider's venom coursed through his body, and Li Chang'an's consciousness was abruptly drawn into darkness. However, just as his thoughts began to dissipate, a glimmer of green light suddenly erupted in the darkness, rapidly expanding and dispelling the shadows of his consciousness. Even as it itself faded away, Li Chang'an found himself in an awkward predicament. He was neither dead nor truly awake. Fortunately, a beam of white light intruded upon his realm of awareness, though far weaker than the green light. It was sufficient to shatter the shell confining his consciousness. First, he sensed a liquid flowing into his stomach, followed by the sensation of moisture upon his lips. As the eyes fluttered open, one beheld Shwedagia, smiling gently as he retrieved a water pouch. Gradually, sounds began to filter into consciousness. Taoist, how are you? Daozhong, are you well? Eventually, control over one's limbs returned. Li Chang'an turned his head, only to find the concerned gazes of Feifei and the scholar. He opened his mouth, but found his tongue still somewhat unmanageable, merely managing a nod. The two immediately displayed weary smiles, and collapsed to the ground in unison. Li Chang'an struggled to rise, mumbling two words. They? Shwedagia, please check. No significant harm. The spider demon? Deep in slumber within the cave, Li Chang'an lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. A multitude of individuals had gathered, some appearing as local constables from Qixian, others as militia, while some were guards of the scholar's family. Wang Qi was aiding the scholar, directing these individuals to the forest, where they were pouring a viscous liquid. This thick liquid was black, with an odd, pungent odor. It was the ancient city defense weapon, fierce fire oil, akin to what modern folk recognize as petroleum. This was Li Chang'an's rather clumsy strategy, setting fire to the mountain. Feeling weak and realizing his presence was more of a hindrance, he descended the mountain, observing as others poured oil along the way. Upon reaching the mountainside, the fog had dissipated, revealing a layer of ash upon the ground. Buildings and demons alike were laid bare, with the small spider demon still in deep slumber. However, the constables dared not strike against the demons, merely dousing them with fire oil from a distance. This was of little consequence, for soon enough, the great fire would turn everything to ash. Arriving at the mountain's base, a boat lay docked at the foot of the hill, its bow drooping forlornly as it was tied to the side. A procession of constables and militia emerged from the cabin, carrying canisters of fire oil. Their weapons were discarded haphazardly on the dock. Hours passed, and the constables returned one by one from the mountain. After a roll call, the leading county officer nodded to a few. Shwedagia immediately tossed a torch to the ground. In an instant, a fire dragon spiraled upward, and wherever it passed, flames spread rapidly. Within the time it took to burn half an incense stick, the peaks of Yunlu Mountain were engulfed in roaring flames. Whether it was the fire that painted the sky red or the toxins that stirred him, Li Chang'an felt a surge of exhilaration. A few traces of unhealthy flush appeared on his pale visage. Having regained some strength, he rose and picked up a long spear from the side of the boat. Raising his eyes to observe the inferno, silently moving toward another direction, the blazing fire quickly engulfed the heavens. The Yunlu Mountain, long under the malevolent influence of the spider demons, had its water sources severed and vegetation withered. Aside from the swarm of demons, no living creature remained. Coupled with the fire oil, the entire mountain ignited with a mere spark. Those small spider demons, still lost in slumber, were reduced to ash by the flames. Yet, there was little joy on the faces of those present, for they all understood that the crux of the matter lay not with these minor demons, but rather with a hissing sound. Suddenly, a deep, unsettling roar reverberated from the mountain's peak. Everyone looked up in unison. From the flames atop the mountain emerged a colossal figure. The spider demon awoke in excruciating agony from the fierce burning. The silken threads that once ensured its safety now became the harbinger of its doom. Its silken threads were inherently flammable, further doused with copious amounts of incendiary oil by Li Chang'an and his companions. As the flames ignited, the cave instantaneously transformed into a crucible of molten steel and iron. It struggled desperately to extricate itself from the burning threads, already charred and battered. its wounds bursting forth with demonic blood that was swiftly evaporated by the searing heat, leaving its 8 appendages severely incapacitated. However, breaking free from the cave was not the conclusion of its calamity, but merely the inception of a greater disaster. The entire mountain was engulfed in unrelenting fire, akin to the misty web that once enveloped it. No prey could evade the merciless grasp of the flames. Yet, a slender thread of hope remained. At the foot of Yunluo Mountain lay the Chejiang River. If it could escape the inferno in time and plunge into the waters, the formidable vitality of the great demon might yet preserve its life. Even the most foolish of beasts possess an instinctual understanding of survival, let alone a spider demon. With a furious roar, it charged down the most direct route, plunging into the sea of flames. Along its path, it neither flinched nor hesitated, smashing through obstacles and rolling off cliffs. Even at the cost of its own grievous injuries, with only 2 limbs still able to move and 6 of its 7 eyes blinded by the toxic smoke and fire, it astonishingly burst forth from the conflagration. Undoubtedly, if it managed to escape today, the citizens of Chejiang would face the most brutal of reprisals. Yet, as the spider demon clung to life and finally barreled away from the flames, it beheld a solitary figure standing with arms crossed not far ahead. It was none other than Li Chang'an. Upon sighting him, the spider demon emitted a low, menacing growl. The enmity between the two was palpable. At this moment, if the spider demon did not move aside this obstruction, it would be unable to cool itself in the water and would be slowly cooked alive by the heat within. Li Chang'an, too, understood the dire consequences should the spider demon escape. The confrontation between the man and demon was more relentless than ever. The spider demon, now devoid of its minions and with its silk sack long rendered useless, propelled its massive form towards Li Chang'an. Akin to a collapsing mountain, Li Chang'an stood his ground, brandishing his spear. With a forceful thrust of his knee, the bamboo shaft snapped in 2, and Li Chang'an discarded the rear half, advancing head dash on in the blink of an eye. The distance between them shrank to merely 20 or 30 paces. The shadow cast by the spider demon under the blaze of the mountain fire was swiftly engulfed by Li Chang'an. Suddenly, he uttered 2 words through gritted teeth. "Exterminate the demon." Instantly, a green radiance enveloped the broken spear. Particularly at the tip, its brilliance so intense it was almost suffocating. While still in motion, he abruptly stomped forward, pivoting with the force of his momentum. His teeth clenched as he aimed to launch both his arm and the broken spear in unison. The spear flew like an arrow released from its bow, striking true at the spider demon's head, its once formidable exoskeleton already charred by the flames. The spear pierced through its skull with a nauseating crunch, momentarily halting the demon's charge, causing it to crash to the ground. Nevertheless, propelled by inertia, it continued to plow through the earth until it finally came to a stop just before Li Chang'an. At this moment, the spider demon still sought to strike at him with its scorched pincers. Li Chang'an let out a cold snort, his foot firmly planted on the rifle's barrel, driving the broken gun entirely into the head of the spider demon. This monstrous creature, a voracious eater of countless souls, trembled for a moment before succumbing to silence. Perhaps it was the fervor of battle that spurred him on. Despite having depleted his energy from the throwing of the spear and the slaying of the demon, Li Chang'an still felt an unquenched spirit within him. He scrutinized the remnants of the spider demon, and suddenly, he plunged his hand into one of the ruined eyeballs, seizing the hilt of a sword that resembled a branding iron amidst the boiling blood. Ignoring the excruciating pain that shot through his hand, he exerted all his strength to extract the long sword from the demon's eye. Instantly, scalding steam and bubbling blood erupted from the wound left by the sword. "Old friend," Li Chang'an exclaimed with a smile. "It's been a while." Li Chang'an had initially thought that the first to arrive here would be Xue Dejia, yet unexpectedly, it was Niu Xiaocai who appeared first. Since regaining consciousness, Li Chang'an had not spotted Niu Xiaocai, presuming he had shied away from contact and slipped away in solitude. At this moment, however, he suddenly emerged. Upon sighting the massive charred corpse of the spider demon, the expression of stoic detachment that had graced his face shattered instantaneously. He rushed forward, biting, kicking, cursing, and wailing. This man, who typically bore an expression as lifeless as a walking corpse, unleashed an outpouring of fervent emotion at the moment of vengeance. After a violent release of pent-up feelings, he turned and approached Li Chang'an. "Benefactor," Niu Xiaocai bowed deeply, Presenting the sole intact eyeball of the spider demon with both hands, Li Chang'an accepted it. The eyeball was polyhedral in shape, its surrounding tissue meticulously cleansed, resembling a colossal crimson gemstone in his palm. "Benefactor, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" Li Chang'an remained silent, wordlessly handing over the long sword. Niu Xiaozai took the sword and, in a swift motion, turned the blade towards his back, severing the grotesquely formed arm that sprouted from his shoulder. Subsequently, he meticulously gouged out the surplus eyeballs from his face. Then, he removed the concentric ring from his hand, carefully wiping away the blood that had stained it, and presented both the ring and the long sword back to Li Chang'an before stepping into the inferno. Li Chang'an did not utter a word, nor did he attempt to intervene. He merely nodded after sitting calmly amidst the flames, smiling as he spoke something softly. "All gatherings must eventually dissolve," he mused. "The long pavilion and the ancient path mark the season of parting. The gallant horse gallops northward, while the scholar lingers with reluctance, and the Taoist stands resolutely with his sword as the figures recede. The scholar cannot help but call out, 'Fei Fei, dear sister, the world is fraught with peril. How shall I ever hear news of old friends again?'" At his words, she halted her horse and turned to look back, her proud neck held high as if to reply to the scholar, though her eyes were drawn to the Taoist. "Remember, one day I shall make my name known throughout the world, and then you shall hear of my whereabouts." With that, the lion-like steed flicked its tail gracefully, and the sound of hooves faded into the distance. The scholar gazed longingly at the figure disappearing at the end of the road, letting out a wistful sigh. "After today's parting, I know not if we shall meet again in this lifetime. I in the blink of an eye." Li Chang'an too had vanished from sight. Approaching after a considerable wait was Wang Qi, leading the Taoist's large blue donkey. "Taoist Li has already departed. Before leaving, he entrusted his donkey to you." "Has the Taoist left as well?" "Oh, dear donkey," the scholar murmured, stroking the donkey's gentle back. "Now, only you and I remain." "Wang Qi, what do I count as?" In the stillness of the night, when all is silent, the heavy doors of the prison in Qixian creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure who slinked out. Clad in prison garb, the figure held a lantern, its dim light casting a glow upon a face once filled with grandeur. Niu Banqing. "It is over. Everything is over. The business is finished, the land is lost, the house is gone. His reputation is utterly shattered. Yet, fortunately, the wealth hidden away still remains, sufficient to bribe the jailer, to placate trusted allies, and to allow him to assume a new identity and rise again." He hastened toward the city gate. Beneath the gate, a solitary figure stood with their back to the long street, holding a lantern and waiting. The figure urged the gatekeeper to open the gate, only to abruptly halt as he approached. The lantern-bearer turned, and he was startled to realize that it was not his trusted confidant, but a young Taoist with short hair. "Niu Wu?" He instinctively replied. In a flash, the sword gleamed, and the lantern was knocked to the ground. Li Chang'an wiped the blood from the tip of his sword, having just ended the life of Niu Banqing's nemesis, a task entrusted to him by the scholar before his tragic demise, alongside a ring. Chapter 44. Nest of insects. Like many single men who dwell alone, I am not particularly fond of tidying my living space. Thus, it is only natural that my abode has become home to a few flat, small creatures with antennae, lurking in the dark corners, stirring restlessly. I paid little mind to them. After all, cockroaches do not consume humans. Until one fateful night, I awoke and groggily pushed open my door, stepping barefoot into the living area. Clicked. A slick, viscous residue greeted my feet, prompting a decision. I resolved to exterminate them. I procured some pesticides online and, following the seller's instructions, sprinkled a bit in each corner of my room before nightfall. The following morning, I found scattered remnants of many deceased or still twitching bodies dotting the floor. Sweeping them up, I filled nearly half a dustpan. How could there be so many? This quantity truly exceeded my expectations. It seems the adage holds true. If you spot one cockroach in your home, rest assured that thousands more are hiding in the shadows. Thus, that very night, I applied more, and the outcome the next day was predictable. By the third day, the situation began to repeat itself, and I found myself oddly amused. Does this not resemble agricultural labor? Sowing seeds one day, reaping the fruits the next. Is there not a certain joy in harvesting? However, my yields grew increasingly abundant, from a small half dustpan to a greater portion, until the entire dustpan was overflowing, eventually forming a small mound too large to contain. This felt amiss. I roused from this inexplicable fervor, realizing something was wrong. How could the cockroaches multiply? Where were they emerging from? Where were they concealing themselves? Standing alone in the center of my room, it felt as though every corner harbored eyes watching me. Every nook seemed to whisper. Yet, despite my resolute search through each crevice, I found nothing. No matter. Cockroaches do not consume humans, I consoled myself thus. Yet I still purchased several surveillance cameras, placing them throughout the room. Before dawn had even broken, I found myself wide awake, or perhaps I had never truly succumbed to sleep. An overwhelming eagerness compelled me to open my computer and scrutinize the surveillance footage. In this moment, I was a tumult of nerves and excitement, tinged with an undercurrent of fear, as if I were on the verge of unraveling a terrifying yet irresistibly alluring secret lurking in the shadows. Initially, the footage revealed nothing amiss. The room depicted on screen lay in utter stillness. Just as I was on the verge of fast-forwarding, an unsettling sight emerged. An insect crawled out from the corner, soon followed by a second, then a third, as they surged forth like a black tide, infiltrating from the corners, the crevices of the furniture, from beneath the chairs, and from every obscure nook, ultimately engulfing the entire room. It was as though a venomous serpent had coiled around my heart, sending a shiver coursing through me. My lips felt parched, and I struggled to produce saliva, fighting the impulse to hurl the mouse aside as I pressed on with the viewing. Eventually, the swarm began to recede, and the camera once again revealed the state of the room, but the direction from which the tide came. My bedroom? A jolt of realization surged through me, prompting a frantic search within my bedroom. Under the bed? Nothing. Behind the nightstand? Empty. Beneath the chair? No trace. In the drawers? Absent. Where could it be? Where? Where? I floundered in confusion, akin to a beast trapped in a cage. Could it be? Suddenly, I noticed a sliver of a gap at the window. Had it escaped? Yes. It must have slipped away. A breath of relief escaped me as I collapsed into the chair, sitting in a daze for a moment. Abruptly, a tickling sensation coursed through my ear, prompting me to dig at it. Yet, where could it have gone? Doubts began to creep in. A sharp sting pricked at the corner of my eye, and I rubbed it again. To hell with it. I must move out by tomorrow. My nose began to itch anew, but this time, I could no longer suppress it. A sneeze erupted, and with it, a small, flat creature with antennae, always lurking in the shadows, tumbled onto the keyboard. I now knew where they were hiding. Room 1404. A palpable aura of resentment enveloped the entire hall. A ghastly specter hovered ominously in the air. Opposite this malevolent spirit, Wu Laoda and the other phantoms huddled together, trembling in fear. The specter emitted a piercing wail, its form merging with the palpable resentment that surged toward them. The spirits scattered in a panic, save for one small ghost, who, in its dazed state, curled up defensively, hugging its head. The specter, with its gaping maw, seemed poised to swallow the little ghost whole. Suddenly, a hand reached out mid-attack, seizing the specter by the throat and slamming it to the ground, delivering a barrage of blows. The subdued specter thrashed in a futile struggle. Struck unexpectedly by a punch, the specter only grew more frenzied, devoid of any other emotion. Was it entirely consumed by hatred? The only being daring enough to confront the specter, aside from the apparitions themselves, was the returning Li Chang'an. Observing the scene, he furrowed his brow, preparing to draw his sword to cleave the specter in two. Yet, the moment his fingers grazed the hilt, a sharp pain shot through his innards. His face paled, and his body swayed, yet his hand remained resolute. This was the lingering aftereffect of the spider venom. In hindsight, Li Chang'an surmised that the only thing capable of saving him must have been the wine consumed at the banquet on Yuheng Mountain. At that moment, the venom had indeed permeated his internal organs, yet simultaneously, it awakened the vitality inherent in the wine. Thus, the alcohol and poison engaged in a delicate balance, ultimately revitalizing Li Chang'an's organs, albeit at the expense of expending its efficacy, leaving them fragile and tender. Consequently, Li Chang'an's internal organs were still exceedingly delicate and vulnerable. Any exertion of strength or invocation of spiritual power could easily disturb his injured viscera. After resolving matters in Qixian, Li Chang'an returned to the modern world, intending to recuperate and rest properly. However, to his dismay, he stumbled upon such a scene upon his arrival. Still clad in his travel attire, He found himself compelled to intervene. Since he could not draw his sword, he was disinclined to commit further acts of violence. He instructed Wu Laoda to procure a beverage bottle, ensnared the malevolent spirit, compacting it into a diminutive mass, which he then stuffed into the bottle, sealing it tightly and affixing a yellow talisman. Placing it upon the table, he observed the swirling, dense black smoke within, vaguely revealing a grotesque visage, while the bottle itself trembled incessantly. With a decisive clap, Li Chang'an affixed another talisman, and at last, the spirit within settled down, transforming into a vessel of black ink point. One could only wonder where this spirit originated and what profound grievances it harbored. This was not to imply that the spirit was formidable. Rather, in such an environment, lingering souls were easily dissipated by external circumstances. Wu Laoda and his companions, though presently appearing weak and timid, had initially been formidable spirits themselves. For it was inconceivable they could endure long enough to enter the rental of 1404. However, prior to joining, their souls had nearly been shattered, and the resentment clinging to their ethereal forms was the first to be eroded. Thus, they now bore a tranquil demeanor, with some even oblivious to their own names. Just as Li Chang'an was about to reprimand these timid souls, an unexpected, long-forgotten phone call rang out. Upon glancing at the screen, he noted an unfamiliar number. Master Li? This is Zhang Suxuan. Chapter 45. The female officer, a rusted bus sign leaned askew by the pavilion, while a bus plastered with advertisements briefly halted before hastily departing, stirring up clouds of dust along the road. Coughing ensued as the fine particles invaded the lungs of passers-by. Li Chang'an covered his mouth and nose as he exited the bus stop. He surveyed his surroundings, confronted by a vista of dilapidated old houses, their walls marred with age, and between them, illegal structures crammed the narrow streets, rendering them even more constricted. The thoroughfare appeared neglected, with heaps of refuse festering in corners and by trash bins, swarming with flies. When the wind blew, plastic bags and dust danced together in the air. Mr. Li, a voice tinged with a hint of a Hong Kong accent called out, "Over here." Li Chang'an turned to see Zhang Suxuan. Clad in a pristine white practice outfit, hands clasped behind her back, her silver hair neatly swept back, exuding a demeanor of tranquility amidst the chaos, almost possessing an ethereal quality, as if she were an untouched being in a tumultuous world. It is said that some individuals are naturally suited to their vocations, as if blessed by the ancestral spirits. In this environment and at this age, anyone else dressed in such a manner would resemble a grandparent taking a leisurely stroll. Yet, Master Zhang somehow emanated an aura of celestial grace. Alas, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit, or else she would not have sought him out. Li Chang'an smiled and approached her, joining her side. Yesterday, a phone call from Zhang Suxuan sought the assistance of Li Chang'an. Initially, Li Chang'an, worn down by fatigue and ailments, intended to decline the request in favor of recuperation. However, upon reflection, he recalled that although he had made a modest profit at Boss Lu's establishment last time, he had subsequently purchased a plethora of unnecessary supplies and equipment, particularly the bottle of Limao meant for the old Taoist and the specially commissioned longsword at his waist, which had significantly drained his finances. Indeed, it is said that not a penny can thwart a hero's resolve. Unwilling to engage in dishonorable activities such as theft or fraud for sustenance, he felt compelled to reluctantly acquiesce, though be candid. Even after agreeing, Li Chang'an found himself somewhat perplexed. Someone like Zhang Suxuan, a practitioner of the arcane, should, like a researcher, harbor the deepest skepticism towards the supernatural. Even when faced with phenomena before their eyes, they often cling stubbornly to excuses for denial. He left him wondering why this master had undergone such a rapid shift in perspective. When trouble arose, he immediately sought out Li Chang'an as a practitioner of the supernatural. Reading people's thoughts is an essential skill. Zhang Suxuan, somehow, had discerned Li Chang'an's unspoken sentiments. Li is a true expert. I, as Ali Gue, would not dare to deceive you with falsehoods. Tracing back to my master's master, this lineage has been passed down through 3 generations. Though my ancestors dabbled in feng shui, divination, and warding off calamities, those were but superficial skills, and I have never encountered genuine phenomena until the recent encounter with the fox spirit and the zombie, which seemed to open a gateway. Recently, Zhang Suxuan had fallen silent, selling his words as bait for Li Chang'an to engage. However, such heartfelt openness surely bore ulterior motives, which Li Chang'an recognized clearly, observing him with a knowing smirk. He managed to chuckle, waved his hand dismissively, and sighed. Let us not dwell on that. With that, he stepped forward to lead the way. Mr. Li, the location can be a bit tricky to find. Allow me to guide you. No need, Li Chang'an replied. Stepping past him, I am quite familiar with this area. With that, he led Zhang Suxuan through a small supermarket, turning into an alley, and after walking 100 steps or so, they arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. The security booth stood a short, stout young policeman who approached them as soon as he spotted them. Zhang Lao, you've arrived. Zhang Suxuan nodded with restrained acknowledgement and proceeded to introduce Li Chang'an. Xiao Tang, this is Li Chang'an. Though he may appear youthful, his expertise in the Tao is profound. I have specifically invited him for this case. Upon hearing this, Officer Tang promptly saluted Li Chang'an before leading them into the complex. Come, Master Zhang, Mr. Li, the crime scene is on the 8th floor of Building 1. The reason Zhang Suxuan sought Li Chang'an's help was indeed a murder case. However, it was not to solve the crime, for he lacked such capabilities. Rather, it was due to the bizarre nature of the deceased condition that he enlisted Li Chang'an's insight to determine if any supernatural elements were at play. Li Chang'an had inquired briefly over the phone, noting that the deceased and the suspects had no direct connection to Zhang Suxuan, indicating that this was purely a matter of duty. It was curious that a practitioner of the supernatural would be so eager to involve himself, even going so far as to personally fund Li Chang'an's involvement. If there were no ulterior motives involved, it would be hard for anyone to believe, though Li Chang'an himself had never been one to pry into the private affairs of others and thus refrained from inquiring further. The building was an old-style residential structure, lacking an elevator, with only a staircase to navigate. The three of them climbed up in one breath, feeling somewhat breathless. After catching their breath, Xiao Tang removed the seal from a security door and retrieved a key. What are you doing? Came a sharp reprimand as a striking policewoman stormed up the stairs with brisk determination. Call her striking is merely a polite expression. In truth, the female officer appeared to be around 30. While her features were passable, her complexion was somewhat coarse and dull, and she wore no makeup whatsoever. Her physique was fit, and her movements were agile, clearly indicating her as a capable individual accustomed to the rigors of her profession. Suddenly confronted by such a figure, Li Chang'an initially thought it was merely a failure of internal communication within the police force and paid it little mind. However, he quickly noticed Xiao Tang, whose plump face was dripping with cold sweat. Glancing over at Zhang Suxuan, he found the seasoned trickster rubbing his hands together, his expression replete with obsequiousness. Xiao Yun? To his astonishment, the female officer shot him a fierce glare. Who is Xiao Yun? My name is Zhang Qian. With a single retort, she left the old trickster momentarily speechless, then turned her fierce gaze towards Xiao Tang. Do you even realize what you're doing? As a police officer, how could you bring two unrelated civilians into a crime scene? If you were to tamper with any significant evidence, could you bear the responsibility? Under her imposing presence, Xiao Tang trembled. Zhang, team leader, it wasn't me. It was Director Wang, Xiao Tang stammered, attempting to defuse the situation. Zhang Suxuan quickly interjected, trying to smooth things over. Xiao Yun, Director Wang has already entrusted this matter to me. You needn't intervene any further, I repeat. My name is Zhang Qian, the female officer reiterated, her eyes ablaze with indignation. What do you mean I shouldn't intervene? Am I a police officer, or are you? As the tension threatened to erupt once more, the officer's phone suddenly rang from her pocket. She snatched it up and, upon glancing at the screen, reluctantly answered, her expression shifting from displeasure to an even darker countenance. Meanwhile, Xiao Tang discreetly slipped his phone back into his pocket. Li Chang'an gave him a thumbs up, and Xiao Tang made a series of exaggerated facial expressions, signaling him not to draw attention from the officer. After a brief moment, the female officer hung up, her face now resembling a charred skillet. She huffed a few times, leaving with a terse command. Do not disturb the scene. With that, she stormed down the stairs, seemingly unwilling to cast even a glance at those present. Zhang Suxuan opened his mouth to call after her, but ultimately held his tongue. Turning back to Li Chang'an, he offered a slight bow and then addressed Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, please open the door. As the security doors swung open, a wave of stale, musty air rushed out, prompting the three of them to cover their noses. I'll open a window to let in some fresh air, Xiao Tang declared as he dashed towards the window. Wait, wait, wait. We must preserve the scene, Zhang Suxuan quickly cautioned. Thus, Li Chang'an was left to survey the surroundings in the oppressive air. This appeared to be a rented room. The floor was not tiled, and although there were some pieces of furniture, They were sparse and mismatched. It seemed some individuals had purchased the space, waiting for its value to appreciate, merely making superficial renovations before renting it out for profit. Li Chang'an glanced around hastily. In the corner of the living room sat an entire box of cockroach poison, and to his astonishment, surveillance cameras were installed at each corner. Xiaotang then led two individuals into the bedroom of the house. Upon opening the bedroom door, an even more pungent odor of decay assaulted the senses. The lifeless body of the deceased was slumped in the chair before the computer desk. Earlier, Zhang Suxuan had failed to clarify the specifics of the deceased's demise over the phone, merely stating it was quite peculiar. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the body having been discovered for some time, the police had not yet removed it. Xiaotang had begun to relay the basic details of the deceased. The individual, surnamed Qian, was named Qian Chang, aged 22, a recent university graduate who had come to the city to seek employment, currently working at a certain internet company. As Xiaotang diligently examined the case file, Li Chang'an approached, turning the chair to face the deceased directly, furrowing his brow in contemplation. There were no apparent wounds or bloodstains on the body, only a contorted expression, slightly parted lips, and eyes wide open, with the position of the eyeballs appearing somewhat misaligned. Despite the ghastly sight, it was not these details that troubled Li Chang'an. Rather, he found the deceased's face vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. "Don't move." As Li Chang'an pondered this, Xiaotang suddenly shouted, startling Zhang Suxuan. "What's wrong?" At that moment, Xiaotang's round face appeared even more anxious than it did when confronting a female officer. Just as Li Chang'an inquired, he heard a faint, peculiar sound. Though subtle, it resonated clearly within the closed confines of the room. The three of them turned in unison to observe the deceased's left eyeball slightly rotating to the left. No, it seemed the eyeball was being forced toward the side. The inner corner of the eye bulged slightly, and then a slender tendril emerged from within. Subsequently, the deceased's eyeball appeared on the verge of bursting from its socket, as two legs, adorned with short hooks, clung to the withered orb. In an instant, a cockroach crawled forth from the deceased's eye. Xiaotang's complexion drained of color. "Run!" he shrieked, his voice tinged with panic. However, it was already too late. Bang! Both of the deceased's eyeballs shot out simultaneously. Following that, an uncountable swarm of cockroaches surged forth from the eye sockets, nostrils, ears, and mouth, resembling a dark wave that crashed against the ceiling before swiftly retracting. In the blink of an eye, the insects filled the doorways and windows. Amidst the buzzing of flapping wings, a horde of insects descended upon the three individuals from all directions. Chapter 46. Riding the wind, the room was inundated with insects, their wings creating a thunderous cacophony as they lunged towards the three. Xiaotang and Zhang Suxuan hastily grabbed nearby objects, flailing them about in a futile attempt to fend off the swarm. But the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. The moment Zhang Suxuan opened his mouth, a cockroach attempted to crawl inside. Meanwhile, Xiaotang's face was a picture of despair. It was evident that as long as they approached the corpse, the cockroaches would emerge to attack, which was precisely why the police had delayed in handling the body. He had thought the two others were aware of the situation, only to realize that Zhang Suxuan, in his agitation, had forgotten this crucial detail. As for Li Chang'an, he approached the corpse without a moment's hesitation, unwittingly provoking a hornet's nest, or rather, a nest of cockroaches. However, Xiaotang vaguely discerned some differences. Previously, the cockroaches swarmed towards individuals, evidently to drive away those who approached, without such a grand display, yet with more intent. This time, although the commotion was considerable, nearly filling the entire bedroom, it resembled a chaotic flurry, more akin to a startled reaction. Xiaotang still had the leisure to ponder idly, while the old mystic beside him could no longer endure the situation. He swatted at the insects that burrowed into his ears. Finally recalling that he had brought along someone of significance, Li Chang'an, he hurriedly glanced in Li Chang'an's direction. Amidst the buzzing swarm, Li Chang'an strolled gracefully, and wherever he passed, the insects instinctively parted. Zhang Suxuan, witnessing this, promptly called out, "Mr. Li, help us." Only then did Li Chang'an notice the disarray of the two. He nodded, and under the hopeful gaze of the old mystic, pursed his lips and blew a breath. Suddenly, as Zhang Suxuan remained in a daze, a refreshing breeze brushed against her cheek. Almost immediately, a sharp sound pierced her ears, the rush of wind slicing through the air. A tempest abruptly arose, stirring the atmosphere within the bedroom, and the insects were swiftly torn apart by the rapidly swirling air, crashing violently against the walls, floor, and ceiling. Bang! Following that, the bedroom door was flung open. Slamming against the wall, a gale surged in from outside, merging with the tumultuous air within the room, exacerbating the chaos. The furniture shook violently, papers and book pages fluttered wildly, and both Zhang Suxuan and Xiao Tang were tossed about by the fierce winds. In that small space, a considerable volume of air was forced in within a brief span of time. The window finally succumbed, emitting a creaking sound before shattering explosively. The whirlwind swept out the insects along with shards of glass through the broken window. As the wind gradually subsided, Zhang Suxuan and Xiao Tang stood amidst the disordered bedroom, the corpses of the insects falling from the ceiling, yet they remained utterly motionless, their expressions blank, the source of their stunned silence. Li Chang'an leaned against a table, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What he had just employed was a new transformation technique obtained after vanquishing the spider demon, controlling the wind. The wind is like a wild stallion, a mere speck of dust, a breath that connects all things. With the ability to command the wind, Li Chang'an could summon a tempest simply by guiding his own breath, just as he had done now. However, the wind is the most unrestrained of forces. To exert fine control or even to ride upon it requires great mastery. Li Chang'an had only attempted a small exercise, and instantly felt as though he were grappling with the very forces of nature, his magical energy and vitality depleting simultaneously, leaving him feeling unwell. Zhang Dali, a strident voice rang out at the doorway. Zhang Dali? The name of a deceased individual? Li Chang'an looked curiously, only to find a female police officer, seething with anger, blocking the entrance and glaring at the old mystic. Meanwhile, the ethereal Zhang Suxuan appeared visibly anxious, his native dialect escaping him in his distress. What Zhang Dali? Where on earth does this Zhang Dali come from? Himph. The female officer scoffed, sweeping her gaze over Li Chang'an's pallid face before fixing her stare on Xiao Tang. I instructed you to secure the scene. Where is the protection of the scene you promised? The two snapped back to reality. They stared dumbfoundedly at their surroundings. Chairs overturned, debris scattered, and the walls smeared with remnants of cockroaches and congealed blood. On the chair remained only a polished skeleton and a few tattered strips of human skin. Xiaoyun, I am Zhang Qian. A gathering of elderly folks has already formed downstairs. Just moments ago, when the shards of glass fell, there were some residents present below. Fortunately, the glass shattered into tiny fragments, resulting in minimal injuries. Only a frail man suffered a laceration on his left leg, a mere scratch, yet he rolled about in exaggerated distress. To the uninitiated, one might assume his affliction was not on his leg, but rather on a more sensitive area. Coincidentally, a female police officer descended the stairs, leading a befuddled old charlatan. Upon spotting the man writhing on the ground, she called out by Xiaoyue, "What are you doing sprawled on the ground?" Hearing this, the man immediately flipped over, grinning sheepishly. "It's nothing. I'm just fooling around, Captain Zhang." With by silenced, others began to gather around. While they were indeed unscathed, the debris that fell was not limited to mere shards of glass. Observing the female officer and Xiao Tang overwhelmed by the crowd, both perspiring profusely as they attempted to calm the agitated residents, Zhang Suxuan swiftly seized Li Chang'an and discreetly made his escape. After they had distanced themselves, the old charlatan let out a deep sigh. I must have discerned the connection between Xiaoyun and me. Li Chang'an nodded slightly, casually remarking, "You certainly owe her a considerable amount of money." Zhang Suxuan paused, torn between laughter and tears. "Mr. Li is jesting. I do indeed owe much to Xiaoyun." He glanced back, casting a profound look. "She is the daughter of my ex-wife," Li Chang'an grimaced, for he detested such melodramatic tales. He hastily interjected, "You haven't erred in seeking me out with that." He raised his hand, revealing a bundle wrapped in a tablecloth. Unwrapping it layer by layer, he unveiled an astonishingly large, iridescent purple cockroach. Upon the sight of such a monstrous creature, Zhang Suxuan felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back. "What is this?" "It was discovered at the scene," Li Chang'an added, "and it bears traces of sorcery." Zhang Suxuan's expression darkened. His involvement in this matter stemmed from a fear that his daughter might encounter something beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. "Is it goo?" He immediately thought of the infamous sorcery, I cannot ascertain whether it is indeed goo. But Li Chang'an's demeanor grew cold as his hand instinctively moved to his waist. The sorcery that summons vermin is undoubtedly real. He rewrapped the insect and ignited a talisman that emitted a surge of mystical energy. Threads of an invisible nature extended from the creature, snaking into the depths of the city, entwined with a peculiar odor identical to that at the scene. Li Chang'an lifted his gaze, peering beyond the streets and rooftops into the city's hazy sky. "This way?" he inquired, following the thread of invisibility. He traced the trail to the opposite side of the urban village, where an old, decrepit tower block awaited. The two ascended the stairs, guided by the scent, until they stood before a wooden door. Knock, knock. Zhang Suxuan rapped twice, yet there was no response from within. "Is anyone home?" Li Chang'an's nostrils flared slightly, shaking his head in reply. "Take this." He thrust the large insect into Zhang Suxuan's hands and asked, "Have you purchased insurance?" "What?" Zhang Suxuan's face twitched as he accepted the insect. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Li Chang'an grinned widely, stepping back before launching himself against the door with a resounding thud. Bang! The wooden door creaked open, unveiling the scene within the room to the two individuals. Hiss! Zhang Suxuan inhaled sharply, for in the center stood a grotesque figure. Its bulk was not due to excessive clothing or corpulence, but rather it was ensconced in a swarm of mosquitoes, layered thickly. 3 deep from all sides. The wind surged. Without the luxury of contemplation, Li Chang'an summoned a tempest once more. In an instant, he was swept along with the gale into the room. The wind rushed in, creating a whirlwind that instantly dispersed the mosquitoes, revealing a desiccated corpse beneath. "Mr. Li." Zhang Suxuan followed closely, suddenly pointing at the body with a gasp. The remaining mosquitoes coalesced upon the corpse, forming a mass the size of a fist, which drifted towards the window against the ferocious wind. Li Chang'an swiftly brushed his waist, producing a small sword, half a palm in length and 2 fingers wide, its blade adorned with talismans drawn in vermilion. "Heavenly calamity shines bright, earthly misfortune takes form," he murmured rapidly, releasing the small sword, which transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the center of the mass, shattering it. The sword continued its trajectory, embedding itself in the wardrobe, skewering a mosquito the size of a finger. This mosquito's abdomen swelled, glistening crimson. The blade passed through its midsection, blood trickling along the edge. This small sword was the product of Li Chang'an's imaginative ingenuity. He mused that since it was a sword, perhaps martial techniques could also be applied to it. Regrettably, it had been delayed in transit, and it was only upon his return that he retrieved it from the security booth. However, the outcome was less than ideal. It lacked the sharpness of true swordplay, and the talismans were not as potent as those on paper. Fortunately, after undergoing a transformation technique, Li Chang'an's muscle control and hand-eye coordination had become exceptionally refined. He could now throw this object with precision, hitting his mark within 10 paces. As the swarm of mosquitoes dissipated, Li Chang'an let out a muffled groan, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. The gale he had summoned earlier had strained his insides. "Mr. Li, are you all right?" Zhang Suxuan inquired. Having observed the scene clearly, Li Chang'an shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed, then withdrew the talisman from the sword, allowing the carcass of the mosquito to thump onto the floor. He furrowed his brow and suddenly crouched down, prying open the mosquito's abdomen to extract a fragment of crystal, half the size of a fingernail. Li Chang'an pinched it, wiping away the bloodstains, and held it to the sunlight, which refracted a red glow. "Mr. Li, what is this?" Zhang Suxuan asked again. Li Chang'an shook his head once more. He sensed a modicum of spiritual energy within the crystal fragment, but was uncertain of its true purpose. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Suxuan pressed. "What else can we do? We can only use that cockroach," Li Chang'an replied while turning back, his gaze landing on Zhang Suxuan's hands, only to find himself bewildered. "Where is the insect?" "The insect?" Zhang Suxuan glanced down, discovering his hands empty, save for a small piece of tablecloth spread on the ground. In his moment of shock, he had let it slip away. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Zhang Suxuan's forehead. That large cockroach was no ordinary pest but a creature that could consume a person. If it were to escape, the old mystic shuddered, frantically searching around. Just as he turned, half of the insect's body emerged from behind his ear, its antennae probing into the old mystic's ear. The old mystic remained utterly oblivious, continuing his search, unaware that the grim reaper he sought was lurking just behind him. "Don't move!" Li Chang'an's sharp command startled the old mystic, who turned around only to be met by the glinting tip of a sword. The sudden emergence of the blade rendered him icy with fear, causing a chilling sensation to creep over his ears as the sword grazed perilously close. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, a loud thud echoed as an object fell at his feet. He looked down to find the large cockroach he had so desperately sought lying there, its head cleaved in two yet still writhing in a futile attempt to right itself. His face paled to match the hue of his hair, as if pricked by a needle, and he staggered back in fright. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he gingerly touched the delicate cut on his ear, feeling a twinge of pain but overflowing with relief. He had narrowly escaped having that creature burrow into his brain. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for saving my life," the old mystic stammered. Still shaken, Li Chang'an waved dismissively, retrieving his small sword and glancing down at the cockroach, which had managed to flip itself over. With a swift crunch, he crushed it underfoot, discovering a shard of crystal amidst the remains. Zhang Suxuan stood by, observing the scene of insects and carcasses within the room, his expression shifting like a tempest, hesitating as he inquired, "Mr. Li, what should we do now?" Li Chang'an instructed him to wait a moment, then closed his eyes, focusing entirely on his sense of smell. After a brief pause, he shook his head. His ability to track these pests relied on the scent emanating from the invisible threads connected to them. In his haste to save Zhang Suxuan, he had severed the cockroach's head, causing those threads to dissipate instantly. The residual scent in the air had been muddied by the complex aromas of the modern city, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. However, the invisible threads extending from the large cockroach were not singular. They were merely one among many. This implied that in various corners of the city, other pests might be causing trouble. Such a predicament was beyond Li Chang'an's capabilities. Rising to his feet, he uttered a remark that brought a wave of relief to Zhang Suxuan. "Call the police." Inside the police station, both officers and civilians alike couldn't help but cast their gaze toward a particular corner of the hall. It was not out of sheer curiosity. After all, a young man standing calmly with a sword in hand within a police precinct was quite an unusual sight. Zhang Suxuan did not report the incident. Instead, he placed a direct call to Director Wang, relaying Li Chang'an's suspicions and the circumstances at the scene. Director Wang immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. If there were only one case of a swarm of insects attacking humans, it could be attributed to an extraordinary and rare natural phenomenon. However, with the emergence of another case in quick succession, it could very well indicate a series of heinous murders with unknown methods. Following Li Chang'an's reasoning, it was highly probable that other victims had already emerged or would soon appear. This warranted utmost caution, prompting Director Wang to mobilize the police force for a citywide investigation. Meanwhile, personally leading the team to secure the scene, Li Chang'an encountered Director Wang for the first time, a gaunt man with a protruding abdomen. This director was not one to mince words, promptly bestowing the titles of consultants upon Li Chang'an and Zhang Suxuan. It must be said, the energy generated by the machinery of the state is indeed astonishing. Before long, the commonalities between the two deceased were uncovered. One of the victims, named Sui Liang, was also a laborer from the lower strata of the city, and like Qian Cheng, had previously resided in a certain apartment, but had recently vacated it, only to meet his demise at the hands of a parasite shortly thereafter. Although the clues were scant, they nonetheless marked the beginning of an investigation. Consequently, the police immediately summoned the residents of that apartment to the station, while concurrently asking everyone to be on the lookout for any individuals who had suddenly vanished or ceased to go out. As a consultant, Li Chang'an was entitled to partake in the case. Thus, when the police officers interrogated the apartment's occupants, Li Chang'an, sword in hand, stood nonchalantly to the side, attracting the attention of onlookers, yet he remained unfazed. Turning to the short, stout Officer Tang, who had also been temporarily assigned to handle this case, "Is this really all the people we have?" he inquired. The arriving residents amounted to only a sparse handful, fewer than the surrounding police officers. Officer Tang glanced over and explained that apartment is situated in a remote area, offering affordable rent. The residents are either laborers or recent graduates from out of town, leading to a high turnover rate. To gather this many in such a short time is commendable. Li Chang'an nodded, surveying the faces of the few residents before fixating on one man. This individual, with deep-set eyes and a skeletal frame, was none other than Bai Shiyue, who had previously caused a scene beneath Qiancheng's building. Bai Shiyue appeared to be a regular at the police station, displaying no signs of discomfort as he sprawled across two seats. The other residents kept their distance from him, particularly a heavily made-up young woman who dared not even glance in his direction, shrinking away with her head buried in her collar. Yet, the more she recoiled, the more Bai Shiyue fixated on her with an inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This person? Li Chang'an inquired, pointing at Bai Shiyue and turning to Officer Tang. Having witnessed Li Chang'an's capabilities firsthand, Officer Tang did not dare to be negligent, promptly responding, "This man is Bai Shiyue, a notorious pest." However, the reason this woman avoids him, Officer Tang's chubby face curled into a smirk, is likely due to some guilty secret. What sort of guilty secret? Li Chang'an pressed. Just then, a female voice interjected, a familiar tone belonging to Captain Zhang Qian, daughter of the old fortune teller. No, no. Officer Tang quickly waved his hands. I was just rambling. He hastily gathered a pile of documents. By the way, Director Wang is waiting for these files. You all take your time to chat. With that, he made a swift exit. Perhaps accustomed to the demeanor of a mouse encountering a cat, Zhang Qian thought little of it, allowing a rare smile to grace her typically taut features. Don't heed his nonsense. Bai Shiyue, she hesitated, can be considered a pitiable soul. This individual is quite familiar with the ins and outs of incarceration. We are well acquainted with his circumstances. He suffers from a peculiar ailment that causes excruciating pain throughout his body when it flares up. Initially, he relied on morphine for pain relief, but over time, he developed a tolerance, ultimately succumbing to addiction. It is a pity for his daughter, a charming little one only 3 or 4 years old, who is left in the care of a drug addict. Fortunately, he has not completely lost his moral compass. Despite his addiction, he still ensures that his daughter has a meal to eat. After Zhang Qian had spoken for a while, she busied herself elsewhere, and no sooner had she departed than Xiao Tang returned stealthily. Coincidentally, Li Chang'an found himself with a small queried, "Is your forensic office on this floor?" "Forensic office?" Xiao Tang scratched his head. "No, it's not here." "Why do you ask?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud shout echoed down the corridor. "We've found it." "Found what?" At that moment, Zhang Suxuan suddenly emerged, grabbing Li Chang'an and pulling him outside. "Master Li, hurry. We've discovered a new victim." Chapter 48. By Ziyi, Director Wang led the charge, taking the lead. Xiao Tang drove, transporting Li Chang'an and Zhang Suxuan in tow. This time, the scene of the incident was not in the urban village, but in a regular residential complex in the northern part of the city. Upon their arrival, the courtyard was teeming with police vehicles, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers buzzing with speculation about the events unfolding above. While many captured photos and videos, Li Chang'an sought to avoid drawing attention, maneuvering around the throng and ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the floor where the incident had occurred, he encountered a group of officers who were not entering the apartment but rather blocking the hallway. Many of them pale-faced, with some even doubled over, retching against the wall upon entering the apartment. The trio quickly understood the reason for such reactions. A pungent stench of decay pervaded the room, overpowering even the odor of insects. Xiao Tang and the old fortune teller turned ashen, covering their mouths and rushing outside. Li Chang'an pinched his nose, relieved that he had not instinctively summoned the dragon jade talisman. The deceased lay in the center of the living room, where Director Wang was busy orchestrating a team of forensic specialists around the body. Li Chang'an leaned closer, examining the victim. Perhaps having just bathed, the deceased wore only a pair of underpants. His upper body appeared relatively normal, with a complete head and a face still retaining some luster, indicating to even an amateur like Li Chang'an that death had not occurred long ago. However, the lower half was a harrowing sight. Even Li Chang'an, seasoned as he was, felt his stomach churn. The limbs and torso were riddled with festering sores, some as small as coins and others as large as bowls, exposing bone and oozing decay. Internal organs spilled from the gaping wounds in the abdomen, mingling red blood with yellow pus, while white maggots crawled in and out. Yet, Director Wang and several forensic officers remained unfazed, closely inspecting the gruesome scene and even handling the putrid flesh. Observing their unwavering professionalism, Li Chang'an, under the guise of an advisor, could not afford to slack off. Gritting his teeth, he activated the dragon jade talisman. Moments later, he burst through the door, joining the retching throng in the corridor. Leaning against the wall, his face pale and greenish, no matter how many times he faced such a scene, the stench was enough to shatter his threshold of tolerance. Regrettably, despite Li Chang'an expelling his lunch, he gained nothing in return. Although the remnants of the goo's scent lingered on the corpse, the core of the sorcery, The enormous insect harboring shards of crystal within its body was nowhere to be found. It was no wonder that swarms of flies were absent from the scene, repelling the living. He had initially intended to follow the invisible thread connected to the insect to trace the practitioner, or perhaps another victim. Now, it seemed he could only hope to uncover other leads. Seeking fresh air, Li Chang'an ascended to another floor, as the acrid stench in the corridor was unbearable. Upon returning to the scene, he found Director Wang commanding a group of officers to collect the corpse. As for the maggots, they were deeply embedded in the body, leaving them with no immediate solution. They would have to devise a plan for later. At that moment, Li Chang'an noticed something peculiar in Director Wang's expression. It was neither the customary bureaucratic demeanor of an old officer nor the passionate indignation of a man still filled with zeal. Rather, it was a blend of sorrow intertwined with nostalgia. A glance at the other officers revealed that most bore similar expressions, while a few younger female officers covered their mouths, quietly sobbing. "Did you know the deceased?" Li Chang'an approached Xiao Tang and inquired softly. "His name was Sun Yong," Xiao Tang replied, his expression complex. "He was a former colleague of ours." "Former?" Li Chang'an asked, intrigued. "He was recently dismissed from the force." Xiao Tang hesitated before continuing in a hushed tone. "He made a mistake at work." "Sigh. Why even discuss it? He is no longer with us." Xiao Tang's face reflected a reluctance to elaborate, yet Li Chang'an pressed on undeterred. What mistake? This was not mere gossip to him. He perceived it as a potential breakthrough. The typically amiable Xiao Tang now exhibited signs of displeasure under Li Chang'an's relentless questioning. It appeared that Sun Yong's error was not merely personal, but perhaps a dark chapter for the entire police force. Nevertheless, Li Chang'an remained undaunted, continuing to pry. What precisely was the mistake? Observing Xiao Tang's reluctance to respond, he added, "The cause of your colleague's death could very well be an act of revenge." "Revenge? How could that be?" Xiao Tang was taken aback, chuckling incredulously. "Just a white poison insect?" He received a significant sum of money afterward. He must have been overjoyed. White poison insect? Li Chang'an's mind immediately conjured the image of the gaunt man. Almost a mere skeleton. By shoot, that's him. This matter had originally been suppressed by the higher-ups, accompanied by a gag order. Under Li Chang'an's piercing gaze, Xiao Tang finally succumbed, glancing at Director Wang before cautiously pulling Li Chang'an aside to explain in a low voice. Bai Xiuyue was a drug addict. Not long ago, he was caught on the scene and sent for mandatory rehabilitation. It was Sun Yong who took him to the rehab center. Rehabilitation? Li Chang'an recalled Zhang Qian's words. Doesn't he have a daughter? What will happen to her if he goes to rehab? It is precisely because of this that Xiao Tang's face is etched with bitterness. It is said that before Bai Xiuyue was sent for rehabilitation, he had prostrated himself and implored Sun Yong, mentioning that his daughter was still at home. However, at that time, Sun Yong was consumed by his own troubles, having been betrayed by his girlfriend, and he wandered through his days in a daze. Whether he forgot or simply did not register the words as they recalled the little girl, Xiao Tang pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, yet he hesitated to ignite it. The scene was grim. The door was smeared with dried bloodstains. Xiao Tang closed his eyes, refraining from continuing, and Li Chang'an did not press further. The scene was all too imaginable. He spoke coldly, negligence of duty. Xiao Tang nodded in agreement. After the incident, those in charge were concerned that if the matter were to spread, the social repercussions would be dire, thus they suppressed it. Those involved were either dismissed or sentenced appropriately. Sun Yong was also meant to face incarceration, yet his family's connections shielded him. Little did they anticipate that while he could evade the law, he could not escape the grip of murder. Xiao Tang managed to smile, refraining from further comment. As a law enforcement officer, it was unseemly for him to voice such opinions. Truth be told, Sun Yong had brought this upon himself. And what of Bai Xiuyue's neighbors? The little girl had battered on their door until her hands were bruised. They did not even bother to inquire, let alone inform the community police. Bai Xiuyue's neighbors? Li Chang'an mused, they are likely all deceased by now. You mean? Xiao Tang's eyes widened, but he quickly shook his head. How could that be possible? Bai Xiuyue did not utter a word afterward, merely went about his business, even demanding a substantial sum for silence. Li Chang'an remained non-committal. Those who had made up their minds rarely shouted loudly. He simply inquired, is he a local? No, individuals like Bai Xiuyue often have extensive files at the police station, prompting Xiao Tang to respond instantly. His household registration is in Qianan. He is. Xiao Tang suddenly shuddered. A Miao person? Li Chang'an's pupils constricted, his conviction solidifying. Just then, The old charlatan rushed around the corner, seizing Li Chang'an's arm, his face pale and his body wavering. "Mr. Li, help! Help!" The old charlatan, having eavesdropped from behind, burst forth in a state of utter horror after hearing the final conclusion. Li Chang'an was perplexed. "What happened? What is wrong with you?" "It is not me. It is my daughter." The old charlatan gripped Li Chang'an's arm tightly, his nails digging into the flesh. "Captain Zhang?" Li Chang'an recalled that Captain Zhang was indeed still at the police station. Yet she was not Bai Xiuya's target, was she? This is bad. Xiao Tang suddenly slapped his forehead. It was Captain Zhang who apprehended Bai Xiuya last time. Chapter 49. Serpent's Ball. Zhang Qian sat in the hall, surrounded by a palpable air of low pressure. As the esteemed captain of the police force, she believed it was her duty, both morally and logically, to lead the team to the scene upon discovering the victim. However, just before their departure, the director suddenly concocted an excuse requiring someone to remain at the station for coordination, disregarding her vehement objections and insisting that she stay behind. Yet, seeing the old charlatan trailing behind Director Wang, she could hardly feign ignorance. She remained silent, simmering with anger. The surrounding officers were well aware of their captain's volatile temperament and dared not provoke her at that moment, instinctively steering clear of her path. After a considerable time had passed, she finally reached a moment of clarity. What else could she do? After all, authority could easily crush the lesser. With a resigned sigh, she rose to her feet. Most of the personnel at the precinct had been dispatched, leaving her, the captain, with little to occupy her time. The hall was sparsely populated, with the most conspicuous figures being Bai Xiuya and the trembling woman at the periphery. Zhang Qian furrowed her brows and seated herself between the two. Observing Bai Xiuya, she noted that he appeared markedly more emaciated than the last time they had met. When had that last encounter occurred? Zhang Qian pondered for a moment and quickly recalled it was not long ago when she caught Bai Xiuya in the act of drug use and promptly apprehended him. However, shortly thereafter, she received an urgent assignment and handed him over to the department before embarking on her trip. It was only 2 days ago that she returned. Upon seeing Bai Xiuya, she couldn't help but think of the sweet little girl who evoked such sympathy. "How has Qiu been lately?" At her words, Bai Xiuya slowly shifted his gaze to her face. Staring blankly for quite some time, he suddenly burst into laughter, first as a silent chuckle, then escalating into a boisterous, unrestrained guffaw that echoed throughout the precinct, his hysterical laughter resonating in every corner. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Qian interrupted. "It's nothing, nothing." Bai Xiuya managed to stifle his laughter, wiping away the tears that had streamed down his skeletal face. "You didn't know, did you? Didn't know? What is it that I don't know?" Observing the strange expression on Bai Xiuya's gaunt face, Zhang Qian was filled with perplexity, her nostrils twitching as they caught a faint yet familiar odd scent. After briefly briefing Director Wang, Zhang Suxuan pulled Li Chang'an and hurried back to the precinct. On the way, it was still Xiao Tang who drove them. Inside the car, "How is Captain Zhang doing?" Zhang Suxuan fixed her gaze on her phone, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. "An 01 answered the call." Li Chang'an inquired again. "What about the precinct's phone?" Zhang Suxuan gritted her teeth. "No one is picking up either." "What about the nearby police forces?" "They've all been dispatched, even if we were to regroup at short notice." Zhang Suxuan's expression turned grim, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. If Bai Xiuya truly is the perpetrator behind the extermination, then after all this time, those within the precinct might have already found the corpse cold. "It's all my fault," Zhang Suxuan murmured to herself, realizing that Zhang Qian, the former captain, should have been leading the team to the scene. Yet, due to lingering fears from the incidents involving cockroaches and mosquitoes, she had leveraged her relationship with Director Wang to keep her daughter at the precinct for safety. Little did she anticipate that the safest place would transform into the most perilous one. Zhang Suxuan buried her head in her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. Li Chang'an observed her silently, unsure how to offer comfort. The entire precinct was enveloped in silence. It was likely that action had already been taken. Unable to muster any self-deceiving reassurances, Li Chang'an was at a loss. However, Zhang Suxuan lifted her head, glanced out the window, and suddenly shouted at Xiao Tang. "Can you drive any faster?" In her desperation, Zhang Suxuan cast aside any pretense of composure, letting forth a string of expletives that splattered onto Xiao Tang's face. It is not surprising that he is anxious. After all, 5 or 6 minutes have elapsed, and Xiao Tang has barely managed to drive 100 meters. However, it is unjust to blame Xiao Tang, for even though it is now around 8 or 9 in the evening, Traffic jams occur just as they do during the day, and red lights remain red regardless of the hour. Xiao Tang did not retort. Instead, he gritted his teeth and declared, "How fast do you want me to go? If you ran at birth, drive at that speed now." With that, he commanded, "Buckle up," and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Li Chang'an found himself experiencing a real-life car chase. Unexpectedly, despite Xiao Tang's seemingly amiable and portly appearance, he proved to be a fierce driver. With Zhang Sushuan's urgent urging, he too lost his temper. Amidst the roar of the engine, he sped recklessly, ran red lights, and took shortcuts, managing to reach the police station in even less time than usual. Meanwhile, the rest of the team remained stuck in traffic. Upon reaching the building, Li Chang'an promptly disembarked, pushing the old charlatan back into the car. "You should refrain from causing any disturbances," he instructed, then turned to Xiao Tang and added, "You too." Although he was aware that Bai Shuhe could exorcise and eliminate threats, Xiao Tang suppressed his trembling legs, swallowed hard, puffed out his chest, and proclaimed loudly, "I am a people's police officer." Li Chang'an paused. As if seeing the stout man for the first time, he chuckled and asked, "Comrade police officer, are you capable of dealing with the goo worms?" Xiao Tang's expression fell. "Comrade police officer, do you have a gun?" he retorted, rendered speechless. Li Chang'an patted his chest, pushing the protruding flesh back down. "The duty of a people's police officer is to protect the citizens." He gestured toward the old charlatan. "This elderly citizen is entrusted to your protection." With that, he turned and strode toward the police station building. The structure was as brightly lit as when he had left, yet it was devoid of sound, resembling a resplendent tomb, save for the foul stench of goo worms wafting through the air. Li Chang'an could not help but smile wryly. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to an ancient world. Venturing into the dragon's lair, after all, was merely a solitary endeavor. Alas, he lamented that his own wounds had yet to heal properly. Without waiting for further reinforcements, he plunged into the police station alone, acutely aware that every minute wasted could cost a life. As he entered the building, the stench of goo worms intensified. I should have recognized something was amiss. Unbeknownst to the old charlatan, Li Chang'an was equally engulfed in regret. His earlier inquiry to Xiao Tang about the location of the forensic room stemmed from his awareness of the goo worm sent within the police station. At the time, he had presumed it was merely the odor clinging to them from the scene and had not given it much thought. It was only when the aroma became overwhelmingly potent that he had posed the question. Unfortunately, the news of a new victim had diverted his attention. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. Gripping the sword sheath tightly, he surged toward the source of the odor. The origin lay within the lobby, precisely where the previous residents had gathered. Li Chang'an drew his sword and cautiously pushed open the lobby door. The lights within had been extinguished, and the illumination from the hallway revealed a scene of bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor, both residents and officers alike. He hurried forward to check. Fortunately, there were still signs of life. On the surface, it appeared that the individual had merely fainted. He let out a slight sigh of relief, only to then hear a hissing noise. Li Chang'an did not rush towards the sound. Instead, he retreated to the doorway and flicked on the lights. The illumination returned to the hall, yet the palm that gripped the sword began to perspire involuntarily. In the corner of the hall, he beheld a multitude of vividly colored serpents entwined together, forming a colossal sphere. Amidst their writhing bodies, Li Chang'an discerned a distorted face heavily adorned with makeup. With a voice that resonated like thunder, Li Chang'an recited an incantation, casting a small sword inscribed with a talisman meant to dispel evil. He contemplated that these serpents were summoned by malevolent sorcery, and the talisman might possess some efficacy, so he decided to give it a try. To his astonishment, the serpents did indeed disperse, and those that lingered were deftly pricked away by Li Chang'an's sword. Enveloped within the serpent sphere was the woman whom Bai Shuhe had been fixated on. Her expression was now rigid and grotesque, her makeup transformed into a ghastly visage. Despite the slim hope, Li Chang'an bent down and extended his hand to check for her breath. Suddenly, her mouth sprang open, and a small crimson snake shot forth from her lips. Chapter 50. Pursuit. The woman's mouth suddenly gaped wide, and a small snake erupted from it, bearing its venomous fangs as it lunged toward Li Chang'an's wrist. This serpent was no thicker than a pair of chopsticks, its hue reminiscent of flickering flames. Unlike the monstrous vermin Li Chang'an had previously encountered, whether mosquitoes or cockroaches, this snake appeared diminutive, suggesting that its peculiar trait lay within its venom. Now, Its fangs were mere inches from Li Chang'an's wrist. In a flash, Li Chang'an felt an instinctive surge of clarity. He swiftly twisted his wrist, and the icy head of the serpent grazed his skin. However, the serpent, undeterred, shot directly towards his face, and this time, evasion seemed futile. Yet why should he evade? With fangs poised, Li Chang'an did not so much as blink. He merely leaned back slightly. When the snake was about to reach the tip of his nose, it suddenly stiffened, unable to advance further. In truth, after twisting his wrist, Li Chang'an had deftly grasped its tail. The little serpent futilely snapped at the air, splattering a few drops of foul-smelling venom. With a casual flick, Li Chang'an hurled it against the wall. Nevertheless, the small serpent, twisting its slender body mid-air, utilized the wall's rebound to launch itself back towards Li Chang'an. In that instant, a flash of sword light erupted. From a mere 3 inches away, the red snake was severed in two. Before the two halves could descend, Li Chang'an swiftly retrieved a small sword and hurled it. The sword transformed into a streak of light, pinning the serpent's head to the wall. Although the red snake had been cleaved in two and impaled by the small sword, it stubbornly refused to perish, writhing incessantly as the segment that had fallen to the ground slithered toward the head. Li Chang'an swiftly seized it, but the serpent's body coiled around his wrist, its slender form surprisingly strong, constricting painfully against his flesh. Li Chang'an detached the serpent's body from his wrist, firmly grasping it by the 7-inch mark, and with a swift motion, a shard of crystal mixed with viscera oozed forth from the severed end. In an instant, the serpent's body, which had previously constricted painfully, lay limp and lifeless, its head ceasing all struggle. Utterly deceased, Li Chang'an collected the fragment and proceeded to inspect the heavily made-up woman, who had already succumbed to the serpent's venom. He sighed and gently closed her eyes. Suddenly, a noise resonated from the corridor outside. At that moment, most of the police personnel lay unconscious on the ground, while Xiao Tang and the old mystic were outside. The figure moving about in the corridor was none other than Bai Xiuyue. Li Chang'an brandished his sword and sprang to his feet, rushing out of the hall, pursuing the fleeing silhouette in the corridor. "Bai Xiuyue, halt!" he shouted, drawing forth his small sword. In such circumstances, one could hardly expect compliance. Bai Xiuyue, indeed, paid no heed to Li Chang'an's command. Observing this, Li Chang'an swiftly hurled his small sword. Had this been the ancient world, he would have aimed for the back of Bai Xiuyue's head. However, now, in this modern civilized society, he aimed for Bai Xiuyue's leg instead. Bai Xiuyue cried out in pain, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. As he fell, he raised his hand, and a swarm of flies, mosquitoes, and cockroaches surged forth from his sleeve, forming a wall of insects that advanced toward Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, unhurried, produced a tattered talisman, flicking his wrist to ignite the yellow paper spontaneously. Drawing the talisman's flame forward, the neatly arranged wall of insects immediately disintegrated, the insects buzzing chaotically. He then removed his outer garment and, with both hands, swept through the swarm, dissipating the terrifying wall of insects entirely. Meanwhile, Bai Xiuyue had propped himself against the wall, using his sleeve to wrap his hand, extracting the small sword from his leg and discarding it on the ground. Li Chang'an glanced over. Wisps of faint blue smoke billowed from the small sword. "Enough! You cannot escape now." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiuyue's skeletal visage cracked into a disconcerting grin as he raised his middle finger at Li Chang'an, silently mouthing a universally understood expletive. Grasping the window ledge, he vaulted out of the window. Li Chang'an's expression darkened as he leapt after him. The drop was not high, merely from the second floor, and below lay a grassy lawn. Bai Xiuyue landed awkwardly, rolling on the ground before struggling to rise. Li Chang'an followed closely, already aiming for Bai Xiuyue's retreating figure mid-air, gripping the sword's hilt, prepared to harness his downward momentum to incapacitate this foul-mouthed individual by shattering his other leg. Under normal circumstances, Li Chang'an's agility would have made this maneuver effortless. However, at the moment of landing, he tilted his ankle to redirect his falling force, only to find his body suddenly uncooperative. Crack! Li Chang'an stumbled and crashed onto the grass. "Damn it! I forgot my injury hasn't fully healed." With a grimace of frustration, he pushed himself up using the sword sheath. Ahead, Bai Xiuyue was limping away desperately. Spitting out a mouthful of grass, Li Chang'an hobbled after him, limping in pursuit. The old mystic stealthily emerged from behind the police station. He understood that Li Chang'an was not wrong. His presence at the police station would merely hinder progress. Yet, when a father's daughter is ensnared in peril, which father can remain a dispassionate observer? That young officer was also a stubborn fool, blindly adhering to Li Chang'an's orders and resolutely preventing him from entering the building. However, how could an inexperienced rookie possibly rival an old fox like him? With a few deft words, he crafted an excuse to extricate himself and circled around to the back entrance of the police station. At that moment, he wasn't concerned with confronting the assailant. He merely sought to ascertain his daughter's safety. As he rounded the corner to the back door, he suddenly beheld a peculiar sight. Two limping figures engaged in a slow-motion chase across the lawn. The pursuer was none other than Li Chang'an, while the emaciated figure fleeing before him resembled a mere skeleton. By Xiuyue, the old charlatan shivered, instinctively moving to the side. Yet, as he did, the horrifying visages of three victims flashed through his mind. Summoning an unexpected courage, he lunged forward with a ghastly wail. By Xiuyue, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another, momentarily froze and was seized by the old charlatan's grasp on his arm. "Let go!" By Xiuyue shouted, flailing desperately. The old charlatan clenched his teeth, holding on with all his might, as if he wished to throw his entire weight upon him. "Mr. Li, hurry!" As Bai Xiuyue perceived Li Chang'an drawing ever closer, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, only for the old charlatan's grip to result in his arm being wrenched clean off at the shoulder. Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. The old charlatan collapsed to the ground, clutching his severed limb, and before he could rise, a swarm of venomous insects surged forth from the stump. These creatures quickly swarmed over the old charlatan's body, crawling into his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth, seeking entry into his very being. Ignoring the pursuit of Bai Xiuyue, Li Chang'an hastened to the old charlatan's side. He first pulled a red-headed centipede from the man's ear, then produced a talisman inscribed to exorcise evil, pressing it against the old charlatan's south forehead to drive away the insects. Next, he seized the old charlatan by the collar, shaking him awake from his near-fainting state. "Did any of the insects enter your body?" The old charlatan, bewildered, initially shook his head in confusion, only for his pallor to suddenly deepen as he nodded vigorously. "A cockroach crawled into my mouth." As he spoke, two cockroach legs shot out from between his teeth. "Ah, it seems I needn't worry about that cockroach. It's merely a bit nauseating." Li Chang'an remained silent, opting to distance himself from the old charlatan. Yet, suddenly, the old charlatan's expression shifted, and he grasped Li Chang'an's arm tightly. "Where is Xiaoyun?" Before Li Chang'an could respond, a female voice interjected from the side. "You're back so soon. What on earth have you two been up to?" They turned to see a female officer holding two large takeout bags, her eyes widening in shock at their disheveled state. Chapter 51. Seeking retribution. The hospital was a cacophony of noise, the iron chairs chilling to the touch. The old charlatan clutched a diagnosis report, a flimsy sheet of paper that he unfolded and refolded. The doctor had informed him that, following a thorough scan, no anomalous entities were detected within his body. The wounds inflicted by the venomous insects were merely the result of ordinary toxins, easily remedied with medication. Li Chang'an silently gazed at the bandages wrapped around his ankle, feeling the irritation of a nurse called in for overtime, wrapping the bandage around his leg as if it were of no cost. Had he known, he would have preferred to return home and apply a simple herbal plaster himself. At the far end of the hospital corridor, the sounds of voices rose, where remaining officers queued for inspections. After the support arrived, the personnel in the police station gradually regained consciousness, only to be swiftly taken to the hospital for examination. From the initial assessments, it appeared that they had been affected by a toxin that induces a state of coma, with no immediate signs of lasting effects. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang navigated through the crowd, exuding an imposing authority to maintain order. Fortune favored her. Before Bai Xiuyue's attack, she noticed that everyone was preoccupied with their tasks, leaving her, the captain, unoccupied. Seizing the moment, she personally ventured out to procure late-night snacks for the remaining officers and residents, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. The reason she did not answer her phone was that it had been left behind in the police station. Family members expressed their concerns, residents cried out in fear, and officers provided quiet reassurances. In summary, chaos reigned. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Despite the disarray, Bai Xiuyue had managed to elude capture. Zhang Sushuan's face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot. No matter how well he maintained his appearance, he was, at his core, just an ordinary old man. After a grueling day, he was utterly fatigued, sitting on a chair that seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse, yet he still forced himself to stay alert. Unwilling to rest, he repeatedly twisted the paper in his hands, his expression fraught with worry. Not fret excessively, Li Chang'an advised. Although Bai Shiyue was apprehended by Captain Zhang, she is entirely unaware of his intentions toward Bai Shui's daughter. Thus, he may not even target her. Mr. Li. Zhang Suxuan raised his head, wiping his face to alleviate some of the fatigue visible in his demeanor. He dares to commit violence in the police station. Do you think he cares who is innocent or guilty? Li Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. The mindset of a drug addict and a practitioner of dark arts cannot be measured by the moral standards of an ordinary person. Is there truly no other way to locate him? Zhang Suxuan pressed. After escaping from the police station, Bai Shiyue seemed to have vanished from the mortal realm, and his whereabouts eluded all searches. Faced with Zhang Suxuan's hopeful gaze, Li Chang'an slowly shook his head. He too wished to apprehend Bai Shiyue. Regardless of whether the next target was Zhang Qian, a life would still be extinguished. Li Chang'an's pursuit of malevolence relied solely on the Chonglong Yushan talisman. However, in this modern world, where spiritual energy had waned, the efficacy of talismans was significantly diminished. The myriad of scents permeating the city could easily disrupt one's sense of smell. Moreover, the urban environment was replete with various enclosed modes of transportation, and not far behind the police station lay a garbage transfer station. All these factors rendered the Chonglong Yushan talisman ineffective. Mr. Li, is there any possibility? Zhang Suxuan did not relent, his eyes suddenly brightening as he urgently inquired. Could we call upon the souls of the deceased to inquire where Bai Shiyue is? Do you possess the ability? Li Chang'an countered. Zhang Suxuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The conventional art of summoning souls merely called forth wandering spirits, yet the current state of the world could be likened to a furnace grinding away. Without the protection of a physical body, souls would rapidly dissipate. In such circumstances, to summon a soul would require delving deep into the underworld and querying the depths of the Yellow Springs. Li Chang'an was uncertain if anyone could achieve such a feat in this depleted and murky world. In any case, he lacked that capability. He shook his head, about to offer Zhang Suxuan a brief explanation when, wait, Li Chang'an suddenly recalled. This vengeful spirit? Perhaps it did exist. In the living room of his home, Li Chang'an held a beverage bottle in his hand, its surface adorned with several yellow talismans. Beneath the incantations, a dark mist swirled languidly within the confines of the bottle. The multitude of spirits in the room dared not linger in the living area. Instead, they retreated into the bedroom, leaving only a sliver of door ajar. From this shadowy crevice, 17 pairs of ghostly eyes fixated upon Li Chang'an, or rather, upon the beverage bottle he wielded. The reason for the count of only 17 pairs was that Wu Laoda, resembling a quail in his demeanor, stood trembling at the side, his body swollen and mottled in shades of blue and white, quaking incessantly. With each tremor, droplets of water cascaded from his form, seemingly animated. As they rolled and coalesced back at his feet upon striking the floor, Li Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at him. If you are frightened, you may as well retreat into the room. Wah! How could that be possible? Wu Laoda hastily retorted. With you here, how could a mere vengeful spirit dare to leap and nip at my behind? Yet, despite his bravado, the ghost discreetly shuffled back a step. Ha! Li Chang'an shook his head, twisting the cap off the bottle in an instant. Wu Laoda darted into the bedroom with a whoosh. Li Chang'an blinked in astonishment. Was this spirit truly so cowardly? As the bottle unleashed a torrent of black mist, a wailing shriek echoed throughout the room, signaling the impending eruption of the vengeful spirit from within. However, as soon as a head emerged, Li Chang'an swiftly pressed it back down. Consequently, atop the small beverage bottle, a grotesquely oversized head sprouted, an image that was both eerie and ludicrous. A series of low chuckles emanated from the crack of the door. The vengeful spirit turned its gaze, its expression transformed into one of fury. With a loud bang, the door was abruptly slammed shut. A bunch of cowards, Li Chang'an muttered in disbelief, casting an exasperated glance at the now closed door. He then grasped the spirit's head and twisted its face towards him. Drawing out a photograph, he held it before the spirit, inviting a comparison. The image depicted a young man named Qian Cheng. Upon seeing the corpse of Qian Cheng, Li Chang'an had felt a flicker of familiarity. And now, prompted by the old priest's reminder, he finally connected the dots between the spirit he had ensnared in the bottle and the photograph. This vengeful spirit, having presumably roamed the external world for some time before being subdued, was still enveloped in a thick shroud of resentment, indicating the intensity of its fury at the moment of death point. One could only deduce that this spirit had either harbored immense hatred in life or met a most tragic end. Was being devoured by countless insects not a sufficiently grim fate? Qiancheng, Li Chang'an called out. Yet the vengeful spirit offered no response, instead thrashing wildly and attempting to bite at Li Chang'an's arm. This reaction was entirely expected. Resentment often obscures one's soul, erasing memories of self and kin, leaving only the recollection of grievances. Li Chang'an compared the spirit's visage with that of the photograph. The image showcased a dull-witted youth, whereas in his grip was a fearsome specter. Although certain features bore a faint resemblance, it was impossible to ascertain if they were indeed the same individual. Thus, Li Chang'an turned and shouted towards the bedroom. Wu Laoda! Wu Laoda sluggishly emerged from the room. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow and commanded, "Quickly bring out the item." Wu Laoda, his flesh quivering, suddenly recalled the gravity of the situation, hastening towards him but daring not to approach too closely. Maintaining a distance of over a meter, he raised his hand, revealing a small, wriggling creature, a cockroach. Geek! As the dark malevolence seeped from the bottle's mouth, it suddenly receded, and the malevolent spirit's frenzied expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Its head sinking low as if it sought to retreat back into the confines of the bottle. Li Chang'an, quick-witted and swift, seized its hair and yanked it out indeed. He mused inwardly. The specter feared that which could bring about its demise. Nothing else could incite such dread. On the other side, Wu Laoda, robust in demeanor, observed the once ferocious spirit now cowering before a mere cockroach in his hand. In a mischievous manner, he thrust the cockroach towards the spirit's face. "Wait!" Li Chang'an exclaimed upon noticing his action. "What?" Wu Laoda replied, bewildered, only to look down and see the spirit, once again defiant, suddenly snapping its gaping maw towards him. Fortunately, Wu Laoda was quick to react, retracting his hand just in time to allow the spirit to seize the cockroach instead, crunching it into a mere pulp with a few savage bites. While this specter trembled at the prospect of its own death, it only feared that singular entity, not the entire class of beings. It was akin to a condemned malefactor transformed into a vengeful spirit, fearing merely the single bullet that would end its existence, rather than the myriad of firearms. From a distance, one could momentarily intimidate the spirit with a cockroach. But up close, prolonged observation would render any such ruse futile. Wasn't that a path to self-destruction? Wu Laoda had already fled in a panic back to his bedroom, and Li Chang'an, disinclined to chastise him, turned his attention back to the spirit and suddenly spoke. "Bai Xiuyue." The spirit's ferocious and frenzied countenance momentarily faltered. "You remember him, don't you?" Li Chang'an asked with a smile. "Do you yearn for revenge?" The spirit slightly raised its head, for the first time revealing a hint of lucidity on its face. Chapter 52. The soul lantern in the shadowy recesses of an old building, at the crossroads of a narrow alleyway. Under the low-hanging streetlights, insects danced amidst the thin beams of light. Not far from the river, the damp and chilly mist wafted in from the waters, casting a delicate veil over the alley. The hour had long passed midnight, and all pedestrians had retreated to their homes, leaving the surroundings in a profound silence. Should one inadvertently wander into this intersection, they might be struck by the illusion of stepping into another realm. One misstep could lead them into a place beyond human comprehension. Yet, Li Chang'an felt none of this. He merely noted the absence of others, deeming it the perfect opportunity to perform his ritual. He procured 4 bowls of white rice, placing them at the entrances of the 4 alleyways, and proceeded to insert incense sticks into the rice. Next, he retrieved a bowl filled with a vibrant hue, fresh blood. He then took several sheets of yellow paper and a brush, dipping the brush into the blood to inscribe 4 words upon the paper: Lingguang, Jiming, Mengzhong, and Jianbing. Once completed, he carefully positioned the still wet yellow papers beneath each bowl. Subsequently, he bowed in reverence towards each of the 4 cardinal directions, chanting incantations. "I honor the deities of the 4 corners. Please open the gates of the 4 directions." Li Chang'an, still a novice in the art of the occult, possessed but a scant repertoire of spells and charms. His endeavors to vanquish demons and malevolence relied primarily on the transformative arts bestowed by the yellow-shelled book. Yet, through serendipitous circumstances and the guidance of old Lu, He had also encountered some folk practices. What he employed now was but one of those. Folk practices, as the name suggests, are rudimentary spells passed down through oral tradition, often lacking the sophistication to be deemed true sorcery, primarily exploiting certain supernatural characteristics to their advantage. They are simple, crude, with a low success rate and potentially significant repercussions. For instance, using willow branches to ward off spirits or ill-intentioned individuals, as well as the infamous Ouija board, all fall under this category. Li Chang'an now employs an artifact known as the soul lantern. This technique was acquired from the elder Lu, yet due to its unsophisticated nature, Lu never formally instructed him. Presently, all of Li's actions merely mimic the steps he recalls from Lu's teachings, like a parrot imitating its master. After completing several preparatory steps, he finally arrived at the most crucial moment. Li took a deep breath, extracted an orange lantern adorned with 4 luminous openings, and then retrieved a bottle containing a vengeful spirit, placing it at the center of the crossroads alongside the lantern. He then twisted the bottle cap open, and instantly, black mist surged into the sky, with flickering lights heralding the spirit's liberation. Stepping back 2 paces, Li bowed deeply, beckoning the celestial being to ascend the chariot. The spirit remained still, and amidst the chilling fog, a series of light, sinister chuckles echoed. Li Chang'an, exercising patience, bowed once more, imploring, "I summon the celestial being to ascend the chariot." Yet, the spirit continued to remain motionless, its laughter growing increasingly audacious and shrill. The black resentment churned violently, streetlights flickered wildly, and insects scattered in fright. Beneath the erratic play of light and shadow, Li furrowed his brow and bowed again. "I beseech you, celestial being, to ascend the chariot." Finally, the spirit stirred, but only to open its grotesque maw and lunge at Li Chang'an. "You damned celestial," Li retorted with a sardonic smile, infuriated. This exemplifies the shortcomings of such folk sorcery. While it can effortlessly summon ghosts and spirits, ordinary individuals lack the means to confront them, often falling prey to their malice. However, Li Chang'an was no ordinary man. He made no effort to unsheath his sword, instead seizing the spirit by its visage with one hand, while the other delivered a swift uppercut to its chin. Instantly, the spirit's cavernous mouth snapped shut, and several of its teeth were knocked out, dissipating into black smoke upon hitting the ground. Subsequently, Li unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the spirit, driving it to disperse into a cloud of smoke, its essence becoming increasingly unsteady. Only then did Li cease his assault, kneading the spirit into a small mass akin to dough and stuffing it into the orange lantern. Observing its continued struggle, Li demanded, "Do you still wish for vengeance?" The commotion within the lantern finally ceased, and the surrounding black smoke coalesced back within. Shortly thereafter, a crimson light emanated from the lantern. Li grasped the orange lantern and, following the direction of the red glow, ventured into the shadowy alleyway. The soul lantern pointed the way directly to Bai Xiuyue's hiding place. Guided by the lantern, he proceeded to the outskirts of the city. Before him stood a dilapidated old house. This 2-story dwelling had suffered years of neglect, with the second floor having collapsed, while vines grew along the cracked walls of the ground level. It was a perilous structure unfit for even a vagabond to inhabit, yet faint glimmers of light emerged from its deformed windows. The red glow within the soul lantern intensified. However, without its prompting, the overpowering stench of pestilence nearly suffocating the air had already informed Li Chang'an. This was indeed Bai Xiuyue's lair. Li employed talismans to subdue the spirit, preventing it from alerting any lurking dangers. Not rushing in, he crouched low, stealthily approaching the vicinity. Through the shattered window, he discerned the flickering candlelight within. Beneath the wavering flame, a gaunt figure sat with its back to the door. It seemed to cradle a book in its hands, pen poised, as if engaged in writing, though it hunched over, appearing dazed. Only occasionally did it regain its senses long enough to inscribe a line. Surveying his surroundings once more, Li Chang'an's pupils constricted. To his astonishment, the wall he had thought to be blackened by the ravages of wind and rain was, in fact, subtly wriggling. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that what he perceived as a wall was, in reality, a thick layer of insects. The black swarm undulated slowly across the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. The sheer number was overwhelming. Li Chang'an recoiled, calculating his options in silence. Call for help? No, for he feared that a prolonged night would bring forth more troubles. and the presence of law enforcement would only render him hesitant. He seized a withered blade of grass, unconsciously rubbing it between his fingers, as fragments fell away like dust. In that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. The recent arid weather had left behind a plethora of dried leaves on the roadside, remnants from the sanitation truck that had passed by. If he were to encounter Bai Xiuyue again, he would notice that the latter appeared even more emaciated than just a few hours prior. It seemed as if all traces of flesh and fat had evaporated from his form, leaving only bones beneath the skin. Reduced to such a state, he resembled a mere skeleton, incapable of expressing any emotion. He sat there, numbly, akin to a statue on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a howling wind pierced the air from outside. Had the wind picked up? He raised his head slowly, his movements reminiscent of a decrepit elder nearing the end of his days. With a crash, the fierce wind burst through the wooden barrier at the door, swirling in a multitude of burning leaves like a frenzied dragon of fire. It was then that Bai Xiuyue stirred from his lethargy, grasping a bone flute in a sudden motion. The piercing notes of the flute summoned the insect horde, which lined up to confront the fire dragon. Yet, as they approached, the insects scattered like headless flies, chaotic and disorganized, consumed by the flames, leaving behind a graveyard of insect carcasses. What is this? A vision of the sword-wielding youth flashed in Bai Xiuyue's mind. Bai Xiuyue! A fierce command reverberated, and the tempest twisted back, splitting the fire dragon apart. Amidst the swirling leaves ablaze, Li Chang'an stepped forth from the inferno, his sword gleaming with a radiant light. A decisive shout announced his arrival to his adversary. From that moment on, Li Chang'an spoke no more, or rather, his sword became his voice. He thrust the blade forward with determination. Bai Xiuyue appeared paralyzed by the sword's edge, frozen in place without a single movement. The sword penetrated his chest without the slightest hesitation. No, Li Chang'an did not feel joy. Instead, his expression shifted with unease. The ease with which the sword pierced was unnerving, as though it had pierced something loosely structured rather than firm. Sinewy flesh, he abruptly raised his gaze, only to find Bai Xiuyue glaring with rage, mouth agape, yet devoid of eyes, teeth, or tongue. A buzzing sound erupted from him. Swarms of green flies surged forth from his eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and even from the gash made by the sword. Li Chang'an stumbled back in alarm. Simultaneously, the wind whipped up flames all around, intensifying the acrid stench in the air. The swarm of flies was hindered by the fire, and as Li Chang'an prepared to maneuver around to seek out Bai Xiuyue once more, he suddenly felt a weight upon his sword. Glancing sideways, he noticed several large snakes descending from a gash in the ceiling, landing upon the blade. Though blood poured from their wounds inflicted by the sword's edge, they still coiled around it, their mouths agape, ready to strike. Li Chang'an flicked his wrist, poised to shake them off. But suddenly, the buzzing crescendoed, and from the flames emerged a colossal green-headed fly. The distance was too short, and with the snakes entangled around him, there was no time left to evade or counter with his sword. Li Chang'an, however, did not look back with his other hand. He formed his fingers into a blade and thrust forward. The buzzing ceased abruptly. At some unknown moment, he had deftly conjured a small sword, which now pierced through the large fly with a single stroke. Chapter 53. Diary. Li Chang'an swung the small sword, and the large fly was disemboweled by the blade, its corpse plummeting to the ground, dislodging a shard of crystal. Instantly, the myriad of insects that had lingered within the room suddenly fled through the doors and windows, while the several serpents entwined around Li Chang'an's sword relinquished their grip, dragging a pool of blood as they slithered away. Li Chang'an dispelled the tempest, leaving behind a litter of charred insect remains and the remnants of burnt leaves. As for Bai Xiuyue, he was reduced to nothing more than a mere skin upon the ground. Li Chang'an prodded it with the tip of his sword, examined it closely, and shook his head. Once again, he had allowed his quarry to escape. He did not believe that this skin represented the true form of a Gu master. Yet, as he shook the skin from his sword's tip, was such a cowardly escape truly worthy of being called human? Despite being practitioners of sorcery, Li Chang'an fervently hoped that he would never find himself in a similar plight. He began to scrutinize the hideout of Bai Xiuyue, but his gaze was drawn to a table. This table was nothing more than a dilapidated, old wooden four-legged table, akin to those commonly used at rural feasts, known as an 8 immortals table. The table itself held no intrigue. What captivated Li Chang'an's attention were the items displayed upon it. previously obscured by a thick layer of insects, now that they had either been incinerated or fled. The true nature of the objects was finally revealed. An eccentric idol. The idol was crudely fashioned, yet it faintly resembled a human figure, constructed from various insect parts, such as cockroach legs, mosquito proboscises, fly eyes, and centipede tails. It was both repugnant and chilling. Before the idol, a large bowl contained offerings. The offerings were teeming with maggots, exuding a pungent stench of decay. Upon closer inspection, they were various internal organs: hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. What was this? Li Chang'an's expression turned grave as he prepared to examine it closely. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The tangerine lantern in his pocket exploded, releasing a vengeful spirit that burst forth from the confines of the yellow talisman. It shrieked as it circled above Li Chang'an's head. Narrowing his eyes, he instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, yet the spirit abruptly lunged towards the offering table, seizing the internal organs and tearing into them. This scene was profoundly distasteful, and Li Chang'an moved to intervene, only to observe that the spirit's malice was gradually dissipating. As he shifted to the side of the spirit, he noticed it was weeping while it feasted. Intrigued, Li Chang'an decided to let it be. He wandered amidst the scattered insect corpses and bent down to sift through the ground, uncovering a small notebook. It was the very one that Bai Shuya had previously clutched. Left behind in his hasty escape, Li Chang'an opened the notebook, revealing a diary penned in elegant handwriting. Today, Grandma procured a goo furnace for me. His name is I, and he appears rather foolish. Am I truly meant to raise goo insects on I? He seems to be in such pain. If I cultivate the goo insects, will I perish? I am aware that the grass demoness should not become emotionally attached, nor should she form any attachment to the gourd furnace. However, I find myself in a delicate condition, and upon sharing this news with I, he responded with an endearing grin, even coming up with a charming nickname for the child: Chochio, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl. He foolishly claimed to be incompetent, insisting that I should later choose a proper name. Yet, dear I, the matriarch will never permit this child to enter the world. We must escape. The matriarch has discovered our plan. What shall we do? What shall we do? I, if you are reading this, I may no longer be by your side. You must live well and raise Chochio with love, though not return. Do not resort to the goo, and do not dwell on my memory. The ink on this page has become rather blurred, as if the paper has been drenched repeatedly. Li Chang'an turned to the next page, where the handwriting starkly contrasted from the previous elegant script, now evidently belonging to a man. Asha, please be patient a while longer. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer solitude for too long. Once Chochio has grown, I shall come to keep you company. Today, I stumbled upon a peculiar stone. As I approached it, the goo within me began to bite anew. This stone is perilous, and I have concealed it. Fear not, Asha, I shall not meddle with the goo again. It hurts. So painful. Morphine? Why is it ineffective? Asha, Chochio, forgive me. I have succumbed to addiction. I am so sorry, so deeply sorry. This page is filled with the phrase I am sorry. Li Chang'an hastily flipped to the next pages, which were replete with sentiments of remorse and nostalgia. Until Chochio has perished, Asha, Chochio has died. You all shall perish, die, 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 die. No, a mere death is too lenient for you. Ah, you have mocked me as a venomous creature. Very well then, let me bestow upon you the torment of being devoured bite by a venomous insect. Is that not possible? I am indeed a failure, unable to protect my wife, and now I cannot safeguard my daughter. There is utility in that stone. Why can it still not heed my commands? It has already been nurtured. I finally comprehend. Is it not a sacrifice that is required? Take it. Take my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, still fearing the light of day, yet this is sufficient, ample indeed. Feel the pain, feel it, for it is excruciating. Being devoured bit by the insects, is it not painful? Ha ha ha, Chochio, do you see? Father is avenging you. Do not worry, they will all descend to join you, including your beloved Aunt Zhang. I can barely endure any longer. Yet there is one last individual. If I offer the final remnants of my essence as a sacrifice, I should be able to exert control once more. Asha, Chochio, do not fret. I shall soon come to be with you. The notes abruptly ceased at this juncture. Li Chang'an closed the diary, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Life is rife with hardships, and the world is filled with suffering. Has he not known this all along? He stowed away the diary and turned to face the vengeful spirit. No, it should be called Li Chang'an now. The dark resentment enveloping Li Chang'an had dissipated significantly, leaving only a few tendrils of darkness entwined around him. Li Chang'an, engrossed in perusing his diary, had nearly consumed all the offal on the offering table. Now, he was fiercely gnawing on a piece of liver. With a sigh, he suddenly called out, "Li Chang'an." This exclamation resonated like a grand bell, jolting him from his endless trance. His body abruptly halted, the madness and ferocity on his face dissipated, and he stared blankly at the mangled liver in his hand for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by an electric shock, he flung it away, and then collapsed onto the ground, retching. Unfortunately, one cannot expel their soul. After a spell of dry heaving, he finally raised his head in confusion, gazing at Li Chang'an, and as he opened his mouth, tears flooded his eyes. How painful! So very painful! Li Chang'an sighed softly and sat cross-legged on the ground. O revered deities of all realms, as numerous as grains of sand, manifest across the 10 directions, granting salvation to all beings, gathering merit and virtue, together rescuing the world, he intoned. Gradually, Li Chang'an's expression grew serene, and after a few minutes, Li Chang'an finally beheld the young man from the photograph, his demeanor still somewhat wooden. The young man bowed respectfully and then transformed into radiant light, slowly dissipating. Li Chang'an released a long breath, pressed on his painfully throbbing ankle, and, disinclined to rise, reached for his phone amidst the chaos on the floor. "Hello, this is Li Chang'an. Oh, Captain Zhang. What? Old teacher Zhang has been admitted to the intensive care unit?" Chapter 54. Wind and fire as one ages. Their body no longer feels like their own. The old shaman propped himself up from the blue quilt, his frail back resting against the similarly blue pillow. The single-patient room was sparsely furnished, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. He retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from beneath his pillow and turned to Li Chang'an, asking, "Do you have a lighter?" But the cigarette pack was swiftly snatched away, and was smoking in the hospital. His current wife exclaimed angrily, tossing the pack into the trash. Li Chang'an spread his hands, unsure if he was indicating a lack of a lighter or something else entirely. The old shaman could only offer a wry smile to his wife. "I'm not in any trouble," he stated, which was indeed the truth. At his age, after a day of bustling about with Li Chang'an and facing such a significant shock as by Shoyue, he had succumbed to fatigue. At the police station, the moment he relaxed, he promptly fainted. Director Wang, a faithful believer of his, quickly had him admitted to the intensive care unit. After a thorough examination, the doctors found no major issues, and he was transferred back to a single-patient room. Yet the conversation remained unfinished. "What do you mean no trouble? Do you have any idea how worried we were when we received Director Wang's call?" His wife lamented, wiping away tears, while a young man beside her chimed in, "Dad, do you know how anxious we were?" Mom was nearly beside herself with worry. "I canceled all my plans and flew over immediately. Can you promise me that?" Despite the young man's complaints, the concern reflected in his expression was undeniable. Li Chang'an gazed out the window. The sun was dipping in the west, and time was drawing near. He decided not to intrude upon their familial bliss any longer and took his leave from the room. As he stepped out, he caught sight of Zhang Qian seated on a medical chair in the corridor, a basin of lukewarm water at her feet. Zhang Suxuan had been in a slumber for an extended duration, and throughout that time, she had remained unadorned, tending to her duties, while Li Chang'an stood vigil beside her for an equal length. Li Chang'an gestured towards the door, and Zhang Qian responded with a gentle shake of her head. He approached her, took a seat beside her, and abruptly inquired, "Captain Zhang." "Yes? May I invite you for a drink?" "Ah?" Li Chang'an was not particularly fond of bars. Nightclubs were excessively noisy, with music that churned his stomach. Upscale lounges exuded an elegance that left him feeling out of place. In essence, he considered himself an ordinary man. An ordinary man, indeed, drinks not out of love for alcohol, but rather for the ambience it provides. Thus, he preferred barbecue stalls and bustling eateries, though sharing a quiet moment with a couple of close friends under the moonlight was also a delightful option. Captain Zhang appeared to share a similar sentiment. She had shed her uniform in favor of a black, form-fitting gown, her hair styled in large waves cascading over her shoulders, lips adorned with lipstick, and a touch of eyeshadow to mask her fatigue. Yet, she seemed distinctly uncomfortable, frequently tucking her hair behind her ears and adjusting her attire. as if perpetually anxious about her appearance, resembling a shy girl on her first date. Li Chang'an found her demeanor amusing and offered reassurance. There's no need to be so tense. Consider it a casual gathering among friends. Look at me, he stood, spun around, still clad in the same outfit he had worn for 2 consecutive days. Hi. Zhang Qian couldn't help but chuckle, followed by a self-deprecating sigh, as she retrieved a hair tie to secure her waves into a single ponytail. I'm not afraid of your mockery. Zhang Qian relaxed, regaining her assertive persona as the formidable policewoman. It's been ages since I've been on a date. Suddenly going out like this makes me quite anxious. I feel much the same. Li Chang'an replied with a smile, and they raised their glasses in a toast. Li Chang'an, not particularly loquacious, contrasted with Captain Zhang, who preferred to convey her thoughts through actions. Their companionship was undeniably dull. To date, their interactions had been limited to the Bai Shuhe case and the occasional fortune teller. Yet, these topics remained unspoken, a tacit understanding between them. As they progressed through their drinks, Li Chang'an's nostrils flared slightly, and then, unexpectedly, he posed a question. Do you know why I chose this bar? Zhang Qian paused, contemplating before replying. The environment here is quite tranquil. Isn't it? No. Li Chang'an shook his head, his tone laden with significance. It is because the bar's back alley is secluded and quiet. What? Zhang Qian appeared puzzled, unable to grasp the reasoning behind Li Chang'an's statement. Nothing. He offered no further explanation, merely indicating her phone. I forgot my mobile. Could I borrow yours to make a call? Pushing open the iron door, Li Chang'an stepped into the bar's back alley. The passage was neither wide nor narrow, sufficient for a small vehicle to traverse. Just as Li Chang'an had remarked, it was a tranquil, deserted dead end. Instead of making a call, he slipped his phone into his pocket, leisurely unfastening the sword sheath he habitually carried. The alley's streetlights were antiquated, flickering on for mere seconds before succumbing to prolonged darkness. During this time, the sole illumination emanated from the diffuse reflection of the thick clouds above the city. In the dimness, the night breeze wandered, and in its gentle whispers, there seemed to be an undercurrent of latent power. Li Chang'an secured the sword sheath to his waist and suddenly spoke. His tone was languid, as if conversing with an old friend. Regardless of the spells, be it nightmares, curses, hexes, or even the voodoo of figurines, each necessitates something to pinpoint its target. The sophisticated birth date and time, true names, or, at a more rudimentary level, hair, blood, and nails. So, what does your sorcery utilize for localization? Li Chang'an turned his head to behold a gaunt man clad in a loose-fitting hooded sweatshirt, his head bowed in the alleyway. Then it dawned on me. It must be scent, right? However, scent is a fleeting essence. In this era of frequent wardrobe changes and diligent bathing, how can one ensure its persistence? What object remains incessantly by one's side, impervious to cleansing? The answer was strikingly simple. Mobile phones. Li Chang'an regarded the emaciated figure across from him with a cold gaze. Am I correct? Bai Shuhe. At the utterance of the name, the man abruptly lifted his head, and the streetlight illuminated at that moment, causing Li Chang'an to tighten his grip on the sword sheath. Bai Shuhe's human skin had long been discarded in a dilapidated house, yet what lay beneath the hood now was not flesh, but a writhing mass of intertwined insects. Amidst the squirming horde, 2 eyeballs bobbed and drifted, occasionally pressing against the forehead, only to roll down to the chin. These were not human eyes but mere instruments of observation. Was this what it meant to sacrifice the last vestige of oneself? No, this was no longer Bai Shuhe. What remained here was merely a goose seeking to wreak havoc through scent. As the last word left my lips, Bai Shuhe suddenly lunged toward Li Chang'an. Has he lost even the ability to evade misfortune? Li Chang'an met his gaze with icy indifference, flicking a small sword that struck true to his throat. Yet, Bai Shuhe merely paused, the sword causing a multitude of insects to detach and fall to the ground. It seemed to retain a flicker of intelligence, recognizing Li Chang'an's prowess from that strike and refraining from recklessly advancing. Suddenly, he raised both hands, directing them toward his mouth, emitting a peculiar shriek. Following that came a cacophony of repulsive, buzzing sounds. Li Chang'an glanced upward to see a dark cloud descending upon the alley. Upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud but a dense swarm of mosquitoes and flies. Almost immediately, a rustling sound enveloped the surroundings. Li Chang'an surveyed the area, witnessing layers upon layers of spiders, ants, and centipedes flooding from the shadows of corners, the alley's entrance, and the tops of walls. Finally, a hissing sound emerged. Looking down, he saw an endless writhing mass of venomous snakes emerging from the drainage ditch. Truly, it was a net of heaven and earth, with no escape in sight. Yet, there was not a trace of panic upon Li Chang'an's face. Instead, he began to laugh. "Yo, you understand why I chose this bar? This alley?" The other remained silent, but Li Chang'an continued to answer himself. "Because it is both tranquil and secluded." He then produced a talisman, ignited it, but instead of throwing it at Bai Shuiwe, he cast it toward the base of the wall, because there are gas pipelines here. Suddenly, flames erupted, and a fierce wind surged. The fire, fueled by the wind, blazed with crimson ferocity, instantly engulfing the entire alley. The wind spiraled the flames into a fiery vortex. In such a tempest of fire and wind, even the multitude of insects was reduced to mere fuel, ultimately turning to ash. Moments later, a more formidable gust of wind surged into the alley, intensifying the tempest and extinguishing the flames. Once the fire was snuffed out, the wind abruptly ceased, leaving behind only a few smoldering embers and a sky filled with swirling insects. Li Chang'an emerged unscathed from the remnants of the ashes. Stepping forth with an air of resilience, he approached Bai Shuiwe, who had been reduced to a charred carcass by the flames, yet still clung to life. Gasping for breath, a faint red glow emanated from his chest, while charred insects incessantly peeled away from his body, struggling to crawl towards Li Chang'an. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Li Chang'an cast a downward gaze upon the wretched figure. The charred corpse, defiant in its suffering, reached out a hand, but as it lifted, the remnants of the insects fell away, leaving only a charred bone that ultimately crumbled to the ground. It was a sight both pitiful and tragic, evoking a complex tapestry of emotions within him, yet ultimately, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Li Chang'an was merely a wandering hermit, incapable of passing judgment on others or determining the consequences of their actions. His conduct was guided solely by his own whims. He raised his sword and plunged it into the corpse's chest. The stubbornly lingering figure trembled briefly before disintegrating, leaving behind a small shard of crimson crystal nestled on the blade's tip. Suddenly, a chill swept across Li Chang'an's face as a downpour began. The rain fell in torrents, extinguishing the last embers and dissipating the acrid stench, sweeping away the remnants into the drainage system. Sheathing his sword, Li Chang'an turned and made his way back. Upon returning to Zhang Qian's side, he returned her phone. Captain Zhang noticed the traces of water on him. "What happened?" she inquired. "It rained," he replied, glancing up at the few staff members rushing towards him. "What is going on with them?" "Oh, their gas pipe burst." With Bai Shuiwe's demise, the situation settled into a tranquil lull, devoid of further turmoil. Li Chang'an found solace at home, allowing himself ample time to recover. His days were filled with leisure, watching television, browsing the internet, playing games, and taking leisurely strolls in the sunshine. Life was quite delightful. Remarkably, his physical constitution was exceptional. Injuries that would leave ordinary individuals with lifelong ailments healed within a couple of months for him, and his body, having been dormant for so long, now felt restless with energy. This morning, he had already risen early, engaged in an hour of jogging, and returned home for breakfast. As he turned, he spotted a rotund figure blocking the sunlight streaming through the window. Big Wu, gazing vacantly outside, peering through the glass. Approaching for a closer look, Li Chang'an recognized, as expected, the mother and daughter who had recently moved in downstairs. Ever since their arrival, Big Wu had adopted this forlorn, longing expression. It was uncertain whether to commend his eternal youthfulness or to lament his unquenchable desires. Li Chang'an shook his head, dismissing the matter as unworthy of his concern. He stretched his limbs and led the spirits to tidy up the room and refrigerator. He then organized his sword and various belongings. Last night, he had a dream. It was time to embark on a journey once more. Chapter 55. Reluctance to become a Buddha. North of the Tsang River and south of the Sea River lies Yuzhou. This Yuzhou is curious. Upon entering the city gates, one finds Yuzhou County, while beyond the gates lies the Thousand Buddha Temple, renowned in the vicinity as a sacred sanctuary. In the vicinity, the fervor has even overshadowed the grandeur of Wutai Mountain and Hugua Temple. For Qianfu City boasts a singular achievement unparalleled across the 9 provinces. Each year, disciples attain the state of a living Buddha. Consequently, the incense offerings in Qianfu City flourish, with temples stretching endlessly, opulent mansions dotting the landscape, and lavish courtyards aplenty. Naturally, A substantial portion of the land in Yuzhou has transformed into the sacred fields of the great monks, and a significant number of the populace have become the faithful laymen and laywomen of the monks. As the day of enlightenment approaches once more, the normally leisurely monks have become somewhat more restrained, and their patrols have intensified considerably. The entirety of Qinfu City has been placed under a state of martial law, with all monks prohibited from venturing outside at night. However, amidst the stillness of the night, a bald head quietly scaled the wall of a certain monk's dormitory. This individual, known by the Dharma name Yuan Tong, was originally a ruffian from a nearby provincial capital who had fled to Yuzhou to escape the ravages of war. While others had become tenants of the monks, he had adeptly ingratiated himself and was taken in as a novice monk. Yet, the ruffian's nature proved difficult to alter. He often found himself ensnared in gambling debts. On ordinary days, he could descend the mountain to extort money from the faithful, but with the mountain now sealed off, he had been left without options. Compounding matters, his creditors were pressing him relentlessly, and today, upon hearing that the corpulent steward would not be in his quarters that evening, he felt a surge of temptation. "Ba, why is it so tightly secured?" Yuan Tong spat out a strand of grass in frustration. He had already familiarized himself with the patrol routes of the monks, yet tonight, the number of guards had inexplicably doubled, forcing him to evade the anticipated patrols only to encounter unexpected ones, leaving him in a state of panic as he darted into the underbrush. Raising his gaze, he found himself in an unfamiliar and desolate setting, momentarily flustered before recalling that he must have wandered into a forbidden area, a place where ordinary monks like himself were neither permitted nor daring enough to tread. As he ventured deeper, a chill settled in his heart. Before him lay a path overgrown with wild grass, and cobwebs draped across the walls and eaves. Various fantastical legends surfaced in his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a wretched cry pierced the air. "I do not wish to become a Buddha." The sound startled him so profoundly that he nearly stumbled. Just as his heart raced, he heard the rhythmic chanting of Buddhist sutras nearby. Strangely, this brought him a sense of calm. Surely, demons and spirits would not recite sutras. He perked up his ears, discerning that the voice emanated from beyond the courtyard wall. Noticing a sprawling tree nearby, he cautiously climbed up, using the cover of darkness and the tree's canopy to peer inside. To his astonishment, the secluded courtyard was more crowded than he had imagined, with a circle of individuals gathered, each holding a lotus lamp and chanting unfamiliar scriptures. Among them stood a particularly stout figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the steward. To his left was the head monk, and to his right, the guest master, while across from him, the figure appeared to be the head of the treasury. This group comprised none other than the temple's esteemed monks. In the center of the circle, two burly warrior monks restrained a young monk, force-feeding him some substance. Yuan Tong did not recognize the two muscular monks, yet he did recognize the young monk. Wasn't that Ben Yuan? People spoke of him as being young yet possessing profound Buddhist wisdom, selected this year to attain Buddhahood. Just as Yuan Tong was lost in thought, the two warrior monks suddenly released Ben Yuan, who, upon gaining his freedom, turned to flee. The warrior monks made no attempt to stop him, merely crossing their arms and watching coldly. Yet, as Ben Yuan took a few steps forward, his lower body suddenly seemed rooted to the ground, while his upper body continued to mimic the act of running. Before long, even his upper body became immobilized, leaving only his neck and head capable of movement. He could only turn his gaze towards his master, the temple's Vinaya. Vinaya, however, did not even raise an eyelid, as if Ben Yuan were not a human, let alone his disciple, but merely a stone or a blade of grass, preoccupied with reciting scriptures. Then, two monks grunted as they brought forth a heavy object. Unveiling it from beneath a black cloth, in an instant, Ben Yuan's face contorted to an extreme. It was a lotus pedestal, upon which stood an iron nail half his height. The chanting of the monks grew more urgent. The abbot slightly bowed his head, and the two monks lifted one of Ben Yuan's legs, raising it high and positioning it over the nail. Immediately, veins bulged on Ben Yuan's face, the corners of his eyes cracked, and his crimson orbs seemed ready to burst from their sockets, clearly in excruciating pain, yet he could not even utter a scream. Soon after, even the expression of agony froze upon his face. The monks pressed him down onto the lotus pedestal, allowing the iron nail to pierce completely through his body. They then crossed his legs in a meditative posture, raised his left hand before his chest in a gesture of fearlessness, and placed his right hand upon his knee in a gesture of aspiration. They extended their hands towards his terrified, contorted face in the desolate courtyard under the somber night. His chin ought to be tucked slightly. The right corner of his mouth, however, was raised a bit too high. His brows and eyes needed to droop further. The chanting ceased. Upon the lotus throne, a solemn and majestic figure of the flesh Saint Buddha had already taken form. The abbot produced a piece of yellow jade and placed it in Benyuan's mouth, after which it seemed that all the strength of the monks had been exhausted. They instructed the monks to carry Benyuan into the room and guard the courtyard, then assisted each other in departing. Yuantong was already in a state of utter despair. He desperately suppressed his breath and heartbeat. Is this the path to Buddhahood? This is the path to Buddhahood. He suddenly recalled that a few days ago, while he was flattering the monks, the steward had praised him for his intelligence and wisdom. That moment, he felt a swell of pride. Now, however, he was gripped by dread. I must escape. I must find a way out. Yet, in such dire times, how can one flee without any means? Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open and shut. It was the two monks bringing Benyuan out of the room. Upon exiting, they began to converse. Junior brother, the senior brother suddenly remembers an urgent matter. An urgent matter? Could it be that you are seeking the widow of the Lin family? Alas, junior brother, do not speak nonsense. How is that nonsense? To be honest, I too am quite tempted by that widow's ample, fair form. What do you mean, junior brother? Otherwise, shall we brothers deepen our bond tonight and become relatives by marriage? But what about here? Alas, what is there to fear? Who would come? Who would dare? Then, shall we go together? Let us go together, as the two gatekeepers ambled away. Yuantong suddenly remembered the piece of yellow jade in Benyuan's mouth. Could it not serve as means for his escape? Waiting until the two had moved far away, Yuantong stealthily slipped into the courtyard, pushed open the door, only to be met with utter darkness within. He had prepared for this, taking down the lantern that hung outside the door to illuminate his path. He immediately found himself prostrate on the ground, in the dim room. A dozen figures awaited in silence. Yuantong lay on the floor for a long while, with no other movement, and summoning his courage, he crawled up, illuminating the surroundings with the lantern. Originally, it was the fleshly Buddha of the original vow, merely adorned with an additional layer of gold lacquer. He exhaled in relief and bowed a few times to those around him. Brothers, debts have their owners. I am merely taking some trivial objects. If you seek vengeance, do not come looking for me with that. He leaned forward to pry a piece of yellow jade from the mouth of the original vow. This original form seemed still alive, and as the jade was extracted, blood tears streamed down its lowered eyelids. Yet, roundabout as he was, he darted towards the next fleshly Buddha. Since the original vow had jade in its mouth, it was evident that this other fleshly Buddha had appeared earlier. It was the only one in the room that had not been coated in gold lacquer besides the original VOW. As he peeled back its lips, he discovered, indeed, another piece of jade. Overcome with joy, he swiftly proceeded to the next, oblivious to the fact that from the gaping mouth of this fleshly Buddha, canine teeth were slowly sprouting, and red fur was sprouting on its face. Chapter 56. The Rain-Soaked Monk. 1, 2, 3.11, 12. What luck? In his hands, Yuantong cradled 12 pieces of yellow jade, the warm hue dispelling the terror within his heart. Elated, he turned to leave but suddenly froze. In a fleeting glance, he noticed a certain lotus platform was utterly vacant. A long, rancid, and damp breath swept down from the back of his head into his collar. Trembling all over, he clutched the jade tightly, too frightened to look back, and hurriedly made his exit. However, a gust of wind swept past him. A colossal head soared into the sky. A lantern tumbled to the ground, extinguished immediately by a splash of blood in the dim light. His dilated pupils reflected a towering shadow lifting a headless corpse, greedily drinking from the severed neck. Dawn was approaching. 2 monks, shoulder to shoulder, stumbled home, their banter filled with jovial intimacy. Suddenly, both froze, their expressions shifting dramatically. The door to the room they were meant to guard stood wide open. They exchanged horrified glances and rushed inside. What confronted them was the dismembered body sprawled on the floor, yellow jade scattered around. Upon closer inspection of the original vow, they found its neck bitten open. Yet due to an iron nail piercing through, its head remained upright. All the other fleshly Buddhas writhed and squirmed upon the lotus platform. The martial monk who had rushed in first, witnessing this, hastily tore the prayer beads from his wrist and placed each bead upon the heads of the fleshly Buddhas. Instantly, they fell silent, and the two monks twisted their limbs back into place. Everything seemed to revert to normal, except for the fact that, brother, one is missing. No, not a single one is gone. Their gazes fell upon the corpse on the ground. After the new rain in the empty mountains, old sir, may I trouble you for a moment? Do you know where the Yuyun temple is located in these mountains? The old man beneath the pine tree appeared bewildered. Li Chang'an called out from across the ravine. Old sir? Ah! The old man seemed to awaken from his stupor, turning to search around until he spotted the young Taoist with short hair on the opposite side. Are you calling for this old man? Li Chang'an nodded and patiently inquired about the earlier question. Yuyun temple? The old man murmured, but then sank back into his long-held thoughts. The wind swept the clouds away, and the pines whispered in waves. Finally, the old man spoke. It's been so long that this old man cannot recall clearly. Likely that he turned back, pointing towards the misty, smoke-laden mountains, deep within these mountains. Having spoken, the mountain breeze caressed him, and he was lifted, soaring gracefully above the treetops, only to vanish into the mist in the blink of an eye. After all, he was merely a wandering spirit of the mountains. How much could he possibly remember? Li Chang'an felt no profound disappointment, for he was simply weary of the monotonous mountain paths, casually inquiring as he encountered them. He chuckled softly and turned to delve deeper into the clouds and mountains. The rain cloud seemed inextricably bonded to this realm. After walking for a while, the drizzle began anew, falling gently like fine silk. Though Li Chang'an held a large umbrella, the mountain winds swept the rain from all directions. He clumsily climbed the slopes when suddenly, a clear voice echoed from the depths of the forest. In the remote cold mountains, the stream flows quietly, chirping autumn birds, yet none are to be seen. Someone? Li Chang'an followed the voiced eye in the distance. He spotted a monk in white strolling along a small stream. A monk? Wait. Li Chang'an's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace to catch up, but upon arrival, he looked around. The mountain rain pattered, and the stream gurgled. The rainwater painted the mountains, stones, streams, and woods in a harmonious hue, merging into a picturesque mountain rain scene. Yet, within this scroll of scenery, there was no sign of the white-clad monk. Where had he gone? A specter? Rather than feeling alarmed, Li Chang'an felt a thrill of joy. He summoned the spirit of the dragon jade, yet found nothing at his nose. At this moment, the mountain rain intensified. Li Chang'an had no choice but to abandon his search. He lifted his gaze and noticed a yellow hornbeam tree towering above the forest. Resembling a roof, he hurried over, only to discover that the hornbeam was stout enough to be embraced by 10 people. And beside it leaned a boulder as large as a house, with a small thatched hut nestled at the angle between the stone and the tree trunk. To stumble upon a shelter in the wild during such torrential rain was nothing short of fortunate. Alas, a resident already occupied the hut, a stone-carved bodhisattva, weathered by the elements, its origins long forgotten. Li Chang'an bowed in reverence. After all, the bodhisattva was but stone. He might as well yield this shelter to the little path. Having said that, he politely invited the stone Buddha to step outside, then slipped into the hut himself. Indeed, with a place to shield him from the rain, he could appreciate the exquisite dance of the mountain rain. Though the arduous journey had left him quite fatigued, he rested his sword across his knees, using the umbrella to ward off the incoming wind and rain, leaning against the blue stone, and drifted into a light slumber. In his dreams, he lost track of time. A sudden splash of rain on his face jolted Li Chang'an awake, his gaze sharp as lightning, and his sword hummed softly. Before him, the trees were trees. The mountains were mountains. The water was water. Nothing appeared different, save for the absence of his umbrella. Li Chang'an glanced around, only to be astonished to see his umbrella perched atop the Buddha's head. He scrutinized the statue for a long while. Indeed, it was merely a stubborn rock. With a heart full of doubt, he reclaimed the umbrella, placing it back in its original position, and closed his eyes to feign sleep once more. Not long after, a chill swept across his face as the wind and rain surged into the HU. Li Chang'an abruptly opened his eyes and reached forward. He saw the umbrella spinning on the ground, while in his hand, a string of prayer beads had mysteriously appeared. He brought them to his nose and inhaled. Alas, only the scent of rain lingered. Li Chang'an located the temple, or rather, the ruins of the temple. The remnants of Yuyun Temple had long since crumbled into a mire of broken tiles and mud, with a blurred visage of the Buddha emerging among the debris, overrun with moss and rampant weeds. Only a fragment of the wall of the side hall remained, barely providing cover from the rain. Li Chang'an felt no sorrow at the temple's dilapidation. Perhaps he had been seeking ruins all along. He stepped beneath that fragment of wall, sat down gracefully, and closed his eyes to restore his spirit. Uncertain of the passage of time, perhaps merely the duration of a rain shower, Li Chang'an felt a stirring within and opened his eyes. Before him, the collapsed walls gradually rose once more, the houses behind him were being reconstructed, and the green tiles soared back to their rightful place atop the roofs. The plaque of the main hall bore signs of age, while the fragrant sandalwood smoke enveloped the space, bestowing an air of solemnity upon the image of the Tathagata in the courtyard. Withered trees blossomed vibrantly, and the overgrown grass that had once engulfed his knees receded, revealing a path of bluestone beneath. Creaking, the mountain gate swung open, and a monk in white emerged from the rain. Approaching Li Chang'an, he clasped his hands together. "Amidst, I am the humble monk Kong Yin. May I inquire your esteemed Taoist title?" The monk bowed courteously. "I am Xian Xiao," Li Chang'an replied, his gaze appraising this monk with keen interest. The visage of Kong Yin was strikingly handsome, and his demeanor reminiscent of the pure autumn rain upon the empty mountains, clear and serene. Yet, it also bore the semblance of one who might deceive a lady or a gentleman for a few coins of incense. If he were still alive, Li Chang'an shifted slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Monk, why stand in the rain? Come, let us seek shelter together." "Taoist, you jest," Kong Yin replied, remaining unmoved, his expression serene. "I am but a solitary spirit in this rain. Why should I seek refuge beneath a roof?" Such a response was remarkably carefree and candid. Subsequently, he inquired, "May I ask what brings you to this desolate mountain temple?" "Nothing much," Li Chang'an replied, resting his sword upon his knee, "merely to vanquish demons and eradicate evil." Chapter 57. The Monk and the Ghost. To vanquish demons and eradicate evil, Li Chang'an spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words bore the sharpness of a sword's edge. The monk, however, clasped his hands together and uttered amidst, smiling as he settled cross-legged upon the ground, rainwater cascading down his form without dampening his garments. "Do you perceive this young monk as a demon?" Li Chang'an observed the monk, whose aura radiated clarity and purity. Were it not for the faintest trace of ghostly essence lingering about him, Li Chang'an might have mistaken him for a mountain deity. Yet he shook his head. Although the monk's spirit was not malevolent, the body, after death, the soul transmigrates, leaving the corpse. It is not uncommon for a corpse to become a source of calamity. "Why not see for yourself?" he said, gesturing behind him. At that moment, Li Chang'an leaned against a wall of mud and stone. But it was merely an illusion. He reached out, passing his hand through as if it were air, and drew forth a yellowed skeleton. "Is this you?" "Indeed. It is the shell of this humble monk," came the reply. Li Chang'an shook his head, unperturbed, retrieving a string of prayer beads and returning them to their rightful owner along with the skeleton. The monk expressed his gratitude, cradling the bones in his arms and using his sleeve to brush away the dirt washed off by the rain. "Upon my death, I witnessed the slow decay of my form day by day. In time, insects gnawed and grass grew. Ultimately, the wall collapsed upon me, bringing closure to my fate. Yet, on occasion, I find myself reminiscing, returning to gaze upon this place when it rains." As he spoke, he produced a few fruits from his robe and offered them. "Wild fruits from the mountains, a modest offering for my guest." Li Chang'an accepted the fruits, glistening with raindrops, their vibrant green enticing. Biting into one, he found it naturally tart. He set the fruits aside and engaged in conversation, discovering that this monk ghost possessed a broad-minded spirit, unencumbered by material concerns, his words flowing with eloquence. Thus, one man and one ghost, one monk and one Taoist, one in the rain and the other beneath the eaves, conversed with great enjoyment. After a while, noticing Kong Yin's expansive heart, Li Chang'an produced a yellow-shelled book and pointed it out to him. "Master, have you ever encountered this demon?" Yin peered through the rain curtain and beheld a vivid illustration on the pages of a book, depicting a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, intricately drawn with faded colors. The figure sat upon a lotus throne, draped in a cassock, adorned with a crown, yet bore a fierce countenance, with fangs protruding from its mouth. Such a depiction would likely incite curses from other monks, but Ke Ingyin merely smiled. The young monk had never seen such a Buddha. Li Chang'an clasped his hands in apology, and Ke Ingyin waved dismissively, inquiring further. Thus, the Taoist ventures into the deep mountains, seeking ancient temples, to inquire of the old ghost. He gestured to himself. This is indeed the demon he seeks? Precisely, in that case, the Taoist should proceed to hunt it down. Slaying this malevolent being would count as ridding our Buddhist order of a great evil. However, Ke Ingyin pointed toward the east. One must not venture in that direction again. Why? Li Chang'an asked, puzzled. Ke Ingyin replied solemnly, in recent days, the rain clouds from the east have carried a menacing aura and a stench of blood, heralding the signs of warfare. After a brief pause, he glanced at the sword resting on Li Chang'an's lap. Taoist, with such courage, embarking alone with your sword into the deep mountains to seek out demons. You must possess considerable skill, yet, to become entangled in the calamities of war is akin to a fragile boat being swept into turbulent seas, where disaster may strike in an instant. Just as Ke Ingyin earnestly cautioned him, a gust of wind suddenly dispersed the rain clouds, and the downpour thinned out. Li Chang'an looked up, noticing that even the curtain beneath the eaves had lost its coherence. At that moment, Ke Ingyin rose to his feet. This rain will soon cease. I must take my leave now. May you journey safely, Taoist. With that, he turned and seamlessly blended into the gentle rain, after which the clouds receded and the rain ceased. Looking around the courtyard, there remained only crumbling bricks, shattered tiles, and a solitary withered tree. Li Chang'an too stood up. He had seen what he needed to see. Although the outcome was not as anticipated, having encountered such an individual made the journey worthwhile. He stretched his limbs, sheathed his sword upon his back, and, after bowing in farewell, turned toward the east. It was not that Li Chang'an dismissed Ke Ingyin's words lightly. After vanquishing a few demons from the yellow-covered book, he had gathered some experience. The illustrations of demons on the pages began as mere simple lines, yet the closer one approached the demon, the more vivid the lines became, and the colors grew ever brighter. This time, he had traversed in every direction, yet only in the east did the colors on the illustration begin to manifest. Ultimately, it was not out of disregard for others' goodwill, but an unavoidable compulsion to head in that direction. After bidding farewell to Yuyun Temple, he journeyed eastward. The ravages of war had yet to be seen. It was merely mountains upon mountains. After a turn of day and night, he finally discovered a narrow path overgrown with thatch amidst the mountains. Stepping onto this path, he felt a sense of relief. For where there was a path, there must be human habitation, and thus, he could properly find sustenance and a place to rest. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, his expression suddenly shifted. From the thicket by the roadside, a glint of cold light accompanied by a fierce wind came whistling toward him. The sword on his back was difficult to draw in haste, so Li Chang'an took a step back, raising his hand to seize the object. With a swift turn of his body, he neutralized the force, and upon closer inspection, found a 3-foot-long blackened pole with a shuttle-shaped spearhead. It was a shuttled spear. This shuttled spear was merely the beginning. Soon, a succession of whistling sounds echoed from above, as several shuttled spears hurtled through the air. Li Chang'an remained resolute, refraining from drawing his sword. Instead, relying on his keen eyesight and swift reflexes, he deftly deflected the incoming spears one by one. In the blink of an eye, a dozen spears lay scattered around him, yet he remained unscathed, as if the very forest had been cowed by his prowess. Plunging into an eerie silence, Li Chang'an directed his cold voice towards the thicket, commanding, "Come forth." There was no response from the woods, only the faint rustle suggesting that this group was stealthily retreating. Ha! As if it would be so easy. Listening intently to the sounds emanating from the thicket, Li Chang'an raised his spear and hurled it towards the source of the noise. Immediately, a muffled groan echoed from within the forest, only to be abruptly silenced, as if the wounded party had been swiftly silenced by another. The subtle sounds in the woods ceased as well. With a sardonic smile, Li Chang'an proclaimed, "Humph! What use is it to remain still now? I distinctly remember the direction of that sound." Saying this, he deftly picked up a spear from the ground and brandished it towards the thicket, feigning a throw. Not so fast. Suddenly, the foliage rustled, and a burly man, clad in animal skins, emerged. Upon his appearance, he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Master Dao, please, Do not act hastily. It is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Li Chang'an lowered his spear, scrutinizing the man, and gestured toward the thicket. If it were truly a misunderstanding, why hide in the shadows? The burly man, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in apology. It is indeed our fault. He then beckoned to the woods. Come out, everyone. Following his call, 5 more men emerged from the underbrush, one of whom was lean and walked with a limp, clutching his backside. Clearly the one who had been struck by Li Chang'an's spear, as evidenced by his muffled groan. It appeared that the blow had been mitigated by the intervening branches. The leading man introduced himself. I am Sun Zhong, and these brothers are all hunters from the mountains. Earlier, upon hearing a commotion, we mistakenly thought it was a wild boar, and acted rashly. His words were earnest, yet Li Chang'an lifted his spear, comparing it with the others, noting that they were all similarly painted in black lacquer, with little variation in form or length. Hunters! Li Chang'an chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. We sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused to you, Master Dao. How about this? Since the mountain paths are rugged and remote, why not rest at our place for a night? I can prepare some food as an apology. Initially inclined to refuse, Li Chang'an suddenly noticed that although these men bore distinct appearances, they shared certain common traits: sparse eyebrows, prominent and dark veins on their foreheads, bloodshot eyes, and widely spaced teeth. After a moment's contemplation, he unexpectedly tossed the spear back to Sun Zhong and replied, Very well. Chapter 58. The aroma of meat. The courtyard was exceedingly dilapidated. The walls were mottled, and the beams were askew. The repairs were crude, hastily patched with mud, bamboo strips, and tattered cloth, propped up by greenish tree trunks. Towering pines and cypresses encroached upon the courtyard, casting a dense shade and an ominous chill. As Li Chang'an continued to assess this hideout, Sun Zhong clapped his hands, exclaiming, We have arrived. Everyone, take your rest. The men in the courtyard scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only the one with the injured rear, who fixated intently on Li Chang'an's departing figure, his hand repeatedly caressing the hilt of the hunting knife at his waist. When Li Chang'an turned his head, the man hastily averted his gaze and limped away quickly. This, in turn, left Li Chang'an observing him with a contemplative expression. Noticing this, Sun Zhong promptly let out a hearty laugh. After traversing the mountain path for quite some time, the Taoist must surely be feeling hungry. He remarked. Li Chang'an turned back and replied, Hearing your words, I find my stomach indeed lacks sustenance. Sun Zhong feigned a simple-hearted demeanor and cheerfully said, In that case, Taoist, please follow me. I shall prepare some food for you immediately. Sun Zhong led Li Chang'an into a room. Although the courtyard was quite dilapidated, there were numerous houses, with remnants of exquisite carvings still faintly visible between the beams, suggesting it was once a mountain retreat built by a family of officials, now long abandoned and repurposed by the hunters. Before long, Sun Zhong returned with food. It was not lavish, merely a bowl of thin porridge, a few pieces of bread mixed with some wild vegetables. The conditions in the mountains are quite rudimentary, and the women are all in the village below, so the taste may not be to your liking. Taoist, I ask for your understanding, he offered as he topped up Li Chang'an's bowl with more vegetable bread. Urging him to partake, Li Chang'an remained silent, lifting the porridge to his lips without tasting it, merely inhaling its aroma, which subtly concealed a unique fragrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Sun Zhong, whose gaze was fixed on his mouth like a fisherman's hook. Suddenly, Li Chang'an set the bowl down. Sun Zhong, momentarily taken aback, blinked several times before forcing a smile. Is it not to your palate? Taoist? Not at all, Li Chang'an replied calmly, turning to Sun Zhong with a faint smile. I simply have a peculiar habit. He paused, then added, A feast is incomplete without meat. Sun Zhong, clearly unprepared for such a response from the Taoist, regarded him with a hint of disdain. What audacity it took to utter such words! Yet he managed to maintain his composure and replied cautiously, For a distinguished guest like yourself, Taoist, one would typically serve fine wine and exquisite meats. However, as you have observed on this journey, my brothers and I are quite empty-handed. Thus, there is no meat to be had. You are being dishonest, the Taoist interjected. I distinctly smell the aroma of braised meat. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhong's expression changed dramatically, and just as he was about to retort, Li Chang'an had already risen, sword in hand, and swiftly dashed toward the door. Indeed, It is this way. Following his nose, he advanced a few paces before Sun Zhong caught up with him, blocking his path. Taoist, you are mistaken. To speak frankly, my brothers are on the verge of starvation. Where would we find meat? The Taoist grinned at him, suddenly sweeping his hand in a dismissive gesture that sent Sun Zhong stumbling, and he quickly maneuvered past him. After just a few steps, he halted before a tightly shut wood door, ready to push it open when Sun Zhong, persistent as ever, caught up again. This time, he spread his arms wide, blocking the Taoist's way. Please, Taoist, hold on. I, son, have indeed been stingy. Just recently, we managed to hunt a wild boar. If you so wish, I can slice off a few pounds of prime fatty meat for you right away. No need to trouble yourself. I shall handle it myself. As he spoke, Li Chang'an made another attempt to push forward, yet Sun Zhong firmly rooted himself in place, resisting the force. However, Li Chang'an swiftly grasped the collar of his garment and yanked it, causing Sun Zhong to lose his balance and tumble like a rolling gourd. Li Chang'an then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was modest in size, seemingly a kitchen, with windows on all sides and 2 doors at the front and back. A quick glance allowed Li Chang'an to identify his target. A stove within the kitchen, where a roaring fire blazed, and an iron pot was covered with a lid, white steam escaping from its edges. The alluring aroma of meat wafted from the pot at that moment. Li Chang'an's expression was not one of joy but rather hesitation. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and forcefully lifted the lid. Inside the pot was a large cauldron of soup. The milky broth bubbled vigorously, oil frothing at the edges, with wild vegetable leaves clinging to the sides of the iron pot. Amidst the boiling broth, various human heads surged to the surface. Li Chang'an pressed his lips together, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. A woman's head rolled to the bottom of the pot, while a child's face emerged. The child's gaze met Li Chang'an's, the flesh on his face swollen and pale from boiling, rendering his features unrecognizable, save for a prominent mole on his forehead. According to popular belief, a mole on the forehead signifies great prospects. Yet the unfortunate child's life had been abruptly severed before it could even begin, becoming mere broth. I had intended to grant you more time, but since you are so eager for death, I can hardly be blamed. As a member of the Sun family, Li Chang'an turned his head aside, finding Sun Zhong blocking the doorway. At this moment, the earlier affable expression on his face had vanished, replaced by a sinister demeanor. Beneath his sparse eyebrows, his bloodshot eyes remained unblinking, and he clapped his hands, calling out cheerfully, "Brothers, come out with that." A cacophony of laughter and strange cries erupted from outside, as a group of men armed with various weapons surged into the room. Li Chang'an regarded them coldly. Their sparse brows, jagged teeth, darkened muscles, and bloodshot eyes bore the countenance of man-eaters. The old Taoist's words proved to be true. Li Chang'an remained silent, scrutinizing the band of ruffians within the room. Including Sun Zhong, there were 8 in total, 2 more than before, likely those who had been left behind in the courtyard and had previously concealed themselves. Observing their weapons, it was clear they were no longer equipped with hunting knives and bows, but rather with crude swords, spears, axes, and hammers. Some even donned simple leather armor, revealing their true identities. Deserters, perhaps? Li Chang'an pondered quietly, noting that although they had rushed in chaotically, there was an underlying order to their formation, suggesting they were seasoned fighters. This was troublesome. These individuals were far more formidable than mere mountain bandits. While Li Chang'an was deep in thought, Sun Zhong spoke again. I had intended to butcher the Taoist for meat, but I, Sun Zhong, also cherish talent. If the Taoist surrenders, I will make you a leader. What say you? Join your ranks. Li Chang'an chuckled dryly, replying, for what purpose? To be devoured. What's wrong with feasting on humans? Sun Zhong bellowed with laughter, his gaze shifting ominously over Li Chang'an. Old ones are tough, young ones tender, women are soft, and men have a good chew. This wretched world, pfft. He spat disdainfully, questioning where the meat would come from if one did not kill, and how strength could be derived from a diet devoid of flesh. Without strength, how could his brothers navigate the world? He intended to articulate further thoughts, yet the individual beside him, who had already been shot in the backside, could no longer restrain himself and boldly stepped forward. Brother, why waste words on this bull-headed fool? Just right for a heart and liver stew, paired with mantou to wash it down. However, as soon as he spoke, he was restrained by Sun Zhong's firm grip on his shoulder. What's the rush? This Taoist is formidable. We must advance together. With that, the band of cannibals dispersed into a crescent formation, providing mutual cover as they closed in. In Chapter 59, they fought with long spears thrusting forward while short weapons lay in wait for an opportunity. This band of cannibals slowly approached in a battle line. Li Chang'an, seasoned in combat against both men and monsters, found himself facing an adversary employing a coordinated formation for the first time. His gaze was steely as it scanned the thieves. Despite their skilled cooperation and the meticulous synchronization of their movements, Li Chang'an remained confident that he could slay any one of them in a heartbeat, even Sun Zhong, concealed within the throng. Yet the dilemma lay in the aftermath. Striking down an opponent would inevitably provoke the retaliation of their comrades, potentially ensnaring him in a perilous encirclement, leading to a precarious situation. In that moment, Li Chang'an felt akin to a tiger confronting a porcupine, utterly at a loss. Furrowing his brow, he unsheathed his sword. The thieves advanced in unison. He adjusted his stance, feigning an attack. The thieves stepped forward once more. Ultimately, rather than engaging directly, Li Chang'an retreated behind the stove. Within the stove's recess, several logs, thick as a man's arm, burned fiercely, half protruding from the hearth. A fleeting glance at the fire sparked an understanding in Sun Zhong. Be cautious. He barely uttered the warning when Li Chang'an seized all the firewood and hurled it toward the thieves. Instantly, sparks erupted. Yet, the thieves merely swung their weapons to deflect the flames, momentarily disrupting their formation before regaining composure. Just as Li Chang'an took a step forward, he immediately retreated. Realizing the futility of his position, he capitalized on the thieves' distraction to dash toward the kitchen's rear door, where no thieves obstructed his path. Sun Zhong remained unperturbed, even displaying a hint of smugness. "Qin Lao Lu," he bellowed. A deep voice responded from the back door. Ahem. Out stepped a towering figure, a robust black man wielding a massive axe, its handle as dark as pitch and the blade gleaming white like snow. With a menacing scowl, he locked eyes with Li Chang'an and, without hesitation, swung the axe horizontally toward him. Li Chang'an attempted to flee through the back door. This axe materialized as if he had unwittingly placed himself upon its blade. Just when it seemed he would be cleaved in two, he did not falter even for a moment. In a split second, he executed a technique known as iron plate bridge, contorting his body as if it had been severed in two, allowing the axe to slice through empty air beside him. Li Chang'an thrust his palm to the ground, leveraging the momentum to pivot and regain his footing. As soon as he stood firm, he angled his sword, piercing directly into Qin Lao Lu's knee. The black man howled in pain, collapsing onto one knee. He bellowed, attempting to rise, only to feel a sharp, icy point pressed against the back of his neck. Li Chang'an lifted his gaze. The swift turn of events was astonishing. As if in the blink of an eye, Li Chang'an had reversed his fate from certain demise. The sinister grins of the bandits still lingered on their faces, yet the man who had been shot in the backside had already lost his color. Li Chang'an cast them a cold smile, exerting force as his sword pierced the back of the black man's neck. With a creak, the door that Li Chang'an had flung aside rebounded from the wall, barely closing. The expressions on the bandits' faces were utterly ludicrous. Their vicious and triumphant smiles still lingered at the corners of their mouths, yet shock and fury surged within their eyes. "Brother!" The man shot in the backside cried out, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "I will skin you alive." While such words might merely express anger if uttered by another, this man seemed truly capable of carrying out his threat, perhaps having done so on more than one occasion. Overwhelmed by rage, he disregarded any semblance of formation. Limping forward to the forefront, he slammed his shoulder against the door, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the lifeless body of the black man kneeling outside, as well as a pair of icy cold eyes. Colder still was the sword tip pressing ominously before him. The man clutched his throat, staggering back toward the kitchen. The remaining bandits abruptly halted, their faces reflecting uncertainty. Both the black man and the one shot in the backside ranked among the most skilled among them, yet both had fallen to this Taoist in a mere fleeting moment. If they rashly charged out, would they survive under the Taoist's sword? For a moment, the bandits hesitated, fearing to be the first to see. Li Chang'an, too, refrained from rushing inside, leaving only the bandit clutching his throat, staggering yet resisting the urge to fall. The previously charged atmosphere of bloodlust was suddenly enveloped in an eerie stillness. However, Sun Zhong's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Form ranks!" Alas, he realized his mistake too late. Li Chang'an had already curled into a ball, soaring into the fray, crashing into the chest of the man clutching his throat. The impact sent a torrent of blood gushing forth from the man's throat, splattering over 3 yards and drenching the lifeless face of the black man. The convulsing body was propelled into the crowd. The bandits, already in disarray, found themselves further scattered, unable to regroup in time. Seizing the momentum, Li Chang'an surged forward. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he eviscerated an unsuspecting bandit, and with a swift turn, he drove his blade into the chest of another. To his astonishment, this bandit exhibited remarkable bravery. Despite the sword piercing through him, he gripped the blade tightly, enduring the excruciating pain. Li Chang'an, unwilling to become entangled, relinquished his sword hilt and seized the spear that the valiant bandit had released. With a flick of the spear, a crisp crack echoed as it shattered the knee of a bandit charging with a crude knife, causing him to collapse in agony. Li Chang'an, however, bypassed him, spinning the spear in his hand to deflect an iron hammer wielded by a trembling bandit. The man, pale and terrified, turned to flee, wholly oblivious to the exposure of his back beneath Li Chang'an's spear. Humph! Li Chang'an scoffed coldly. Scoundrels! With a decisive flick, he hurled the spear, which pierced the fleeing bandit's back, driving him into the wall with unrelenting force. Surveying the remaining bandits, he found them utterly paralyzed by fear, trembling and unwilling to advance. Li Chang'an's face bore a hint of derision as he nonchalantly picked up the iron hammer that had fallen to the ground. He turned and returned to the kneeling thief whose knee had been shattered, raising the hammer high and exhaling deeply. Ha! The hammer sliced through the air with a fierce wind, descending upon the thief's head. In a desperate attempt, the thief raised his crude blade to block. A resounding clang echoed as dust cascaded from the ceiling. The hammer struck heavily against the blade, forcing it down onto the thief's head. Thud! Another dull sound resonated. Blood mingled with mucus, tears, and brain matter erupted from all 7 orifices. The thief's hands dropped limply, the crude blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Li Chang'an remained silent, lifting the hammer once more. Bang! It was as if he had smashed a ripe watermelon. A small fragment of skull flew away, splattering yellow, white, and red matter across the ground. He did not spare a glance at the shattered cranium, casually discarding the hammer as he turned to face the fierce brigand once more. The man's expression, once fierce and loathsome, now lay lifeless. Li Chang'an grasped the hilt of his sword, turned the blade, and drew it forth. Instantly, warm blood surged from the wound in his chest, with droplets splattering high enough to land upon Li Chang'an's eyelids. In the cramped kitchen, blood flowed freely across the floor. Sun Zhong and the other brigands no longer bore expressions of menace. Their faces were pale as they clung desperately to their weapons, akin to drowning men grasping at a lifeline. Li Chang'an raised his gaze, his bloodied eyes fixed upon Sun Zhong, revealing not a trace of emotion. "I thought your blood was cold," he remarked, wiping the blood from his face, leaving a trace of warmth upon his fingertips. Chapter 60. A message. The kitchen was shrouded in silence, devoid of the clash of blades or cries of battle, only the faint trickle of dark red blood mingling with dust and debris seeping beneath the half-closed wooden door. A trail of bloody footprints extended down the corridor to the end of the bloody trail. A short-haired priest approached the 3 remaining brigands, sword in hand. One of the cannibalistic thieves, dropping his large knife to the ground, sank to his knees, pleading, "Please, spare me, spare me." He repeatedly bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. However, the only response he received was the swift and unyielding point of a blade. The gleaming sword flashed momentarily, and vibrant blood blossomed at his throat. The priest calmly stepped over the fallen body. Another of the cannibalistic thieves suddenly cried out, charging forward with a long spear. His assault was fierce, seemingly relentless. Yet tears streamed from his eyes, coursing down the contours of his fearful visage. The priest merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the spearhead to pass by, while simultaneously trapping the shaft with his arm. This brigand, still armed with a dagger at his waist, had lost his wits to terror, only crying out as he thrust the spear forward. Li Chang'an raised his sword, and with one decisive stroke severed the spear in 2. The thief, unable to control his momentum, fell toward Li Chang'an, who deftly met him with the broken spear, its sharp end piercing his abdomen, pushing out the leather armor from behind. Li Chang'an casually pushed him against the railing at the corridor's edge. which had long succumbed to the ravages of time and woodworm, collapsing under the weight, sending the brigand tumbling into the dust below along with the splintered wood. Only one remained. Li Chang'an turned back, his gaze fixed upon the pale-faced man whose lips trembled, Sun Zhong. Stepping forward, Li Chang'an advanced, causing Sun Zhong to tremble and retreat several steps. At this moment, he failed to notice that he had retreated to the threshold of the door at the end of the corridor. He stumbled over the threshold, his body pitching forward and rolling into the room, barely managing to hold onto the hunting knife in his hand, which skittered away as he attempted to retrieve the knife. Darkness enveloped him. Upon raising his head, he beheld a Taoist priest standing at the door, holding a dripping long sword. The evening sunlight streamed in from behind him, casting a crimson silhouette in this backlight. Sun Zhong could not discern the priest's visage, only the sharp contours of his face, where two piercing gazes hung down, as cold as the edge of a blade. A shiver coursed through him, causing him to abandon the only weapon on the ground and scramble away. Yet, Li Chang'an did not pursue. He merely stood at the doorway, staring fixedly into the room. This chamber was likely the slaughterhouse for this band of brigands. Numerous iron hooks dangled from the beams, each bearing the remnants of human torsos and limbs, swaying slightly in the air, some even dripping blood. Against the wall, a platform made of stones and door panels held a corpse, its chest and abdomen grotesquely flayed open, with certain parts already vanished. Beside this body rested a large wooden basin, filled to the brim with entrails, hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. After a prolonged moment, Li Chang'an exhaled deeply, turning to Sun Zhong, articulating each word with deliberate precision. Death is no more than what you deserve. Your crimes are unforgivable. With that, he kicked the hunting knife back towards Sun Zhong. Instead of seizing this meager means of defense, Sun Zhong suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha! He! Ha 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 ha! This grin was contorted and grotesque, as if fear, astonishment, and rage were all entwined. In the dim light, it was difficult to discern the multitude of emotions contained within, but his voice rang out, shrill and hysterical. So you came to kill us simply because we consume humans. His tone abruptly escalated, the urgency of his words intensifying. Unforgivable crimes? What crime is eating humans? What crime is consuming such a small number of them? Years ago, the human butcher led his brothers to encircle Kaizhou, and they besieged it for over half a year, depleting all the food inside and outside the city. Once the food was gone, the fighting had to continue. What do you say to that? Sun Zhong grinned, revealing his sparse, pallid teeth. Those of us besieging the city feasted on those outside. The defending troops dined on those within. By the end of it, the people of Kaizhou were practically extinguished. He chuckled sinisterly. Taoist, if you wish to slay those who consume humans, then go ahead and do so. There are at least 100,000 of them, both inside and outside the city. If you possess the capability, capture them one by one and slay them all. As he spoke, Sun Zhong noticed a slight change in Li Chang'an's expression, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he continued to incite. In these chaotic times, the weak are merely fodder for the strong. Suddenly, the glint of the sword flickered, and Sun Zhong's head soared into the air, landing squarely in that wooden basin. Enough of your prattle, Li Chang'an remarked, lifting the hem of his robe to wipe the blood from his blade. I am a Taoist, not a priest, to indulge in your dying words. Sheathing his sword, he cast a glance around the room, filled with dismembered corpses, and sighed deeply. You speak the truth. Indeed, I am but a Taoist of little skill. In this tumultuous era, where demons run rampant, what can one truly manage? It is merely a matter of traversing the present goodness and eradicating the current evil. He shook his head, poised to detach the dismembered body from the iron hook, intending to bury these victims, whom one could no longer distinguish as you or me. Suddenly, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, as if a faint voice reached his ears. Help! Help! Are there still living souls? Li Chang'an abruptly turned his head, rushing towards the source of the sound, only to discover a man hanging upside down from the iron hook. His body was covered in wounds, with gashes that appeared to have been carved out by a knife. One arm had been completely severed, and a sharp hook had pierced through his flesh, suspending him in an inverted position, while a wooden basin below had collected a substantial amount of blood. How could this man still be alive? Li Chang'an cautiously lowered him, just as he was about to inquire about his injuries. However, the man suddenly broke free from Li Chang'an's grasp, Leaping towards the wall, the Taoist stood there in confusion. The man hastily moved aside the debris by the wall, revealing a small door. And without hesitation, he bent down and hurriedly slipped inside. Could it be that this house harbors hidden compartments? Li Chang'an quickly followed suit. Upon entering, he raised his gaze. The compartment was indeed small, yet it held numerous women and children bound within. The man murmured incoherently, relentlessly searching through the crowd. Blood flowed from his myriad wounds, pooling beneath him with each moment he lingered. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from stopping him, opting instead to untie the others. Nevertheless, his heart grew increasingly heavy. These women and children were all lifeless. No, no, not here, not here, the man mumbled weakly as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of focus as they roamed the room, his expression a portrait of despair and helplessness. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Li Chang'an. A glimmer of hope erupted in his eyes. Taoist, Taoist. He did not rise. Perhaps he lacked the strength to do so. He crawled towards Li Chang'an, leaving 2 trails of blood in his wake. Have you seen my child? About this tall, with a round face. The man hastily sketched with his hands, abruptly recalling something, and pointed to his forehead. Yes, yes, there's a mole here. Forehead? Mole? Li Chang'an's hand, which had reached out to assist the man, froze mid-air. The man's face shifted from anticipation to astonishment, and finally to despair. His body swayed slightly, and he braced himself against the ground to avoid collapsing. After a moment, he spoke slowly once more. Taoist, would you be so kind as to do me a favor? Li Chang'an promptly replied. Please, speak. My surname is Mao, given name Fengyan. I hail from the village of Shaha beneath the mountain. Due to recent military calamities, in order to preserve my family's lineage, I brought my wife into the mountains to seek refuge. Alas. Mao Fengyan's voice trailed off, his face betraying no sorrow, only a sense of numbness. I trouble you, kind Taoist, to convey a message for me, he implored. Tell him, he fell prostrate, I am an unfilial son. Rest assured, I will deliver it, Li Chang'an assured him, helping him to sit up and gently closing his eyes. Chapter 61. The village banquet. It was likely around the hour of the rooster. The short-haired Taoist walked alone along the overgrown path of the village, the setting sun casting a dim glow, with the crimson rays of twilight spreading across the horizon. After a night's rest, this morning I hastily buried the corpse and descended the mountain in search of the village. Along the way, I encountered scarcely a soul, the winding path leading me to this very moment, the hour when demons and spirits begin to stir. The Japanese seem to refer to this as the time of encountering evil. Alas, it is but the transition between day and night, when phantoms awaken. Li Chang'an halted his steps. Before him stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Shaha Village. Have I arrived? Upon closer inspection, the base of the tablet was adorned with a tortoise's body and a serpent's tail, a depiction of Xuanwu, while numerous ropes bound the tablet, each adorned with red cloth covered in talismans. This was a protective monument. In a world rife with malevolent beings, many villages possessed similar structures to ward off certain lesser demons. It was akin to venerating city gods and land deities, requiring only seasonal offerings. Yet, the incense and candles upon the monument had long since burned out, leaving only a few bamboo sticks thrust into the soft, muddy ash. Li Chang'an withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surrounding fields. No laborers to be seen. Wild grass thrived, concealing scattered crops. To the end of the road lay a small village bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, devoid of smoke from cooking fires. Enveloped in silence, an unsettling premonition began to take hold of him as he approached the village, its desolation becoming increasingly apparent. There were no signs of life, not even the sounds of roosters crowing or dogs barking. Li Chang'an paused at the village entrance, hesitating. Oh, the esteemed guest has finally arrived. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out beside him. Following the sound, Li Chang'an beheld an elderly man emerging from under an old locust tree at the village's entrance. Esteemed guest, me? Li Chang'an felt a sense of bewilderment and clasped his fists in greeting. May I ask who you are? The elder returned the gesture, saying, I am but a humble village official, and I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. We have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please, follow me. As he spoke, he extended his hand to lead the way. The hand, revealed from his sleeve, was quickly concealed again, but in that fleeting glance, Li Chang'an noticed the back of his hand was swollen and blistered. Was this a burn? In the blink of an eye, The sun had already dipped behind the western mountains, leaving only a trace of twilight lingering in the sky. Time was of the essence, and Li Chang'an decided to follow, curious to see what peculiarities awaited him. However, upon entering the village, the elder suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone, come forth and pay respects to our esteemed guest." No sooner had the words left his lips than a throng of villagers poured out of their homes. They came, young and old, bowing to Li Chang'an one by one. "I am Mao Wu. I am Mao Lu." They introduced themselves, each insisting on clear introductions as if fearing that the Taoist might overlook any individual. Not one to be pretentious, the Taoist responded to each in turn. During this exchange, Li Chang'an noticed that every villager, regardless of age, bore marks of burns on the backs of their hands, some so severe they had begun to fester. Yet, he had no time to inquire, as he was soon overwhelmed by a torrent of greetings and well-wishes. Dazed, he found himself ushered into a large courtyard, where a spacious building with an extended eave awaited. The elder led Li Chang'an to sit beneath the eave, and before long, others arrived to set up 2 low tables. The elder took a seat beside Li Chang'an, and soon, a steady stream of villagers brought forth an array of fruits, wines, and meats, arranging many tables in the courtyard as they took their seats in an orderly fashion. As I regained my senses, I beheld a scene of fervent activity in the courtyard, where voices of men, women, and children mingled without the slightest hint of reservation. They jostled together, exchanging pleasantries about families and affairs, while cups were raised in conviviality. A few children frolicked and chased one another, eliciting gentle reprimands from the adults. It was, in fact, the setting of a village feast. Li Chang'an turned his gaze towards the elder, who observed the children with a smile that made his white beard tremble, lifting a wine jug to drink for himself. Looking at his table, it was as bountiful as those of others in the courtyard. However, at Li Chang'an's table, which occupied the highest seat, there lay a stark emptiness. Only a solitary wine jug and a single cup graced its surface. He felt no ire, merely lifting the jug's lid to inhale its contents, which revealed not wine but plain water. Suddenly, the clamorous noise beside him ceased abruptly. Li Chang'an raised his head as the night breeze parted the drifting clouds, revealing the waning moon casting its serene light. Beneath this mournful moonlight, the banquet was devoid of living souls, instead filled with headless corpses. "Do not misunderstand, venerable Taoist. We mean no harm," the elder hastened to clarify, as the moonlight failed to touch him, allowing him to maintain the guise of a living being. Noting Li Chang'an's indifferent demeanor, with a hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, he quickly explained. Upon finishing, he clapped his hands, and from the pile of corpses emerged a man. Unlike the dead, this man had a head firmly attached to his neck, though his garments were soaked in blood, evidently another specter. He approached the courtyard and knelt upright before Li Chang'an. "I have come to pay my respects, and I am grateful for your benevolence in burying my wife and child," he said. When he raised his head, it revealed none other than Mao Fengyan, whom Li Chang'an had interred with his own hands. Observing this, Li Chang'an's expression softened somewhat as he inquired, "When did you return?" "Just last night," the man replied. "Have you found your wife and child?" "Thanks to your grace, we are reunited as a family," he continued, gesturing towards the crowd. The headless specters parted, allowing a woman to step forth, holding the hand of a child. The child, shy and timid, hid behind the woman until the couple crouched down and whispered softly in his ear, prompting him to mumble, "Thank you, benevolent one." He then retreated into his mother's embrace, tilting his head to reveal a round face adorned with a birthmark, a visage of promise. Yet, gazing at this family standing together in joyful harmony, there seemed little to lament in the chaos of life. One might find it difficult to rival the reunion of spirits. After a moment of reflection, Li Chang'an inquired, "And what of the 2 elders?" Mao Fengyan respectfully replied, "They lack the face to meet you." "Noble one," the family smiled and withdrew. Li Chang'an felt a pang of envy. He poured himself another cup of the clear water and drank deeply, the coolness enveloping him in warmth. Setting down the cup, the elder beside him chuckled. "We are all denizens of the underworld, lacking offerings for our guest. I hope you find this jug of clear water to your liking. How could morning sun dew be merely plain water?" Li Chang'an responded with a smile. "Among all waters in this world, the finest for brewing tea or concocting potions is known as rootless water, and the best among them is morning sun dew, aptly named for the dew collected after the first rays of sunlight break at dawn. Since time immemorial, as the rooster heralds the dawn, all spirits retreat. All because this first ray of sunlight is a sword that cleaves the day from night, severing the balance of yin and yang. Even the most seasoned and cunning of spirits would choose to evade it. This band of ghosts, braving the scorching morning light, has painstakingly gathered a pot of morning dew, which is no small endeavor. When one offers a gift, there must be a motive behind it. Li Chang'an set down his wine cup and turned to face the elder, speaking calmly. If there is something you wish to discuss, please speak plainly. I shall do what I can. Upon hearing this, the elder withdrew the smile from his face, contemplated for a moment, and slowly replied, Indeed, you possess a discerning EYE.AT that moment. A series of splashes echoed from below. All the headless ghosts vacated their seats and prostrated themselves upon the ground. Li Chang'an shifted his gaze, noting that the elder had cleared the table and was now kneeling upright. The deceased seek nothing more, yet their incomplete souls cannot be reborn. As he spoke, the elder bowed deeply. I beseech you, venerable one, to show mercy and retrieve our heads. Chapter 62. The capital view in the desolate wilderness, the yellow sand sprawled endlessly. This region was lush and verdant. Yet in this small patch of flatland, the flora had withered, and the earth cracked into parched dust. The center of this arid land lay a collection of heads, men, women, old and young, stacked layer upon layer, forming a diminutive capital view. Li Chang'an was aware of what a capital view signifies. A display of military prowess, a means to intimidate adversaries. Yet this capital view, constructed from the heads of the innocent, could instill fear in what remains on this blood-soaked land. The spirits, or perhaps the wild hares. Li Chang'an's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. At this moment, an urge to draw his sword surged within him. However, his adversary was not present. Ultimately, he released his grip, though his chest felt increasingly heavy with frustration. He scrutinized the heads and observed that each left ear had been severed. Li Chang'an turned to inquire of the elder who had brought him here. Was this the work of the rebels? In this world, the center is feeble, unable to suppress the chaos that reigns in all directions. Various local warlords have carved out their territories, and rebellions spring forth like weeds, with countless marauding soldiers ravaging the populace. Li Chang'an, a wandering Taoist, regarded himself as merely a passerby, thus paid little heed to the tumultuous situation. Yet, he had heard that the imperial court had dispatched troops to quell the rebels in this area. As the conflict escalated, the normally lax discipline of the rebel forces only grew more unrestrained. As evidenced by the notorious Sun Zhong, no, the elder shook his head, revealing an unexpected truth. It was the imperial army. The imperial army? Li Chang'an was initially taken aback, instinctively believing that the government existed to protect its people. How could the army representing the government massacre its own citizens? Yet he quickly realized that this was the battlefield of a chaotic feudal society, where bandits plundered with abandon and soldiers wreaked havoc without distinction. The elder continued, before the imperial army even arrived, the bandits in the city forcibly seized the grain from our village. We thought that once the imperial army defeated these bandits, our lives would improve considerably, and we could endure this hardship for a while. But who could have predicted that when the imperial army finally came, they too would demand grain? Alas, our meager supplies had already been taken by the bandits. From where could we procure grain to pay our dues? Yet the officer demanding the grain declared that if we could not produce it, the entire village would be branded as traitors. I had no choice but to implore him for a grace period of 3 days, allowing me to gather my utmost efforts. At this point, the elderly man was already in tears, and the surrounding villagers were weeping alongside him. However, as the clouds parted and the moon appeared, only the headless corpse stood trembling by the roadside. The night wind accompanied by the mournful cries of spirits echoing across the land. Little did anyone know. Before the 3 days had even elapsed, a troop of soldiers arrived without uttering a word, slaughtering all in sight. Alas, my 3-year-old grandson also had his head severed, joining the grim pile. The moon vanished once more, and the corpses reverted to their ghastly forms. The elder pointed accusingly at the watchtower, his eyes shedding tears that mingled with blood. Enraged, he strode towards the tower, causing the weeping villagers to change color and call out, Li Chang'an. As the old man drew near the tower, suddenly, 100 heads opened their mouths in unison, their eyes wide with terror, a fierce wind rising with piercing screams. It was as if the elder had been violently struck. Sending him reeling backward, he fell to the ground, and now, even the transformation into living forms could not be maintained. reverting back to the appearance of headless corpses. The villagers hurriedly gathered, exhaling wisps of green mist, which converged upon the elder's form, restoring him to his human visage, albeit looking considerably weakened. He pushed away the hands that supported him and stood unsteadily, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Chang'an. In these chaotic times, human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. Although we have suffered this calamity, thoughts of vengeance do not occupy our minds. We merely wish to depart from this wretched world as soon as possible. He spoke with a tone of sorrow and indignation. Yet, the Taoist also observed, our heads are detained here, unable to be buried, forced to wander this sorrowful land. Must we, the common folk, be oppressed even in death? Rest assured, venerable elder, Li Chang'an replied, feeling an unrest within his heart as he clasped his hands in resolute response. I, Li Chang'an, shall exert every effort. The Taoist, with his feet upon the earth and sword in hand, gradually approached the watchtower. 10 steps, 9 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. He cautiously advanced, yet the scenario that had unfolded when the elder approached did not manifest. Could it be that the threat was solely directed at spirits? Li Chang'an gazed at the heads now within reach, extending his hand to attempt to detach one. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Be cautious," from behind, followed by a fierce wind. Though the assault was abrupt, Li Chang'an's senses remained ever vigilant. He swiftly turned, executing the move known as Su Qin's backsword. Clang! A ghostly blade materialized from thin air, striking heavily against his sword. However, leveraging his twisting momentum, he managed to deflect the force. In that instant, Li Chang'an seized the opportunity and thrust his sword forward. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of the sword piercing the assailant. Yet the sensation of his sword's thrust felt as though it had met nothing but air. The Taoist hastily retreated 2 steps, creating distance, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the attacker. Wielding a ghostly blade, clad in chainmail, yet riddled with arrows, surrounded by swirling dark mist, it was none other than a ghost soldier. This presented quite a predicament. As Li Chang'an assessed the situation, the ghost soldier let out a fierce roar, and amidst the swirling darkness, lunged forward with its blade. Those who could transform into ghost soldiers after perishing in battle were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Li Chang'an dared not underestimate the threat, raising his sword to meet the challenge. As one individual and one specter commenced their encounter, the ghostly soldier swung a blade towards Li Chang'an. With a deft maneuver, Li Chang'an executed a series of movements. He pressed, drew, and twisted, causing the formidable weapon in the ghostly soldier's grasp to be effortlessly dislodged. What is this? Could it be a mere illusion of a ghostly soldier? Just as Li Chang'an pondered this perplexity, the specter advanced, seizing the blade's body and gripping Li Chang'an's wrist with an iron hold. The talisman inscribed on the sword ignited in a swift blaze, while the area where the specter's body met the sword writhed in dark vapor, emitting a sizzling sound akin to cold water meeting hot oil. Yet, the ghostly soldier's expression remained unfaltering as it tightened its grip on Li Chang'an's hand. What was its intention? Li Chang'an raised his gaze, and the specter let out a peculiar laugh, then opened its mouth wide within. A swirling mass of white vapor coalesced. This vapor, filamentous in nature, emanated a formidable sharpness that was palpable. Even the ghostly soldier, the very controller of this phenomenon, found his mouth and face marred by the chaotic black mist as the white vapor gathered. The essence of the white tiger. A shiver ran down Li Chang'an's spine. The specter's tenacity lay precisely in this. Any ghost fallen in battle, regardless of its ferocity, paled in comparison to the lethal sharpness of the white tiger essence, capable of severing gold and jade with ease. The specter possessed considerable strength, rendering Li Chang'an unable to escape in the immediate moment, and he was inevitably bound to endure the onslaught of the white tiger essence. However, the ghostly soldier was utterly unprepared for the fact that this Taoist possessed a transformative technique known as Tongyu. Suddenly, Li Chang'an contracted his body, then sprang forth like a coiled spring. With a resounding thud, the crown of the Taoist's head collided forcefully with the specter's chin. An immediate cry of pain escaped Li Chang'an, while the specter emitted a muffled grunt, the unexpected pain compelling it to release its hold. Li Chang'an, wary of lingering, propelled himself away with force. Upon raising his head, he witnessed the malevolent essence erupting from the specter's mouth, piercing through its cranium like arrows and spears. In the blink of an eye, the specter's head resembled a punctured bladder, exuding dark vapor from numerous openings. Despite this grievous injury, the specter continued to struggle. Attempting to gather the dispersed black mist, unwilling to dissipate, Li Chang'an resolved to assist its passage. With a decisive strike of his sword, cloaked in azure light, he cleaved the specter in two. Instantly, the ghostly soldier erupted into a cloud of black smoke, within which a streak of azure light stealthily escaped. With a swift motion at his waist, Li Chang'an brandished a small sword that flew forth, severing the azure light into two halves. One half continued its escape, while the other gracefully descended. Approaching, Li Chang'an caught it in his hand. As the azure light dissipated, it revealed a fragment of yellow paper. This paper, delicate to the touch, bore intricate celestial symbols inscribed in vermilion ink. Yet its edges were adorned with elaborate patterns drawn in indigo, presenting a strikingly ornate talisman. However, inscribed at the bottom was the name Qingjing from the Ileo mountain, which appeared not as that of a deity, but rather as the name and title of the Taoist himself. Who would sign their own name on a talisman? Could it be that this was not a talisman, but rather an edict? Li Chang'an felt a twinge of uncertainty. He recalled the elder Taoist teachings. Edicts were prestigious artifacts wielded by disciples of reputable sects, invoking divine assistance through the names of their ancestors or sects. Such artifacts were certainly beyond the reach of lesser sects like Shangjiangmen, which had never experienced wealth and had recently faced decline. Given that the ghostly soldier bore such a relic, the circumstances surrounding the construction of the Jingguan must be far from simple. A Taoist? Li Chang'an was lost in thought when a cautious voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. He turned to find a throng of village ghosts gazing at him with eager anticipation. A flicker of determination ignited within him. Irrespective of the reasons, the slaughter of innocent souls bore no distinction from the deeds of malevolent spirits. Should that sorcerer dare to seek him out, he would not hesitate to strike him down with a single stroke of his sword. Resolving to cast aside any lingering doubts, Li Chang'an felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, and he laughed heartily at the headless specters. In an instant, a hush fell over the ghostly assembly, as if none among them had prepared for the possibility of reclaiming their heads. Suddenly, a jubilant cry pierced the air. Ha ha ha! My head! This exclamation seemed to unleash a torrent of excitement, igniting the entire ghostly crowd, who surged toward Jingguan. My head is back. That head belongs to me. Oh, this head looks somewhat like mine. Bah, you dim-witted thief. That is my head. The cacophony of the spirits pushed Li Chang'an aside, and he found the scene amusing. Just as he was about to seek a place to rest, he turned to see the old man still standing stoically in place. Youngster, let the Taoist have a good laugh, he remarked. Li Chang'an pointed toward the bustling crowd of ghosts and inquired, Elder, are you not going to seek your own head? The old man chuckled and gently stroked his long beard, preparing to respond when a voice interjected from the side. Village chief, I have found your head. A young lad appeared, clutching a tangled mess of white hair, and yanked a head out from Jingguan as if pulling a radish from the ground. The elder's eyes widened in alarm as he jumped up, scolding, Hey, you scoundrel, be gentle. Don't break my beard. Chapter 63. Vengeful spirits come, dear. Let me sew on your head. In the desolate wilderness, a woman holding a needle and thread beckoned slowly. Come here. A bare-skinned child, cradling a skull, giggled as he leaped into the woman's embrace, then held the head aloft, playfully whining, Mother, look, a worm has crawled into my head. All right, I see it. The woman laughed as she extracted a centipede from the skull's eye socket and patted the child's bottom. Lie down, Dotto. The child complied, instantly transforming into a headless corpse that collapsed at the woman's feet. She carefully aligned the skull with the neck of the lifeless body and began to stitch it together in the dim light. Li Chang'an observed. In any other place, a Taoist would have drawn his sword by now, yet here, witnessing this scene, I still feel a pang of unease, a yearning to wield my sword. He resolutely turned away from them, only to find a group of men nearby, equipped with farming tools, digging a pit in the ground. After a while, one man suddenly asked, Is this depth suitable? The others exchanged glances, and one replied, Let us try it. We'll know soon enough. With that, he jumped into the pit and lay down obediently. This fits me just right. Li Chang'an was left speechless. A living man surrounded by a throng of ghosts was bound to challenge one's worldview. With the matters at hand resolved, it was time for him to take his leave. Just then, a chorus of anguished cries erupted behind him. Li Chang'an suddenly turned around, only to find the same mother and child from before. At this moment, The child's head had been stitched up, yet his entire body had turned a ghastly shade of dark blue, with a face that had morphed into a terrifying visage, resembling that of a vengeful spirit. This was dire. The child had been tainted by malevolent resentment. In a mere instant, the child had grasped his mother's garment, not in a playful manner, but with the intent to bite down fiercely. Just as the situation became critical, Li Chang'an arrived in the nick of time. He swiftly raised his hand to support the child's chin, forcing his gaping mouth to close. Before the child could make any further movements, Li Chang'an had already retrieved a yellow talisman and pressed it against the child's forehead. The Taoist placed the child on the ground, where his body writhed incessantly. The face beneath the talisman fluctuated between the ferocious countenance of a malevolent spirit and the innocent expression of a distressed child. Although the woman was still in a state of shock, instinctively, she grasped Li Chang'an's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Taoist, what has happened to my son?" Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, it is merely the resentment attacking his spirit." The talisman affixed to the child's head was but a calming charm, serving only to assist him in his internal struggle against the overwhelming resentment. At this moment, Li Chang'an grasped the situation clearly. No wonder these village spirits had not transformed into vengeful ghosts despite their misfortunes. It turned out their resentment had been confined within their heads, used to nurture ghostly soldiers. Once the head was restored, the resentment from their untimely deaths would also be reclaimed. He was fortunate not to have left just yet. Otherwise, the entire village of spirits would have met a dire fate. Li Chang'an silently congratulated himself, placing his hand on the talisman and softly reciting, "Great ones of the 10 directions, as numerous as the grains of sand, transform forms across the realms, universally delivering aid to all." Under Li Chang'an's incantation, the child gradually calmed down, and ultimately, the Taoist reached out to gently close the child's eyes. Rising to his feet, Li Chang'an turned to regard the assembly of spirits, only to find that the ghostly figures, women no longer stitching their heads and men ceasing their digging, stood vacantly, staring at him. "Why have you all stopped? Continue." What greeted Li Chang'an in response was an uncomfortable silence. After a lengthy pause, an elder stepped forward. "Taoist, we have deliberated and decided not to stitch our heads back on for the time being." "Why is that?" Li Chang'an asked, puzzled. The elder, with a bitter smile, explained, "Once our heads are stitched back on, they will be tainted by resentment and transform into vengeful spirits, which cannot be reincarnated." "What is so difficult about that?" Hearing the reasoning, Li Chang'an chuckled incredulously. "I can perform the rites for each of you. Can I not?" To his surprise, upon hearing this, the elder merely bowed deeply. "Such benevolence from the Taoist, we cannot repay kindness with enmity." "What do you mean by that?" Li Chang'an began to protest, but suddenly realized the underlying reason. "Taoist, you have also come to understand. I have heard that the leaders of the chaotic troops in the city are adept in sorcery. The officials are not slaying us for sustenance, but to utilize our resentment for their dark arts." The elder, cradling his own head, bore a sorrowful expression. "We have rashly requested the Taoist to dispel the Jingguan malevolence, and in doing so, have inadvertently implicated you. If we were to consume your time with our rites and you could not escape in time, attracting the officials to our plight, would that not be repaying kindness with harm, bringing you to ruin?" "Ha, ha, ha." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an erupted into hearty laughter. Why should the elder be concerned? As the great battle looms, how could the imperial troops possibly spare any energy to heed our plight? Even if they were inclined to listen, the time it takes for news to traverse back and forth would be ample for us to transcend our earthly ties. Yet, the elder still wished to speak, when Li Chang'an interjected, saying, "There are no buts to consider. Let us not forget, esteemed elder, that we still possess over half a bottle of rootless water, which is indeed a superb material for blessing and transcending." Even if the rootless water proves ineffective, Li Chang'an merely patted the sword at his waist, smiling silently. Outside Jiangling City, layers of encampments tightly surrounded the stronghold. Within the central military tent, a middle-aged Taoist sat serenely upon a mat. Suddenly, a beam of azure light pierced through the curtain. The Taoist abruptly opened his eyes, and that azure light swiftly approached, expanding into a figure wielding a long sword, poised to strike. Unperturbed, the Taoist deftly formed a hand gesture, uttering incantations. The sword-wielding figure immediately scattered into azure light, coalescing into half a decree in the Taoist's grasp. As he reviewed the images brought back by the decree, he noticed a monk with cropped hair, yet adorned in Taoist robes. A monk? No, a Taoist. The Taoist expression shifted as he rose to call out towards the tent's entrance. Quickly summon General Luo. Before long, the heavy curtain was lifted, and a heavily armored general burst into the tent. Taoist, what is the matter? General, please observe. The middle-aged Taoist gestured towards the center of the tent, where a massive sand table was laid out. The details upon the table were meticulous. In addition to cities and state capitals, the perilous mountain passes and even the scattered villages surrounding the city were meticulously marked. Curiously, each village bore a slender incense stick. However, at the location indicated by the Taoist, one incense stick had already snapped, marking the place as Shaha Village. This seemingly trivial incense stick left the general visibly startled. The Taoist raised his hand to interrupt, calmly stating, "It is merely a minor array point, of no consequence to the greater scheme." Hearing this, the general sighed in relief, pondering before cautiously inquiring, "Then, shall we disregard it?" The middle-aged Taoist, furrowing his brow in contemplation, replied, "If it is merely the doing of an oblivious passerby practitioner, then it poses no threat. What we must fear is the possibility of the thieves within the city collaborating to sabotage our array point." The general nodded, turning to call out to the tent's exterior, "Zhang Jihu, at your service," came the reply. "Dispatch a capable squadron to Shaha village and capture any suspicious individuals among the monks and Taoists." A hesitant voice from outside inquired, "What if they resist?" The general raised an eyebrow, a bloody command nearly escaping his lips, but upon glancing at the middle-aged Taoist, he refrained from uttering such a threat, instead responding with some impatience, "Then drive them away from the vicinity." "Hold on. There is no need for the general to concern himself with this humble Taoist," the middle-aged Taoist interjected, returning to his seat upon the mat, the flickering candlelight casting an eerie shadow upon his visage. "Since such a heinous massacre has already been committed, why spare the lives of a mere few fellow practitioners? The monks are often treacherous and adept in the arts of illusion. Should we encounter them, do not question the reason, simply eliminate them." Chapter 64. The demon-subduing officer Yin. The following morning, a thick fog enveloped the landscape. On the desolate mountain path, the rapid clatter of hooves stirred the swirling mist. Suddenly, a magnificent chestnut stallion cleaved through the dense fog, its hooves pounding the ground, mane billowing in the wind. Were one to behold such a creature elsewhere, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a grand and powerful steed!" Yet, in this moment it was not so, for although the horse was imposing, its rider was even more formidable, rendering the steed appear diminutive by comparison. The rider was draped in a thick, voluminous bear skin cloak, obscuring his visage. He leaned low over the horse's back, resembling a black bear clasping a yellow dog. With a sudden tug of the reins, the black bear halted the chestnut stallion mid-gallop. He inclined his ear, discerning faint voices wafting through the mist. With a sigh, he turned the horse's head and galloped towards the sound. This steed was a rare gem. Despite bearing a man akin to a bear, it galloped forth with impressive speed, soon arriving at a clearing. The fog was dense, obscuring the view ahead, yet the raspy sound of chanting resonated persistently. Dismounting, the rider's ample cloak rustled with a clatter. He led the horse a few steps forward, and the scene gradually became clearer. In the clearing lay a desolate expanse, void of any human presence, save for a cluster of a dozen newly turned graves, amidst which scattered several unfilled burial pits. The chanting emanated from one of those pits. Abruptly, the husky voice ceased, followed by a low growl, and then a series of muffled thuds as a tattered figure sprang forth from the grave. Below the neck, the figure was decayed and infested with maggots. Above, the lips were parched and shriveled, revealing a sparse, dark yellow gum line. Its bleary eyes rolled in their sockets before settling upon the rider. After a lingering gaze, it suddenly gaped its mouth, exposing a shriveled tongue glued to the gums, its limbs convulsing as it lunged forward in a grotesque manner. Any ordinary person would have fled in terror at such a sight. Yet the rider remained utterly composed. Even the horse, typically skittish by nature, merely snorted in a languid manner. As the corpse lunged closer, the rider nonchalantly drew forth a massive sword resembling a door plank from beneath his cloak, wielding it with a fierce gust as he swept it through the air. This strike, one would think, could crush not just this decaying corpse, but even iron itself. However, just as the sword was about to connect, a wooden staff emerged from the side, intercepting the blade. Yet, this feeble obstruction was hardly sufficient against the sword's overwhelming might. The rider merely exerted a tad more force, pausing for a mere blink of an eye, and the blade continued its relentless advance. For the individual who had thrust forth the staff, that fleeting moment proved entirely ample. In that instant, he seized the corpse, narrowly evading the sword's arc with the sword missing its mark. The rider chose not to pursue. He stood firm, sword planted, casting a glance at the wooden staff that had halted his blow. It was no weapon, merely the long handle of a shovel. His gaze shifted back to the corpse, now subdued by a short-haired young man wielding a yellow talisman. A monk? The voice was deep and resonant, as if imbued with the frost and snow of the northern lands. The short-haired young man glanced over, gesturing to his coarse garments. Short-haired Taoists are a rarity in this world, and among them, one with such prowess could only be Li Chang'an. It is indeed a curious matter. Even the ghostly seam has its own intricacies. No matter how tightly and meticulously stitched, it holds no merit until a knot is tied, signifying a proper connection. This circumstance inadvertently favors Li Chang'an, as he merely needs to instruct the multitude of spirits to excavate their own graves, and then sew their heads back on without tying a knot, allowing him to collect them one by one. Nevertheless, after a night of labor, he still found himself unable to complete the task. His voice was hoarse from singing, and the moment he let his guard down, an unexpected escape by a wandering corpse nearly resulted in it being reduced to a pulpy mess. He managed to retrieve the body and subdued it with talismans, exhaling in relief before raising his gaze to assess the rider. The rider, too, lowered his hood, revealing a man with a broad nose and a fierce beard. The man's visage was of little interest, as Li Chang'an's attention swiftly shifted to the enormous sword wielded in his hand. This sword was at least 2 palms wide and over 3 feet long. Such a hefty chunk of iron, in the grasp of such a robust individual, could cleave not only a man but even a monster in twain. The Taoist's gaze lingered on the sword for a moment, when suddenly, he noticed a gap in the thick cloak of the giant, revealed by the sword's motion, reflecting a cold, eerie glimmer. Armor? His heart skipped a beat as he directed his gaze past the giant to the saddle of the magnificent steed, where an archery case hung, containing an iron bow. Li Chang'an was acutely aware that having disrupted the enchantments upon the capital's watchtower, he might soon face retaliation from the imperial army. Given the armor and weaponry, was this man not a soldier? Li Chang'an heightened his vigilance while maintaining a composed demeanor as he completed the rite of passage. Adjusting the sword sheath at his waist for easier access, he inquired nonchalantly, "A military officer?" "A constable," the giant retorted. "Practicing necromancy?" "Exorcism." Noticing the wandering corpse gradually finding peace under Li Chang'an's guidance, the giant nodded and sheathed his sword, cupping his hands in salute as he addressed Li Chang'an. "Esteemed Taoist, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the nearest village?" "Oh." Li Chang'an rose leisurely, observing the giant. "There is indeed a village nearby, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Constable?" Li Chang'an's skepticism was palpable, and his demeanor hardly conveyed respect. However, the self-proclaimed constable did not take offense. Instead, he clarified, "There is no malice intended. I merely seek to purchase some provisions. Is that so?" The Taoist replied noncommittally. Yet a smile graced his lips. "In that case, I would advise the constable against expending effort on such a venture." "What do you mean?" The giant's irritation began to brew as he faced Li Chang'an's unflappable demeanor. "If the constable wishes to buy food, there must be someone willing to sell it. Would you not agree?" "Of course," the giant responded promptly. "I am no brigand seeking to plunder." "Then, it is well said." Li Chang'an smiled, gesturing behind him with the spade. "The village you seek lies just ahead. As for the individuals you are looking for," he pointed to the grave beneath his feet. "They are all within." No sooner had the Taoist's words left his lips than the giant's eyes widened in alarm, his hair standing on end, and his voice thundered. "Who did this?" Li Chang'an merely pointed at him. Though this robust man possessed a coarse exterior, his mind was remarkably agile, and he promptly discerned the intentions of Li Chang'an. His face flushed alternately with red and white, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. Grasping the reins of his horse, he sought out a stone, settled himself cross-legged, and retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, which upon unfastening revealed nothing more than a withered bun. He divided this solitary bun into 2 halves. "Daozhong?" not hungry. The man rewrapped one half of the bun and stowed it back in his pocket, then produced a water skin, taking a generous gulp before succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. After which he commenced to eat the bun. He consumed it slowly, not out of a desire to cherish his provisions, but rather as a means to extend his respite. Nevertheless, no matter how leisurely his pace, half a bun could not withstand the voracity of such a man for long. Soon, the half bun had vanished into his belly, and after a brief moment of rest, he mounted his horse once more. At that moment, the priest was laboriously shoveling earth into the grave, and the burly man hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Is Dao Zhang one of Lu Haizi's men?" "Who?" The priest, drenched in sweat from his toil, replied. This answer brought a palpable sense of relief to the robust man, who clasped his fists in respect and said, "Your benevolence is deeply admired, but it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly." "Why?" queried the priest, shoveling yellow earth into the pit for the sake of these unjustly deceased villagers. Upon hearing this, the burly man stood frozen, a torrent of words swirling in his chest, ultimately coalescing into a simple gesture of clasped fists. "Dao Zhang, take care. May our paths cross again." As he closed the eyes of the deceased, Li Chang'an straightened his back, giving a firm tap to his spine. This arduous task was finally nearing completion. The body at his feet represented the last soul to be absolved, and all that remained was to seal it within its grave. The priest hoisted his increasingly tattered shovel. His ears perked at the sound of approaching, chaotic hoofbeats. Why had the bearded man returned? Li Chang'an pondered, initially dismissing it as he plunged his shovel into the grave. Yet, once he surfaced, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. The bearded man rode alone, yet the clamor of hooves was far too dense. With a sudden jolt, he lifted his gaze and beheld a young commander clad in white, leading a dozen riders, each drawing their bows in his direction from a distance of about 100 paces. The priest felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively curling back into the mud pit. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows rained down indiscriminately, embedding themselves in the earth and the corpse. Outside, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted. Li Chang'an yanked several arrows from the body, noting their uniformity and exquisite craftsmanship. Reflecting on the sudden appearance of those riders clad in matching attire, he realized with certainty that they were indeed regular government troops. "You scoundrels," he seethed, casting the arrows to the ground and seizing his shovel to mount his horse. Despite the barrage of arrows, the priest emerged unscathed, while Zhang Zhihu, overly concerned, assumed that his lack of recent activity had dulled his archery skills. His intention to personally engage was merely to stretch his limbs after months of idleness within the military camp. Besieging a city without making any advances had grown exceedingly tedious. As his thoughts drifted, the priest emerged again from the mud pit, revealing himself to be a foolhardy brute. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to sheathe their bows and arrows. It would be a shame to lose such a hard-won source of amusement so easily. "Charge!" Zhang Zhihu urged his steed, a magnificent white horse, into motion, raising his spear resembling a white python. At that moment, the mist had dissipated, and sunlight streamed down from behind the clouds, casting a brilliant glow upon his silvery armor, creating a dazzling radiance that, combined with the billowing white cloak, evoked a sense of celestial descent. "Taoist, once you reach the netherworld, do not forget to proclaim the name of Zhang Zhihu." The two combatants were merely 100 paces apart. In a matter of moments, the warhorse charged forth, the spear closing in on the Taoist. Yet, the Taoist exhibited no reaction whatsoever, casually wielding a tattered iron shovel, with his sword at his waist appearing merely as an ornament, seemingly untouched. This left Zhang Zhihu profoundly disappointed. He had anticipated that the Taoist possessed some skill to provide him with a modicum of amusement. Instead, the Taoist appeared utterly petrified. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhihu did not hold back, launching a fierce thrust from an angle above. This strike, propelled by the horse's momentum, bore the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones, coupled with the swiftness of the wind chasing the moon, a technique he had employed with great success on the battlefield in the past. Yet now, he struck nothing but air. Astonishingly, at the critical moment, the Taoist effortlessly sidestepped this seemingly inevitable blow. Before Zhang Zhihu could comprehend the awkward sensation of his missed strike, he heard a mournful cry from his steed. In that fleeting instant, the Taoist not only evaded the spear but also delivered a swift blow to the horse's hoof. Instantly, Zhang Jihu's mount stumbled, throwing him off balance, and he fell to the ground. Although he was seasoned enough to protect his body during the fall, he was still left dazed, his vision darkening, a heaviness settling in his chest, and pain radiating throughout his body. The helmet adorned with long white feathers had rolled away, lost to the chaos. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, but darkness enveloped him as the Taoist approached with intent. Zhang Jihu's reaction was swift. Though kneeling on one knee, he steadied himself with his left hand on the scabbard, drawing his sword with his right. With a metallic clash, a burst of cold light, as brilliant as fresh snow, was poised to erupt from the scabbard. Alas, Li Chang'an's movements were quicker. Just as the sword was halfway drawn, the Taoist stepped down upon the hilt, forcefully restraining his counterattack. Then, seizing the collar of Zhang Jihu's cloak, he yanked him to the ground. With a mighty lift of the iron shovel, he aimed at the unprotected back of Zhang Jihu's head. Thud! The shovel struck the ground, sending sparks flying, leaving behind a clump of hair, but not the anticipated blood and gourd. It turned out that in that critical moment, the young warrior had executed a cunning retreat, discarding his cloak to escape the deadly blow, thereby prolonging his life. The Taoist snorted coldly, preparing to pursue his quarry to finish him off. Suddenly, the sound of bowstrings twanging echoed, causing Li Chang'an to halt, deflecting the incoming arrows, while the white-clad young warrior was snatched back by his comrades. Though Zhang Jihu remained shaken, he mustered the strength to glare furiously at Li Chang'an, who returned the gaze with a sardonic smile, only to burst into laughter moments later. The young warrior, his face a canvas of red and white, brandished his sword at the Taoist, exclaiming, "You thieving Taoist! I merely fell prey to your tricks by accident. What is there to laugh about?" "How could it not be amusing?" Li Chang'an replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he lifted the shovel, revealing a clump of bloodied hair hanging from its ragged edge. Unexpectedly, the military officer also has a connection with the Buddha. How is it that he seeks me, a Taoist priest, for a tonsure? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jihu was momentarily taken aback, trembling as he touched the crown of his head, which was not only bloodied but also completely bald. The shovel, regardless of its materials or craftsmanship, was exceedingly crude, with an edge that was quite dull. After prolonged use, its sides resembled a worn-out scraping tool. Thus, the hair of Zhang Jihu was not merely cut off but was rather forcefully yanked from his scalp as he recoiled. Now, on the crown of his head, there was a gory ring of flesh, transforming the previously dashing young officer in his white robe into a blood-stained Mediterranean. Observing Zhang Jihu's appearance in his white horse and robe, one could surmise that he was typically a dandy fond of adornment, yet now he appeared prematurely aged. "Kill him!" he shrieked. "Eliminate this rebel! Stop!" Just as Zhang Jihu's frantic cries subsided, a thunderous voice interjected. However, Zhang Jihu, already blinded by rage, paid no heed to the sound. He snatched a bow from his subordinate and drew back the string. Suddenly, a whistling sound, akin to a tempestuous gale, erupted, and a black flash darted past Zhang Jihu's eyes. Both parties instinctively turned to look, only to see a large arrow, its shaft fully embedded in the stone by the roadside, with only its fletching trembling in the air. A chill of sweat broke out on Zhang Jihu's brow, as his subordinates collectively gasped in astonishment. The sound of hooves grew frantic as a rider galloped in, charging into the fray. Upon pulling the reins, the horse reared up, positioning itself squarely between the two factions. The steed, a grand bay stallion, appeared diminutive beneath its rider, who was none other than the returning bearded man. He sheathed his iron bow and, from his bosom, produced an object to toss to the troops, then clasped his hands in greeting, declaring in a booming voice, "Taoist priest, young general, grant me, Yin, a favor. Let us cease hostilities here." Zhang Jihu had already drawn his bow to the moon. A mere release would send the arrow flying. Yet, the man atop the horse loomed like a mountain, casting a heavy shadow, rendering Zhang Jihu incapable of releasing his shot. Ultimately, the young general of the Mediterranean merely hurled his bow to the ground in frustration, pointing a finger at the man. "The troops are apprehending rebels. Are you also plotting insurrection, General?" However, his subordinate abruptly interrupted him, handing over the object that the man had thrown. It was a square, unadorned token, seemingly a simple piece of black iron. The young general's complexion shifted at its sight, and he exclaimed, the demon subduing Lieutenant Yin? Observing his startled demeanor, Li Chang'an mused. Could this man possess significant influence? He glanced at the man, who merely nodded slightly from his mount. It was indeed Yin Zhachong in person. The burly man shook his head, stating, I am no longer in military service and dare not claim the title of Zhachong. If I still hold any semblance of respect within the military, I implore the young general to give me face and let us cease hostilities. Zhang Jihu exhibited a profound reluctance, which is hardly surprising. Anyone would feel such discontent when having their hair forcibly removed. While he remained in a state of inner turmoil, the burly man dismissively waved his hand, declaring that the matter was settled. A certain individual had pressing business and could not linger. Young general, please convey my regards to your lord. With that, he mounted his steed and galloped away, leaving behind a solitary black-feathered arrow embedded in the stone. What was this chaotic turn of events? Li Chang'an found himself in a state of bewilderment. While the opposing Zhang Jihu shot him several fierce glances before, with a sharp whistle, leading his men in retreat. Before long, the plain was left with only Li Chang'an and a cluster of fresh graves. As if the earlier fierce battle had merely been a phantom in the mist, dissipating along with the fog. Truly perplexing, Li Chang'an shook his head and picked up his shovel. There remained one grave yet to be filled. Chapter 65. Endurance in death. The northern outskirts were once a splendid destination, with lush waters and vibrant blossoms in the spring. A noble family from the city had enclosed a plot of land here, nestled against the mountains and by the water, establishing a villa and building pavilions and towers, transforming it into a favored spot for leisure. However, that was many years ago. The state of the world has deteriorated day by day. After enduring several cycles of natural disasters and human misfortunes, people could only survive in a state of mere existence, lacking the strength for leisure pursuits. Even the grand families that once thrived have faced numerous tribulations, their stars scattered like clouds. Consequently, the once bright springtime has morphed into a desolate, ghostly wilderness, and the grand estate has decayed alongside the surrounding flora. In days gone by, homeless beggars would seek refuge among the remnants of bricks and tiles. But in recent days, these beggars have vanished without a trace, rumored to have been taken by the restless spirits of the deceased from the estate. The desolation has taken on an even more sinister air, rendering the northern outskirts and the estate utterly deserted. Yet today, this lonely wilderness has seen a visitor. As dusk fell, the remnants of wild grasses enveloped the hooves of a spirited steed, while its rider silently surveyed the ruins before him. Most of the estate had collapsed, and the towering walls now stood as mere foundations, no higher than a calf's leg. Crossing the overgrown courtyard, a house lay crumbled in the dim light, resembling a dying behemoth. The door hung loosely from its frame, swaying gently in the wind like the maw of a beast opening and closing. The knight urged his horse forward, and with a graceful leap, the steed crossed the fallen wall and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was eerily empty. Aside from the wild grasses, only an ancient locust tree remained. Dismounting, the knight tethered his steed and, upon removing his cloak, revealed a rugged visage adorned with a curling beard. He was a man of the Yin clan. Suddenly, something fluttered onto his shoulder, brushing against him. A rough, sturdy feather. He looked up, and in the dim light, he beheld a tree filled with bright red eyes. It turned out that what had appeared to be leaves was, in fact, a multitude of crows with crimson eyes. These crows, upon seeing him, remained eerily silent, not stirring at all, their red orbs fixated upon him. Just one of these would be enough to raise the hairs on one's neck. Yet here, the branches were laden with them. However, the Yin man showed no sign of fear. Rather, his serious expression softened slightly. He retrieved a wooden box from his saddle, opened a small, movable door on its top, and gave it a few gentle taps. Bang, bang, banged. In a serendipitous turn of events, a bird unexpectedly emerged from the box, its head adorned with a pair of crimson eyes, surveying the surroundings near the small door before fluttering away to join the gathering of crows perched upon the trees. This avian creature, simply named the red-eyed crow, may not seem auspicious at first glance, yet it is an extraordinary bird cultivated through arcane practices, possessing abilities for vigilance, surveillance, and communication. The Xuanqi of the town guard often favors bringing along one or two of these creatures during official duties. As for the town guard itself, it is an institution established by the imperial court, comprising 26 divisions known as the Emperor's Personal Army, tasked with maintaining order against various malevolent entities and supernatural beings across the land. Clad in black garments, they are referred to as xuanqi in more flattering terms, while less graciously, they are derisively dubbed old crows by those in the martial world. However, in these times of waning imperial power, they mostly function as mediators between the martial world and the court, akin to a doughy bureaucratic entity. Yet, this seemingly mundane office has recently undertaken a significant case, capturing a formidable target that has stirred the winds of change from all directions. The man surnamed Yin originally belonged to the Longxiang Guard of the Town Guard, and according to prior arrangements, he was scheduled to rendezvous with his colleagues in 3 days to escort the captured target. However, several days prior, the escorting party had suddenly gone silent. Under normal circumstances, in these tumultuous times, such communication lapses might be expected. Thus, the Longxiang Guard continued to operate according to plan, executing their duties methodically. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Yin, prompting him to abandon his assembling comrades and hasten alone through the night. Fortuitously, his steed, a remarkable yellow horse, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, his relentless journey would have surely exhausted him to the point of collapse. Upon arriving at his destination and witnessing the multitude of red eyes glimmering among the branches, he surmised that reinforcements from other guards must have arrived in a timely manner. Could it be that he had been overly anxious? He straightened his attire and strode confidently through the doorway, hoping that this was indeed the case. The interior of the room was enveloped in an unusually heavy darkness. The thick blackness felt almost like a viscous liquid, enveloping him tightly the moment he crossed the threshold, obscuring any trace of light. A pungent and nauseating aroma pervaded the air, concealing a sinister malevolence within the oppressive gloom. Frowning, Yin stepped further inside and declared with a resonant voice, "I, Yin Xinglia of the Longxiang Guard, have come in response to the summons." After a prolonged silence, a frail, aged voice emerged from the depths of the darkness. "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Yin cavalryman. My sincerest apologies for the oversight." Upon uttering these words, the darkness before Yin parted to reveal a flickering campfire and a diminutive old man cloaked in a tattered cape. The elder's tone suggested familiarity with Yin, yet he himself could not quite place the man's identity, though he felt an inkling of recognition. The old man chuckled, "I am Hu Daogong, the deputy commander of the Feng Tian Guard." This revelation sparked a vague memory for Yin, who nodded in acknowledgement, having met the gentleman before. Subsequently, he retrieved a document and an iron token from within his robes, stating, "Please verify the seal in matters of task transfer." The verification of seals is a customary protocol within the office, to which the elder readily acquiesced, beckoning a Wu. Shortly thereafter, the surrounding darkness began to swirl like mist, and a figure emerged. A man dressed in the attire of the town guard, his face obscured by a black veil. His gait was peculiar, with minuscule steps and unbending knees. Yin chose to disregard this oddity and simply extended the items in his hand, so Wu extended his hand to receive it. Yin Xinglia's countenance abruptly darkened. With a swift twist of his wrist, he seized a Wu's arm. A Wu let out a low growl. His reaction was not one of retreat or defense, nor did he strike with fists or feet. Instead, he lunged forward as if to bite. Yet, midway through this motion, Yin Xinglia grasped his neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground, resulting in a muffled thud that shattered several bricks. The Wu continued to emit low growls, struggling incessantly, but his joints appeared rigid, unable to bend like those of a normal person. In his struggle, he resembled a fish out of water, thrashing with all his might. Nevertheless, his movements were powerful enough to cause the bricks beneath him to crack, indicating his formidable strength. Yin Xinglia, however, remained unfazed, his hands as unyielding as steel. Then, with a series of sickening cracks, he wrenched a Wu's arm behind his back, pinning it down with one hand, while freeing the other to lift the veil. Beneath the veil lay a youthful visage, yet its complexion was a ghastly gray. A small yellow talisman, 2 fingers wide, was affixed to his forehead, and a grotesque gash marred his face, the flesh rolling back to reveal a dark yellow hue. From his mouth, still howling, protruded 2 fangs, a zombie. Indeed. The moment he stepped through the door, Yin Xinglia's frown was not due to the overwhelming scent, but rather the putrid sweetness that lurked beneath it. Having served on the battlefield in his youth, he was all too familiar with this odor. When a Wu entered with that bizarre gait, it heightened his alertness in recent years, amidst ongoing conflicts and the poisonous marshes of the southern lands. The emergence of zombies was commonplace. Engaged in official duties, he often traversed desolate areas, encountering wandering corpses more often than not. The Wu's manner of movement clearly indicated a newly transformed zombie. With joints and flesh not yet fully rigid, he promptly produced a yellow talisman and recited urgently, "Summon the 6 Ding and 6 Jia soldiers, vanquish evil and dispel obstacles, swiftly bring forth light. Go." Upon finishing, he cast the talisman. The tail of the yellow talisman ignited with a brilliant flame, stirring a powerful wind that swirled rapidly around Yan Xinglia, the blazing light tearing through the oppressive darkness. Instantly, the room was illuminated. Within, besides the old man and a Wu, there were 13 others clad in similar attire of the town protector's office, their faces obscured by black veils. They were either disemboweled or missing limbs, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that Yan Xinglia's subordinate, the 5th-ranked officer, was the most intact among them. Behind this group of zombies, Yan Xinglia's eyes widened in horror, his hair standing on end. The floor was littered with corpses, their bodies clad in the garb of the town protector's office, haphazardly piled in the corners of the room. A quick glance revealed several familiar faces among them, all renowned figures from various garrisons. Despicable thieves! Yan Xinglia gripped the hilt of his sword, poised to unleash a violent reprisal. Yet the old man interjected with a chuckle. "Hold your hand, young officer. Do you have anything further to say?" The old man offered no reply, slowly unfastening his cloak to reveal his gaunt figure. At this sight, Yan Xinglia found himself momentarily taken aback upon observing the aged man. One could see that his left leg had been severed at the knee, while his right wrist bore only a brown, bony remnant. His torso was marred with an array of scars, but the most harrowing injury was a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his left chest, through which writhing flesh and broken ribs were visible. Yet the most crucial organ, his heart, had vanished without a trace. The old man sluggishly extended his hand into the campfire and retrieved a charred object, which he then stuffed into his hollow chest cavity. With this action, the cloying aroma that filled the room diminished significantly. It was then that the old man posed a question. Has Yan Xiaowei ever heard of the art of enduring death? At this moment, Yan Xinglia realized, with a heavy heart, that the escorting party, including this elderly man, had long since met their demise. With a deep sigh, he was struck not only by sorrow but also by disbelief. This mission had assembled the finest warriors from various guards, so how could they have perished so silently? He could not help but inquire, "Old sir, how did it come to this?" How did it come to this?" The old man shook his head with a self-deprecating smile and began to recount the events that led to their current predicament. The operation had initially proceeded smoothly. We had anticipated that the bandits, no matter how audacious, would not dare to provoke the formidable forces of our town's pacification office. Yet, mere days ago, our seasoned veterans fell into the trap set by those brigands. We lost a staggering 70% of our capabilities, and not a single message could be sent out. We fought as we fled, managing to repel several waves of pursuit and slaying numerous foes. Yet we suffered grievous losses ourselves. As he spoke, the old man stared blankly at the flames, his expression betraying a profound sense of despondency and sorrow. Why, few pitiful disciples were filled with filial piety. Even in death, they transformed into zombies to assist their incapable master. Coupled with the art of enduring death, I managed to hold on until the end. Had you, Yan Xiaowei, arrived but a moment later, I fear I would have succumbed. However, the old man shifted the tone of his discourse. You have also witnessed the ferocity of the bandits. The skilled warriors of the 3 provinces and 9 guards have all perished here, and even I am nearing my end. He turned to gaze intently at Yan Xinglia, his aged face illuminated by the firelight, exuding a grave and weighty demeanor. Will you accept this task, or will you decline? Yan Xinglia replied calmly, for the sake of the nation, why should one hesitate to risk their life? Excellent, excellent, excellent. The old man burst into hearty laughter. Yan Xiaowei truly lives up to his reputation. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden cacophony arose from the courtyard as horses neighed loudly, and the once lifeless red-eyed ravens began to caw in unison. Yan Xinglia rushed outside, witnessing the flock of crows scatter, their wings filling the sky. The old man's voice echoed from within the room, chuckling, "These brigands are indeed pursuing us closely. Dusk has arrived. Prepare." Before the leader could finish his thought, It transformed into a chilling scream. The enemies, shrouded in dark mist, effortlessly shattered the front line and surged forward. A young rebel soldier, overwhelmed by sheer terror, thrust his spear at the approaching foe, striking true to the chest. Yet it felt as if he had pierced a wisp of smoke. In contrast, the enemy's blade swiftly severed his head from his body. On the other side of the battlefield, the commanding general, perched atop his steed, cast a cold gaze upon the last remnants of the rebel strength, which was swiftly extinguished by the ghostly soldiers summoned through sorcery. This stronghold, heavily guarded, was finally reclaimed by him without a scratch. The general's young deputy swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with yearning, much like the other silent soldiers around him. Having dedicated his life to the military, he was acutely aware of what the troops truly desired. Thus, amidst the collective anticipation, the general issued the command. Pillaging the city. That night, in the desolate mountains and dense forests under the full moon, Li Chang'an sat cross-legged upon a large azure stone, raising his wine cup to capture the moonlight. As the moonlight transformed into fine wine, the Taoist withdrew his cup, yet furrowed his brow. The once pristine moon wine was abruptly tainted with a trace of crimson. Upon tasting, he was met with a metallic tang that sullied his palate. The Taoist shook his head, carelessly spilling the wine into the air, where 7 parts dissolved into moonlight, while the remaining 3 fell upon the grass. Scattering into flickering glimmers as the night breeze stirred, he lifted his gaze, only to behold a crimson glow spreading across the eastern horizon. Chapter 66. The ghostly governor in the desolate outskirts. Several riders raced beneath the moonlight. Yin Xinglia pressed closely against the soft mane of his steed, the damp and chilly southern air seeping into his collar, causing his cloak to billow high. Behind him, the shadows cast by the cliffs were accompanied by the urgent sound of hoofbeats, echoing closely. The frantic yet light sound of hooves did not signify a great distance. Soon, 3 riders emerged from the mountain's shadow. The pallid moonlight illuminated their ghastly bones, their withered flesh encased in tattered armor. The newcomers were not of the living. Yin Xinglia did not halt. He aimed to shake off these 3 pursuers, for the circling birds overhead hinted at more to come. Reckless slaughter would be futile, only serving to impede his progress and lead him into peril. Suddenly, from the shadows ahead, another rider sprang forth. This unexpected appearance brought them almost face to face. Despite the frantic gallop of their horses, evasion was impossible. Yin Xinglia could only manage to deflect the long spear thrust towards him, as both steeds collided with a resounding crash. The impact caused his yellow steed to stagger, disoriented, while the ghostly horse was sent flying, its form disintegrating before it even touched the ground. Yet the rider was prepared, swiftly dismounting and seizing the opportunity to strike at the head of the dazed yellow steed. In an instant, escape seemed impossible. Yin Xinglia grasped the reins with fierce determination, using sheer strength to lift the horse's front hooves off the ground, narrowly avoiding the blade. As the sizable iron hoof descended, it landed squarely on the ghostly rider's forehead, crushing his skull into his chest and further into the mire beneath. Though he had vanquished this spectral foe, the 3 pursuing riders were already upon him. From their brief skirmish, Yin Xinglia discerned that these ghostly soldiers were not mere mindless apparitions. They retained some semblance of combat prowess. Indeed, while 3 riders surged forth, one hesitated, circling on the periphery. The other 2 maneuvered to flank him from either side. Yet Yin Xinglia remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon these 2 riders, armed with blades and spears, closing in. As they approached, he suddenly raised his right hand and commanded. Swiftly, in an instant, a dazzling light erupted from his hands. With a crackling sound, the 2 ghostly riders were immediately thrown into disarray by the brilliance. The blinding light extinguished as swiftly as it had appeared. Yin Xinglia leaped from his horse, colliding with one of the armed specters, sending it hurtling through the air to crash against a nearby tree, shattering into fragments. Subsequently, with a mighty swing of his heavy sword, he reduced the other rider to a mangled heap of shattered bones and flesh. Meanwhile, the sound of hooves thundered behind him as the advancing ghostly cavalry charged forward, brandishing their lances. Without even drawing his sword, Yin Xinglia simply extended his arm, trapping the lance under his armpit, and with a few backward steps, he rendered the specter and its steed helpless, toppling them to the ground with a decisive stomp that crushed its skull as the fray ignited and extinguished. Yin Xinglia sheathed his sword, feeling a sudden warmth brush against his cheek. It was his horse. Nuzzling affectionately, he patted the neck of his old companion, only to notice that the steed was breathing heavily, its legs trembling slightly indeed, despite the remarkable prowess of the dappled steed. Carrying the formidable Yin Xinglia through day and night had pushed it to its limits. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to act. From his pack, he retrieved a pair of paper figures, one of himself, the other of his horse, and, having smeared them with their respective blood, he cast them to the ground. The moonlight shimmered softly, and after a sequence of strange expansions and contractions, they transformed into the likenesses of Yin Xinglia and his steed. However, the paper figure of Yin Xinglia, beneath its grand beard, bore an oddly pale visage, adorned with rosy cheeks, presenting a bizarre yet comical charm. Yin Xinglia circled around the paper figures, still feeling a sense of inadequacy. With a clap of his hands, he dragged a large black bag from his saddle. Upon untying it, he discovered a woman clad in crimson, her skin as fair as snow, her features enchanting, yet her wrists bound by heavy iron shackles. Even in slumber, her brow remained furrowed, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, this bearded warrior displayed no tenderness. He hoisted the woman onto the saddle without hesitation. Seizing a handful of shattered bones from the ground, he carelessly stuffed them into the bag, securing it atop the paper horse. Off it went, the paper figures obediently heading eastward. Having completed this task, Yin Xinglia led his horse into the nearby thicket, taking care to erase his tracks. Before long, the sound of thundering hooves echoed along the path. A throng of ghostly riders surged forth, numbering no fewer than 100. They paused briefly among the remnants of the fallen, and at the command of their leader, they pursued the paper figures eastward. Once again, silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sporadic chirps of insects. Time passed uncertainly. Suddenly, a mist began to rise along the path, shrouding the surroundings in an ethereal haze. Gradually, the sound of distant trumpeting grew nearer and louder. Abruptly, a band of musicians emerged from the fog, followed by a procession bearing long banners, signs, and flags. Then, a line of soldiers wielding long weapons stirred the mist, marching forth in formation. Following them were armored warriors, moving in small groups. At last, a luxurious black carriage materialized from the fog. It bore a dignified man adorned with a tall crown and flowing robes, holding a jade scepter, his expression solemn. Beside him stood a golden-armored general. The carriage's grand banner billowed, emblazoned with 4 characters, Zhangzong Taishou. The scene was a magnificent display, resembling a high-ranking official on an inspection tour, exuding an imposing presence. However, in this world, there are no officials who exclusively venture out at night. Nor is there a state named Zhaozhong. While Zhaozhong does exist, it merely refers to a mountain in Hanzhong. This mountain, known for its treacherous terrain, dense forests that obscure the sun, and heavy miasma, has long been dubbed the ghostly abode. A few years prior, a necromancer adept at commanding spirits and animating corpses emerged from within, taking advantage of the protracted warfare to capture many forlorn souls from the battlefield. He established a domain akin to that of a living sovereign and proclaimed himself the governor among ghosts. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this ghostly governor was once a mere clerk in life, and upon death, he enjoyed the trappings of authority. Now, as he received an invitation to descend from the mountain, he could indeed seize the opportunity to advance further in this chaotic era. Contemplating this, the ghostly governor's countenance betrayed a sense of fulfillment. His gaze swept over to the side of the carriage, where several zombie figures, draped in black, trailed behind. That old crow named who possessed a modicum of skill. Yet he remained no match for my formidable ghostly general. Not only did he meet his demise, but the zombies under his command also fell into my possession. It was a pity, however, that the corpses of the skilled officials from the local garrison had been incinerated by this old crow. An act truly detestable. Suddenly, the ghostly governor was jolted from his reverie by a sharp voice that echoed once more, swift and urgent. A brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the heavens and the earth. He felt an unshakable dread creeping upon him, barely managing to shout, "Ghost General!" The voice was resolute and foreboding. In the next moment, the ghostly governor witnessed an arrow. No, a streak of light, pierced through the ghostly general that had shielded him, reducing his most formidable ally to mere ashes. Gritting his teeth, the ghostly governor turned to look. A formidable figure emerged from the depths of the forest, wielding an iron bow with a single arrow. He felled the golden-armored general, yet Yan Xinglia's eyes bore no trace of mirth. Had he possessed another red crow arrow, he could have easily slain the ghostly governor as well. However, recalling the expression of his usually generous commander when he produced the red crow arrow, one of a child bereft of a parent, or an elder mourning the loss of a child, he surmised he would be unlikely to witness a second one in his lifetime. The ordinary talismans and arrows at his disposal had become futile. But fortunately, prior to this expedition, he had unearthed another treasure from the depths of the armory. Casting aside the iron bow, he clutched a jade talisman with a white base, adorned with golden lines, a divine talisman from the celestial master's estate. With a crack, the talisman shattered, unleashing a brilliant golden light. Yan Xinglia was acutely aware that his ruse of paper figures could not remain concealed for long. Just moments ago, the birds had reported that the knights who had previously passed were nearing their return. At that juncture, the ghostly soldiers would undoubtedly commence their search. Exposure would lead to being encircled, leaving no avenue for escape. Thus, from the onset, he had employed the paper figures as bait, lying in wait to strike. These ghostly soldiers were mere puppets under magical control. Once the operator fell, the ghost army would inevitably collapse. Therefore, if the red crow arrow could achieve its purpose, it would be splendid, but if not, he must plunge into the throngs of ghosts and slay the ghostly governor before being surrounded. Time was of the essence, stretching a mere 3 breaths. Yan Xinglia inhaled deeply and unsheathed his sword. With the first breath, he was enveloped in a heavy golden radiance, sacrificing himself as he charged into the outermost ranks of the spear-wielders. Taking them by surprise, he tore through their defenses, scattering the ghostly soldiers in his wake. The ghostly governor sat undisturbed in his carriage, directing his troops with a scepter. As they began to encircle him with the second breath, the golden light around Yan Xinglia dimmed. Although he had breached the spear formation, he found himself surrounded by 17 or 18 armored warriors. His visage remained impassive, his steps unwavering, heedless of the blades that surrounded him, as he brandished his heavy sword with relentless ferocity. The ghostly magistrate furrowed his brow, casting aside his scepter, his hands forming intricate seals as he intoned incantations. In the span of 3 breaths, the golden light flickered precariously, yet the warrior was relentlessly cleaved to pieces by Yan Xinglia's mighty sword. However, a horde of zombies obstructed his path, and the urgent sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. There was no time to linger. He resolutely utilized the blade as a shield to protect his vital points, relying on his innate strength and the remaining golden aura to forcefully charge into the swarm of corpses. The ghostly magistrate summoned his sorcery, and the eyes of the surrounding undead glimmered with flickering ghostly flames, rapidly coalescing in his grasp. 3 breaths swiftly passed. Yan Xinglia had already breached 3 layers of the formation, and the ghostly magistrate lay within his sword's reach. Yet, his protective golden light had shattered, and his body bore several grievous wounds, the most severe inflicted upon his left rib, a deep gash left by a zombie transformed by his fellow officers, exposing bone beneath. Nevertheless, it was too late. The ghostly magistrate's spell had come to fruition. The ghostly flames coalesced into a jade orb of eerie green hue in his hands. Beneath the shadow of his dark crown, his countenance was grim, pointing forward as the orb transformed into a streak of luminous energy. Yan Xinglia's prowess was indeed extraordinary. In the fleeting moments, he managed to maneuver his formidable frame, twisting to evade the ghostly flames while lifting his sword to guard his vital areas. However, a sinister grin curled upon the ghostly magistrate's forbidding visage as he uttered a single command: "Constrain." Instantly, the ghostly flames surged silently, morphing into a colossal fireball, engulfing Yan Xinglia without resistance, as he beheld the flickering eerie green flames before him. The ghostly magistrate chuckled. What a ruthless judge, merely. His words were abruptly cut short as a massive hand emerged from the inferno. Though singed by the ghostly flames, the hand remained robust and powerful, its fingers clamping onto the ghostly magistrate's face like iron pincers. Then, with a resounding crash, the black cloak unfurled, scattering the flames. Yan Xinglia's formidable form reappeared before his astonished eyes. The ghostly magistrate could hardly believe it. How could this hand lift him higher, only to slam him down forcefully? The opulent carriage beneath them was instantly shattered, and the ghostly magistrate was violently thrust into the dust among the horde of spirits. The moonlight was stark and the night breeze chilling. Amidst the throng of spectral attendants, With his cloak still smoldering, Yin Xinglia had captured the enemy's leader. Despite being utterly defeated, lying at his opponent's feet, his life now at the mercy of his foe, the ghostly magistrate continued to scream hoarsely, "Yin Xinglia, even if you kill me now, you cannot escape the vengeance of my teachings. Surrender to me, and I shall." Yin Xinglia scoffed disdainfully, severing the ghostly head from its body. After the demise of the ghostly magistrate, the remaining spirits either perished or scattered, and those that remained engaged in chaotic skirmishes, swiftly tidied up without much effort. Yin Xinglia led his horse along the forest path, momentarily free from pursuing foes, allowing him to seek a place to rest and replenish. The optimal location, naturally, was the nearby camp of the Imperial forces. Suddenly, a red-eyed raven alighted upon his saddle, the clever bird bearing tidings of good fortune. Not far off lay a contingent of Imperial soldiers. Following the bird's guidance, Yin Xinglia plunged into a brightly illuminated clearing. Without fully grasping the situation, he dove headlong into the fray. "I am Yin Xinglia, the magistrate of the Jinfu division under the command of the Longxiang Guard, and I implore you to hasten my audience with your lord." As the words left my lips, I finally grasped the scene before me, momentarily taken aback. The battlefield had recently witnessed a brutal clash. The blades of some officials still dripped with blood, while the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground bore no armor nor weapons, their white hair mingling with the youthful locks of the fallen. A few disheveled figures were sprawled over the motionless forms of women. One officer, hastily adjusting his trousers, cautiously inquired, "Zhenfu division?" Yin Xinglia stood speechless, at a loss for words. At that moment, a soft, sultry moan pierced the air, the voice slightly husky yet imbued with a languorous charm, as if delicate hands were plucking at the strings of one's heart. Turning his gaze, Yin Xinglia beheld the woman upon the saddle, who had fortuitously awakened at that very moment. She emitted such an enticing sound, lifted her head revealing her enchanting visage framed by cascading tresses, and propped herself up, showcasing her alluring curves. A sound of gulping could be heard. Without needing to look, Yin Xinglia understood its implication. Indeed, the expression on the officer's face shifted to one of greedy ferocity. Starved as a wolf, vicious as a lamb, after years of service on the battlefield, how could he be unaware of the nature of such soldiers? A soft sigh escaped Yin Xinglia's lips. Ah, this enchantress. He cast another glance at the corpses littering the ground. Humph. Beasts. Chapter 67. Wolves and Beasts. The elderly man, fallen to the ground, wept bitterly, blades, blood, snarls, and anguished cries. A savage spectacle unfolded upon the narrow mountain path. A husband summoned his remaining strength to charge at the soldiers, only to be met with a gleaming steel blade. A young child cried out for his father, yet was seized and thrown to the ground by a soldier irritated by the noise. The child's breaths growing shallow, the wife, beneath the soldier's feet, had no time to scream before being lifted and tossed onto a cart, immediately crushed beneath a foul-smelling corpse. She clawed in desperation, but how could flesh and blood fingers compete with ironclad armor? Her efforts only resulted in futile streaks of blood, until at last, the soldier grew impatient. He yanked off his helmet and smashed it onto the woman's head. Thud, a dull sound echoed, blood gushed from her forehead, her gaze already unfocused. Yet this soldier, still unsatisfied, grasped her hands and pinned them to the cart, retrieving a dagger from his bosom, thrust. The gleaming blade pierced the wooden surface, firmly securing her hands to the cart. In her dazed state, the woman emitted a hoarse scream. However, the soldier licked his lips, unable to restrain his primal desires. Thrust, a similar sound echoed, yet this time, it was the soldier's head that was nailed to the cart. Immediately, a boot stomped upon the severed head, extracting the blade. In an instant, the red stained the white, marring the azure edge. A short-haired Taoist bent down to retrieve the dagger from the woman's hands, then cut a piece of cloth from the soldier's corpse, methodically wiping the blade clean. The ancestral master said, "Fortune and misfortune have no doors. They are summoned by oneself." The Taoist believed himself not to be one who sought trouble, nor would he hasten towards it. Last night, the city was ablaze with chaos. Even my drink was tainted by the bloodshed. War is perilous. How could a humble priest like myself provoke such danger, let alone evade it? This morning, at the break of dawn, I deliberately chose to forsake the well-trodden path, opting instead for the arduous journey of traversing mountains and winding trails. only to stumble upon you wretched lot. Li Chang'an polished the edge of his sword, lifting his gaze to the gathering wolves disguised as officials, and curiously inquired, "Could it be that my days without a bath have summoned you pesky insects? Slay this bull-headed fool." The response was met with a chorus of blades clashing. Among the group, there were always those impetuous souls eager to take the lead. A burly official bellowed, charging forth with an aggressive thrust. Li Chang'an reacted with remarkable swiftness, bending low to evade the attack. Those wielding long weapons naturally feared close combat, and as the official's expression shifted, he attempted to retreat, only to have Li Chang'an preemptively step on his foot. A powerful knee strike followed, landing squarely below the navel. With a sickening crunch, the man doubled over in agony, and in that fleeting moment, Li Chang'an deftly plunged a dagger into his throat. Witnessing the burly official fall at the hands of this short-haired Taoist sent shockwaves through the remaining soldiers. A man with a horse-like face shouted, "Be cautious, it's a damnable one." However, his warning was cut short, replaced by a curse as the Taoist, without catching his breath, charged into the throng, his sights set on the horse-faced man. "Where did this reckless Taoist come from?" he muttered, slashing with force, yet his heart was less resolute. Though this Taoist possessed skill, he appeared foolish. If only he could be entangled for a few moments. The 7 or 8 blades surrounding him would surely reduce him to mincemeat. Little did he expect. The Taoist's sword seemed almost sentient, gliding around the blade, deftly drawing, twisting, and slashing, leaving the horse-faced man with a wounded wrist. Disarming him in close quarters, the Taoist struck the man on the temple with the hilt of his sword, causing his eyes to bulge and blood to spurt from his nose. Then, Li Chang'an seized the collar of the horse-faced official, pulling him close and shrinking back into his embrace. The ensuing chaos saw several steel blades fail to halt their momentum, crashing into the official's back, leaving him a bloody mess. That moment, a sharp point of a sword suddenly pierced through the right side of the horse-faced official, eliciting a pained cry as another soldier staggered back, clutching his abdomen. The remaining officials, startled, rushed to attack. But Li Chang'an had already shifted his position, swiftly emerging from the left to slice through one soldier's throat. Supporting himself against the corpse of the horse-faced man, he propelled the body forward, crashing it into 2 soldiers as they fumbled to push the body away. They were met with the grisly sight of a comrade cleaved in 2, lifeless on the ground. They gasped in horror, and within moments, only 2 remained. Trembling with fear and hesitation, the 2 soldiers found themselves confronted by the Taoist, who pressed forward without a moment's pause. "Beware, Taoist." Suddenly, a warning rang in Li Chang'an's ears. Glancing sideways, he saw 6 archers, sensing the peril, retreating to form a tight cluster, drawing their bows with disregard for the Taoist's side. With a resounding thrum, 6 bowstrings sang in unison. The distance between them was a mere 50 or 60 paces, and under the weight of the heavy bows, the arrows shot forth, racing through the air in the blink of an eye. Li Chang'an, undeterred and unhurried, plunged his long sword into the chest of a soldier who was thrown into disarray upon witnessing the archer's actions. He then raised his hand, mimicking the stance of a sword, and commanded, "The wind comes." With that utterance, a fierce gale arose from the ground. Regarding the manipulation of the wind, it was uncertain whether it was due to the abundant spiritual energy of this realm or the advancements in his own cultivation. While not as effortless as extending an arm or a finger, he could certainly divert several arrows within a reasonable vicinity. Even if he could not deflect them all, any that remained would be rendered powerless upon reaching him. Casually seizing one, he thrust it into the throat of the last soldier beside him, who clutched at the arrow, convulsed, and fell to the ground. The Taoist shook the residual blood from his sword and was about to advance to deal with the remaining archers. Demon sorcery. Several archers trembled in fear, one of them even shrieking this phrase. Li Chang'an was perplexed. "Demon sorcery? What is this?" "It is your own practice of accumulating corpses to nurture ghostly soldiers that truly constitutes genuine sorcery." He was unaware that, during the siege the previous day, the ghostly soldiers had effortlessly slaughtered the traitors within the city, instilling terror in some of the observing imperial soldiers. Therefore, during the massacre and plunder, these cowardly individuals dared not enter the city but only sought scraps in the periphery, ultimately encountering Li Chang'an by ill fortune. "Do not come closer," the archers screamed, and in their panic, they loosed another volley of arrows. However, with trembling hands born of fear, they released arrows that lacked potency, which Li Chang'an summoned the wind to carry away, rendering them non-existent. Witnessing this scene, they could no longer endure, discarding their weapons and fleeing. Yet, they had scarcely run a few steps when they were tackled by several young men, who, gritting their teeth, restrained them with fists and kicks, unable to break free. Soon, more individuals joined the fray. The ravenous wolves had lost their fangs, while the feeble sheep revealed their horns. Initially, there were curses, but in the blink of an eye, only pleas for mercy remained, soon followed by wails of despair. The Taoist shook his head and sheathed his sword. Fortune and misfortune have no door. It is solely mankind that brings these upon themselves. His gaze swept over the multitude of lifeless bodies that lay with unclosed eyes. What sins had these common folk committed to invite such a calamity? Such a fate of annihilation? Was it merely for being human? In chaotic times, humanity is as grass. Having witnessed too much, Li Chang'an could hardly muster the energy to sigh. He coldly observed as the cries of despair gradually faded. And moments later, the crowd dispersed, seeking their deceased kin and wailing in agony, leaving behind mere heaps of unrecognizable flesh. He turned to see the woman he had saved earlier. She had not joined in this quest for vengeance. Instead, she sat vacantly on the ground. Her disheveled hair fell over her face, concealing her features, as she cradled her lifeless child in her arms, with her husband lying dead across her lap. "Sister-in-law, my condolences." He began to offer the meager comfort, but before he could finish, a bright crimson stain spread from her chest. The center of the sanguine expanse, concealed beneath her hair, was a hiltless dagger. The Taoist could not help but let out a sigh. He bent down to close the eyes of the family and softly recited, "O revered deities of the 10 directions, as numerous as the sands of the desert." After performing the rites for this family, a profound heaviness settled in Li Chang'an's heart. Turning his face, he discovered the surviving townsfolk kneeling in unison behind him. "This cannot be, this cannot be." The Taoist hurriedly stepped forward, assisting each individual to their feet while offering words of solace before they dispersed to gather their scattered belongings and the bodies of their kin. Only a wounded elder remained by his side. The old man informed Li Chang'an that they were villagers from the vicinity who had endeavored to provide for the imperial troops since their arrival, supplying food and manpower to avert the calamity of their village's destruction. Last night, upon witnessing the blazing inferno in the direction of the city, a sense of unease compelled the villagers to seek refuge in the forest, yet they were ultimately discovered by the imperial soldiers. Fortunately, the Taoist had intervened to save them. Otherwise, they would have become vengeful spirits in the mountains. Li Chang'an gestured dismissively, inquiring about their next course of action. The elder sighed deeply. "What else can a family do? If we do not starve in these woods, we shall return to our village once the soldiers depart, hoping that the forthcoming officials will be merciful in their extortions." The elder's words rendered Li Chang'an speechless, weighing heavily upon his heart like an insurmountable burden. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. Turning, Li Chang'an beheld a woman clad in a wedding gown, stumbling out of the forest. The Taoist quickly approached her, and the woman, losing her footing, fell directly into his arms. As she lifted her gaze, Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. How to describe her visage? Perhaps akin to the West Lake in the rain, where emerald waves danced through the mist. In essence, an enchanting beauty captivated Li Chang'an's attention. Logically, having grown up in the digital age, Li Chang'an was no stranger to various forms of beauty. However, witnessing beauty on a screen was one thing. Encountering it in reality was another, and finding it cradled in his arms was an entirely different experience altogether. Fortunately, the Taoist's mind was clear. Despite his astonishment, he maintained his composure, though not be alarmed. "Fair maiden, what has transpired?" The woman leaned against Li Chang'an's chest, tears glistening like dew on a pear blossom. "I was to be wed today, but during the procession, a brigand appeared, slaughtering everyone else and attempting to abduct me as his wife. Naturally, I resisted, and he shackled me with this." She spoke. The woman raised her delicate hand to reveal a pair of slender wrists bound by a crude, heavy iron cuff. "I managed to escape while he was momentarily distracted. But he pursues me relentlessly." Li Chang'an felt a swell of frustration within him, unsure of how to channel it. "Perfect. What does this brigand look like?" The woman hesitated for a moment, her countenance paling, her voice trembling as she replied, "He is as large as a bear, with a face resembling that of Zhong Kuei, and a fearsome bushy beard. Do not panic, and rest with the elders for a while. Li Chang'an reassured her, patting her shoulder. "I shall deal with that brigand for you." Chapter 68. The arrival of the White Lotus. The towering trees reached skyward, obscuring the sun in a shroud of darkness. The narrow forest path exuded an air of somber gloom. Li Chang'an scrutinized the man before him. The individual was exceedingly tall, likely over 2 meters in height, and possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. As large as a bear, with a thick, bushy beard and disheveled hair, the dim light rendered it difficult to discern his true appearance from a distance. Resembling Zhong Kuei? Could it be this man? Li Chang'an mused, feeling a strange sense of familiarity wash over him. At this moment, the bearded man took the initiative to speak. Might the Taoist ahead clear the path? The Taoist paused slightly, then replied with a smile. That cannot be to avoid implicating the innocent people he had rescued. He had specifically ventured into the mountains to block the way. How could he possibly allow this bearded fellow to pass? Was he not pursuing a bride in a wedding gown? Indeed. Ha. The Taoist unfurled his long sword, declaring, "As it happens, I have been waiting for you here for quite some time." And no sooner had he spoken than the bearded man, without uttering a word, drew his sword and charged forth. Despite his large frame, he moved with remarkable swiftness, akin to a fierce tiger in a gust of wind, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves in his wake. In just a few strides, he closed the distance and swung his heavy sword downwards. The blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a haunting wail. This formidable opponent seemed quite capable, Li Chang'an mused inwardly. Yet his actions were not delayed. He raised his sword, deftly angling it to meet the heavy blade, clearly intending to employ his habitual technique of using a gentle force to counter a greater one. However, the moment the blades met, Li Chang'an's expression shifted. The bearded man's sword was as immovable as a rocky shore, rendering his efforts futile and compelling him to swiftly sidestep. Unexpectedly, with such a fierce and weighty strike, the bearded man pivoted his wrist mid-attack, altering his move with force. With a loud shout, he pursued Li Chang'an, sweeping his sword horizontally. Li Chang'an found no avenue for escape and, resigned, braced his sword defensively. Thud! It sounded as if a hammer struck a bronze bell, startling the birds from their perches in the forest. Li Chang'an staggered back 10 paces before regaining his footing, yet his sword continued to vibrate incessantly. He could not help but click his tongue. This man possessed extraordinary strength. Though Li Chang'an was typically swift and nimble with his sword, in reality, he had mastered several techniques of the earthly fiend transformation, endowing him with physical prowess far superior to that of an average person. Yet, in comparison to this bearded man, he shook his head. Fortunately, this sword had been custom-made at great expense in modern times. Otherwise, that blow would surely have resulted in the destruction of his weapon and perhaps his own demise. Li Chang'an tore a piece of cloth and hastily wrapped it around the hilt, as that last strike had bruised his palm. Cautiously, he observed the bearded man, only to find him not pressing the attack but rather standing firm, sword planted, gasping for breath. Was this man injured? Li Chang'an cautiously tested the waters, launching an assault with his sword, skillfully maneuvering to the side of the bearded man several times. Eventually, he confirmed that the bearded man was indeed wounded and his movements were impeded. The Taoist was not one to be overly rigid. Seizing upon his opponent's vulnerability, he pursued with relentless vigor. His strikes were light yet dense, akin to a gentle drizzle, yet amidst the rain, occasional fierce and cunning blows emerged, like a sudden clap of thunder. The bearded man was compelled to respond with utmost caution, and after an extended exchange, he could no longer maintain his defense. Li Chang'an seized the opportunity to disarm him, and with a swift turn of his sword, aimed to sever his head as the blade approached. The bearded man's reaction was quite peculiar. He merely sighed, straightened his back, and closed his eyes, as if resigned to his fate, adopting an air of martyrdom. Li Chang'an found this amusing. How could a brigand, who claimed to act for justice, present himself in such a heroic light? At that moment, the Taoist took a careful look and suddenly recalled that this was indeed the bearded man who had come to his aid that day. How peculiar it is that such a boisterous man, with his grand beard, could possibly be a rogue attempting to abduct a bride. Upon further contemplation, Li Chang'an finally discerned the anomalies in the heat of the earlier skirmish. He had overlooked the details. Now, scrutinizing the garments beneath the bearded man's cloak, he observed the gruesome sight. His attire was drenched in blood, now congealed and dried, and arrows, their shafts severed, remained lodged in his body. What kind of brigand would be so reckless and infatuated, sustaining such grievous wounds yet neglecting to attend to his injuries, only to pursue a woman in his compromised state? Moreover, the woman in question seemed equally enigmatic. Amidst such turmoil and peril, who would dare to marry off their daughter? As Li Chang'an pondered these thoughts, he maintained his sword poised against the bearded man's throat. The bearded man, however, had already closed his eyes in resignation, and after a lengthy pause, he perceived no movement from the sword, assuming it was merely a Taoist subjecting him to humiliation. With a voice filled with ire, he exclaimed, "You thieving priest, if you wish to kill me, then do so. How dare you disgrace Yin Xinglia in this manner?" At this outburst, the Taoist realized the situation was untenable. Dragging the bearded man into a well-lit clearing beneath the canopy of trees, he retracted his sword, shook off the drafty robe, and pointed to himself, "Though you still recognize this humble priest?" Upon Li Chang'an's return to the mountain path, the woman had vanished, leaving only the villagers gathered, engaged in some unknown activity. "What are you all doing?" he inquired, and upon noticing Li Chang'an, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. "Wonderful! The Taoist has returned. Our uncle is saved." Then, a robust-looking man rushed forward, his excitement palpable. Yet, upon noticing Yin Xinglia accompanying Li Chang'an, he faltered, his tongue stumbling over words. "Fear not," Li Chang'an reassured him. "This brother Yin may not be a villain." He then pressed on. "What of the young lady who was here earlier?" The man, casting a furtive glance at the bearded one, took a few steps back before replying, "Taoist, you had scarcely entered the woods when she expressed concern for her family and, despite our urgings, departed on her own. Upon finishing, he displayed an urgent demeanor. Taoist, please save my uncle. He seems afflicted by some strange malady. What ailment does he suffer?" Li Chang'an followed the man into the throng. There, he beheld the elderly man, previously injured, sitting with his back to them, limbs curled in and trembling incessantly. "Could it be epilepsy?" "Old man," he called, but the elder abruptly turned, his face flushed, veins bulging as if under the influence of some illicit substance, tears streaming down his face in a fit of ecstatic fervor. The white lotus descends, and the people rise. "What?" Li Chang'an, taken aback, suddenly felt a tightening at his right leg. Looking down, he saw the sturdy man wearing a similarly ecstatic expression, clutching his leg tightly. Almost immediately, the surrounding villagers surged forward, their faces alight with strange excitement, embracing him, pinning his arms, and gripping his feet. Even Li Chang'an found it difficult to extricate himself in that moment. Meanwhile, several men at the periphery brandished steel blades, shouting, "Slay the evil spirit," as they lunged toward Li Chang'an. "This is dire. Could it be that I am to be drowned in this flood of chaos?" Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a robust figure stepped in front of him, shielding him from the impending onslaught. It was indeed Yin Xinglia who intervened heroically to lend his aid. The situation arose unexpectedly, and he had no time to draw his sword. Instead, he merely swung his arms wide, attempting to deflect the steel blades. However, against the chaos of whirling blades, a pair of arms could hardly provide adequate defense. Should he choose to evade, the figure of Li Chang'an behind him would surely be exposed to the peril of the knives. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the thickness of his cloak, turning sideways and raising his hand to withstand several blows. Fortunately, these villagers were unaccustomed to wielding blades, and although the cloak was torn, the wounds sustained were not deep. Seizing the moment, the burly man tore off the cloak and swept aside the villagers. Immediately thereafter, he bit down on a yellow talisman, forming intricate hand seals, his abdomen swelling dramatically before suddenly deflating. With a forceful exhalation, he uttered a sound that resonated powerfully in an instant. A visible wave of sound radiated outward from him. As the sound wave washed over him, Li Chang'an felt his mind momentarily fogged, only to awaken from his stupor after a brief disorientation. Shaking his head and glancing around, he noticed his bindings had loosened, and the villagers lay sprawled upon the ground. "Oh, not panic, Taoist." Yin Xinglia turned to reassure him. "They have fallen victim to the enchantments of the enchantress. I have merely roused them from their stupor, and they will soon regain consciousness." As he spoke, the burly man suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing up a significant amount of blood. Li Chang'an was taken aback and rushed to support him, only to be met with Yin Xinglia's dismissive gesture. He forced himself to stand and, clasping his hands respectfully toward the Taoist, stated, "I, Yin, am on a mission and cannot afford to delay. Until we meet again in the martial world." Saying this, he resolutely attempted to pursue the enchantress he had mentioned. Li Chang'an swiftly obstructed his path, pondering. In your current state, even if you were to catch up, what could you possibly do? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chang'an inquired, "What exactly is this enchantress?" The burly man hesitated for a moment, recalling how the frenzied townsfolk had already divulged information, and replied, "Do you know of the White Lotus sect?" "The White Lotus sect?" Li Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't that the notorious troublemaker?" This sect was indeed infamous, leaving a lasting impression on Li Chang'an. He remembered a time when he had accompanied the old Taoist Lu, witnessing a charlatan in the countryside performing tricks with bare hands and boiling oil to deceive the villagers. He had been about to expose the ruse when Lu had pulled him away. "Young man, should you traverse the Jianghu and encounter the White Lotus sect again, do not hesitate to take a detour." "Why? Do you know which 3 types of people one must never provoke in this world? Elders, women, and children. Pa, it is masters, madmen, and those who are numerous and powerful. And the White Lotus sect encompasses all 3. Later, Lu had elaborated, and Li Chang'an learned that the White Lotus sect gathered a multitude of unorthodox practitioners, including many formidable figures. For centuries, they had engaged in but 2 pursuits: deceiving the masses and raising banners in rebellion. Whether in times of prosperity or chaos, in years of plenty or famine, their relentless machinations seemed to serve no purpose but to disrupt the natural order. Upon hearing the term troublemaker, Yin the burly man nodded in agreement. This enchantress was a significant figure within the White Lotus sect, and her previous assault in the forest had stemmed from her belief that the Taoist was there to assist her. Should she escape now, Yin Xinglia recalled the horrifying scene in that dilapidated residence, where colleagues from the town patrol lay lifeless upon the ground, a stark testament to a grim resolve. "I, Yin, shall bear the blame if I fail to apprehend her." Upon finishing his words, he gritted his teeth and prepared to set off, only to be forcefully restrained by Li Chang'an. "Calm yourself, brother Yan.it, is I who shall undertake this journey for you." Chapter 69. The dragon lock navigating over the azure stones and leaping across the mountain gorge, Li Chang'an, clad in his Taoist robe, adeptly maneuvered through the rugged terrain. He activated the Zonglong Jade, meticulously discerning every subtle shift in the air, while his mind replayed Yin Xinglia's admonitions from before his departure. "Be exceedingly cautious on this venture, Taoist. The identity of that enchantress bears significant implications, and it is likely that the White Lotus sect has dispatched skilled individuals to scour the vicinity. Furthermore, this enchantress herself is a master of the dark arts. Although her powers have been sealed by the Zhenfu division, it is probable that her charm techniques have begun to wane. Should she regain her magical prowess, subduing her will undoubtedly become far more challenging." Time was of the essence, and Yin Xinglia refrained from further elaboration. In summary, swift action was imperative. They must outpace the reinforcements from the White Lotus sect and, more critically, the enchantress's recovery. Yet, in the unpredictable journey of life, obstacles were inevitable. The Taoist, racing forward, suddenly came to a screeching halt. He inhaled deeply, the air brushing against his nostrils, causing his brows to furrow. The scent of the woman in red was intermingled with other aromas. A regiment of imperial troops wound its way along the mountain path. Though few in number, their banners were arranged with precision, indicating that their commander was indeed an experienced veteran. This contingent belonged to a nearby imperial army. Making its way to the court to report a victory and present captives, "Uncle Chui, we shall rest here for today." Amidst the clatter of wheels and the whinnying of horses, Zhang Jihu rode to the forefront of the ranks. The grizzled veteran, his beard flecked with gray, glanced at the sun and furrowed his weathered brow. "But, Major General, it is still quite early before nightfall. The soldiers are weary," he brusquely declared, eager to return to the side of the carriage. Inside the carriage sat a striking young woman in red. "I dare say it is the young lady who is fatigued." The old general mused internally, sighing in resignation. What could he do? Though he was the actual commander of this troop, he was compelled to defer to the nephew of the major. Thus, he pinched his nose and directed the soldiers to establish camp, all the while casting furtive glances at the beauty in the carriage. Truly a captivating young lady. This woman had been discovered midway through the journey, claiming to be the daughter of a bureaucrat who had become separated from her family due to a fearsome bandit. Strangely enough, he knew all too well the arrogance of the young major. He had never shown interest in any of the noblewomen of high birth, yet upon encountering this young lady, he seemed akin to a famished dog stumbling upon a bone. Throughout the day, he inquired nothing, preoccupied solely with lavishing her with attention. Observing him circling around the young lady, a novel thought struck the old general. The young major appeared to resemble a dog. Yes, a dog clamoring for a bone. However, this bone's origins were rather dubious. Were she truly the daughter of some esteemed family, it would be acceptable, but if not, the major would undoubtedly vent his frustrations on him for failing in his duties. Reflecting on this, the old general felt a twinge of discomfort along his spine and quietly inquired of the man in the black robe beside him, "Pray tell, from which noble family does your lady hail?" The man in black merely responded with a derisive snort, "Your mother." The old general's fury ignited, yet he could not dismiss the man's demeanor. It was entirely possible that she belonged to some prestigious lineage. He suppressed his anger with great reluctance, yet the sun blazed too fiercely for him to endure. Thus, he sought out an irritating backside and delivered a sharp kick. Ouch! The unfortunate owner of that backside tumbled over like a dog falling into filth. This hapless creature, seething with rage, sprang to his feet, and upon seeing the veteran, his countenance transformed into one of obsequiousness. "What commands do you have, esteemed elder?" The swift reaction and thick skin of Zhu Hatzi elicited an eye roll from the old general, who instructed, "Take your men and gather some firewood, as you wish." Zhu Hatzi beamed. "Is there anything else you require, sir?" The general waved his hand dismissively, "Then bring the bow and procure some local delicacies for me to enjoy." Oh dear, Li Chang'an, concealed within the forest, observed the encampment below and sensed that this journey might already be doomed. The troop below, numbering scarcely over 100, could hardly be deemed a formidable force. Yet, for the solitary Li Chang'an, it posed a significant challenge, as he possessed no prowess to claim the head of a general amidst 1,000,000 soldiers. To infiltrate and seize the opportunity for assassination? Just as this thought arose, Li Chang'an shook his head in dismissal, but to return empty-handed. He had made grand declarations before that bearded man. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. The Taoist clambered up into the treetops, concealing his figure. Shortly thereafter, a group of official soldiers entered the woods, seemingly to collect firewood while also seeking some mountain delicacies. "Zhang San, you and Li Si, head over there." Single-eared and one-eyed, moved to the left. The officer named Zhu Hatzi directed his subordinates to disperse, and then, as fate would have it, he settled down to rest directly beneath the tree where Li Chang'an hid, stretching his back in utter comfort. Above him, the short-haired Taoist pondered thoughtfully. "Spare my life, my lord. I have served the court with valor, and I have borne wounds for the state." Li Chang'an seized upon the soldiers' return to the mountain path. The villagers had long dispersed, yet a limping horse remained, raising its neck to graze on the low-hanging leaves. Yin Dehuzi sat nearby, a few blood-stained arrowheads scattered before him, his body swathed in bandages adorned with simple runes that glimmered faintly. "How is it?" Upon seeing Li Chang'an, the bearded man inquired eagerly. The Taoist merely shook his head and tossed Zhu Hatzi to the ground. Ouch! Zhu Hatzi, ever the clever one, quickly regained his senses and, upon understanding the situation, bowed repeatedly before Yin Xinglia, uttering the very words mentioned above. Li Chang'an discerned something from this exchange. "You refer to him as my lord? Do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Hatzi swiftly turned, his face alight with ingratiating smiles. "Esteemed Taoist, you are prone to forgetfulness. I witnessed your remarkable prowess just yesterday." Oh, Li Chang'an realized. So this man is one of the knights led by the white-robed young general. The Taoist nodded. "Since we are old acquaintances, I shall not let you suffer. Answer my questions truthfully, or else." Before he could finish, Zhu Hatzi began to exclaim, "I will speak freely, leaving nothing unsaid, and I shall fully cooperate with the local authorities' inquiries." In no time, he divulged the entire background of the troop, laying bare their secrets, including how he encountered that woman, her self-description, and how the general's son became infatuated with her. After listening, Li Chang'an pondered for a moment, then suddenly inquired, "I noticed two figures in black robes within the military, their attire unlike that of the official army. Who are they?" "They are mere stragglers who sought us out. They are servants from that enchanting woman's household." Upon hearing this, the Taoist and the bearded man exchanged glances, both reflecting a grave concern in their eyes. After posing a few more questions, they ultimately could extract no fresh information from the slippery fellow's lips. The Taoists signaled to the bearded man with a glance, the meaning unspoken. "How do you intend to deal with this fellow?" Zhu Hatzi, who had been cautiously observing the expressions of the two, was acutely aware that the moment of life and death had arrived. He immediately summoned all his strength, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Why, Lord, spare my life. I have aging parents and young children to care for. I serve the court." "Stop, stop." The bearded man, feeling a headache coming on, interrupted his pleas, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately waved his hand. "You may leave. Your great kindness I shall never forget," Zhu Hatzi wailed. Yet he did not flee, instead casting furtive glances at Li Chang'an. The Taoist chuckled and shook his head. "Depart as you wish, indeed." Only then did he nimbly rise, darting away like smoke, vanishing from sight. Once the man had gone far, Yin Xinglia sighed deeply. The enchantress has already met with those from the White Lotus sect. The commander of that 100-odd official soldiers has also fallen under her spell. If we present your identity as the pacification officer, it may prove ineffective. Yin Xixia shook his head. If we were to retrieve military orders from the official army camp, there are two concerns. 1. Time may not be sufficient. 2. That commander may be too deeply bewitched to heed commands. If we were to appear directly before that contingent of official soldiers, we would likely be incited and besieged by the enchantress. Li Chang'an shrugged. Then we are at an impasse. After a long silence, Yin Xinglia, having contemplated for a while, lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "Perhaps there remains a chance." "What do you mean? Has the Taoist seen the iron shackles on the enchantress's hands?" Li Chang'an nodded. The delicate hands of that enchanting beauty bound by such crude and stubborn restraints are indeed quite conspicuous. Those shackles are known as the dragon-subduing lock, specifically crafted by our pacification office for the transport of serious offenders, rare in the world, designed to bind both body and spirit. Once secured, even the mightiest cannot escape. Moreover, each dragon-subduing lock is uniquely crafted by the master artisans of the Bureau of Works, with only one key for each. And the key to the enchantress's dragon-subduing lock is in the hands of that man surnamed Yin. The woman in red leaned gracefully against the blue stone, her tones seemingly nonchalant, yet her long, elegant fingernail traced the iron shackles, producing a heart-wrenching sound of friction, yet leaving not a single mark, ultimately striking the blue stone beneath, futilely chipping away a fragment. The two figures in black robes displayed expressions of concern. "Saintess, the left envoy has received our message and is hurrying this way. Once we unite and return to the sect, there will surely be a method to unlock this dragon-subduing lock. Why concern ourselves with an old crow now?" The woman suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You two are truly the cream of the crop in my teachings." At this remark, the two individuals immediately brightened with joy. However, the next statement felt like a bucket of icy water poured over them in the depth of winter. The illustrious and fearsome judge appeared to them as nothing more than a mere crow, so why would they hesitate to deal with such a severely injured creature? A hint of coldness subtly crept into the woman's smile. Could it be that I, a mere saintess, am to be treated with such disdain? The two figures in black robes were stricken with terror and quickly prostrated themselves on the ground. "We dare not. We merely considered that in this desolate wilderness, it would be difficult for us to locate that Yin Xinglia, and besides, there is no one around the saintess to command you to search." The woman let out a cold huff, her expression abruptly transforming back to one of delicate charm as she softly called, "Zhang Lang." The general in white approached, "That wicked thief. I have found him for you." Chapter 70. The encirclement. Is it here? Yes, it is exactly here. Zhu Hatzi nodded profusely at Zhang Jihu. This crafty fellow, upon returning to the military camp, swiftly betrayed the Taoist and the bearded man, leading them to this mountainous path. Unfortunately, there was no sign of life here. He glanced around, found a few blood-stained arrowheads, and hurriedly picked them up, presenting them to Zhang Jihu as if offering treasures. "General, when I discovered the bearded man, he was just pulling arrows from his body. Look, the blood hasn't dried yet. If the blood is still fresh, then this thief must not have gone far." Zhang Jihu waved his hand. "Search for him." "Hold on." The old general beside him could no longer bear the sight. "Young general, not to mention that Yin Xinglia is a man of the court's pacification office, just consider." These words were spoken, A hint of uncertainty flickered across Zhang Jihu's face. Zhang Lang, the woman in red, who had accompanied them, softly called out, her watery eyes glancing towards the young general. If it is a hardship, then let him go. Saying this, she raised her hand to reveal a gleaming iron shackle, declaring that for Zhang Lang, even this stubborn iron could be endured. Qing Fei, the young general, moved to the brink of tears, took her hand and swore an oath. Rest assured, I will definitely capture that yin and make him hand over the key. The old general watched this exchange, muttering a silent reproach towards the vixen, preparing to offer further counsel. Meanwhile, the government troops had unearthed several hastily buried bodies of their comrades by the roadside. General, there are some of our brothers' corpses here. Seeing this, Zhang Jihu was overjoyed. Cursed thieves, how dare they take the lives of my soldiers? Search for them. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. As the sun set and the moon rose, over 100 men flooded into the wilderness, yet they could not conjure any substantial results. Just 100 or so torches flickered, scattered here and there in the somber darkness. Careful! One soldier cautioned as he nearly dropped his torch while stumbling over roots. Be careful not to extinguish the torch. Extinguishing it would be fine, he retorted grumpily as he stood up. It would be just right to return to the camp and sleep, avoiding the mosquitoes in the dead of night. This is a military order. What utter nonsense regarding military orders, he cursed vehemently, consumed by indignation, while that pale-skinned man fawned over women, only to turn around and subject us to his whims. Hush, lower your voice. Startled, his companion lunged forward, covering his mouth with a hand, glancing around nervously before whispering, Are you seeking death? Is your mouth without a gate? What are you afraid of? With a swift motion, he tore away his companion's hand and exclaimed, With our meager forces, once we enter this mountain, we'll scatter about, unable to find even one of our own, let alone. At this point, he abruptly halted, staring blankly ahead, murmuring, That person is. His companion followed the direction of his finger. Before them stood a tall man on the forest path, sporting a thick beard. Yin Xinglia. The mention of this name startled the man on the path, who turned and fled down the mountain trail. The officer hastily drew a whistle from his pocket, and in an instant, a sharp whistle pierced the heavy darkness. If one were to gaze down from a height upon this vast mountain, they would see scattered points of fire converging in response to the whistle, only to